Chapter 1. Relics. In the dimly lit room, an elderly woman lay on the bed. Her gaze clouded as she looked at her grandson, standing before her, a tender expression gracing her features. "Little Mecca, my dear grandson. Grandma, I am here." Mecca Anders grasped the frail hand extended toward him. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, he was slender, his black eyes resembling those of a cat, filled with tranquility and composure. Holding the old woman's hand, he offered a reassuring smile. "Grandma, you will get better, just like last time." The elderly woman let out a hoarse chuckle, followed by a cough, and spoke softly. "Little Mecca, I am well aware of my own body. I have a sense of it. Shilong will soon come for me. I fear my time is near." Shilong was Mecca's grandfather. Upon hearing these words, Mecca fell silent. The room was enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Mecca had heard that the elderly often had a premonition of their passing, and his grandmother's words weighed heavily on his heart. As if a stone had settled within, this beloved guardian who had raised him since childhood was about to depart. The old woman patted Mecca's hand gently. "Come closer, little Mecca," that he complied, leaning down. She caressed his face with her warm hand. "Little Mecca, what will you do once I am gone? I have no worries about my own departure, but I cannot help but fret over you. Your parents left too soon. After I am gone, how will you manage as such a young child?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "Little Mecca, please fetch the box from under the bed." Mecca retrieved a heavy box from beneath the bed. Its surface was adorned with an antique pattern reminiscent of the carpets in affluent London homes. He handed it to his grandmother. With trembling hands, she opened the box with a soft click, akin to the sound of a lock. Inside lay precious jewelry, jade, gemstones, all imbued with a sense of history. Beneath the jewelry were several banknotes, a substantial amount. "These jewels were gifted to me by my father during his lifetime. I intended to pass them to your parents, but they departed sooner than I did." Her eyes dimmed with sorrow as she rummaged through the box, producing a yellowed envelope, which she handed to Mecca. "Little Mecca, this is something your parents asked me to give to you on your 11th birthday. Since I am leaving now, I must give it to you." Mecca accepted the envelope, which bore the inscription, "To my child, Mecca Anders." He did not open it, but chose to keep it safe. The elderly woman had more to convey. She placed the entire box in Mecca's hands, her complexion growing increasingly pale. "Little Mecca, this box is now yours. Inside, there is enough money, saved by your parents and me, to support you until you turn 18, that if any unforeseen circumstances arise and you require more funds, sell the jewelry for cash." Mecca cradled the box as if it were a cherished relic, his heart swelling with sorrow. "Grandma." "Yes?" "Little Mecca, I've spoken with the deans next door. When mealtime comes, go to their house to eat. I have already arranged for their compensation. If any issues arise that you cannot resolve, you can seek their assistance. They are good people, former classmates of your father, and they have always helped me, this lonely old woman. I have entrusted them with matters concerning your schooling. It is a pity I cannot repay their kindness." Her voice grew fainter. "Little Mecca, bring your face closer. Let me see my dear grandson one last time." Mecca leaned in once more. The elderly woman touched his forehead, his nose, his mouth, and let out a hoarse chuckle. "My grandson. Little Mecca, my dear grandson." She continued to stroke Mecca's face, and he felt her grip slipping away, like sand through fingers, until the wind outside stirred again, rustling the leaves. Mecca held her hand quietly, gazing upon her loving visage, a surge of emotion welling within him. This small room, once filled with his grandmother's presence, would now be devoid of her warmth, and he would no longer see this beloved old woman who had cared for him since childhood. The grandmother's funeral was arranged with the assistance of the deans, in accordance with her wishes. The ceremony was simple, minimizing expenses to preserve funds for her grandson. He retrieved the envelope left by his parents. The seal remained unbroken in the flurry of preparations for his grandmother's funeral. He had not yet had the chance to look inside. Mecca carefully tore open the envelope. Inside lay a black and white photograph and a letter. As he unfolded the long-stored letter, he noticed it bore damp stains, now dried and crinkled, the handwriting elegant and refined. He began to read silently. "Dear Mecca Anders, my child, I am deeply sorry that we were not there to witness your growth. Neither your father nor I were adequate parents, and we are saddened by our absence during your childhood." The letter conveyed a mother's lament over their absence in their child's life, expressing the guilt of parents missing their child's formative years. Mecca read quietly. Finally, towards the end of the letter, the reason for their sudden departure was revealed, along with some astonishing revelations. "There are certain truths I must share with you. Your father and I have been away for years to seek treatment for his rare illness, akin to a curse, and we have searched far and wide for a cure. There is a secret I must also impart. Your father and I are wizards, practitioners of magic, and you, my child, carry our blood. You too shall embark upon the path of a wizard. This very year, on your 11th birthday, Hogwarts will come seeking you. Your mother, Sophie Anders. Hogwarts? Mecca murmured, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What a familiar name. He pulled out the black and white photograph. It depicted a family of three. The man was tall, with long hair and a broad smile, embracing the woman at his side. The woman playfully teased the nose of the infant in her arms. Dressed in a flowing gown, her short hair framed her face, revealing a loving expression directed at the child. This was Mecca's father, Anders, and his mother, Sophie Anders. The infant in the photograph was a young Mecca. As he gazed, the woman in the photograph suddenly looked up and winked at him. It moved. A jolt of shock coursed through Mecca, unsettling his composure. Is it really Hogwarts? The one I've been imagining. At that moment. Flap, flap. An owl swooped in through the window. It perched on the sill, folding its wings and stretching its black and white body. Mecca noticed a note attached to its claw. What a coincidence! He took a deep breath and removed the note, unfolding it. Familiar words greeted his eyes. Mr. Mecca Anders, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed are the lists of required books and equipment. Please report to Hogwarts by September 1 st. Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Mecca glanced out the window. The moon hung like a golden crescent bow, spilling a cascade of light akin to golden sand onto the floor of the room. Everything felt as it always had, yet somehow it felt entirely different. I initially believed I had merely arrived in late 20th century England, only to discover that I had entered a world altogether different. Mecca grasped the note, an envelope tightly in his hand, reclining on his bed as he endeavored to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The sorrow of his grandmother's passing, the trivial burdens of solitary living, and the shocking news from Hogwarts caused a tumult of emotions within him, akin to a small boat, tossed upon a vast ocean. Fortunately, he possessed a psychological maturity that allowed him to regain his composure relatively swiftly. The unfortunate news is that all previous plans, life, study, work have been rendered void. The fortunate news is that I have acquired a new objective at the very least. My existence will not be monotonous. Mecca watched as the owl unfurled its wings, disappearing into the enveloping darkness. His mind continued to swirl with numerous thoughts, including visions of the future. The vintage clock ticked rhythmically. Time trickled away, and soon Mecca could no longer resist the pull of slumber, succumbing to sleep upon his bed. A golden light, reminiscent of shimmering sand, emanated from his mother's letter, enveloping his being. Sophie, are you not yet asleep? The man coughed softly from his bed. His complexion was pallid, as though beset by a grave illness. The woman seated at the desk responded with a quiet murmur, her pen dancing across the paper intermittently. Suddenly, she spoke. Upon hearing her words, the man cast a look of remorse upon her silhouette. No, this is not your fault. If you had not ventured forth, you would not be yourself. You saved a mother and child. I am proud of you, Pri. Yet even Professor Dumbledore could not contend with the aftermath of his curse. Her voice gradually quivered with emotion. I am a fool. Pri descended from his bed, embracing the woman in a gesture of comfort. Sophie, I am unscathed. This illness I can endure. Furthermore, are we not seeking a remedy? It will be well, all shall be well. The woman wiped her tears and nodded. She continued, I shall inscribe the reasons for our departure in a letter to inform our child. Do you think he will forgive us? With renewed determination, she grasped her pen and resumed writing. Like a child, she articulated her thoughts as she penned her words. I hope my child will grow up healthy and safe, not needing to become a remarkable individual, nor mastering vast amounts of magic. Simply growing up safely is sufficient. A beam of golden light ascended from the woman, as if her words had stirred some enchanted essence. Her form became indistinct, like a specter, her lips continuously whispering. I hope my child will grow up healthy and safe, not needing to become a remarkable individual, nor mastering vast amounts of magic. Simply growing up safely is sufficient. Knowing this will bring me peace. Mecca stood silently behind his biological mother, observing the scene before him. His memories of his parents were scant, making it difficult to articulate the depth of his emotions. Yet this tableau undeniably stirred something within him. As Mecca's thoughts wandered aimlessly, a golden light reappeared before him, composing words akin to musical notation. A letter infused with obsession. From Sophie Anders. Optional Legacies of the Living. 1. All classroom knowledge from Hogwarts 5th year. 2. Moderate proficiency in potion making. 3. Level 10 mental prowess remaining essence. Note: mental prowess correlates with magical talent, that a robust mental capacity is an inherent advantage for gifted wizards, facilitating a swifter mastery of magic and elevation of magical skill. The level of mental prowess cannot be augmented by external means. It can only be gradually enhanced through the relentless pursuit of magical knowledge and the daily practice of magic over the passage of time. Chapter 2. The Mother's Extra Gift. These golden words, reminiscent of musical scores, floated delicately in the air, swaying like a curtain. What could this be? The golden touch of a traveler? Mecca felt a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. He attempted to reach out and touch them, but a pale light, like a veil, obstructed his fingers. It seemed as though a message lay hidden within that luminescence, coursing through his fingertips and into his mind in that fleeting moment. Was it the fulfillment of the relic owner's wishes during their lifetime? Mecca gazed at his mother's silhouette. I hope my child grows up healthy and safe, without the need to become extraordinary or master countless spells. As long as they can grow up peacefully, that is sufficient. If I can know this, I will find solace. Or his mother's wishes. Mecca furrowed his brow. Did it relate to the words she was now speaking? How could he convey that she had already departed? How could he make her comprehend his circumstances? Mecca made his way toward the desk. The floor seemed to transform into a pool of water after rain, ripples blossoming beneath his feet. He soon stood before his mother. She sat there, her eyes reddened, her complexion pale and unwell, seemingly afflicted by his father's ailment. Her gaze was vacant, echoing the last words she had spoken here in life. Mecca lowered his head in an attempt to meet her eyes. Yet, Sophie Anders remained unresponsive, still bent over the letter she was writing, as if it held immense significance. Mecca hesitated for a moment. Mother? A radiant light cascaded down like frost, shimmering in golden hues. The woman at the desk seemed infused with a mysterious energy. Her form shifted from blurred to distinct, her gaze transforming from vacant to vibrant. Sophie Anders appeared to awaken from a dream of indeterminate duration. She gasped, startled, and lifted her head. Mecca's eyes met hers perfectly. Who are you? Doubt flickered in Sophie's eyes, as though she recognized the figure before her, yet hesitated to confirm. It's me. 11-year-old Mecca inhaled deeply. Clad in a sleeveless black shirt, with fair skin, eyes as dark as gemstones, and short, flowing black hair, he stated, I am Mecca Anders. Mecca? Sophie gasped in astonishment. She stood up from her chair in disbelief, then knelt down to scrutinize Mecca's face, seemingly seeing reflections of herself and her husband within him. Mecca, she murmured, suddenly embracing him and weeping profusely. Oh, Mecca, my child, my poor child. Sophie held Mecca tightly, weeping for a protracted period. Mecca heard her breathless, sorrowful cries, felt the tears soaking his collar, and noticed her frail, drooping short hair. She was utterly worn down. On one side was a sick husband, on the other, a hungry child. She could not abandon either, yet at that moment, she had no choice. Her burden was immense, and the parting may have caused her great suffering. Mecca, moved by her emotions, reached out to stroke her mother's hair. His voice transitioned from hesitation to calmness. Mother, I'm fine. These past few years, my grandmother and I have been living well. Sophie stifled a sob, finally lifting her head to caress Mecca's forehead, eyes, and nose. Her movements were slow and cautious, as if afraid to shatter this beautiful dream. My child, you have grown so much. Are you doing well? Mecca, my dear? Yes. Mecca felt the warmth of her hand. My grandmother and I reside in the house on Bread Street, where each morning the aroma of freshly baked bread wafts over from the cafe. The owner is a young lady who always offers me a piece of candy when I pass by. Mecca began to recount stories from his early childhood. Sophie quietly hummed in acknowledgement, listening intently, until after a long while she asked, Is it the Simmel Cafe? Yes. Sophie gently stroked Mecca's hair. The Simmel Cafe has been there for 10 years, but the owner was an elderly gentleman back then. The lady must be his daughter. Mecca, my child, please continue. I wish to know more about you. They squatted on the ground, with Mecca sharing his stories while Sophie listened patiently, devoid of any impatience. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Sophie's expression gradually brightened, and the sorrow in her eyes diminished. She caressed Mecca's hair and face, her gaze imbued with affection. Yet, her form began to radiate light, sparkles drifting from her shoulders as she began to dissolve. Mecca, startled, rose abruptly. My child. Sophie lovingly cradled Mecca's face in her hands, offering a smile. I know you're doing well, and that brings me great satisfaction. To reunite with you after death is a divine blessing. I am proud of you. My child, even in our absence, you have taken good care of yourself. It is a pity that I cannot stay a little longer. Mecca fell silent for a moment, an inexplicable sense of impending loss weighing on his heart. He hesitated. Mother, how did you die? Sophie paused, shaking her head, her smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle morning sun. Mecca, my child, you need not carry the burdens we left behind. They are too heavy. Do not think of avenging us. Your father and I feel the same way. Move forward, take care of yourself and your grandmother. Grow up safely. We will watch over you from heaven. The final ray of light seemed to scatter in the wind. Sophie's joyful visage vanished completely into the breeze. Mecca gazed at the spot where his mother had stood, feeling an emptiness within. He chose not to share the news of his grandmother's passing with his mother, nor did she reveal the cause of her own death to Mecca. It felt like an unspoken understanding between them. He sighed, looking up at the sky of his place, only to behold a dense, ominous blackness resembling storm clouds. A golden ripple, reminiscent of the final glow left by Sophie Anders, drifted beneath the ominous clouds. Sophie Anders, his biological mother, had departed entirely, yet she bequeathed certain remnants. That golden ripple descended like rain, enveloping Mecca entirely. He randomly inherited the legacy of Sophie Anders, a moderate talent for potion making. As the light cascaded down, Mecca sensed an awakening within him. Ethereal voices resonated in his mind, akin to the chiming of bells, and under this melodic cleansing, his consciousness sharpened considerably. His hands felt as if they had been nourished by the radiance. The strength in his fingers grew, and their dexterity blossomed like spring bamboo, continuously evolving. This luminous shower fell for a considerable time before finally ceasing. Just as Mecca believed the transformation had concluded and was about to stretch his arms to embrace the newfound changes, a familiar, warm smile flashed briefly in his mind. Once again, a downpour of light descended. Sophie Anders willingly bestowed her remaining soul upon her beloved child, granting him a level 10 mental acuity. This was an even more magnificent shower of light. Mecca felt the alterations it brought were significantly more profound than the previous ones. His mind seemed to undergo remarkable transformations. The golden light appeared to penetrate his consciousness, rendering everything before him a dazzling gold, even with his eyes closed. This golden radiance acted as the finest nourishment, revitalizing the once parched fields of his mind. It felt as though his soul had undergone a sublime elevation. A comforting sensation radiating from his spirit to every corner of his body, particularly his head, as if receiving a massage from the world's most illustrious practitioner. This reign lasted a full 10 minutes. When the light finally dissipated, Mecca opened his eyes. The world before him seemed considerably brighter, its colors richer and more refreshing. At that moment, a plethora of information regarding himself flooded into his consciousness. Mecca Anders, potion-making talent, moderate, originally low, with a talent score categorized as inferior, low, moderate, high. Top-notch, mental acuity level, 818. A typical wizard apprentice is level 6, with higher talents correlating to elevated mental acuity. Magic none. It seemed his physical endowment was rather ordinary. Mecca paid it little mind. He gazed upward. The sky above instilled in him a sense of confidence, suggesting that the future might still hold opportunities to reach the pinnacle of wizardry. Suddenly, Mecca froze. In the dark, cloud-like expanse above, a vortex had inexplicably formed. He felt the world spinning around him. In the next instant, he awoke abruptly from his bed. Was it a dream? Mecca looked at his hands, sensing a difference. He closed his eyes once more. In his mind, a vast expanse emerged, like stars flickering in the void. It was not a dream. On August 31st, Mecca Anders obtained his boarding certificate from the London school and, after successfully deceiving the dean couple next door, set off with his luggage towards the Broken Pot tavern hidden in the bustling city. This was an establishment run by wizards. The bar was diminutive, akin to a mouse's burrow nestled within a crevice. The sign hanging from above was askew and had long since faded, barely revealing the words Broken Cauldron. This establishment served as the sole passageway to the wizarding marketplace, the renowned Diagon Alley. Mecca sought to traverse this route to procure textbooks for school and a wand for spellcasting. With a creak, Mecca pushed open the door. Like a beam of light penetrating a mouse's hole, the dimly lit bar drew the attention of all its patrons. Perhaps due to the inadequate illumination, Mecca perceived the faces of the onlookers as pallid, their gazes less than welcoming. "Welcome. What can I get for you?" the innkeeper exclaimed with warmth. He was a hunchbacked, middle-aged man, his bald head gleaming. The curvature of his spine forced him to stoop, creating an asymmetrical appearance between his body and head, resembling a pumpkin atop a slender frame. Upon noticing Mecca's slight stature, the innkeeper exhibited a look of surprise. "Ah, child, I see. If you wish to reach Diagon Alley, please head to the back courtyard." Evidently accustomed to children of such age passing through to reach the alley, he gestured towards a door in the corner behind him. Mecca expressed gratitude and proceeded towards the courtyard with her suitcase in tow. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, akin to colliding with a wall. Mecca lifted her gaze to find a pale-faced man standing before her, his head bowed as he glanced at her. He wore a headscarf, his complexion anxious as if he had encountered something truly terrifying, stammering, "Why, yes, I apologize." Chapter 3. Talent. This pallid man emanated an unusual scent, seemingly wafting from within his garments, yet his attire appeared immaculate. When their eyes met, he hastily averted his gaze. "It's nothing," Mecca said softly, stepping back and offering a smile. The pale man ceased speaking, tugged down his headscarf as if to conceal his face, and hurriedly exited the tavern. With a clang, the tavern door closed once more, the bell above ringing with a clear chime. Mecca Anders watched as his silhouette vanished within the bar. Resuming her grip on the suitcase, she ventured into the courtyard. The courtyard was small, littered with debris and broken tiles. A solitary red brick wall dominated the view. Standing before this wall, Mecca pondered. How does one activate the mechanism? With a thunderous rumble, the bricks of the wall appeared to come alive, parting to reveal a passage just wide enough for a person to traverse. A pair of wizard and his son emerged, casting a glance at Mecca with her suitcase before departing the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity while the wall remained ajar, Mecca slipped through. On either side of the wall, it felt as though two worlds existed. The courtyard was tranquil, unremarkable in its essence. Yet beyond the barrier of the wall, Diagon Alley resembled an extraordinary dreamscape. A cobblestone pathway led into the distance, akin to a celestial staircase, flanked by a plethora of shops. Wizards of all sizes, adorned in pointed hats, navigated the narrow passageways. As Mecca Anders beheld the enchanting visage of the magical world for the first time, he could not help but gaze in awe. His immediate priority was to visit the bank here and exchange his pounds for the currency of the wizarding realm. He cast his eyes upwards, where a fearsome western dragon unfurled its menacing wings, poised atop a towering spire. This creature, a marvel of artistry, appeared almost lifelike, yet its body was encrusted with dirt and debris, giving it the semblance of a stone sculpture. Beneath it, a prominent sign proclaimed Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Before long, Mecca navigated through the bustling throngs and arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. Just as he steadied himself, a figure stumbled over his substantial suitcase, tumbling down the steps. Mecca instinctively reached out to catch him. "Ah!" the figure exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly retrieved his fallen glasses and donned them in haste. "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." Mecca surveyed the boy before him and smiled. "No need for thanks." The lad appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, exuding an air of gentility. He wore spectacles, and his short black hair just grazed his forehead. Most striking were his eyes, which sparkled like emeralds. Mecca recognized him instantly. "Harry, it's time to go." A deep voice resonated from behind. A giant, towering at 3 meters, clad in a coat made of mole skin, ambled forward, his hands tucked into his pockets, resembling a formidable wall. His face was adorned with a thick beard as he waved at the boy named Harry. "We still need to buy your wand." "I understand, Hagrid," Harry replied with an apologetic smile toward Mecca before hurrying to join the giant. Encountering the protagonist of this world stirred a peculiar sensation within Mecca, akin to drifting into a storybook and finding himself amidst its pages. Harry's talent must be remarkable. He pondered how he would compare to him. After a moment of contemplation, Mecca shook his head with a chuckle and was about to ascend the steps to Gringotts when an ephemeral golden light flashed in his mind. In that instant, a piece of information surged into his consciousness. Harry Potter. Mental prowess level, 77. Mecca was taken aback. Had this information not entered his mind so directly, he would have doubted its accuracy. 77. He inhaled deeply, realizing this level of talent was somewhat terrifying. Although he had not encountered the mental prowess levels of other young wizards, few could rival Harry's potential. Regaining his composure, Mecca turned and stepped into Gringotts. The interior was resplendent, bustling with diminutive goblins. They were dressed formally and comported themselves with great courtesy, albeit with somewhat large noses and wrinkled skin reminiscent of the elderly. "Welcome," one goblin attendant greeted him. "The currency of the magical world is measured in galleons, sickles, and nuts. 1 galleon is exchanged for 17 sickles, and 1 sickle can be traded for 29 nuts. While a single galleon may seem substantial, the price of a cup of hot chocolate here is 3 sickles, indicating that the cost of living in the magical realm is not inexpensive. The exchange rate of galleons to pounds stands at 15. As Mecca exited Gringotts, a pained expression crossed his face. He had acquired an additional 120 galleons, yet the value of pounds had diminished significantly. After consulting with the goblin handling his transactions, he learned that books and other essential school supplies were anything but inexpensive. Even a simple cauldron commanded a price of 10 galleons. Once he had purchased his books and equipment, Mecca decided to take a leisurely stroll along the roadside, relishing the enchanting ambience of the magical world. Diagon Alley was lined not only with shops, but also with stalls selling an array of smaller goods. The wares displayed at these stalls were truly dazzling. Mecca spotted shards of peculiar ceramic, oddly colored green stones, and the white feathers of some mysterious creature. The stall owner was a young wizard with short, golden hair and a face adorned with freckles, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He donned a tattered gray robe, with stuffing peeking out like wild grass, suggesting he was down on his luck. Curious, Mecca crouched down and picked up a charred oil painting, examining it for a moment. "Please refrain from touching unless you intend to buy," the stall owner remarked curtly, as if doubting Mecca's ability to afford anything given his youth. Sensing the proprietor's reluctance to engage, Mecca began to rise to leave. Suddenly, something resembling a broken twig caught his attention. Its entire surface was a muted brown, adorned with delicate patterns, hinting it was once a fine piece of craftsmanship. "What is this?" Mecca inquired, gazing at the stall owner, who replied coldly, "That was a wand used by my grandfather in his youth." "Oh," Mecca asked nonchalantly, "is your grandfather well?" "Not well. He has been deceased for over a decade." "Over a decade?" Mecca's curiosity was piqued as he crouched down once more. He sensed he could glean something of the owner's legacy from these relics. He wondered if this wand could still evoke the world that resided in his mind. With this thought, Mecca innocently asked, "What material is it made of?" "Hollywood," the stall owner replied. "Oh, Hollywood?" Mecca leaned in for a closer look and then raised his gaze to the stall owner. "I have a penchant for collecting antiques, and I possess enough funds to examine it further." The stall owner's demeanor softened slightly as he nodded. Mecca lifted the broken wand, bringing it closer to his nose to inhale its fragrant wooden aroma. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, the wand was remarkably well preserved. Yet how could he ascertain if it was truly what he sought? Mecca furrowed his brow, continuing to handle the aged wand until his expression relaxed. "It has come," Mecca thought to himself. A flicker of light seemed to shimmer, flowing with the fragrant essence of the wood into his mind. He sensed the presence of that other world. Beneath a dim, cloud-laden sky, a humble room materialized before him, its simplicity striking. Vaguely, he perceived a figure within, though it remained obscured. Having formulated a plan, he looked up and asked, "How much? If the price is right, I shall take it." The stall owner scrutinized Mecca once more. Perhaps it was Mecca's youthful visage at the tender age of 11 that belied any semblance of discernment regarding the worth of items. After a brief appraisal, the stall owner adopted a stance of indecision, stating 3 gold galleons. That's rather steep. Amused by the feigned maturity of the proprietor, Mecca could not help but chuckle, noting that the stall owner was not much older than himself. Rising from his seated position, Mecca sighed, "The price is not suitable. It's best I take my leave." He hesitated not, dusting off his hands and turning to depart. "Wait, please." The stall owner, now visibly anxious, called out to Mecca, "1 gold galleon would suffice. I can take a loss, just 1 gold galleon, and it's yours." Mecca pondered the purchasing power of the currency in this realm and casually replied, "That is too little." The stall owner's expression fell, confusion clouding his features. "That is too little indeed. Very well then, take it." Mecca tendered 3 silver sickles and acquired the fractured wand, also requesting a piece of cloth to wrap it. The stall owner appeared to lack any remarkable lineage, prompting Mecca to muse as he walked away. His grandfather likely was not a figure of great significance, and thus, he doubted he would inherit anything of value. Nonetheless, even the slightest morsel of magical knowledge would prove useful. What aspirations might this stall owner's grandfather have harbored in life? Having wrapped the broken wand securely and concealed it within his clothing, Mecca raised his gaze to discern his direction. It was time to procure a wand that truly belonged to him. Chapter 4, Origins Ding. A sound reminiscent of wind chimes echoed as Mecca Anders pushed open a dilapidated door and entered the wand shop. The Ollivander's wand shop exuded an aura of antiquity. The golden sign at the entrance had long since weathered, threatening to fall at any moment. Inside, rows of shelves were adorned with an array of wands, each layered with a fine dust, appearing almost ghostly white. "Who goes there?" The shopkeeper emerged from behind the shelves. An elderly gentleman with hair as white as frost greeted him, donning a pair of thick-framed spectacles, his lips adorned with wisps of white beard. His glasses appeared fogged over, and as he removed them to wipe with his sleeve, Mecca caught sight of his silver eyes. "Ah, another newcomer," he mused, approaching the counter. "A young one just departed. Today's youth are remarkable, aren't they? Are you here for a wand, child?" Observing the wood shavings clinging to the man's clothing, Mecca surmised he had been engaged in cleaning. A glance towards the corner revealed a cabinet that seemed to have endured the wrath of a rhinoceros, splintered wood strewn about. Did a young man just leave? Perhaps Harry? Mecca chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I seek a wand. Let me see." Ollivander remarked, studying Mecca with keen scrutiny as if weighing what type of wand would suit him best. He stroked his short white beard in contemplation before retrieving a wand from the upper shelf behind him. The wand was placed upon the counter, its glossy brown surface adorned with faint carvings resembling some manner of creature. Ollivander continued speaking to himself. The mahogany wand, measuring 11 inches in length and possessing a core of unicorn hair, is remarkably resilient. Mecca grasped it in her hand, feeling a slight chill, reminiscent of the water found in an autumn pond. Its smooth surface gave her the impression that she was not holding a piece of wood, but rather some exquisite feather. Yet, nothing transpired. At Ollivander's subtle gesture, Mecca waved the wand, but still, there was no response. It seemed unsuitable. Ollivander furrowed his brow, looking around as if searching for the next wand. He retrieved a wooden ladder, positioned it against the left shelf, and climbed unsteadily to fetch a box. Please place it on the counter, Ollivander indicated. Mecca quickly cleared her hands to receive it. She stood on tiptoe to take the box, and, coincidentally, the broken wand hidden in her clothing slipped out. The wrapping fell away, revealing the wand to Ollivander's gaze. Oh, a broken wand? Ollivander squinted instinctively. He descended the ladder and crouched before the aged wand, examining it closely. Holly, 10¼ inches, with a core of serpent nerve. The patterns on it have certainly seen better days. Let me think. After a moment's contemplation, Ollivander's expression softened. Ah, I once sold this to a rather peculiar child, one who smelled faintly of spoiled cabbage. Quite an overpowering scent. I suspect he spilled a failed polyjuice potion on himself. Mecca was taken aback, astonished that Ollivander could deduce the identity of the wand's owner merely from its broken state. A polyjuice potion? Was he practicing potion making? She inquired, placing the box on the counter as if casually asking, is this person well known? Do you remember him? Well known. Ollivander shook his head. He was merely an ambitious boy who visited me several times for wand repairs, but alas, he lacked talent. Ambitious? Mecca echoed. Indeed, Ollivander replied, lifting the wand from the ground. He aspired to be like Nicholas Flamel, though he was not particularly gifted, just a hard-working child. Mecca felt a sense of astonishment upon hearing the name Nicholas Flamel, a legendary alchemist reputed to have lived for over 6 centuries through his alchemical prowess, a formidable lifespan. A less gifted young wizard aiming for such a lofty ideal indeed indicated a person of considerable ambition and purpose. Ollivander carefully wrapped the broken wand in cloth and returned it to Mecca. Keep it safe, don't lose it. He then picked up a beautifully adorned box from the counter, opened it, and extracted another wand, resembling a fine work of art. Willow, 11 inches long, with a core of dragon heartstring. Willow symbolizes dreams and illusions. This wand is quite flexible. Mecca held it in her hands. It felt perfectly balanced. In stark contrast to the previous mahogany wand, this one was as cold as ice from the moment she took hold of it. The wand was of unequal size at either end. The larger end was intricately carved with elaborate patterns resembling a swirling vortex, captivating the eye, while the smaller end bore slightly raised lines, reminiscent of human skin. Wave it, Ollivander suggested. Mecca nodded in agreement. He extended the wand towards an unoccupied area. Pausing for a moment, it seemed as though nothing occurred. Mecca glanced at Ollivander, who gestured with his chin, urging him, try again. Mecca nodded once more, twisted his wrist, and the wand stirred in the air. A gust of wind rang the bell at the entrance. A cool sensation brushed against Mecca's forehead, akin to droplets of ice water. A wondrous and gentle force surged from the hand clasping the wand, akin to a breeze, as Mecca felt the fine hairs on his right hand sway in the wind. Dingling, the bell chimed once again. The area pointed to by the wand became enveloped in swirling wood shavings, scattered everywhere. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the wind dissipated, rendering the scene an illusion. Mecca, observing the dancing wood shavings, was deeply entranced by the allure of this power, filled with awe. How astonishing! That gust felt like an extension of one's own body, controllable by thought, yet it was not a physical limb. It effortlessly stirred objects from several meters away. This extraordinary power, unparalleled in experience, could ensnare one's fascination after but a single encounter. Ollivander coughed, seemingly choked by the wood shavings. He waved his hand as if to disperse the floating debris, expressing satisfaction. You have found your wand, young man. May it accompany you throughout your lengthy, magical journey. Mecca expressed his gratitude. The wand was priced at 12 galleons, and after completing the transaction, Mecca stepped out of the shop. The sky had darkened by then. Mecca surveyed the heavens, realizing he needed to hasten to King's Cross Station, find a hotel for the night, and prepare to depart for Hogwarts at dawn. He touched the broken wand concealed beneath his clothing, feeling a surge of anticipation. Before that, He needed to visit the Dream Realm and meet the wand's previous owner. Chapter 5. Doman's Wish. Mecca Anders found a hotel near King's Cross Station, freshened up briefly, and lay down on the bed. He opened the books he had purchased and skimmed through them. From the titles, he could roughly categorize the subjects: basic magic, magical herbology, flying lessons, and defense against the dark arts, providing a glimpse into the first-year curriculum at Hogwarts. He selected the book that piqued his interest the most, Beginning Spells. This was a required text for the basic magic course, and, as the title suggested, it contained only elementary spells devoid of any profound magic. Inside were spells for repair, unlocking, and binding. Mecca's interest was piqued, his heart brimming with eagerness. Let's give it a try. Perhaps there's a spell suited for me that I could learn instantly? He glanced out the window, where a lush tree stood beside the hotel. The branches were lush and verdant, with leaves being swept away by the wind, landing gently upon the windowsill. The rustling of the foliage filtered through, and through the treetops, Mecca glimpsed the moon in the night sky. Outside, silence reigned, save for the sound of a resident downstairs taking a shower. No one would see what he was doing, for safety's sake. Mecca drew the curtains closed and nestled into his bed, reaching out to pull the bedside lamp within the covers. Illuminated by its warm glow, he immersed himself in the text of his book, studying spells that appeared simpler due to their brevity. Spells, gestures, meditation, each of these elements was crucial in the realm of magic. A single misstep could render the enchantment ineffective. Alas, contrary to his hopes, his wand felt as inert as a mere stick, accomplishing nothing. Mecca took stock of his progress, rereading and probing for potential pitfalls, devising methods to overcome them. And, at last, he sensed a measure of advancement in his restoration spell. By this time, the clock had struck past midnight. The soft yellow light illuminated his face, while crumpled sheets of white paper lay scattered amidst the blankets. Mecca inhaled deeply. Restoration, as it once was. A peculiar sensation coursed through his brow, as if a force were being extracted from him. The fine hairs on his right arm stood on end, stirred by an unseen breeze. A distinctive chill flowed through him like a stream, only to dissipate like a wave receding from the shore. A faint glimmer flickered at the tip of his wand, dancing like a candle flame, wavering precariously as though it might be extinguished at any moment. A spark of delight ignited within Mecca, and he smiled. Success. But then, a sudden gust within the blankets seemed to snuff out the light, and the wand returned to its dormant state. Mecca paused, realization dawning upon him. His mental prowess was indeed not mistaken. I was no prodigy. With a sigh, he tidied up his belongings and lay back on his bed. Just before sleep took him, he grasped the broken wand in his hand. The leaves rustled. Moonlight streamed through the window. It was a modest wooden cabin, sparsely furnished with a table, a chair, and a bed. The table was cluttered with various alchemical tools, including a crucible, a beaker filled with a green solution, and an array of labeled potion bottles. Unnamed herbs and some biological materials were housed in glass vials, haphazardly stacked in the corner of the room. An elderly man stood at the table, carefully adding fragments of an herb into the beaker containing the green solution. The liquid bubbled as if boiling, with foam rising continuously. Clearly, a transformation was underway. Would it succeed? Would it succeed? The old man's visage was unsettling, resembling a burned victim, marred by what appeared to be corrosive damage, marring the entirety of his right cheek. He murmured to himself, anxiously observing the liquid in the beaker. After a moment, the solution seemed to have passed the trial. The bubbles subsided, and it settled into a calm state. The man's shoulders trembled with excitement as he reached out to touch the beaker. Upon this contact, it seemed to trigger a certain reaction. A crack emerged on the beaker. The elderly man was momentarily taken aback. A beam of white light emanated from the verdant solution, intensifying to a blinding brilliance akin to a ray of light piercing directly into one's eyes, utterly dazzling. Before the man could react, a loud bang erupted. The solution within the beaker, mingled with shards of glass and radiant light, shattered explosively as if ignited by gunpowder. The liquid splattered onto the old man, hissing with a corrosive sound. This solution was truly terrifying. The skin on the man's hands and body visibly aged, charred, and carbonized. His clothing was riddled with holes, revealing the potency of its corrosive properties. The old man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to even open his eyes. The door of the wooden cabin burst open. "Father!" A middle-aged man rushed in, his expression fraught with alarm, swiftly attending to the elderly man's injuries. Yet, it was already too late. The old man's right fingernail had fallen off, his index finger and thumb a gruesome sight, as if they had been immersed in a boiling cauldron. His hand hung limply, the wrist charred as if it were burnt charcoal. My hand. My hand. Tend to my hand first. I still need it for alchemy. It cannot be damaged. The old man cried out. He seemed oblivious to his own hand, the pain throughout his body diverting his focus. The middle-aged man, treating the wounds on his father's hand, revealed a pained expression upon witnessing the severity of the injuries. Father, your hand. But his voice was drowned out by the old man's cries. Despite his anguish, the elderly man continued to shout, my hand, my hand. Though his voice was loud, his demeanor lacked agitation, clearly accustomed to such calamities. Once the right hand was wrapped in bandages and the pain-relieving potion began to take effect, the old man gradually opened his eyes. His first gaze fell upon his hand. Upon seeing it, he was rendered speechless. The pain-relieving potion had dulled his senses, rendering him unable to feel the injuries, yet the bandage around his wrist appeared sunken, as if a significant portion of flesh had suddenly vanished. His right hand still hung limply. The old man attempted to move his right hand. Move. Just move a little, please, he implored. Yet his hand remained utterly still, not responding even the slightest. After a fervent outburst, he fell silent, sitting motionless on the ground, lost in a daze. The middle-aged man was at a loss for how to comfort him. Father? He called out, trying again. Father? Joseph, my hand is crippled. The middle-aged man, filled with compassion, embraced the weeping old man as if he were a child. Father, it's all right. The potion will work. I will help you. It's different. The old man shook his head. It's different. How can it be the same? I once vowed to become an alchemist like Nickelmane. How could I let someone else concoct potions for me? The entire alchemical community would mock me. The old man shook his head vehemently. The middle-aged man felt a sense of helplessness. Yet upon observing the elderly man's pallid complexion and fervent gaze, it was evident that he still harbored deep concerns. Father, the middle-aged man pondered, this injury is beyond our capacity to manage. Please remain calm. We shall seek the expertise of a distinguished physician to treat you. Is it treatable? The elder gazed vacantly at his own hand, quickly shaking his head. It cannot be healed, Joseph. I am aware of that. The middle-aged man continued. We shall go to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where the most exceptional doctors in the magical realm reside. They will surely restore your hand. Enough, the elder replied, shaking his head. Joseph, I wish to be alone for a while. Please step outside. The middle-aged man hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to leave the emotionally agitated elder by himself. The elder offered a wan smile. Do not worry. I will not succumb to despair. After a moment of indecision, the middle-aged man, under the elder's urging, exited the room. Night had fallen. The elder gazed out at the darkness, revealing a look of longing. Master, I once promised you that I would perfect the potion formula you left behind. I have always believed I could achieve it. My talent may be lacking, yet you once said that my diligence could lead me to become an unconventional and distinguished potion master, provided I dedicated decades to the study of potion making. I have always trusted in my ability to fulfill your wishes. Even now, in my old age, I remain resolute in perfecting it before my time comes. The elder spoke to himself, his expression shifting to one of anguish. But now, I find it impossible. Oh, master, I can no longer do it. I'm incapacitated. I once considered asking my child for assistance, but I cannot bring myself to do that. I do not wish for him to become like me, a mere shadow of humanity. Master, I miss you dearly. You departed too soon. A talented potion master like you should not have left this world prematurely. The elder retrieved a wand from his pocket and caressed it tenderly, as one would a child. This is the wand you purchased for me before I entered the magical academy. You said it would accompany me throughout my magical career. Now, the elder cast a wistful glance around the room, taking in the familiar sight of the beakers, cauldrons, and herbs that had accompanied him throughout his life. He looked out the window once more. My child, forgive me for being an inadequate father. With a crack, the wand splintered in his grasp. He withdrew a vial of dark potion from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and then downed it in one swift motion. The potion surged within him like a fiery current. The elder closed his eyes, departing from this world forever. The scenes before him faded, like mist dissipating, illusions vanishing. Only an elder remained, standing at the table, tirelessly concocting potions day after day. His movements were deft, muttering to himself, it must succeed. I must make it succeed. I shall complete the Master-S potion formula. He repeated these phrases incessantly, like a marionette, uttering them over and over again without weariness. Top, top, the sound echoed, resembling footsteps upon the surface of water. Mecca Anders emerged from the shadows, standing before the elderly figure. He scrutinized the old man's face, which remained terrifying, pockmarked with numerous corroded holes resembling a beehive. Yet, his expression bore an intense focus, imbued with an almost sacred quality. Ollivander had spoken of him as a person of lofty aspirations, a diligent soul. Now, it seemed more accurate to describe him as a fearsome individual. Mecca couldn't help but muse. This elder had devoted his life to the craft of potion making, akin to an ascetic, tirelessly engaging in this monotonous endeavor day after day, year after year, with unwavering persistence. Such formidable concentration was a rare gift, not possessed by the average person. Yet now, I must assist him in fulfilling his wishes from beyond the grave. A morose expression crossed Mecca's face. The old man had risen from the ashes of failure. The visions of his final moments, his countenance, his hands, all attested to the fact that his aspirations in life were likely to be a considerable burden. Although Mecca harbored an interest in potion making, he knew he could never match the elder's level of focus, nor would he possess the decades-long patience that was required. Just as he was engulfed in these thoughts, a gust of wind swept through the air. Mecca looked up. The wand, a vessel of longing and blessing, bore the name, Doman Levitt. Potential legacies. 1. Level 18 in mental fortitude, remnants of the soul. 2. Low-grade talent in potion making can be integrated. 3. 20 years of experience in the use of potion-making apparatuses, remnants of the soul. Chapter 6. An unexpected turn. 20 years? Mecca Anders was taken aback. Such experience with potion-making tools was invaluable for anyone with aspirations in potion-making. He had perused the textbooks on the subject, which stated on the cover, to become a great potion master, one must possess not only a talent for potion-making and mastery of herbalism, but also the crucial experiential knowledge of practical tool usage. It could be said that even to become a mere ordinary potion master, one would need to invest ample time and resources to accumulate such practical experience. While Mecca was not particularly well-versed in this area, he was acutely aware of the financial implications. All potion-related tools were exorbitantly expensive, often exceeding 10 gold galleons. In the perilous practice of potion making, even the slightest mistake could lead to explosions or damage, rendering these tools as highly consumable items. He knew even less about herbs and various materials, but he had observed in the Diagon alley shop windows that a small jar of dragon liver was worth several gold galleons, suggesting that such items were relatively common. Found in numerous shops, this led him to deduce that the herbs and materials essential for potion making were likely to be equally daunting in price. It was indeed a profession that burned through wealth. However, now, someone was offering 50 years of experience with these tools, which was tantamount to gifting a substantial amount of time and money. Mecca Anders had to take this seriously. If only he could choose this legacy himself. If it were random, he might miss out on something truly valuable, which would be a tremendous waste. Mecca sighed, casting another glance at the elder known as Doman Levitt. The old man remained engrossed in his work, indifferent to Mecca's presence. Should I accept this wish? Uncertain if I could complete the task, I pondered the potential consequences. After some contemplation, I reached a decision. I would give it a try. If it proved too challenging, I could always seek counsel from the professors at Hogwarts, where the youngest master of potions resided, alongside the venerable Dumbledore. Perhaps failure would not incur any penalties. With this resolve, I approached the elderly man. I wish to assist you in completing this potion formula. The old man trembled as if jolted by electricity. He lifted his gaze, revealing his clouded eyes. A golden light, akin to dew, seemed to pour into his ghostly form, revitalizing him. His eyes sparkled momentarily, gradually regaining their luster. He inquired, "Can I trust you?" I shrugged, replying, "Even if I fail, there is no loss for you." The old man hesitated, then let out a wry smile. "Indeed, if that is the case, I entrust this wish to you. I hope to see this perfected potion formula before I depart from this world." As his words faded, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, and something seemed to vanish from his being. A chill breeze swept through, leaving me feeling somewhat cold. At that moment, new information flooded my mind. The recipe for a luck potion, grassland insects, sand reed stalks, and fire ash ostrich eggshells. Surprised by this revelation, I wondered, isn't there already a luck potion in this world? Could it be that the old man's mentor had long been researching it? If that were true, it would be splendid. I could simply present the existing formula to the old man. Contemplating this, I devised a plan. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, I would seek an opportunity to compare the formulas for similarities. The sky darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain. I looked up and saw the swirling darkness, reminiscent of ominous clouds. Suddenly, the world around me spun, and I vanished from that space. Upon awakening, I realized time was of the essence. After a quick wash and packing my belongings, I hailed a cab and traveled over 10 kilometers directly to King's Cross Station. Within the station, trains departed directly for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As I disembarked, I gazed upward. A colossal clock above chimed steadily, its second hand ticking away. Time was nearing 11 o'clock. The train was scheduled to depart shortly. I hurriedly grasped my luggage and dashed towards the station's interior. Inside, I quickly scanned the surroundings, noting several massive stone columns, presumably supporting the structure. Approaching one of the columns, I inspected it closely. Platform 9 3/4. This was the only concealed platform in King's Cross Station, constructed for the magical folk, allowing trains to travel directly from London to the village adjacent to Hogwarts. It was said that those with wizarding talent could dash through the barrier. But one could never be too cautious. Standing before the stone pillar, I tentatively extended my hand. With a soft pop, I embarked on my journey. It felt as though one had brushed against a membrane composed of water. A ripple akin to that on a lake's surface spread across the texture of the stone pillar. It was enchanting. Mecca's eyes sparkled with wonder at this extraordinary experience. Gaining confidence, he seized his suitcase and plunged forward. This impact resembled a leap into water. Initially, the resistance was considerable, akin to diving into a pool, but soon he broke free of the grip, akin to extricating oneself from an immense spider's web. The previously constrained view, limited by the pressure on his eyes, suddenly expanded. The train's whistle resonated melodiously. A cacophony of sounds surged into his ears. Mecca paused, observing the modern individuals outside the stone pillar, dressed in either formal suits or fashionable attire. Inside the pillar, however, a throng of little wizards clad in long robes and pointed hats surged toward the train door, creating an illusion of time travel, transporting one to the medieval era or even earlier. The stark contrast of this scene evoked a sense of otherworldliness. "Hurry, hurry! The train is about to depart," called a middle-aged wizard, resembling a ticket collector, prompting the crowd to quicken their pace. Mecca too pressed into the throng. Just as he was about to pass through the train door, he found himself jostling against another person, neither able to enter. Turning to this individual, a smile broke across his face. It was a familiar face. "You," exclaimed the bespectacled boy, whose gaze revealed shattered lenses and striking emerald eyes beneath. "Indeed, it is I," Mecca replied with a smile. "I can't believe you're also a new student at Hogwarts." Harry responded, somewhat astonished. Clearly, encountering someone familiar in such an unfamiliar place brought a sense of delight akin to meeting a fellow townsman. "Hurry up, everyone," someone from behind urged. "Oh, my apologies," Harry stammered, momentarily flustered by the call. Mecca and Harry subsequently made their way through the door and into the train. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Harry said excitedly, sizing up Mecca and feeling an inexplicable warmth. Mecca appeared particularly vibrant today. His complexion was pale, and he possessed a serene demeanor that belied his age. His eyes were as dark as gemstones, and his hair, similar to Harry's, was also black, falling smoothly in a short style that framed his face. He was also pulling a silver suitcase. This attire, along with the suitcase, seemed more indicative of a Londoner than a native of the magical realm. "I am Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself, and then inquired, "Do you live in the magical world?" "No, my name is Mecca Anders. You may call me Mecca," he replied. "Oh," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "What a coincidence. I also reside in Surrey, though on Privet Drive." The two engaged in casual conversation. As they traversed the train, moving past two carriages, an adjoining compartment suddenly swung open. A red-haired boy poked his head out, his freckled face bright and adorned in a patched, colorful shirt. "Harry, come here," he called, momentarily taken aback at the sight of another person accompanying Harry. Who is this?" "Mecca Anders," he introduced himself. Mecca extended his hand with a smile. "Greetings, young Weasley. Do you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Weasley appeared to find satisfaction in the vanity typical of his age. He eagerly shook hands with Mecca, who felt the strength of his grip. "I am Ron Weasley, and you are absolutely correct," he responded. "Quick, come in, Harry, you too." The three entered the compartment, settled their luggage, and took their seats at the solitary small table within. Just then, the train began to move, causing the compartment to sway slightly. Mecca gazed out the window, observing a plume of steam that resembled the morning mist shrouding the sky. The surrounding verdant hills and waters began to recede, and the train let out a whistle, casting the sights behind them as it journeyed toward the renowned magical school of the wizarding world. A smile graced Mecca Anders's face, and a wave of excitement surged within him. "Ah, the enigmatic world of magic, I have arrived. Chapitre 7, Consultation." The train continued its steady progress. A gray mouse scurried about on Ron Weasley's lap, occasionally rustling and making soft sounds. Ron introduced the origins of this pet mouse to Mecca and Harry, often reaching out to play with it. The group engaged in conversation for a while before taking a pause. Coincidentally, a vendor pushing a snack cart passed by outside the compartment. Harry's eyes lit up upon hearing the vendor's call. How about some snacks? Great idea, Ron replied weakly. Unfortunately, I have no money. I do, Harry said, glancing inquiringly at Mecca Anders. Snacks? Mecca nodded with a smile. He was quite intrigued by the snacks of this magical realm. Harry purchased a variety of treats, and Mecca contributed a bit of money, casually selecting a few appealing snacks. The group gathered around the small table to indulge. Mecca picked a colorful Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and placed it in his mouth. The texture resembled that of a chocolate bean. However, when a thin shell cracked, it was as though a spring of flavor burst forth, releasing a refreshing mint aroma that invigorated the senses. Mint flavor, Mecca remarked, raising an eyebrow. Not bad. Ron chewed on a licorice-flavored candy and, in a leisurely moment, demonstrated how to transform a gray mouse's fur to yellow for the two. Adjusting his collar, he wore a self-satisfied expression. Watch closely, both of you. This will be the most exciting moment of your time on the train. Ron cleared his throat, pointing his wand at the mouse nestled in his arms. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, he recited, the incantation spilling from his lips. Mecca noticed a flicker of light at the tip of Ron's wand, but suddenly, it seemed to short-circuit, and a faint scent of burnt material wafted through the compartment before dissipating quickly. The pet mouse trembled at the wand's touch, its eyes wide with terror, leaping from Ron's lap to the table, its fur bristling in fright. Nothing else occurred. Harry, who had been sitting upright, shrugged silently. Ron tucked away his wand, touched his face, and forced a chuckle. Well, that was unexpected. Quite amusing. Mecca observed with great interest. The spell had evidently failed, yet the radiance emanating from the wand, along with the silent transmission of its essence, undeniably materialized. It was conjured from thin air, brimming with enchantment. Indeed, golden runes flickered in Mecca's eyes as he discerned that Ron's aptitude was rather mediocre, with a mental capacity rated at level 6. Alas, at that moment, a sigh permeated from the doorway of the compartment, as if someone fortuitously witnessed Ron's magic and found it hard to behold. Mecca turned to look. A girl's face was pressed against the glass. She donned wizarding robes, paired with a gray woolen sweater. Her long, slightly wavy brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her large, spirited eyes sparkled like natural jade. The girl pushed open the compartment door and gazed at Ron. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow? She repeated Ron's incantation, frowning. Are you certain this is magic? Well, I possess a modicum of knowledge about spells. She unceremoniously took a seat opposite Harry, retrieving her wand and directing it toward Harry's glasses. Her tone was fervent, reminiscent of reciting the most exhilarating modern poetry. Reparo, reparo, swiftly mend. This was the repair charm from the Standard Book of Spells. Mecca observed intently as a pale glow emanated from the wand, flickering momentarily. It coalesced into a tangle of threads, akin to a moving ball of yarn, radiating a faint light that swiftly penetrated Harry's shattered lens. The visible cracks on the lens transformed instantaneously, fading from deep to light until they vanished entirely. A white mist subsequently drifted from the lens, swirling away, as if the remnants of the fractures had dissipated into vapor. The girl's demeanor was calm, exhibiting an air of familiarity with the spell. From his display, it was evident that she was also a gifted witch, possessing a commendable grasp of magical knowledge. Mecca Anders involuntarily narrowed his eyes, recalling the elder Dumbledore's wishes. Perhaps he could inquire about potions from her. Once all was concluded, Harry's astonishment became apparent. His eyes were so close that he could see every detail. Yet, still in disbelief, he removed his glasses and wiped the right lens. It was as smooth and new as ever. Ron exchanged a glance with him, his mouth agape in surprise as he chewed on a snack. This is the effect of the repair charm, the girl elucidated, her face adorned with pride. Although it was evident she had tried to temper her excitement. After all, she was merely 11 years old. She then smiled and added apologies. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hermione Granger, and like you, I am a first-year student. Oh, she suddenly recalled something. A hint of annoyance crossing her features as she instinctively tapped her forehead. I nearly forgot the main reason for my visit. I am here to help find a toad. Have you seen one? The individuals in the compartment introduced themselves, thus becoming acquainted. Yet the toad remained elusive. She let her head droop, her expression reflecting her disappointment. Mecca observed her demeanor and chuckled softly. No luck finding it? Hermione let out a sigh, saying, Forget it. I've searched several compartments and can't find it. Let's take a break. Ron, surprised, glanced at her while munching on snacks, muttering softly, What is so interesting about books? Hermione seemed to hear him, shot him an annoyed look, but paid him no further heed as she turned another page. Mecca noticed the title of the book she was reading, A Century of Hogwarts. He casually inquired, "Do you enjoy reading? It seems you have quite a few books. You appear to be quite knowledgeable." Hermione looked up at him, and a hint of vanity flickered across her face. She smiled and said, "It's all right. I just read more than my peers. My family does have quite a collection, with 3 bookshelves. Of course, some of them belong to my father. He is a doctor and always reads." "Oh, 3 bookshelves?" Maker exclaimed. "It seems I have good taste. What kind of books do you read? Do you have any on potion making?" Hermione displayed a look of surprise. "You also enjoy potion making?" "I find the knowledge of potions fascinating, just like the history books I've read before, filled with rich content and interest. I'm quite intrigued by potion making." Mecca nodded with a smile. "I've heard of a magical potion in the wizarding world that can bring good luck to anyone who drinks it, making everything go smoothly. Ever since I learned of such a potion, I feel potion making is indeed extraordinary." Hearing this, Hermione wore a thoughtful expression. "A potion that brings good luck? I remember in the potion-making guide, 1,000 Herbs, it mentions a potion called the Felix Felicis, which is also known as the luck potion." Felix Felicis? In the incomplete recipe from Old Dong, there is indeed such an herb. Make's eyes brightened. "Do you know its specific recipe?" "Recipe?" Hermione shook her head, picking up her book. "This book, A Century of Hogwarts, also mentions the Felix Felicis. Its recipe is recorded in the Book of Potions by Sigmund Batch. That is an advanced textbook we haven't reached yet." "I see." Mecca nodded, somewhat disappointed. Observing his expression, Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplated for a moment, and advised, "This potion may not be as good as you think. That might be the reason the school doesn't allow younger students to access it. To die from it?" Mecca seemed to awaken from a dream, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Hermione." He fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. He initially intended to gain insight from Hermione, but unfortunately, she had not encountered the recipe for Felix Felicis either. However, he still gleaned some information. At the very least, he learned that the recipe for Old Dong's luck potion shares commonalities with that of Felix Felicis, involving the same type of herb. This further suggested that the two might indeed be the same. "Advanced textbooks, huh?" Mecca glanced at Ron, who was engrossed in a licorice lollipop, and an idea formed in his mind. After all, Ron has an older brother studying at Hogwarts, making him the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Chapter 8. The trading formula. The compartment fell into a tranquil silence as everyone busied themselves with their own pursuits. Suddenly, Ron Weasley stirred from his stupor, roused by the voice of Mecca Anders, who remarked, "At the train station, I spotted 2 individuals with hair the same color as yours. Are they your brothers?" Ron, who appeared somewhat drowsy, perked up at the mention of his siblings, but quickly succumbed to a yawn. "Indeed, those 2 pranksters are aboard this train as well." With a chuckle, Mecca replied, "I've just commenced my studies and am quite unfamiliar with many things. I was hoping to seek their counsel. Do you know which carriage they might be in? What counsel could you possibly seek?" Ron sighed. "Those rascals are only good for causing mischief at school. If you truly wish to find them, you must venture to carriage number 7, where the upperclassmen reside." "Very well," Mecca chuckled, tossing a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to Ron. After exchanging greetings with Harry and Hermione, he rose and exited the compartment. The train aisle was rather narrow, accommodating only 2 individuals at a time. As Mecca walked, he surveyed his surroundings. A well-dressed boy leaned against the compartment door, stroking the glossy feathers of his owl. Others strolled about, casually discussing the past scandals of Hogwarts headmaster. In contrast, a poorly clad student sat in the corner, head bowed in contemplation, seemingly out of place. Carriages 1 through 4 appeared to be filled with first-year students, while upon glancing at the sign for carriage 5, Mecca observed that most occupants donned matching black robes, indicative of second-year students or above. He pressed on to carriage 7, where the students were noticeably taller. As he entered, numerous gazes turned towards him, though he paid them little mind. Upon a brief observation, he noticed 2 slender, red-haired boys seated alone in the back compartment, distinct from the throngs of 3 or 4 in other compartments. Despite their solitude, the atmosphere was lively. They were engaged in animated conversation, surrounded by a chaotic assortment of items that hinted at a grand business venture in the works. Having found them, Mecca knocked on the door. The sound of his rapping echoed crisply, capturing the attention of the 2 boys, who turned simultaneously to face him. Mecca noted their striking resemblance: red hair, freckled faces, tall and lean figures. Even their expressions of curiosity mirrored one another. "Who are you? A newcomer?" they queried in unison. Mecca Anders beamed, "Greetings. I am Mecca Anders, a friend of Ron's. He mentioned that he has 2 exceptionally clever brothers on this train, so I thought I would come and introduce myself." "Hey." The twins exchanged knowing glances and grinned. "Listen, Ron actually praised us? That's quite a surprise. He usually has a few choice words to say about us." Who truly cares about the truth? One of them mused. Indeed, the other replied. I am George Weasley. The boy with the elongated face introduced himself. Another individual rose to his feet, his visage rounder than the others. With a smile, he introduced himself. I am Fred Weasley. Is there something you seek from us? Mecca appreciated this direct approach to conversation. He nodded and replied, I encountered a mention of an extraordinary potion in a book, one that bestows remarkable luck upon its drinker. I lack the means to procure it, but I've heard that you upperclassmen might have access to it. George Weasley's eyes shifted slightly. Are you referring to Felix Felicis? Fred scratched his head. That's quite a challenge. It's a sixth-year course topic, and we don't possess the recipe. Moreover, I've heard the brewing process is rather intricate and prone to mishaps. The potion's side effects can be significant. So if a lower-year student were to request the recipe, they might face school penalties, perhaps loss of points, or even expulsion. You know, it can be quite serious. Mecca furrowed his brow. If the school prohibited it, even seeking out a sixth-year tea guarantee, anyone would be willing to share the recipe. Yet, there might still be a way. George winked at Mecca. If you have some money, perhaps we could procure the recipe for you. Upon hearing this, Mecca sensed a glimmer of hope. He appeared troubled. That poses a challenge. I only have this term's pocket money on me, which amounts to a few silver sickles at best. Oh, Fred frowned. That is rather insufficient. If you had a bit more, we could expedite the process. Mecca gritted his teeth. If it could secure me the recipe right now, I would be willing to part with a gold galleon. George and Fred exchanged glances, a hint of excitement momentarily flickering across their faces before they quickly masked it. George cleared his throat and said, with utmost seriousness, Fred, shall I go or will you? Fred adjusted his collar and stepped out from the booth first. I'll go, George. You can handle the exchange with Mecca, if I may call you that. Mecca shrugged. Of course. All right, please wait a few minutes. Fred made his way toward the 8th compartment. Within the booth, only Mecca and George remained. Mecca surveyed the items strewn across the table. A potion as black as coal, a half-rolled parchment, and a viscous, transparent substance reminiscent of mucus. There were also many other oddities that defied description. Clearly, Mecca was intrigued by such antiquities, for it was how his wand had come to be. May I examine them? Mecca inquired. George flashed a professional smile. Of course, feel free to look. I have plenty of splendid items here, all at reasonable prices. Mecca nodded, beginning to sift through the objects on the table. The potion's outer bottle bore a white label, inscribed with crooked handwriting. Mucus potion, a prank potion that induces a runny nose. It seemed to be an invention of George and his comrades. He hesitated to touch the mucus-like substance, which emitted an unpleasant odor akin to that of a decaying battery. Merely brushing it with his finger elicited no response. After examining all the items on the table, Mecca could not help but feel disheartened. None of them were what he truly desired. Are you intrigued by antiquities? George scrutinized Mecca's expression and venture question. Mecca nodded affirmatively. I am indeed interested. Should you come across any old or peculiar items in the future, do share them with me. If they are suitable, I would gladly purchase them. George's eyes brightened. What sort of antiquities are you seeking? Or are you open to anything? Ideally, I desire artifacts left behind from crime scenes or relics that survived magical mishaps. Do not regard me so. I merely enjoy reading detective novels from the Muggle world. George responded with a sound of realization. Upon opening the door, he feigned regret, exclaiming, what a pity. Mecca, eagerly anticipating the recipe for the Felix Felicis potion, furrowed her brow at his words. Could something have gone awry? Fred suddenly burst into laughter. Just kidding. The two exchanged knowing glances, and Mecca found herself both amused and exasperated. She received the recipe for the Felix Felicis potion and perused it. Powdered sprigs of sandgrass, ash from an ostrich egg, and the root of the firebug. Mecca cross-referenced these with the recipe etched in her memory. The herbs and biological materials listed in Old Man Doman's formula closely mirrored those of the Felix Felicis potion. It appeared there was no mistake. The two recipes essentially referred to the same concoction. A satisfied expression graced Mecca's face. Next, she merely needed to find a bed and enjoy a restful slumber to fulfill Old Man Doman's final wish. Chapter 9. The Sorting Ceremony. With a resounding puff, steam escaped upwards. The carriage swayed violently, yet finally came to a halt. Hermione and Ron led the way, calling out to Mecca and Harry. The group followed the throng as they disembarked. The moment Mecca stepped out of the carriage, she felt as though a world of clarity unfolded before her. It was as if she had entered an unspoiled sanctuary. A white dove soared overhead, its call ringing clear. The dove fluttered into the nearby thicket, and a gust of wind stirred a wave of green foliage. In the distance, a mirror-like lake shimmered under the setting sun. Thud, thud, thud. The driver cracked his whip. urging the carriage past Mecca. A few upperclassmen hailed him, paid their fare, and climbed aboard. One girl lifted the curtain from within the carriage to survey the bustling crowd before letting it fall again. "What a splendid place," Mecca remarked. "The air is remarkably fresh." Hermione smiled in agreement. As they conversed, a towering figure approached. His face was adorned with a rugged beard, and his hands were tucked into a coat made of mole skin as he ambled closer. "Time to go, children," he called out. Ron glanced up, shrinking back slightly at the sight of his nearly 3-meter stature. Yet Harry's face lit up. "Hagrid, it's been ages." Indeed, Hagrid spread his hands, a jovial expression crossing his features. "In fact, we haven't been apart for long. Ruby is Hagrid. You may call me Hagrid. I'm the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Now, we must hasten. We need to cross the river by boat, for the sun is about to set." Ruby as Hagrid orchestrated the order on site, guiding the freshmen to gather their belongings and follow him. Before long, a group of newcomers, eyes wide with wonder, arrived at the shimmering lake, where a row of small wooden boats awaited to ferry them across the waters to the esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hagrid briefly outlined some precautions before allowing the students to board the boats. The prospect of sailing to school was quite novel. Mecca, beaming with excitement, was the first to step onto a boat, luggage in hand. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed closely behind, climbing aboard as well. The little vessel glided gently across the lake, reflecting the hues of the setting sun as it made its leisurely way toward Hogwarts. After 20 to 30 minutes, the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the scene. Yet, in that moment, Mecca caught sight of the magnificent Hogwarts School in the distance. It stood as a grand and ancient castle, with towering spires that pierced the night sky, their peaks illuminated by flickering lights that danced like beacons, guiding vessels safely home across the dark waters. "What a beautiful castle!" Harry exclaimed in awe. Ron and Hermione gazed entranced at the distant sight. Mecca Anders observed quietly, the glow of the lights reflecting in his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. At last, they had arrived at Hogwarts. This night was somewhat hurried for the freshmen. Having just arrived under the cloak of night, they learned that a ceremony known as the Sorting Hat Ceremony was about to take place, which sounded akin to an inaugural welcome for the newcomers. Upon reaching a grand hall, Hagrid departed, for he resided outside the castle. Without his supervision, the freshmen lost their restraint and erupted into lively chatter. In this strange and wondrous place, there was an abundance of topics to discuss. Mecca surveyed his surroundings and approached the stone steps leading up to the hall, instinctively reaching out to touch the intricate carvings of the steps. The artistry of the stonework was striking, and the steps appeared to be quite ancient, with cracks from which greenery peeked through. Such a place ignited curiosity, prompting a desire to explore under the cover of night. However, this was clearly not feasible. As the Sorting Hat Ceremony awaited, suddenly a voice rang out, "Toad! Toad! My Toad!" This exclamation was like a splash of cold water in a frying pan, intensifying the commotion among the crowd. As Mecca turned to see the source of the noise, he collided with another figure, resulting in a jarring impact. The boy, rubbing his reddened nose in pain, shouted angrily, "Are you blind?" Mecca paused, recognizing the familiar face of the boy before him. He had short, light golden hair, a pale, elongated face, and an audacious glint in his eyes, exuding an air of Western nobility. Yet, the redness of his nose from the collision disrupted that noble demeanor, rendering it somewhat incongruous. Before Mecca could fully process the encounter, the golden-haired boy strode toward the lively crowd ahead, clearly prioritizing the excitement over their brief mishap. Mecca smiled as he watched him squeeze into the crowd, his golden short hair still striking amidst the throng. Before long, a sound reminiscent of crackling flames echoed through the hall. Mecca raised his head to see a flickering light from the high windows, suggesting preparations were underway for the impending ceremony. The distinct sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer, indicating the commencement of the event. Coincidentally, Ron approached at that moment, his expression troubled, as if he had encountered some unfortunate circumstance. Harry patted him on the shoulder, with Hermione trailing behind. "That Malfoy is truly excessive," Hermione exclaimed in indignation. "How can he use such crude language to describe others?" "What?" a haughty voice called out. The boy with golden hair approached, sneering as he said, "Am I not speaking the truth? Aside from the ever-lucky Harry Potter, aren't the rest of you merely a motley crew?" He scanned Ron and Hermione's faces, suddenly pausing as he caught sight of Mecca. Pointing a finger, he exclaimed, "Oh, so this fellow is part of your group as well?" The golden-haired boy seemed amused, regarding Mecca with a look of disdain. "Another uncouth individual. How'd you end up with me?" Mecca brushed his hair back and smiled. "And you are?" "Draco Malfoy." The boy replied, casting a sideways glance at Mecca. "What? If you wish to retaliate against me, I welcome it any time. Very well, Mecca responded with a nod, smiling. Malfoy, nursing a throbbing nose, sought an outlet for his sour mood, yet was taken aback by Mecca's reaction. It felt as though he had struck a soft surface. His face flushing with embarrassment. Gazing at Mecca's cheerful demeanor made him wish to punch him, but he merely snorted and walked away, choosing silence. With a clang, the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing a dignified elderly woman, adorned with a black silk wizardess hat and a deep green robe. She adjusted her square spectacles and surveyed the noisy crowd, which fell silent at once. I am Minerva McGonagall, the elderly woman introduced herself, the deputy headmistress of this school. You may call me Professor McGonagall. She glanced at Ron's troubled face and then at Malfoy's reddened nose, prompting both to lower their heads involuntarily. I must remind you that you are here at Hogwarts to learn, not to squabble over trivial matters. With that, she beckoned. Now all of you follow me. The ceiling of the hall revealed a starry night sky. When Mecca looked up, he saw no bricks or any architectural features, only the deep, dark expanse of twinkling stars. Beneath this celestial canopy lay the forthcoming sorting ceremony, with countless floating candles illuminating the space, their flames dancing playfully like mischievous children. Mecca gazed toward the center of the hall, where the professors had already taken their seats at the long table. Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, a tall elder with a mane of silver hair, adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles and smiled warmly. He lifted the silver spoon from the long table and gently tapped it against the glass. The resounding chime echoed throughout the grand hall. Professor McGonagall, upon observing his nod, rose to her feet. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 10, The Old Books in the Dormitory. Hogwarts is comprised of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The names of these houses correspond to 4 legendary founders, with the essence of each house intricately tied to the personalities of its founders. Undeniably, all 4 founders, now long gone, were remarkable wizards of unparalleled talent. Eva Mosso, Ravenclaw; Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The sorting ceremony proceeded with remarkable order. The voice was not that of a single individual, but emanated from the enchanted sorting hat, which resembled a tattered leather hat adorned with a mouth along its brim. Renowned for its ability to read minds, the hat was adept at discerning which house best suited each student's character. Before long, the familiar names of Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Harry Potter were called, and they were all sorted into Gryffindor. The trio, fortunate to share the same house, was elated, especially since they had long admired Gryffindor and anticipated their acceptance into it. Mecca Anders, step forward, Professor McGonagall announced, reading from her list. Do not worry. Ron suddenly patted Mecca on the shoulder, reassuringly. The 3 of us are in Gryffindor, and since we're friends, you'll surely be placed with us too. Though his words were unfounded, they elicited a smile from Mecca. He glanced at Hermione and Harry, who nodded back, their expressions tinged with concern, which made him stifle a laugh. I understand. Thank you. Mecca ascended the steps to stand before Professor McGonagall and took the sorting hat. Observing it closely, he noted that the hat seemed to possess faint, hidden eyes obscured within its folds, rendering them indistinguishable. The sorting hat, noticing his hesitation, lazily remarked, "What are you staring at, young man? Put me on, so I can see what thoughts occupy your mind." With a smile, Mecca donned the sorting hat, seated himself upon the stool, and closed his eyes, uncertain if the hat could perceive his thoughts. He chose to refrain from dwelling on the extraordinary events that had transpired in his mind. Yet, the more he sought to empty his thoughts, the more chaotic notions bubbled forth. Fortunately, these thoughts bore no significance. "You are the most perplexing individual I have encountered," the sorting hat muttered, seemingly attuned to the turmoil within his mind. "At merely 11 years of age, your thoughts resemble those of someone far older. Oh, have you recently lost a loved one? I beg your pardon. It was not my intention to pry, merely an unfortunate accident. However, rest assured, I am not one to gossip, and shall refrain from mentioning this in your presence." "Oh, I misspoke. I'm not a person but rather a sorting hat." With eyes closed, Mecca found this revelation both amusing and bewildering. The sorting hat fell silent for a moment, seemingly assessing Mecca's character. Before speaking again, "It appears your thoughts align closely with those of Slytherin, yet you possess a hint of cleverness. I am at a loss as to whether to place you in Slytherin or Ravenclaw." "Oh," the sorting hat expressed surprise. "Do you ponder the possibility of being sorted into Hufflepuff? Yet, from what I perceive, you do not strike me as a particularly earnest individual. Your mind is certainly occupied with less than wholesome thoughts. Do you deny it?" The sorting hat seemed to catch Mecca's retort, snorting disdainfully. However, it quickly regained its composure and exclaimed with indignation, Gryffindor as well? What do you mean by as well? Is Gryffindor such a casual choice? A mere afterthought in the grand scheme of houses? Do you consider Gryffindor to be a mere filler, dragging down the other houses? If I possess legs, I would kick you. After a moment of commotion, the Sorting Hat finally settled down, returning to its languid demeanor. Since you hold Gryffindor in such low regard, I shall defiantly place you in Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat lowered its voice and mockingly reiterated, defiantly placing you in Gryffindor. With a flourish, it proclaimed, Mecca Anders. Gryffindor. Mecca opened his eyes to find Professor McGonagall observing him with an odd expression, as though she had overheard something peculiar. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Upon noticing Professor McGonagall's gesture, Mecca removed the Sorting Hat, feeling quite proud, and descended from the platform. Ron sprang from his seat, waving his arms. Well done, Mecca. It seemed that being sorted into Gryffindor was a remarkable achievement. He rushed over, draping an arm over Mecca's shoulders, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to gasp for breath. Once Ron released his grip, Mecca shot him a glare. Ron chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. You're just too thin. I didn't mean to. Mecca shared a table with Ron and Harry for dinner. The fatigue from a day of travel transformed into a hearty appetite in that moment. The great hall was enveloped in a serene hush, punctuated only by the sounds of cutlery clinking against plates. A portrait depicted a plump lady, clad in a billowing white gown, her countenance warm and affectionate, seemingly attentive to every passing Gryffindor student. As Mecca approached the portrait, observing what set it apart from ordinary paintings, the frame suddenly shook, startling him. He looked up to find the kind-faced fat lady winking at him, almost as if she were a living being concealed within the canvas. It was difficult to fathom that a seemingly proper and dignified woman would suddenly wink at you. The Gryffindor common room and dormitories lay hidden behind this very portrait. By uttering the daily changing password, the fat lady would grant passage. Dragon Dung, declared Percy Weasley, a fifth-year student, as he spoke the password to lead the way. The plump lady beamed with a smile and gestured invitingly. A dark passage gradually emerged from behind the portrait. Mecca glanced once more at the image of the plump lady, regrettably realizing that it did not evoke the memories of the space within his mind. He had initially speculated that this portrait might be the work of a long-deceased wizard, but it appeared he was mistaken. As the passage opened, the new students surged forward, and Mecca did not linger, stepping into the corridor himself. For a brief moment, darkness enveloped him before he was illuminated by the warm glow of a fire. At that moment, a group of individuals had already arrived in the Gryffindor common room. Inside, the fire in the hearth blazed brightly. Percy Weasley briefly introduced this historic common room, his expression reflecting a sense of shared honor and shame. He passionately recounted the glories of Hogwarts. As time flowed steadily by, Ron, weary and struggling to stay awake, finally coughed in impatience, interrupting his brother's speech. Percy Weasley frowned at him and finally spoke. That will be all for today, dear first years. Please retire early. Lessons await us tomorrow. As the group dispersed, they each sought the list affixed to the door of their dormitory. Before long, Harry, Ron, and Mecca found themselves standing before the same dormitory door. What a coincidence! Harry's eyes seemed to light up. Being placed in the same dormitory as friends always brought joy. Mecca was equally surprised by this twist of fate, smiling as well. Let's not chat. I'm utterly exhausted. Ron yawned, pushing the door open. A musty odor, long unventilated, wafted forth. Mecca wrinkled his brow, pushed his luggage inside, and opened the window. A breeze from the nearby lake swept through, dissipating much of the stale smell and invigorating the atmosphere. Setting down his belongings, Mecca noticed a layer of dust on the desk beside the bed and began to tidy it up. Suddenly, he stepped on something. Kneeling down, he discovered a tattered book quietly lying beneath the desk, propping up a broken leg of the furniture. The book appeared worn and neglected, seemingly left here for ages, with black mold spots dotting its cover. The Autobiography of a Vampire? Mecca read the faded title aloud as he picked it up. A flash of lightning seemed to strike through his mind. Chapter 11. The Legacy of Dalman. In the depths of his mind, Mecca Anders vaguely perceived the silhouette of a boy gazing out at the moon. The boy squinted his eyes, uncomfortably opening his mouth, as if something foreign had taken root within. In the moonlight, a pair of fangs glimmered menacingly, sharp and beastly. A vampire? Mecca's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such creatures, even in the magical realm, were rare. A vampire attending Hogwarts? Indeed, that was a novel revelation. What could the legacy of a vampire entail? Mecca pondered with intrigue. Magic? Talent? Knowledge? Or perhaps bloodline? No one could say. But for tonight, his task was to fulfill the old man's final wish. Mecca found some other items to prop up the table, preventing it from toppling over. He also tucked away the old book, placing it into his luggage. After tidying his bed and spreading out the quilt, he noticed that the wind from the window was blowing directly towards the bed, and indeed it was rather strong. So he slightly closed the window before retiring to bed. Just before drifting off to sleep, Mecca grasped a broken wand in his hand, listening to the rhythmic snores of Harry and Ron, and soon succumbed to slumber. A beam of golden light emerged from the fractured wand, shimmering like a fish gliding through the air, ultimately landing within Mecca's mind. In a dimly lit wooden cabin, an elderly man, with his back to Mecca, was intently concocting potions. The glass apparatuses emitted crisp sounds inadvertently. The man's hands moved with surprising agility, defying his age. He resembled a fish weaving effortlessly among the various tools. His skilled techniques in pouring, grinding, and stirring the ingredients evoked a sense of aesthetic pleasure, akin to a captivating performance art. The old man was so engrossed that he lost track of time, day blending into day. After observing quietly for a moment, Mecca stepped forward. He scrutinized the elderly man's face, still marked by deep creases, reminiscent of a rain-soaked path or a beehive, difficult to behold, with an obsessive focus. The old man continued his work, murmuring to himself, "It must succeed. It absolutely must succeed. I must complete the potion formula left by my teacher." He incessantly repeated these phrases, as if entranced, speaking without pause. Addressing the elder named Domin, Mecca declared, "I have come to fulfill my promise. I have completed your teacher's formula." The moment those words left his lips, it felt as though the very air within the cabin shifted. The surrounding darkness seemed to quiver like a curtain in the wind, distorting the shape of the wooden structure. A glimmer of golden light flickered in the old man's murky eyes as he turned to Mecca, his expression one of disbelief. "What did you say? You have completed the formula?" He gazed at Mecca with anticipation, and upon receiving a nod, his hands trembled with excitement. "Quick, show it to me," he urged. "My teacher and I have studied this formula, poring over countless texts for so long, always falling just short. I know there must be an ingredient missing, but alas, I cannot identify which one it is." The old man looked back at Mecca, his expression fervent. "Hurry, let me see." "I did not bring the materials with me," Mecca replied, somewhat taken aback, then quickly added, "However, I have memorized it and can recite it for you." The old man's eyes seemed to brighten. "You truly remember?" Mecca nodded. "Of course." He recounted the formula for the Felix Felici's potion in detail, and as the elder heard of the ingredients missing from his own formula, his eyes sparkled with excitement, almost misting over. When Mecca mentioned the shrivel fig, the old man appeared to drift into another realm, gazing down at the potion on the table and murmuring, "So it was the shrivel fig. It was indeed this most common ingredient." As the elderly man lifted his head once more, Mecca beheld the tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, his voice trembling with sorrow. "Teacher," he lamented, "it is the inadequacy of the student. It turns out that at the culmination of this elixir, its potency could not be harmonized, all because of a simple missing ingredient. A humble shrimp bulb. I have searched for decades, yet the most essential component of the potion lay right beneath my nose." The old man leaned forward, resembling a madman as he clutched the magical potions and materials on the table to his chest, tears flowing freely. Mecca, observing the elder's frenzied demeanor, remained silent, understanding that this man's lifelong aspiration had finally reached a resolution. He needed to unleash the emotions that had accumulated over countless days and nights. The wooden cabin echoed with intermittent sobs, reminiscent of a child weeping. After what felt like an eternity, the old man finally released his hold on the potion ingredients. He grew quiet, straightening his frame, his attire now stained with vibrant hues, carrying a scent of blood. The old man's body began to take on a translucent quality, as wispy, cotton-like remnants floated away from his back and hair, as if his flesh were transforming into gossamer, unable to withstand the breeze, destined to dissipate completely. Though his tears had ceased, moisture lingered in his eyes as he gazed at Mecca Anders with a misty stare, softly uttering, "Thank you, Mecca Anders. Thank you." A pure smile illuminated the elder's face, as if he had transformed from an old man back into a child. In that instant, his form disintegrated like sand slipping through an hourglass, swept away by the gust of wind, along with the cabin and the potions on the table, all vanishing into the unknown. Mecca watched this poignant scene with a sense of melancholy, moved by the elder's unwavering determination. He bid farewell to the sands that had once been the old man as they danced towards the horizon, where, as if the storm had passed, a golden beam of light descended, illuminating half of Mecca's face. In that moment, a surge of information flooded into Mecca's mind, bringing a flicker of joy to his countenance. He had randomly acquired the legacy of Domin Levitt, 20 years of experience with magical potion apparatuses. Golden rain began to fall from the heavens, nourishing Mecca Anders' being. He felt the cool droplets penetrate his mind and hands, subtly transforming his memories and habits in the gentlest of ways. In a moment of disorientation, he envisioned himself becoming the old Doman, standing before the potion-making table for countless days and nights, spanning decades. He vividly recalled every action he had taken during that time, each etched into his memory with such clarity that not even concentrated sulfuric acid could erase them. In a trance-like state, Mecca moved his hands in a silent choreography within the vast emptiness, as if he were concocting a potion, akin to the most exceptional pianist showcasing his artistry. Streams of golden rain cascaded down, coalescing into flowing rivulets around his hands, harmonizing with their graceful movements. Time seemed to have slipped away unnoticed as Mecca opened his eyes. A hint of weariness etched in his gaze. Finally, he lowered his hands and stared blankly at them. In that moment, words appeared before him. Visible only to his eyes, Mecca Anders. Potions crafting talent, moderate. Proficiency in potion-making tools, 20 years. Mental acuity level, 18. Magic none. Mecca found it hard to believe. A mix of incredulity and bemusement washing over him. In this 11-year-old form, he suddenly possessed 2 decades of experience with potion-making tools. He recalled a saying from his previous life, seeking fresh graduates, requiring 20 years of experience. At that moment, a vague and indistinct voice, seemingly from nowhere, called into his ears, "Mecca, wake up, wake up." Mecca paused, his consciousness somewhat dazed. The voice struck him like a hammer, shattering everything in front of him with a thunderous crash. The ground seemed to collapse, and he felt as though he were falling into an endless vortex. The world spun around him. Startled, Mecca woke abruptly in bed. The bright light pierced his eyes, and he raised a hand to shield them. Realizing it was the sunlight streaming through the window, morning had arrived. Harry shook Mecca's shoulders, relieved to see him awake. "Mecca, you're finally up. We have Transfiguration class at 8 o'clock. Hurry up. I still need to wake Ron." Chapter 12. Transfiguration Class. As Mecca Anders made his way to the Transfiguration classroom, he pondered the level of proficiency in potion-making tools he had inherited from old Dorman the previous night. His talent for potion crafting was merely moderate, not particularly impressive. Yet it was not beyond the realm of improvement. The 20 years of experience with potion-making tools were invaluable, already at his disposal, evoking thoughts of a distant future. To become an exceptional wizard, resources were undoubtedly essential. Whether brewing potions or studying magic, even the space within his mind required resources. Resources equated to money, to galleons. In the magical world, the path to wealth often lay through potion makers. Mecca mused that with the space in his mind, he might just rewrite the records of the magical realm, becoming the youngest potion maker, perhaps even the youngest potion master. Once he unlocked the secrets of potions, he believed he would never have to worry about money again. With this thought, Mecca felt the skies brighten, and his spirit lifted remarkably. Upon reaching the doorway of the Transfiguration classroom, he paused, noticing Harry and Ron, both panting heavily, had caught up to him. This morning, Ron had been forcibly dragged out of bed by Mecca to wash up and leave, preventing them from wasting time in the dormitory. The 3 of them had hurried over, just managing to arrive on time. Mecca opened the door with a creak. The heavy black door swung open, revealing a sea of curious eyes fixed upon them. Ron instinctively shrank back, feeling out of place, while Harry adjusted his glasses and lowered his gaze as he stepped inside. Mecca surveyed the room. It was somewhat dim, even with the windows open. On the lectern, a candle flickered, while a white-furred cat with black stripes stretched lazily, the candlelight glimmering in its delicate pupils. The students, attired uniformly in wizarding robes, sat around the lectern. Mecca stepped forward, surveying the faces of these young sorcerers. Hermione, with her slightly curly brown hair, waved at them. Mecca nodded slightly in acknowledgement, found a desk, and placed his books upon it before directing his gaze toward the lectern. Nearby, Harry and Ron were seated. Ron lifted his head, stifled a yawn, and was about to engage in some idle chatter when Mecca gently tapped his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Ron cast a puzzled glance at him, seemingly bewildered by the prohibition on speaking. On the wall, illuminated by the candlelight, a black shadow began to rise from the floor, growing taller and broader. Soon, the cat transformed into a dignified elderly woman clad in a flowing green robe. Professor McGonagall raised her light golden, still shifting cat-like eyes and cast a cold glance at Ron, who promptly gaped, unable to close his mouth, burying his face in the desk. It was delightful to see everyone's enthusiasm for learning. The first day was splendid, with no one arriving late. Professor McGonagall, with her hair styled in a neat bun and a sharp chin, possessed a grace and elegance akin to that of a cat. She cast a casual glance over Mecca and his companions, remarking, "Sometimes it is unnecessary to calculate time so meticulously. Arriving a bit earlier can allow for unexpected events on the way, ensuring timely arrival in the classroom." Harry seemed to sense her sternness, lowering his head that had previously been held high. Within his mind, Mecca savored the scene of the cat's transformation into a human, reliving the fervor of his own first day at school. He listened attentively. While it appeared to be a minor spell, the fact that it could stand alone as a course spanning from 1st to 7th grade indicated its profound depth. Even as a form of magic, it could be considered a significant branch in its own right. Indeed, this magic was renowned for its complexity and danger, celebrated throughout the magical world. Its name, Transfiguration, encompassed the transformation of inanimate objects, the conversion between lifeless and living forms, and the most perilous of all, the animagus. This particular animagus involves transforming oneself into an animal, altering everything from skin to blood vessels, from muscles to bones, and ultimately to organs, layer by layer. The peril associated with transfiguration lies precisely in this process. One might say your body remains alive, yet the person has perished. Of course, first-year transfiguration classes do not delve into animagy, but rather introduce foundational theories, such as the transformation of inanimate objects, changing one object into another. Professor McGonagall, having taught here for many years and serving as the deputy headmistress of the illustrious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, possessed an immense reservoir of knowledge, articulating the otherwise tedious theories of transfiguration in an accessible and engaging manner. I look forward to seeing how much you have learned from this lesson. Now, employing the transfiguration knowledge you have acquired, transform the matchsticks on the desk into a needle. Be swift. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and remarked, "Magic demands one to dare to act. Otherwise, it remains confined to the realms of theory and knowledge, and one will never truly master it." Harry glanced up at Ron and Mecca with a hint of skepticism, seemingly doubting his own capacity to accomplish such a feat, eager to observe how others executed their magic. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, as if he had grasped the essence of the task at hand. He whispered the incantation for transfiguration, and a beam of white light enveloped the matchstick. The matchstick rolled and twisted, morphing as if it were made of clay, swelling and elongating intermittently. Tiny, hair-like strands emerged, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Mecca's expression brightened with anticipation, but it swiftly shifted. With a sudden puff, a noxious gas escaped, releasing a yellowish fog. The delicate strands withered, leaving the last one drooping like a solitary hair on a balding head. Ron and Harry, initially captivated, were soon overwhelmed by the stench and gagged. Harry quickly covered his nose. Mecca waved her hand to disperse the odor, frowning as she pondered the reasons for her failure. She possessed a keen awareness of her own abilities, thus she did not feel disheartened. Whether one grasped magic on the first attempt was commendable, and if not, it was of little consequence. Deflating charm. A bright, melodious voice rang out, capturing Mecca's attention. She turned to see Miss Hermione Granger, her chestnut hair cascading elegantly, her tone spirited and her eyes sparkling with brightness. With her wand, she unleashed streams of white light, reminiscent of swaying seaweed, which dove directly into the matchstick before her. Instantly, the matchstick ballooned, becoming plump with silver spots sprouting across its surface, gradually enveloping the entire form. Clink! The balloon-like matchstick suddenly shrank into a slender needle, landing on the ground with a couple of cheerful bounces, producing a crisp sound. Well done. For the first time, a smile graced her otherwise serious face. Miss Granger has performed admirably. Gryffindor earns 3 points. Applause erupted, instigated by Ron, and soon the entire Gryffindor cohort joined in, some cheering and whistling, which promptly earned them a glare from Professor McGonagall. Yet, it seemed her mood was quite amiable, as she refrained from penalizing the whistler. Mecca Anders also clapped with a smile, focusing intently on the modest young girl, a barely perceptible golden light flickering in her pupils like a darting fish. Hermione Granger. Mental prowess level, 43. The magical aptitude of this chestnut-haired girl was thus revealed. Mecca felt neither disheartened nor defeated. Instead, she perceived a new target to pursue, her smile growing ever brighter. In the vampire's autobiography, she contemplated what knowledge might be gleaned. She mused that tonight would unveil that answer, an anticipation that invigorated her spirit. Chapter 13. The Vampire Scholar. After class, the students surged forth, gradually exiting the Transfiguration classroom, leaving only Professor McGonagall, who methodically tidied her desk. Just as she was about to leave, an elderly man peered in from outside. The man, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles, stood there like a stone statue, exuding an aura of weightiness and reliability. "Professor McGonagall, you are too hasty," Professor Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "It is merely their first day, their inaugural lesson. To demand they master transfiguration at this stage is rather harsh." "Professor Dumbledore?" Upon hearing his words, Professor McGonagall quickened her pace, moving to the doorway. In the presence of this venerable headmaster, her demeanor softened, revealing a tone imbued with respect for her elder. Though Professor McGonagall had aged, reaching her 80s, this old man had long surpassed the century mark that many deem the threshold of longevity. With a furrowed brow, Professor McGonagall replied, "I comprehend your thoughts, headmaster. But as you have previously indicated, times have changed, the undercurrents of danger flowed unseen. Dark wizards lurked like ravenous beasts, awaiting the rise of one who would wield power and command, ready to gather at a signal and descend upon Hogwarts. This individual might emerge soon, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. Who could say?" Dumbledore, stroking his frost-white beard, chuckled heartily. "So, you wish to discern the true nature of the boy foretold to be the savior? Have you gleaned anything thus far?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "Indeed, I have observed two individuals of particular note." "Oh," Dumbledore replied, intrigued. "Two?" "Yes, two," she affirmed, her expression brightening. "One is a brown-haired girl, Miss Granger. She successfully performed the transfiguration spell on her first attempt. Her talent is exceptional, ranking among the top 10 in my years of teaching. The other is the boy who has survived great adversity, Mr. Potter. Though he did not succeed, it is not due to a lack of ability or talent. Rather, he is still acclimating to this magical world. His failure stems from a moment of uncertainty. Of course." Professor McGonagall produced a document. "The other students also display commendable talent, though they do not quite measure up to these two. Nonetheless, they are promising. This is a list I have compiled for your review." Dumbledore accepted the document, adjusting his glasses and squinting at the contents. "There are quite a number here. However, by presenting this to me, do you wish to convey something further?" Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave. "Extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures, Headmaster Dumbledore. I wish to allocate resources to cultivate the future pillars of Hogwarts. Should any calamity befall the school, they will be the last flicker of hope." Dumbledore gazed into the distance, spotting a composed, dark-haired boy in the corridor who, upon noticing him, paused momentarily before greeting him, seemingly addressing him as Professor. "Professor McGonagall, do you believe that child possesses potential?" Professor McGonagall turned her head, noticing the black-haired youth had already departed, leaving only a fleeting silhouette. Nevertheless, she recognized him. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Mecca Anders, I remember that child. However, I fear he may struggle to achieve greatness in magic. I witnessed him attempt a transformation spell, but regrettably, while it appeared he had taken his first steps, he had actually veered off course. Should he continue down this path with aspirations of becoming an animagus, he may soon lose his sanity and devolve into a mere beast due to the flawed foundation of his transformation skills." Professor Dumbledore chuckled softly and replied, "Professor McGonagall, your intentions are commendable, yet their execution is fraught with difficulty. Consider this child. You have defined his future based on a single lesson. Even if we entertain your viewpoint, what, Mr. Potter, can you truly discern his potential from just one class?" Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment and shook her head. "I cannot fully grasp it." "Indeed," Professor Dumbledore said, narrowing his eyes, "you cannot ascertain it, nor can I. You claim Mr. Potter possesses remarkable talent, yet does it truly compare to that individual you anticipate, the one destined to wield power and authority? That person was once my student, and his prodigious abilities unsettled even me. However, when I observe Mr. Potter, though his talents are commendable, they do not evoke the same sense of foreboding within me. In light of this, how could he possibly stand against that individual? How could he be the prophesied savior?" Professor McGonagall's expression turned contemplative, and she fell silent. It seemed she was re-evaluating the decisions she had previously made. Yet how could someone of her stature waver so easily in the face of another's dissent? Professor Dumbledore shook his head. "You see, there lies a contradiction. The potential of a person cannot be discerned at a glance. Your definition of potential is rather narrow." As he slowly walked away, he left behind a lingering thought. Moreover, those with exceptional gifts are not destined solely to be pillars of strength. They may also become the very force that shatters those pillars. Outside the classroom, the boy was oblivious to the unfolding discourse. Mecca Anders exited the classroom and, with no particular destination in mind, began to wander aimlessly. After partaking in lunch, he made his way to the school library. The library was indeed vast, resembling a sea of books that was awe-inspiring. The shelves seemed to stretch endlessly, and the multitude of tomes present was overwhelming, embodying a true ocean of knowledge, immense, yet seemingly dull. Having developed an interest in transformation spells during class, Mecca Anders, aware of his limited understanding, eventually found his way to the library. He sought out texts pertaining to transformation magic. However, given the extensive and intricate nature of the subject, locating a simple and comprehensible introductory guide proved to be quite the challenge. Fortuitously, Mecca Anders spotted a familiar face. With a smile, he realized he had found a savior. Approaching one of the bookshelves, he saw Hermione Granger, her brown hair cascading down as she immersed herself in her reading, utterly engrossed. Hermione? Hey! Hermione was momentarily taken aback, only to realize someone had called her name. Turning her head, she saw Mecca Anders. You are here as well? Mecca remarked with a smile. I know you are an avid reader, but I didn't expect you to be so engrossed on your first day. If I hadn't called you, you might have been oblivious to the setting sun. Hermione scratched her head and chuckled innocently. I'm like this at home too. It's become a habit. Usually, it's my father who calls me for dinner when the time comes. Glancing behind Mecca, she noticed Harry and Ron were absent, leading her to suspect that Mecca was seeking her out. Are you looking for me? She inquired. Mecca nodded with a smile. I am in search of a book on transfiguration that I can comprehend. You see, I have just entered the magical realm and know very little about it. After attending a transfiguration class today, I realize my understanding is quite limited. I fear that studying in isolation may lead me astray. I am aware that you have read extensively, so I would like to seek your guidance on where to find suitable books. Oh, I know just the place. Head over there, and at the end of the aisle, on the right shelf, the second row from the top, there's a book that would be quite fitting for you. It's titled A Guide to Transfiguration by Phil Sopp. She smiled modestly, adding, I read that book about 2 weeks ago. Purchased it in Diagon Alley, but I am surprised by the vast collection here. Nearly all the books I've seen in Diagon Alley seem to be present. Mecca took note of the title and, after thanking her, proceeded to find the book. Soon, he returned with a hefty tome. Its substantial weight suggested that it was written in an accessible manner, albeit with a bit more ink. As he opened it, he was astonished to see familiar handwriting. Phil Sopp? How can it be that this script is identical to that found in the autobiography of a vampire? Could it possibly be the work of the same individual? Flipping through several pages, Mecca confirmed the handwriting was nearly identical, leading him to believe they were authored by the same person. A sense of exhilaration surged within him as he realized the author of the autobiography of a vampire was likely a scholarly figure. This similarity suggested that the legacies he could choose from would indeed be more valuable. After calming his excitement, he finally immersed himself in the book, diligently studying the foundational knowledge and introductions to transfiguration. The text was indeed straightforward, and Mecca delved deeply into the material. It was not until dusk set in that he noticed the words before him had begun to blur, a realization that he had spent the entire afternoon engrossed in his studies. That night, Mecca retrieved an old book from his suitcase. It was none other than the autobiography of a vampire. He casually thumbed through it, reading a few pages and sensing a profound loneliness within the lines. It seemed that this gentleman, living in a foreign land as a vampire, fell out of place among the locals, exuding an air of isolation. Ron, noticing Mecca's reading, rolled his eyes and said, You spent the whole afternoon in the library, and you're still reading? Harry, sitting at the edge of the bed, appeared weary as well, flopping onto his bed with a comfortable sigh. Hearing Ron's comment, Mecca chuckled softly. I won't read anymore. It's time for sleep. He embraced the book and drifted off into slumber. The candlelight in the dormitory dimmed, while the moonlight, streaming in from the window, appeared to grow ever brighter. Chapter 14. The Regret of Phil Sopp. In the dormitory, a boy with short hair posed a question to another boy sitting by the window, his long braid neatly tied. The boy with the braid possessed a pallid complexion, reminiscent of someone who had spent too long in the shadows of a cave. Turning his head, he scrutinized the short-haired boy with his narrow eyes and shook his head. It is such a pity to waste the Christmas holiday at school. No, the boy with the braid replied, shaking his head once more. I am accustomed to solitude. Very well, the short-haired boy sighed. Then I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you after the holiday. With no one left in the dormitory, the tranquil sounds of water outside became distinctly audible. The boy with the braid murmured softly, Clacy, my sister. On the day my bloodline awakened, my uncontrolled magic marred your visage, leaving you confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your days. How can you not harbor hatred for me? You should despise me. Your smile was once so radiant, and you delighted in running through the hills, claiming the air in the mountains was as sweet as candy. Yet, I have ruined your beautiful face, shattered your legs, destroyed everything. His expression contorted in anguish. You ought to hate me, my dear sister. You should loathe me. A gust of wind swept outside, stirring the curtains and lifting the hair from the boy's forehead as he succumbed to despair, his demeanor shifting to melancholy. You speak the truth. I long for home. Even if you say you forgive me, how can I forgive myself? You mentioned wanting to visit me, yet I provided you with an incorrect address. I deceived you all, leaving that place to come to Hogwarts alone. The scene blurred into an inky haze, and when clarity returned, the same dormitory was visible. Yet the boy with the braid had matured into a young man. On the table lay a few letters, all signed by Clacy. The letters, now yellowed and creased for being read countless times, were cherished and preserved. Since that day, he had not dared to retrieve the letters, fearful of encountering familiar faces. Outside, the north wind howled, blanketing everything in white. The young man with the braid caressed the letters, as if confiding in a loved one. Clacy, how have you been? It has been many years since I last contacted you. You must have grown so much. It is a pity I have not witnessed it. Are you and our parents doing well? I find myself missing you all. He lifted his gaze to the window, as if a young girl were smiling radiantly on the sill. As he stared, his eyes appeared to be tinged with red ink, gradually sharpening like the gaze of a beast. Unperturbed, he lowered his head, scribbling something on the table, seemingly a diary entry. The young man whispered, Clacy, the bloodline within me should have been yours to inherit. Had my powers not awakened, I would not have harmed you, and such tragedies would not have occurred. You have always been brighter than I. If this power were entrusted to you, you would wield it with great mastery. The long-braided youth extended his hands, upon which blossomed a blood-red flower, reminiscent of a rose steeped in crimson, swaying gently in the breeze. His gaze transformed into one of resolute determination as he solemnly proclaimed, Clacy, I have learned much at school, sought wisdom from various teachers, culminating in this singular blood-hued blossom. As long as I draw breath, I shall refine it, and one day, the power of this bloodline shall manifest within you once more. If I bestow it upon you, the vitality of the blood will mend the wounds upon your visage and grant you the gifts of a sorcerer. In that moment, I shall have no regrets. The youth had matured into a young man adorned with a faint mustache, yet his countenance bore the marks of weariness, his appearance unkempt. He immersed himself in an obscure library, akin to a famished stag in a forest, fervently absorbing the knowledge contained within the tomes. Soon, the sun descended, casting darkness upon the world. The library extinguished its lights, the flickering candlelight extinguishing itself, plunging everything into obscurity. The young man, as if awakening from a distant dream, raised his head. Is it dark already? He beheld the brilliant stars outside, choosing to remain seated, quietly gazing for a while. When urged by another, he finally rose, brushing the dust from his clothing, murmuring, It will be soon. Clacy, it will be soon. I am on the verge of resolving the final issue, transferring the bloodline to you. After that, I shall finally rest, for it has been far too long since I enjoyed a proper slumber. Unbeknownst to anyone, the proper slumber he referred to was, in truth, eternal rest. The risks associated with the bloodline transfer were immense. Even if by some stroke of luck it succeeded, it was destined to demand a sacrifice. Time slipped away, and the library transformed into a flaming inferno. The now middle-aged Felthorpe lay upon the ground, his complexion ashen. Blood stained his body, and he clutched a book tightly in his hands, while a black wizard who had intruded unleashed a lethal curse, rendering him near death. During the most tumultuous period of the magical realm, all cries for help went unanswered. Even the Ministry of Magic, the law enforcement of the magical world, was embroiled in chaos, unable to dispatch aid. Outside, the wails echoed like the mournful cries of a cat being hunted. Felthorpe trembled as he raised his hand, noticing the rose pattern on his palm, the same hue as blood, and tears streamed silently down his face. Clacy, he uttered, his face devoid of color, his words a mere whisper. I fear I may not see you again, my sister, my beloved sister. Success was so close, merely a step away. He raised his gaze to the encroaching flames, as if he could see that familiar figure, as well as his long-lost parents. Felthorpe gently closed his eyes, allowing regretful tears to flow. I have missed you, so very, very much. I should have sought you out first. I have nearly forgotten what you look like. His visage bore an expression of unease and sorrow as he permanently closed his eyes. Decades of existence turned to ash, drifting beneath the somber sky, leaving only a blurred silhouette, ensconced among the stacks of books, as if bereft of a soul, murmuring, I have missed you, so very, very much. I ought to gaze upon you once more, for I am on the verge of forgetting your visages. He repeated this mantra like a marionette, as the ground rippled like the surface of a lake. Mecca Anders sighed deeply and approached slowly. A ray of golden light cascaded down, manifesting words akin to musical notes that obstructed the path ahead. A tome, soaked in tears, his diary, belonging to Philsop Comer. The Soul Legacy, a blood-born entity imbued with the secrets of transfiguration. Note, this crimson rose embodies the entirety of Philsop Comer's knowledge, drawing sustenance from his intellect, magic, and corporeal form. When the rose fully takes shape, it signifies the impending depletion of Philsop Comer's life force. Thus, he possesses but one singular legacy. Alas, since Philsop's body has succumbed to death, the blood-born entity harbors his soul, rendering it inaccessible to others, to be inherited solely by its host. This blood rose is not only a variant of transfiguration, encapsulating Philsop's comprehension and wisdom regarding the art, but also conceals the secrets of bloodlines, allowing one to assimilate the unique vampiric lineage through the method of animagus. Yet, it appears that its maturation requires an additional element. Furthermore, it is essential to note that vampires are regarded as innate masters of transfiguration. Chapter 15, Potions Class. Bloodborne? Mecca Anders beheld this unfamiliar phenomenon, murmuring softly. He glanced at the middle-aged man engrossed in his tome, a look of sorrow crossing his features. Philsop was indeed a remarkable talent. The obsession he left behind bore the marks of age. To amend a childhood regret, he devoted decades of unwavering effort, ultimately creating a magic that emerged from transfiguration. It is worth noting that the evolution of most magic is meticulously documented and revered. It demands not only time and dedication, but, crucially, innate talent. Philsop evidently possessed all three indispensable qualities. What is your desire? Mecca approached Philsop, exhaling a sigh. Do you wish to catch a glimpse of your family? Yet your current condition is far from promising. I think that even if I were to see them, you would not be able to behold their appearances. Mecca's words seemed to evoke a change in the atmosphere. A golden ripple spread forth, and Philsop, buried in his book, lifted his withered visage. A flicker of light danced in his vacant gaze, imbuing it with newfound vitality. I wish to know how they fare. I long to see their current forms, even if only in a photograph. Upon hearing this, Mecca exhaled in relief. I comprehend now. Do you still remember their address? In the book, Philsop replied, It is a tome, my diary. As he spoke, the spark in his eyes appeared to flicker, and the typically taciturn man suddenly donned a melancholic expression. Clacy, my sister, I wish you well. Mecca observed as Philsop reverted to his former vacant demeanor, and, moved by his emotion, could not help but exclaim, What a truly unfortunate fate he endures. He lingered in place for a moment before rising to his feet. A tempest swept across the sky, engulfing the landscape in its embrace. In an instant, he was drawn into its depths, losing all consciousness. At last, he found it. In the dormitory, Mecca Anders wore a smile. 2 hours had elapsed, and he had finally uncovered the description of the Philsop family from the tome titled The Autobiography of a Vampire. The text revealed, it was a wooden cottage at the foot of a mountain. Opening the door and gazing toward the mountainside, one could behold a tapestry of wildflowers in every hue imaginable. Clazy mentioned her fondness for the pink ones, for they possessed a sweet fragrance reminiscent of candy. Mecca continued reading and discovered a minuscule note penned by Philsop within the crevice of the book. Indong Mountain, number 7. Mecca repeated the address, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Was Indong Mountain indeed a location within the magical realm? Would a letter ever reach such a place? Yet, he soon acquiesced to the thought. After all these years, it was uncertain whether the Philsop family still resided there. Pondering it further only led to more questions. Better to send the letter and take a chance. However, sending a letter required a messenger. As this thought crossed his mind, Mecca glanced towards the window by Harry's bedside, where a snowy owl took flight, wings outstretched, and he could not suppress a smile. He could borrow this owl from Harry to send his letter later. What a pity he hadn't thought to acquire one as a pet himself. Although he had heard that Harry's owl was quite expensive, perhaps he would have hesitated to purchase it. Dong! The clock in the dormitory chimed. Mecca glanced at the time. It was getting late. He needed to attend class. He stifled a yawn, rose from his chair, stretched lazily, and gathered his belongings to head to the potions classroom. The potions classroom resembled a cathedral. Light streaming in from high windows, akin to divine illumination. At the front stood a long, wide table, laden with jars and vials. This was the workspace of the potions professor for concocting elixirs. The students' desks were arrayed with their own sets of purchased potion-making tools. Mecca Anders idly fiddled with the beakers on the table. While they appeared unfamiliar to the other young wizards, they were profoundly familiar to him. These potion-making instruments, seemingly akin to ordinary glassware, were, in truth, markedly distinct. much like the difference between a broom in the mundane world and a flying broom in a magical realm. The vessels used for potion making were crafted through a unique alchemical technique, rendering them more attuned to magic and resonant with the wizard's own power. This resonance allowed the various ingredients within the vessel to blend in wondrous ways, achieving an optimal potency and efficacy. Such resonance was not something easily learned through skill or methodology. It was akin to the instinctive act of drinking water. To master it, one either needed innate talent or to undergo rigorous practice. And Mecca Anders, evidently, had inherited the fruits of decades of labor from Old Man Doman. Following the instructions in the book, he poured a modest amount of distilled water into the cup, subsequently adding ingredients such as peony root, wood shavings, and glow powder, gently stirring and shaking the mixture. This action, seemingly simple, exuded a sense of calm and elegance, even from Hermione's perspective, akin to a pianist performing a magnificent composition. Hermione watched his movements, blinking in astonishment. Soon, she furrowed her brow, perplexed by the strange thoughts that had crossed her mind, merely finding the action aesthetically pleasing. The cup in Mecca Anders' hand continued to sway, and the pale silver solution appeared to shimmer with specks of luminescence, floating on the surface and flickering in and out of view. His gaze remained fixed on the cup, seemingly attuned to a mysterious force flowing between his palm and the beaker. Mecca was concocting a potion to treat boils, a most elementary elixir that even a novice could brew with some guidance, thus serving as an introduction to the art of potion making. Just as he was about to pour the solution into the crucible for heating over a spirit lamp, the classroom door suddenly swung open with a clang. A figure burst in with fervor, clad in a voluminous black robe, his expression cold and inscrutable. His pale complexion resembled an unmelting block of ice, exuding an aura that commanded distance. This was Professor Severus Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts. Mecca watched Professor Snape enter, momentarily lost in thought. Yet the ingrained habit from years of memory compelled him to continue shaking the beaker. As Snape passed by, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His face betrayed no emotion. Yet he stood for a good 10 seconds, leaving the young witches and wizards bewildered about his intent. Mecca also noticed Snape's gaze, lifting his head to meet the professor's eyes, and was unexpectedly greeted with a subtle nod. Though slight, this gesture astonished Mecca Anders. Had he truly perceived that in such a short span? Mecca pondered, yet his inquiry remained unanswered. Professor Snape proceeded to the lectern as though nothing had happened, casting a cursory glance at the students below. He spoke. Potion making is a discipline achievable only by those of exceptional talent. I do not expect you to learn much, but do not wield your wands in my classroom. Snape's gaze subtly swept over a few fidgeting students, who, suddenly jolted, hastily tucked away their wands. They finally grasped that the professor's fearsome reputation at Hogwarts was not without merit. The potions class marks the beginning of all wonders. Here, I shall instruct you in brewing healing potions, the elixir of life, shrinking solutions, and complex mixtures. Everything you have heard of, or perhaps not. Every wondrous potion, capable of manipulating the mind and deceiving the senses, can come to fruition under the hands of a master potioneer. I shall also teach you how to cultivate fame and brew brilliance. Professor Snape paused momentarily. I can also teach you how to brew potions that grant immortality. This statement landed like cold water thrown into a pot of hot oil, instantly igniting the fervent emotions of the young wizards. Harry was diligently taking notes, utterly oblivious. Beside him, Ron cast a glance at Harry and whispered, though it sounds rather exhilarating, he certainly doesn't seem like a good person. However, Harry was so engrossed in his writing that he failed to hear Ron's words. With a mere shrug, Ron leaned towards Mecca. He lowered his voice again, attempting to convey something. Mecca Anders smiled at Ron, but then caught the gaze of Professor Snape, causing Ron to abruptly close his mouth, no longer daring to speak. Professor Snape turned his attention to Harry, his expression growing even colder. I have encountered too many individuals of great renown, yet even the most illustrious among them are willing to heed the opinions of others, those who solely rely on their past achievements. Reveling in self-satisfaction and dismissing the voices of others are typically fools. Not to mention, some are even less worthy, merely basking in a grand reputation. Mecca glanced at Professor Snape on the platform, and then at Harry, who was lost in thought, displaying an expression of keen interest. Once the potion class concluded, Mecca exited the classroom, followed somewhat dejectedly by Harry. I don't understand why he targets me. I'm merely recording what he said in class, Harry remarked. As Mecca raised his head to observe the weather, a solitary owl flew by, reminding him of the letter he intended to send. He smiled and patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Harry. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding. You can clarify things next time." He pointed to the owl overhead. Harry, I recall you have an owl as well? Yes, Harry replied absently. Mecca inquired, would it be possible for me to borrow it to send a letter? Chapter 16. Conversation. Having just concluded the first class of the semester, Professor Snape exited the tower-like building, only to find Professor Dumbledore, with his silver hair like frost, walking alongside him unbeknownst to him. Dumbledore smiled and remarked, I seldom see you so concerned about a child. This is the second time I have encountered this child. Snape replied, glancing at the figure in the distance with a slight smile. It seems rather fateful. What do you think of his talent in potions? Snape, unusually contemplative, stated, his familiarity with potion apparatus is almost innate. If not for his appearance, I would assume he were a wizard with over 20 years of experience in potion research. Oh, such high praise, Dumbledore observed, narrowing his eyes. Do you consider him a natural-born potion master? Snape shook his head. His mastery of potion instruments is impeccable. Yet that alone does not qualify him to become a potion maker. To truly excel, one must possess a unique perception of ingredients, as well as sufficient perseverance and determination. After all, this is an art that demands extensive experience. He took a few steps forward, pausing with an expression that hinted at newfound seriousness. In summary, I shall need to observe him for a while longer. Dumbledore regarded him with a certain expression, his demeanor visibly brightening. And he chuckled as he stroked his beard. It seems that having an additional student is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for you. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mecca glanced at the white owl flapping its wings beside Harry's bed, a smile gracing her lips. The matter of the owl had been resolved. However, to acquire updates and photographs regarding the Phelps family, it would be essential to first gain her trust through correspondence. I must assume a credible identity to converse with her. A thought struck Mecca after a brief contemplation, and she clapped her hands in delight. The identity of a student of Phelps is quite fitting for me. Seated at the desk, Mecca deliberated for a moment, took up a quill dipped in ink, and inscribed upon the parchment, to the unacquainted Miss Clacy. Professor Phelps dedicated his life to the study of transfiguration, yet my knowledge is woefully inadequate, and I remain oblivious to the specifics of his research. His experiments continued until a decade ago when a reckless dark wizard claimed his life. Mecca furrowed her brow, pondering for a while. Including Phelps' experiments in her letter was intended to shed light on his intentions. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy that after years of diligent effort, no one knew of his endeavors. Furthermore, this would serve as a means to comfort his family. She continued her writing. After the professor's passing, I was engulfed in sorrow, unable to extricate myself from the depths of my grief. Eventually, I departed from that dolorous place. It turned out that the professor sought to transfer a certain lineage to his sister. As you are aware, he tragically lost his life in an accident, and the experiment came to an untimely end. I perused his entire diary, which was replete with fervor and anticipation for his experiments. It inadvertently bore a tinge of melancholy. Some of the entries seemed to convey his final wishes. I felt perplexed and inquired with a friend specializing in transfiguration. He stated that lineage is inextricably linked to the individual, and once transferred, the person would perish. Thus, should this experiment succeed, its outcome would surely come at the cost of a life. In the pages of the book, I uncovered the professor's aspirations. He expressed numerous times a desire to know how his sister, his father, and mother were faring, and he longed to see a recent photograph of his family, particularly of Clacy, that is, you. Initially, I was left with only regret for the professor, lacking his family's address, but fortunately, at the conclusion of the diary, I discovered this address. Clutching a glimmer of hope, I dispatched this letter. Mecca reviewed the letter before allowing the ink to dry, folded it neatly, and placed it in a smaller envelope, securing it to the owl's talon. She then opened the window and released the owl into the sky. With a flurry of wings, she watched as the owl swiftly vanished, a smile adorning her face. September 7th, the weather is cool. Today's lesson involves defense against the dark arts. However, no spells were taught. Professor Quirrell, the instructor of this course, merely outlined some basic precautions against dark magic. It is noteworthy that Professor Chilo is an eccentric individual whom Mecca Anders had encountered at the Broken Axe Tavern. At that time, his visage was marked by fear, and after a brief collision with Mecca, he hastily departed. As he walked, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Professor Snape, who called out to him, leaving Mecca somewhat astonished, for he could not fathom what this typically aloof professor desired from him. Professor Snape retained his usual demeanor, his tone unwavering. Mecca Anders? Is that your name? Yes. Mecca nodded. Have you ever dabbled in potions? Professor Snape inquired. Mecca shook his head, replying, I have never engaged with it before. My first encounter was just a few days ago in your class. Professor Snape responded with a thoughtful very well. It seems you possess some innate talent in potions. Are you interested in the subject? Indeed, Mecca affirmed. Do you have time this Friday? Professor Snape asked. Mecca displayed a look of uncertainty, pondering what the Friday meeting entailed. After a moment's reflection, he stated, aside from attending classes, I have no other commitments. I have no classes on Friday afternoon. Professor Snape instructed. Come to my office on Friday. Prior to that, I wish for you to familiarize yourself with the method of creating a calming potion. He paused, his tone turning grave. I shall assess whether you possess the requisite aptitude to advance further along the path of potions. With that, Professor Snape turned and departed, leaving Mecca standing in contemplation. Assess my capability to progress further? He mused, stroking his chin. What could Snape's words imply? Did he wish for Mecca to become his formal student, inheriting his knowledge of potions? Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. Startled, Mecca turned to see Professor Chilo, his face pale and adorned with a headscarf. He tilted his head, gazing intently in the direction Professor Snape had taken. After a moment, Professor Chilo lowered his gaze to Mecca, his eyes flickering as if discomfort, and stammered. Mecca Anders? A shiver ran down Mecca's spine, prompting him to instinctively retract his neck. Yes, Professor. It is a pleasure to meet you. Professor Chilo scrutinized his face, revealing an enigmatic smile before he wandered off. What did that mean? Mecca felt perplexed, watching the retreating figure of Professor Chilo, scratching his head. The professor's smile, combined with his pallid complexion, indeed evoked a sense of unease. Frowning, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, a white owl glided gracefully through the air, landing in Mecca Anders' dormitory. It bore a larger, updated envelope tied to its foot. Chapter 17, The Reply. The envelope was sealed with a vine, and upon holding it, one could detect the earthy scent of the wilderness. Mecca shook the envelope, confirming its emptiness before unfolding the letter to read. Dear Mr. Anders, I miss him terribly, constantly thinking of him. In my childhood, I was deeply attached to my brother, often trailing behind him as we roamed the mountains and fields. However, an unfortunate incident later separated us, one bound to the north and the other to the south. I once dreamed of the day my beloved brother would suddenly reappear before me, yet now, I realize that such a hope has become impossible. Due to the shattering of this illusion, I locked myself away in my room and wept for an entire day. Nevertheless, I remain deeply grateful to you, Mr. Anders, for providing me with news of my brother, thereby fulfilling one of my long-held wishes. My father passed away a decade ago. He was an ordinary man, much like myself. My mother, though a sorceress, has grown gray from excessive worry. I have yet to muster the courage to share my brother's news with her, as I fear she may not be able to bear it. Currently, my mother and I live together. Our circumstances may not be affluent, yet we are not troubled by the daily struggle for sustenance. You may assure my brother that we are faring well and that there is no need for concern on his behalf. As for the photograph, we possess no recent images. Thus, my mother's magic has captured our likeness, which I have affixed to the back of this letter for your perusal. Lastly, I humbly beseech you to send me a few of my brother's old belongings. Given that the diary pertains to a sorcerer's experiments, I hardly dare to hope for it. I merely request any other remnants, even if it is but a newspaper. I apologize for my presumptuous request and hope for your understanding. It appears the photograph was indeed included. Mecca quickly turned over the letter, his face lighting up with joy. He had initially feared an error had occurred. Perhaps the photograph was not sent, and he would need to dispatch another letter to inquire. To his surprise, it had been directly enchanted onto the paper. The letter featured a photograph of a mother and daughter. The daughter cradled a framed picture of her father, while the mother, her hair starkly white, were the marks of time etched upon her face. Despite her stoic demeanor, an air of sorrow lingered. The daughter leaned in to whisper something in her mother's ear, prompting a smile and a gentle pat on her daughter's hand. Alas, the daughter was seated in a wheelchair, her face marred by burn scars. Mecca sighed at the sight. Once, they had been a joyful family of 4, now separated by misfortune. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, awaiting the evening to present it to Phelps. As dusk fell, the hall was aglow with candlelight, radiating brightness akin to sunlight, illuminating every corner. Students dined, the clatter of cutlery blending into a harmonious symphony, while the aroma of food wafted through the open skylight, slowly dissipating. Finally arriving, Harry and his companions breathlessly took their seats across from Mecca Anders, as if they had sprinted from a great distance, utterly exhausted. Despite his fatigue, Ron could not resist the temptation of the delectable spread before him. He eagerly seized a slice of bread smeared with jam and devoured it, exclaiming, "Delicious!" Mecca, with deliberate grace, sliced a piece of beef and savored it, a habit carried over from his previous life, always taking the time to chew thoughtfully. Once he had swallowed, he turned to Harry with curiosity and inquired, "Where have you been?" "Hagrid," Harry replied, gulping down a glass of milk to catch his breath. "We just came from Hagrid's. We traversed from the small hut outside the castle, is Hagrid's residence. He informed us of the happenings beyond, and it seems the events have stirred quite a response, even reaching the Ministry of Magic." "Oh," Mecca responded, taken aback. The Ministry of Magic serves as the law enforcement agency within a magical realm, and its involvement signifies that the situation is indeed grave. He paused, setting down his knife and fork, and inquired, "Would you mind sharing the details?" "Certainly," Hermione replied with a smile, seemingly relishing the opportunity to narrate. Hagrid recounted, "A few days ago, Gringotts Wizarding Bank was unlawfully breached by an unknown sorcerer. A confrontation ensued, resulting in injuries to over a dozen Gringotts employees, and the most secure and vital vault of the bank was destroyed, leading to the loss of considerable sums and precious items entrusted to Gringotts by numerous wizarding families. You can scarcely imagine the shock this incident has caused," Hermione remarked, her expression growing grave. "I have read about Gringotts in books. It is the largest bank in the British magical community, practically monopolizing the financial dealings of the wizarding world. Its security measures are exceedingly stringent, and in its centuries of existence, there has never been a recorded theft or illegal intrusion. In fact, it was once hailed in the late 19th century as the safest bank in the magical realm. Wizards have often said that anyone attempting to rob Gringotts must be mad. Yet, this time, an unprecedented event has occurred." Hermione paused to catch her breath and continued, "This marks the first instance of Gringotts being unlawfully breached." "Is it truly that severe?" Mecca exclaimed with astonishment. "Does this imply that the intruder possesses significant power? Or perhaps is it a group?" "It appears to be just one individual." Hermione shook her head, revealing that Gringotts had not disclosed specific details, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter further. Observing that Ron was unable to reach a dish before him, Mecca nudged it forward and persisted with her inquiry. "So the true intentions of the intruder remain unclear?" "That seems to be the case." Mecca nodded slowly, smiling. "Thank you for your insights, Hermione." Hermione took a small bite of her fish and chips, displaying a satisfied grin. She cradled the book in her hands, filled with anticipation for the evening, eager to discover the nature of the blood legacy left by Phelps. Mecca smiled and embraced the book as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 18, Blood Legacy. "I miss you all so very much. I should have come to see you sooner. I've nearly forgotten what you look like." Mecca Anders emerged from the darkness, ripples emanating from his feet as if he were treading upon water. He approached the figure, calling out, "Phelps." The shadow among the piles of books lifted its head, revealing a pallid countenance, its eyes clouded and its expression dazed. Mecca produced an envelope bound with vine from within his cloak, softly announcing, "I bring you a letter from home, penned by your sister." A fleeting golden glimmer crossed Phelps' middle-aged face, and his eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. "Sister?" A look of surprise gradually blossomed within his gaze, as if awakening from a dream. "Has my sister written to me?" "Clacy." As Phelps reached out with trembling hands to accept the envelope Mecca offered, he exclaimed, "At last, I have received your letter once more. After 30 long years." He held the envelope, yearning to open it, yet his trembling hands rendered him nearly incapable. As he endeavored to tear apart the envelope, his eyes began to well with tears. After a span of 30 years, Clacy Phelps finally unsealed the envelope, imbued with the scent of earth. He withdrew the letter, once soaked with tears, and slowly unfolded it, his fingers gliding over each word. His voice quivered as he began to read aloud. "I have not heard from my brother, Phelps Comer, in a very long time." Tears streamed down Phelps' face, unstoppable, as he hoarsely murmured, "It is Clacy's handwriting. I could never mistake it." "It is indeed Clacy's handwriting." He read each word painstakingly, as if he were a toddler learning to speak, fearful of missing even a single syllable. His hands cradled the letter as if it were a treasured artifact. Mecca Anders listened intently, devoid of any impatience. He even sat down before Phelps, observing the raw emotion that poured forth, listening to his voice, a valiant yet trembling whisper. "As a child, I was deeply attached to my brother, trailing behind him as we ran freely through the fields. But then, an unfortunate event separated us across the vast expanse of the North and South. The shattering of that dream locked me within my room, where I wept for an entire day." Phelps' face was awash with tears as he sank to the floor, repeatedly wiping his eyes with his sleeve, anxious that his tears might mar the letter. His voice grew even more hoarse and unsteady upon learning of his father's passing, nearly rendering him speechless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Mecca perceived the sky growing ever brighter, as if the sun had emerged after a rainfall. Finally, Phelps concluded the last sentence, nervously flipping the letter over with the utmost care, as if handling delicate tofu. Upon discovering the photograph affixed to the back, depicting two figures nestled together, he was rendered speechless, caught in a moment of profound emotion. The only sound resonating in the air was the rustling of the paper in his grasp. It felt as though light rippled across the heavens, akin to sunlight. Soon, Mecca witnessed this seemingly mature and composed man break down into tears, wailing like a child. Clacy, thank you. Thank you for living well. Thank you for being there for our parents. His words were indistinct, only comprehensible to those who listened with great attention. As Mecca absorbed the sorrowful sounds, he suddenly perceived Phelps's form becoming hazy, as if shrouded in mist, on the verge of vanishing. Phelps extended his hand, as if wishing to bestow something upon Mecca. Momentarily taken aback, Mecca reached out to receive a blood-colored petal that slipped into his palm. What is this? Phelps raised his gaze once more, the red glimmer in his eyes fading, and with a gentle tone, said, "A token for you. And thank you, Mr. Anders." Mecca brought his hand to eye level, observing the petal as it appeared to take root in his palm, transforming into a crimson stream that wound its way to his wrist, forming a design of blood-red petals. This is the culmination of my research over the years. Phelps' voice became indistinct, seemingly emanating from a great distance. Clacy, my sister. A gust of wind swept through, transforming him into a cascade of golden light, which drifted away. Mecca gazed at the floral patterns adorning his wrist, as the shimmering light brushed past him, seemingly carrying with it the memories of Phelps. This is the blood embryo, he murmured with a sense of awe. The information regarding the blood embryo flowed through his mind like a gentle stream. Inheritor of Phelps Comer's legacy, the blood embryo imbued with the secrets of shape-shifting. It was the crowning achievement of an obscure genius sorcerer, Phelps. The blood embryo contained certain characteristics and abilities of a vampire. However, as it did not fully inherit the vampire's bloodline, it also lacked the vulnerabilities associated with vampires, such as the aversion to sunlight and garlic. One could rightfully deem it a miracle worthy of admiration. With it, one could be hailed as the world's first flawless vampire. Notably, the blood or saliva of magical beings closely related to vampires could nurture the blood embryo, gradually unveiling its vampiric traits and abilities. The blood or saliva of magical beings closely related to vampires. Mecca repeated softly, a smile emerging on his face. When it comes to understanding magical creatures, none other than Hagrid could rival his expertise. I must find a time to visit him. Hagrid's hut lay just beyond the castle, nestled before a dense thicket. A breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. Often, the melodious notes of a flute intertwined with the sounds of the foliage, creating an inexplicable beauty. Knock, knock. Mecca Anders rapped on the door of the quaint wooden hut. The door creaked open, revealing a tall, somewhat intimidating figure whose head nearly brushed the doorframe. He had to stoop low, revealing a face adorned with a wild tangle of beard. Ruby as Hagrid glanced at Mecca's face in surprise, exclaiming, "Who are you?" He stepped out, hands buried in the pockets of a seemingly long unwashed moleskin coat, scrutinizing the young visitor. However, it was evident that his memory was not particularly sharp, as he failed to recognize Mecca. Unfazed, Mecca smiled and replied, "I'm a friend of Harry from his dormitory. We met briefly when we disembarked from the train. Thank you for guiding us to Hogwarts, especially across the lake. To be honest, had I traversed that path alone at night, I might not have dared to even step into the water, let alone reach Hogwarts." Hagrid scratched his head and chuckled heartily, a hint of bashfulness crossing his rugged features. No, that was my duty. Cool mean, he warmly invited. Mecca stepped over the threshold. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the interior of the hut. A large iron stove glowed red-hot, with a kettle bubbling noisily atop it. In the corner hung a crudely crafted crossbow, seemingly intended for self-defense. There was also a small room, where the corner of a bed was faintly visible. The entire space appeared rather modest. Hagrid gestured toward the small table and a chair, inviting Mecca to sit as he retrieved a plate of snacks from the cabin. He offered a piece of flatbread-like item with a smile, saying, "My home is rather modest. This is the only stone cake I have, but it tastes quite delightful. Do give it a try." Mecca, momentarily distracted as he surveyed the room, hesitated and sheepishly remarked, "My hands are a bit dirty." "Not a problem at all," Hagrid replied. But Mecca, not waiting for him to finish, took the stone cake from his hand and carelessly popped it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "I do the same at home. My grandmother has scolded me for it, but I've gotten used to it." He then added, "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." Hagrid's face flushed, reminiscent of someone who has indulged in a bit of drink, and he laughed heartily, Mr. Anders, may I call you that? Certainly, Mecca responded. Ah, Mecca. What a splendid name. Hagrid exclaimed before dashing back into the cabin to fetch some milk from an unknown animal, pouring it into a bowl and presenting it to Mecca with great enthusiasm. Mecca accepted it and drank it down in one gulp, exclaiming, "Delicious." Hagrid raised his eyebrows in delight. As long as you find it good, that's all that matters. Suddenly, a black dog bounded out from inside, wagging its tail and barking at Mecca. Surprised, Mecca pointed at the dog and said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, you have a dog as well? Its coat is so sleek. It seems you take great care of it. Come here." Mecca beckoned the dog, murmuring, "What an adorable little creature." In reality, the dog was quite large, likely taller than Mecca when standing, and while it did not appear menacing, its teeth were quite prominent when it barked. If it were younger, it could easily be mistaken for a fierce breed. Hagrid's heart warmed at this observation, and he called the black dog over, stroking its fur with joy. "Isn't it? I always said Yaya is quite charming." "Oh, Yaya is its name? Yaya?" Mecca chuckled. "It certainly seems to suit its gentle demeanor. I have another dog as well, named Mau Mau. It's also a delightful little creature." "Oh, it seems you're quite adept at caring for animals." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mecca continued chewing the piece of stone cake for quite some time without managing to break it down. He finally held it in his hand, seemingly casual as he inquired, "Hagrid, I've read that certain magical creatures and vampires share a common origin, though the books do not elaborate. I have a habit of probing deeply into my studies. Unanswered questions nag at me. I've heard you possess considerable knowledge about magical creatures. Might you enlighten me on this? Vampires?" Hagrid paused, scratching his unruly hair as he pondered. "There must be quite a few that share a common lineage. Let me think." He began counting on his fingers. The nightmare should qualify, and Mau Mau as well. He spoke of many magical creatures, some of which Mecca had never even heard of. Yet the name Fluffy caught his attention, eliciting a smile from him. "Fluffy, is it? Isn't that the little creature you keep?" Hagrid chuckled heartily. Do not be deceived by Fluffy's cuteness. He is a three-headed dog from Greece, known there as the Hound of Hell. What a pity, he lamented. If Fluffy didn't have to attend to some important matters, I would have certainly let you see him in person. What a shame, Mecca sighed. I thought I would have the chance to meet him. That book is about potion making, and it mentioned that the blood and saliva of such magical creatures hold significant research value. I had planned to acquire a few drops to broaden my horizons. What a pity, Hagrid, seeing Mecca's expression, hesitated for a moment before speaking. I actually have collected some of Fluffy's fur and saliva. These items hold great collectible value for enthusiasts of magical creatures. I cannot provide you with blood, but I can offer some saliva, though I hope you won't share Fluffy's saliva with anyone else. His hesitation seemed to hint at a deeper concern, perhaps fearing that someone might use these items to harm his beloved dog. Mecca's eyes brightened at the words, and he laughed heartily. Of course, after acquiring some saliva from the three-headed dog, Mecca lingered a bit longer, departing only when he noticed smoke rising in the distance. Hagrid personally escorted him to the door. After Mecca left, another individual entered the humble abode. An elderly yet sprightly man stepped through the threshold, and Hagrid immediately welcomed him, his face lighting up with joy. Professor Dumbledore, what a fortunate coincidence. I just brewed some milk. Professor Dumbledore squinted his eyes and smiled. Milk is splendid. Thank you for your hospitality, Hagrid. However, I noticed there seemed to be another guest just now. Chapter 19, Animagus. The snack plate on the table held remnants of stone cakes, with a few crumbs scattered about, and a small amount of milk clung to the cup's walls. Hagrid brought a cup of milk and presented it to Professor Dumbledore with a smile. It was Mecca who just visited. Oh, Mecca Anders, a new student at Hogwarts this year, sharing a dormitory with Harry. Huh? A familiar name. Professor Dumbledore remarked as he took the milk and sipped. It seems these young ones are quite fond of you, Hagrid. Hagrid scratched his head, chuckling, it's going all right. In the corner, an aging black dog named Fong licked a bone, and after observing for a while, Professor Dumbledore turned to Hagrid with a smile. Your pure heart easily attracts the affection of those children. Even these little creatures are drawn to you. Speaking of which, have you settled Fong in well? Yes, Hagrid nodded, though a hint of concern crossed his face. But Professor, Fong is still quite young. Will he truly be able to handle the thief coming to steal that stone? Hearing this, Professor Dumbledore chuckled. Hagrid, you underestimate Fong. Even if he is young, his formidable size is sufficient to deter any wizard. But Hagrid retrieved a crumpled newspaper from his pocket, frowning as he pointed at it. The individual attempting to steal that stone has already infiltrated Gringotts, which is, aside from Hogwarts, the most secure location. Professor Dumbledore shook his head and reassured him, do not worry, Hagrid. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, our professors will not stand idly by. Moreover, he added with a smile, I am still here. He drank the entirety of his milk, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction, then rose to his feet, patting Hagrid's arm with a smile. "I must take my leave, Hagrid. Thank you for your hospitality. Rest assured, even in that abandoned classroom, we will take excellent care, Yaya." Hagrid quickly stood up, but as he intended to see him to the door, Professor Dumbledore waved his hand. "No need for that." The elderly man stepped over the threshold, gradually disappearing from Hagrid's view. Leaving Hagrid's hut, Mecca Anders, filled with anticipation, finally awaited the arrival of nightfall. He uncorked a vial, lifting it to his nose, only to recoil slightly in distaste. The contents exuded a foul odor reminiscent of spoiled meat, provoking a nauseating impulse. Enduring hardship leads to strength, Mecca reassured himself, extending his right wrist to fully display the crimson petal pattern upon it. In the embrace of night, the petals appeared even more vivid. He slowly poured the green solution from the vial onto the blood-red design. As the viscous liquid made contact with his skin, a chilling sensation akin to ice enveloped him, soon followed by a nauseating stickiness reminiscent of spider silk. The solution flowed across the crimson petals, and just as Mecca pondered the lack of reaction, a flash of red light seemed to flicker across the petals. He observed the pattern on his wrist becoming somewhat blurred, a second petal subtly emerging. The green solution was absorbed at a visibly rapid pace. Setting the vial down, Mecca felt an internal heat rising, mingled with a hint of coolness coursing through his body. Aware that a transformation was imminent, he followed his instincts and closed his eyes. The cool sensation flowed from his wrist to his lower abdomen, ascending to his heart, pausing momentarily before continuing to his head. Before long, the cool essence appeared to undergo a fission, with more and more of it emanating from his heart, multiplying until Mecca lost count. He felt as if countless streams of this cool essence, accompanying his blood, flowed throughout his body, instigating profound changes that unfolded quietly. Once the initial heat had been completely enveloped by the cool essence, Mecca finally opened his eyes, sensing a blood-red glow passing beneath his gaze. He parted his lips, feeling the emergence of sharp fangs, although they had yet to fully manifest. The area around his nose also seemed to benefit, with the cool sensation persisting, as if still brewing some form of transformation. Mecca was acutely aware of his body when suddenly, a surge of information regarding his transformation flooded his mind. He had acquired the animagus talent, Bloodbath. This innate gift of vampires was truly remarkable in the realm of metamorphosis. Even the most accomplished transfiguration wizards had to concede to their formidable potential in this domain. The bloodbat is a unique species within the magical world, a branch of the bat family, capable not only of determining their location through echolocation, but also endowed with exceptional vision, surpassing that of ordinary bats, its eyes rivaling those of humans. However, it is essential to note that due to the incomplete vampire lineage, the manifestation of the animagus form could only be sustained for half an hour each day. Mecca could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration, bursting into laughter. Despite the limitation of a mere half hour, he was unconcerned. After all, this was an animagus that countless wizards yearned for. To master the animagus transformation completely, one must endure the tumultuous conditions of a stormy night, navigate through intricate preparations, and confront the specter of death, all while risking it for a fleeting chance. As far as Mecca knew, the wizards who could achieve the animagus form were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one or two among dozens, typically being seasoned adult wizards. Lowering his gaze to his hands, Mecca scrutinized the blood-red patterns adorning his wrist. The crimson petals had doubled, yet one was faint and indistinct, as if on the verge of vanishing. He touched his face, sensing a change there as well. Approaching the mirror in his dormitory, he gazed into it. The reflection revealed a youthful boy, exuding a serene demeanor, with black eyes resembling two glimmering black gems, radiant and captivating. His previously attractive features appeared even more pronounced and three-dimensional following this transformation. A sudden glance out the window prompted him to ponder. Should he attempt the animagus transformation? Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea, deciding it would be best to wait until everyone was sound asleep, minimizing any potential disturbance. Suppressing his excitement and impulse, Mecca picked up the book on transfiguration and patiently awaited the moment when all were in slumber. At last, Hogwarts was enveloped in a tranquil sleep. Mecca, lying on his side in bed, glanced over at Harry and Ron's beds, noticing they were already snoring. He quietly descended from his bed and approached the mirror, closing his eyes to center his thoughts, softly uttering animagus. As the incantation escaped his lips, he felt his heart race uncontrollably, pounding like a drum in rapid succession. Opening his eyes to the mirror, he witnessed the astonishing transformation. His body was enveloped in black fur, muscles spasming and writhing as if under a spell. Yet, there was no pain, not even the discomfort that was typically associated with the Animagus transformation as described in the text. His black eyes deepened into an inky darkness, reminiscent of a profound abyss, instilling a sense of unease. The black fur seemed to cascade over him like spilled ink, gradually obscuring the boy's visage. His nose began to shrink, transforming into a small and pointed shape, while the other features of his face simultaneously morphed, soon resembling that of a bat. Mecca felt his vision suddenly drop, his entire body contracting wildly as a pair of wings sprouted from his shoulders, the shadow on the ground also shrinking and writhing erratically. Before long, only a black bat flapping its wings remained in front of the mirror. It was a rather peculiar sensation. Mecca quietly savored the moment before extending his wings once more and soaring out of the window. He intended to seek out the location of the three-headed dog, hoping to procure some of its saliva, or better yet, its blood. Chapter 20. Escape. The crescent moon hid behind a towering spire, resembling a colossal golden vessel nestled against its height. The moonlight of the late night poured down like golden sand, filtering through the clouds and cascading onto the earth. Squeak. A mouse gazed up at the sky, only to be suddenly eclipsed by a shadow racing past, obscuring a corner of the moon. The shadow descended, its silhouette growing larger as if a massive entity were plummeting. The mouse was enveloped in darkness, a flicker of panic flashing in its eyes as it let out an anxious squeak, scurrying into a crevice in the wall to escape. It was merely a mouse. Mecca Anders maintained his bat form, hanging from the ceiling, his pitch-black eyes fixated on the mouse that had darted into the shadows. Then he flapped his wings, choosing a direction and flying past a nearby window. Someone! His wings ceased their flapping as he quietly suspended himself on the ledge outside the corridor. It was time to act, Quirinus Chilo. A hoarse voice emerged from within the window, reminiscent of a parched traveler from the desert, yet laced with an air of undeniable authority. The silhouette at the window halted, emitting a slightly sharp voice as it whispered, "Master, Snape is still watching me." Though there was but one figure at the window, two voices exchanged words. The figure stood still, yet its head perpetually turned. "Master, your body has yet to fully recover." The sharp voice remarked, "You know, that fellow Snape possesses far greater prowess than I, and to toy with me would be akin to a cat playing with a mouse." However, the sharp voice hesitated. The hoarse voice turned cold. "Are you defying my command, Chilo?" The silhouette at the window twisted its neck unnaturally, like an unbalanced puppet, its head nearly rotating 180 degrees, as if attempting to turn its face to its back. The sharp voice let out a shriek, akin to a tormented cat, but quickly muffled by its own hands, only able to emit whimpering sounds. "I understand my mistake, Master. I shall go at once." The sharp voice pleaded. The whimpering abruptly ceased, as if it no longer dared to cry out. The hoarse voice responded with a grunt. "Go on. I shall be watching you." The sharp voice inhaled deeply. The three-headed dog. Find a way to circumvent it. The hoarse voice expressed a hint of impatience. The sharp voice immediately became reverent. "Understood, Master." The shadow on the window retreated into the corner, accompanied by a soft click as he opened the door and stepped outside. The sounds within the room vanished in an instant, yet the footsteps grew clearer, a figure departing down the corridor, shrinking into the distance. In the tiny eyes of the bat, the silhouette transformed into a mere black dot. It was none other than Professor Quirrell. Mecca Anders' heart, which had been racing, finally calmed. Feeling a touch of uncertainty for his first attempt at becoming an animagus, the abnormal shadow at the window, combined with the knowledge that the object of his scrutiny was an entity he could not confront, left him feeling somewhat anxious. It appeared he was heading towards the three-headed dog. Should he follow? After a brief moment of contemplation, Mecca Anders spread his wings. He resolved inwardly, "I shall go. Hogwarts is vast, and if left to my own devices, I might search for an eternity and still not find my way. Moreover, I have yet to be discovered. So if I remain overly cautious, how can I ever aspire to become an exceptional wizard?" The black bat flapped its wings, darting through the sky like a shadow, pursuing the retreating figure. Tulp, tulp, tulp. On this tranquil night, even the muted sound of boots resembled the crisp echo of droplets falling into a pit within a cavern. A figure clad in deep gray robes stood before a staircase that seemed to twist and extend into the heavens, gazing at the labyrinthine space ahead, preparing to ascend the steps. How astute of Dumbledore! Though the figure did not speak, a hoarse voice emanated. The direction of the staircase shifts in myriad ways, differing yet again from recent days. He advised, do not take this staircase. Instead, ascend the third staircase on the right. The figure turned his gaze towards the distant staircase, the flickering flames illuminating his face. Professor Quirrell's expression wavered in the light. He did not dispute the instruction, but instead complied, climbing the designated staircase. Creak, creak. Like gears engaging, the staircases abruptly deviated from their original path, redistributing themselves in a dazzling display. When the sounds ceased, the staircase beneath Professor Quirrell had led him to a resting platform suspended in the air, connected to 3 new staircases. The left one. The staircase rotated once more. The right. The voice sounded again. This time it was the right. The left. Continue straight. After traversing an uncountable number of staircases, Professor Quirrell was finally delivered by the spiral of stairs to a pitch-black corridor. I can already scent the 3-headed dog, he remarked, his demeanor grave, devoid of his usual stuttering. The hoarse voice responded with an affirmative grunt. Proceed inside. Thus, Professor Quirrell stepped into the darkness. A solitary black bat fluttered lazily from the path Professor Quirrell had taken. Mecca Anders, hearing the crisp footsteps echo from the corridor, was about to follow when he suddenly sensed a profound threat. An indistinct scent pervaded the air. It was as if he had stumbled into the territory of a fierce beast in the jungle, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end, and his heart to race. Is this the hellhound? Mecca Anders paused briefly to calm his racing heart. He then followed at the slowest pace possible, his wings flapping silently. Professor Chilo circled around before halting before an ancient door, its lock rusted, adorned with a brass handle. Master, Professor Chilo spoke in a low voice. The other paths have been sealed, likely by Dumbledore. This door is the only means of entry. A hoarse voice let out a cold laugh. Dumbledore remains remarkably vigorous, even at his advanced age. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, the 3-headed dog, formidable as it is, possesses a natural propensity for slumber. We shall seek the passage within while it sleeps. The raspy voice inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. I can sense that stone is nearby. Go forth, my servant, and retrieve it. Understood. Professor Chilo retrieved his wand from within his robes and directed it at the door's lock. A flash of white light flickered, followed by a crisp click as the lock yielded, and the door swung open. He pushed the door ajar and stepped inside. A shadow glided slowly overhead, suspended from the ceiling, intensifying the sense of impending danger. Mecca noticed the footsteps had receded slightly and swiftly darted through the crack of the door. Inside lay an abandoned classroom, vast and empty, with rusted desks and chairs cluttering the corners. Yet, the space appeared to stretch infinitely, the depths shrouded in darkness. Contrary to his expectations of a confined area where the monstrous head of the 3-headed dog would be immediately visible, Mecca ventured further inside. Just as he spotted Professor Chilo, he saw him hastily retreat in a state of alarm. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the room as if it could bring down the ceiling. Enormous. Bell-like eyes glimmered in the darkness, bloodthirsty and frenzied. Without a moment's hesitation, Mecca turned and fled. Chapter 21. Framing. A colossal black hound emerged from the shadows, charging towards its prey with ferocity. The 3 massive heads, nearly bursting through the ceiling, howled in the air, green saliva cascading from their jaws like a torrential downpour. The entire floor trembled beneath its thunderous footsteps. Fool! The hoarse voice exclaimed in exasperation. You still carry the scent of garlic. Did I not instruct you to cleanse yourself? I am accustomed to it, Professor Chilo replied, panting heavily. I have traveled abroad and frequently encountered vampires. Without this scent, I would have perished countless times. Moreover, Professor Chilo pondered, I have no expertise in magical creatures. How was I to know the 3-headed dog was so sensitive to smells? The raspy voice fell momentarily silent, seemingly rendered speechless by the folly of its servant. With a thunderous crash, the air behind them compressed violently as the creature, renowned as the 3-headed guardian of the Greek underworld, surged forward at an alarming speed, sending debris flying in its wake. The fragments, propelled by its terrifying momentum, descended like a hailstorm of stone. Behind you, a hoarse voice urgently cautioned. Professor Chilo cast a quick glance, startled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. With a swift motion, he pointed his wand and recited an obscure incantation. Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. A resounding buzz enveloped his vision in a blinding radiance. Streams of white light diverged from his wand, piercing through the rapidly swirling debris, expertly intercepting each shard aimed at him. In the next moment, a brilliant flash erupted from the rubble, as if a tremendous current surged forth, violently sweeping all the stones aside with a thunderous roar. There was no time to admire his handiwork. Professor Chilo dashed forward once more, anxiety gnawing at his heart. The door to the abandoned classroom loomed before him, tantalizingly close. Almost there, just a mere dozen meters away. 10 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. A profound joy blossomed in Professor Chilo's eyes as he reached out for the door. But suddenly, a deafening roar echoed perilously close behind him, nearly shattering his eardrums. He turned to see a colossal figure looming, with the air above him already roaring as it descended, and he looked up in horror. A black claw, rivaling the size of the door itself, came crashing down. Just as it was about to engulf him entirely, a fierce voice pierced the darkness. Armored protection. Ironclad spell. A brilliant light erupted, piercing through the massive claw. Countless golden patterns flickered in the air, and a gigantic transparent shield materialized, encasing Professor Chilo within its protective embrace. The enormous claw came crashing down. Boom! A colossal gust of air erupted, sending invisible ripples through the atmosphere, as the shield formed from the ironclad spell was struck, fracturing almost instantly. Professor Chilo hastily leaped from behind the shield, rolling sideways to escape. In the next moment, the invisible shield shattered with a resounding crash. The monstrous three-headed dog-esque claw struck the door, triggering a transformation throughout the entire abandoned classroom. Fiery red patterns flowed, like water, swiftly enveloping the room. The formidable force merely stirred the surface, creating ripples akin to drops of water splashing upon a lake. The fiery patterns flickered and vanished. The hoarse voice grew ominous. Dumbledore has been alerted. We must flee. Professor Chilo felt a surge of frustration. Where can we go? The door is blocked. Look! The tremendous gust swept through half of the abandoned classroom, and the hoarse voice sneered. On the right side of the ceiling, there lies an animagus. Professor Chilo looked up and indeed spotted a bat concealed in the shadows. A vampire? He was taken aback. How could a vampire be here? The hoarse voice continued. Fond of lurking in the shadows, let him serve as bait. Quick to react, Professor Chilo pointed his wand the instant the bat stirred. Oh no! Mecca Anders, hiding in the ceiling, was suddenly seized by terror. He had concealed himself there due to the commotion earlier, unable to escape in time, and was now cautiously inching towards the doorway along the wall. This was indeed a perilous endeavor, and it was unexpected that it was discovered. A drop of crimson liquid erupted from Professor Chilo's wand and fell before the bat. Suddenly, the sanguine droplet expanded as if it contained spring, transforming into a torrential downpour of blood. Mecca was not in a hurry to evade it, and found himself soaked to the skin. However, this substance was neither painful nor bothersome. Just as he pondered the significance of Chilo's actions, an intense metallic scent invaded his nostrils. Blood. The pungent aroma swiftly overwhelmed the faint hint of garlic lingering in the air. The three-headed hound turned its attention toward Mecca. In that instant, Professor Chilo's figure vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Mecca spread his wings, preparing to risk an escape through the classroom door. With a resounding bang, the door was locked tight, the rusted lock clicking shut securely. Chilo had fled. The sole path to safety was severed. Mecca's heart raced, and before he could conceive another thought, the three-headed hound was already advancing toward him. With those formidable heads, it could crush him effortlessly without even needing to leap. What should he do? How could he escape? His heart pounded like a drum, and anxiety surged within him until a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. The bat's body opened its mouth, seemingly sending silent vibrations rippling outward. Simultaneously, a three-dimensional map of the classroom instantly formed in his mind. What was this? Mecca's eyes darted, and he noticed a tiny crack in the southeastern corner of the classroom. Although the fissure was minuscule, the bat's form should be able to squeeze through. Roar! The three-headed hound, drooling, approached slowly. Its enormous bulk loomed before him, claws outstretched to seize the little bat, as if it were a cat teasing a mouse. Relishing the game. Fortunately, it was a beast lacking in cunning. There might be a chance to escape. Mecca suppressed his mounting unease, waiting, biding his time, careful not to provoke it. Otherwise, if it sprinted, he would have no chance to flee. The three-headed hound reached out to capture the bat, its eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery, unhurried and composed. Saliva dripped down, splattering Mecca completely. A chill ran through him, yet he dared not flee, merely lifting his gaze. That glance invigorated him. The opportunity had arrived. In the eyes of the three-headed hound, the primal vigilance of a predator had faded, no longer alert to the slightest movement. With a sudden flap of his wings, Mecca surged forth, his entire body propelling him forward. The three-headed hound hesitated for a moment, preparing to chase after him. Mecca darted into the crack, squeezing through and vanishing from the abandoned classroom. Roar! Upon realizing both prey had disappeared, The middle head of the hound raised and let out an enraged howl. Dust cascaded down from the ceiling. At last, he had escaped. This place appeared to be a storage room. Surrounding him were various old tables, chairs, and brooms, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Exhausted, Mecca lay flat on the ground, unwilling to move even an inch. After resting for a moment, he was about to rise when a half-folded painting captured his attention. What could it be? Mecca moved closer, using his bat-like claws to touch the artwork, and in his mind, he seemed to hear the sound of water droplets falling. Crisp and clear. A vague silhouette emerged in the recesses of his imagination, elusive yet present. To his astonishment, it was an artifact. Mecca felt a surge of delight. He glanced around, listened intently, and hearing no footsteps approaching, he stowed away his animagus form. A figure appeared in the dimly lit storage room. He picked up the painting and gradually unfolded it, revealing a portrait of an elderly man. The inscription read, Self-Portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, Headmaster of Hogwarts, 1879 to 1926. In Chapter 22, The Mutated Petal, Mecca Anders carefully rolled up the self-portrait and found a thin string to tie it around his ankle. This way, when he transformed into a bat, the portrait would be securely grasped in his claws. He glanced at the adjacent window, which was closed, and approached to push it open slightly. After completing these tasks, Mecca softly recited a spell, his heart racing with excitement. His entire being seemed to be infused with ink, rapidly sprouting black fur, and as his form shrank, his shadow on the ground morphed into that of a bat. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the other side of the wall. A woman's voice remarked, Someone entered this classroom, but they have already left. Mecca flapped his wings, clutching the painting in his claws, and prepared to squeeze through the window. Suddenly alert, the woman's voice warned, There's someone next door. Mecca was startled, hastening his movements. The hurried footsteps approached the door, and the doorknob turned with a click. Beads of cold sweat formed on Mecca's brow as he flapped his wings vigorously, finally escaping through the window. The bat's eyes darted, seeking shelter, and he swiftly vanished into the darkness. At that moment, an aged hand fully opened the half-closed window. The pure white moonlight illuminated the crescent-shaped glasses of the old man, who adjusted them and gazed at the now-vanished figure, smiling softly. It seems we have more friends visiting our school, he mused. It should be clear now. Let us go. Professor McGonagall. Outside the Gryffindor dormitory, the lake shimmered under the moonlight. A bat flapped its wings, gliding over the water's surface, and gracefully landed on the windowsill. It slowed its pace and silently settled in a corner of the dormitory. The faint candlelight flickered on the wall, as if threatened by a gust of wind. On the opposite wall, the shadow of the bat writhed wildly, unexpectedly expanding from an inconspicuous shadow into a human form. He took a deep breath, and the tumultuous beating of his heart finally quieted. Mecca crouched down, untied the thin string from his ankle, and carefully removed the self-portrait, placing it in the drawer beside his bed. He took a whiff of his own scent, strong and fishy, prompting him to head to the washroom for a quick cleanse. He tossed his soiled clothes into an opaque bag, leaving it in the corner with plans to wash it the next day. At last it was over. He felt the softness of the blanket and turned to gaze out the window as a breeze swept in, causing the moonlit reflections on the lake to ripple. With a tranquil mind, Mecca suddenly felt a sharp sting in his hand, akin to being scalded by fire. He lifted his hand to inspect it, and on his right wrist, the pattern of blood-red petals was particularly vivid. Furrowing his brows, he quickly recalled the scenes that had unfolded in the abandoned classroom, which eased his expression. It was likely just the result of being drenched in the saliva of the three-headed dog. Yet, something felt amiss. He noticed that the second, indistinct petal appeared somewhat purplish. However, he could hardly dwell on it. Fatigue enveloped him, and soon the breeze lulled him into slumber. In the following 2 days, Mecca devoted his time to studying calming potions, poring over relevant texts, and apart from meals, sleep, and classes, he was engrossed in reading. He had initially intended to delve into the space within his mind to activate the wishes inscribed on his self-portrait. But the petals on his right wrist were undergoing some unknown transformation. Each night, they would throb with pain, as if ablaze. This sensation would invade his mind upon falling asleep, making his breathing feel like that of a furnace. Consequently, he found it impossible to enter a deep sleep, thereby hindering his access to the mental realm, which troubled him greatly. Fortunately, the pain only flared at night, allowing him to return to normalcy during the day. On Friday, Mecca sat at his desk in the dormitory, reading as the morning air was fresh and the gentle breeze flowed. He was engrossed in books about calming potions and finally grasped why Professor Snape had insisted he study them. Such potions are commonly employed to assess a student's aptitude in potion making. While not particularly difficult to learn, they encompass various aspects of potion making, including mastery of potion apparatus, understanding the effects of numerous potion ingredients, and discerning their quality. As he finished a page and was about to turn it, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on his unmoving wrist. The slender, pale arm bore the vividly dripping pattern of blood-red petals. Had the transformation ceased? Mecca scrutinized the second petal on the pattern. It had fully formed, a bright crimson hue, devoid of the purplish tint it had previously held. An aroma reminiscent of blooming flowers seemed to emanate from the petal. Raising an eyebrow, Mecca felt information regarding this transformation infiltrate his mind. The amalgamation of unknown blood and the saliva of the hellish three-headed dog had yielded an unforeseen change, granting him the sense of vitality. Was that all? Mecca was taken aback. The description of this transformation was rather vague. But why had this unknown change occurred? Furthermore, what significance did this sense of vitality hold? Suddenly, he recalled the space within his mind, and as if triggered, golden text materialized before him. Mecca Anders. Potion-making aptitude, advanced. Mastery of potion apparatus, 20 years. Mental prowess level, 18. Animagus, ba. Magic none. Oh. A look of astonishment crossed Mecca's face, quickly replaced by contemplation. His aptitude for potion-making had indeed been classified as advanced. Thus, did the sense of vitality pertain to potion-making? Ding! The chimes of a clock resonated melodiously. Mecca glanced at the wall clock. It was time to seek out Professor Snape. Half an hour later, Mecca Anders stood at the threshold of Professor Snape's office, casting a glance at the plaque on the door to confirm its accuracy before rapping gently. "Come in," echoed Professor Snape's voice from within. With a creak, Mecca pushed the door open. In the dimly lit office, Professor Snape, impeccably dressed, rose from behind his desk. "Professor," he acknowledged. Step inside," the professor beckoned. Within the office lay another room, and, as Snape opened the door, Mecca peered inside. The small chamber, approximately 10 square meters, housed merely 2 long and wide potion work tables. A lamp hung centrally, casting a white glow. A figure was industriously engaged in concocting a potion. "Why is there another person here?" Mecca queried, gazing at Professor Snape in surprise. "Pay him no mind. He is here to study potions as well." Snape gestured toward the arranged potion ingredients on the work table, his expression neutral as he continued. "All the materials for the calming draft are here. You shall attempt to create it." Mecca looked at the potion materials on the table, suddenly taken aback. He detected the distinct aromas of various potion components, each one sharply defined. Remarkably, these scents coalesced in his mind to form specific information: the age of the herbs, the duration of the unknown blood's preservation, and how long the biological limbs and hairs had been separated from their host. He could further discern the potency of the various ingredients and, astonishingly, even sense the potential effects that might arise from the fusion of 2 or more components. This was the essence of a keen olfactory intuition. Mecca squinted slightly. Chapter 23. The First Potion Creation. Professor Snape exited the small room, closing the door behind him. The chamber appeared to possess soundproofing, for Mecca Anders noticed that all external noises had vanished, including the sounds of footsteps in the corridor. Gurgle. The individual within the room swirled the solution in his flask, which bubbled and emitted a faint blue luminescence. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Mecca. Dressed in the uniform of Slytherin House, his demeanor was aloof. A newcomer? He appraised Mecca's attire. Upon receiving a greeting, Mecca smiled and approached, extending his hand. "Ah, it seems I'm meeting a senior from Slytherin House. I have often heard of Slytherin's potion prodigies, and I am finally witnessing one today. I hail from Gryffindor, a first-year student, Mecca Anders. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Gryffindor?" The youth regarded Mecca's outstretched hand with cold indifference, swiftly retracting his own. "The chances of a mudblood becoming a potion master are less than 1 in 10. I advise you to abandon your aspirations post-haste. Also, retract your hand. I find it distasteful." With that, the indifferent youth turned away, immersing himself once more in his potion crafting. His movements were decisive and fluid, his thoughts clear and uninterrupted, showcasing commendable proficiency in potion making. From the perspective of Elder Dumbledore, this teenager, barely over a decade old, indeed epitomized a genius in the art of potion crafting. Mecca lingered for a moment, narrowing his eyes before breaking into a wry smile. The term mudblood referred to wizards of Muggle or mixed heritage, a derogatory label concocted by those of pure blood superiority. He indeed lived for 11 years in a Muggle household, devoid of the nurturing that a wizarding family would provide. However, both of his parents appeared to be wizards. To label him as a mudblood was truly an injustice. The aloof youth cast a subtle glance, accompanied by a scoff. In his eyes, This so-called mudblood was evidently a novice in the art of potion making, attempting to earn Professor Snape's esteem through sheer audacity. Having studied for over 2 months, he was intimately familiar with the herbs, the production process ingrained in his memory, and it took him a full 5 days to successfully brew his first calming potion under Professor Snape's scrutiny. This mudblood, however, seemed unfamiliar with the very ingredients. His remarkable sensitivity to the quality of herbs was nothing short of astonishing. Mecca Anders lowered his head, casually picking up a herb to sniff, immediately discerning it to be a decade-old specimen, possessing potency at least tenfold that of a standard 1-year herb. After his preliminary identification of the materials, he categorized them by age and efficacy. The decade-old herbs in one pile, the 5-year herbs in another, and so forth with biologically similar materials. In the initial stages of potion brewing, some loss is inevitable. No matter how gifted a potion maker may be, this remains a constant. Thus, Mecca Anders did not commence with the most potent ingredients. Rather, he opted for the 3- and 5-year herbs along with their corresponding biological materials for practice. He first added licorice powder, red root, and dewflower petals. The distilled water was poured successively into these components, and with a gentle stir, the solution transformed into a vibrant green hue. Mecca Anders possessed a mastery of potion-making tools acquired over 2 decades from Elder Doman. His technique refined and graceful, akin to threading a needle while simultaneously handling multiple materials. He even took the time to extract a vital substance known as membrane solution from the bodily fluids secreted by the vicious ant within its nest, essential for the calming potion. Each step unfolded in an orderly fashion. Once the biological materials in the crucible had completely melted and cooled, emanating a scent reminiscent of burnt cotton, Mecca Anders poured this peculiar black viscous liquid into the beaker. As he shook the beaker, the skin's natural radiance emitted waves of magical energy, urging the components within to blend more profoundly. Observing the black viscous liquid gradually dissolve into the original emerald solution, it began to transition into a hue reminiscent of the ocean's deep blue, speckled with glimmers of gold, akin to a starry sky. Would success be within reach? Mecca Anders felt a thrill of anticipation. When the solution had fully transformed into a cerulean shade, he retrieved powdered black goat horn, sprinkling it delicately into the mixture. To his surprise, a sense of tension enveloped him as he quietly awaited the complete integration of the black powder. The dark particles within the liquid slowly vanished, and the azure solution seemed to come alive, bubbling forth with layers of radiant, colorful foam. As the last remnants of powder were on the verge of disappearing, the solution began to calm, ceasing its tumultuous boiling, releasing a slightly bitter scent of herbs. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, a thick smoke erupted, and the solution culminated in a gray hue. Had he failed? Mecca Anders chuckled softly, bemused by the outcome. The aloof youth at the opposite workstation observed the scene before him, further solidifying his internal conviction. Restlessness, he deemed it. It was this sentiment that propelled him to begin extracting the essence of the potion. A mere novice in potion making had achieved completion. What else could be described as restlessness, if not an impatient yearning for success? Such haste is the gravest sin in the art of potion making. Through the solitary window in the office, the transition of daylight to dusk was visible. Professor Snape opened the small window on the door, casting a quiet gaze within, watching intently for considerable time, until a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Excellent. He noted that Mecca remained composed, diligently and unhurriedly attending to the potion ingredients. Time had elapsed significantly. Even the most astute and resilient of youths would eventually find their mental faculties waning, leading to moments of distraction. He had witnessed countless students, after several hours of brewing, displaying signs of impatience, their faces betraying frustration, their movements frantic and hurried. Yet, Mecca Anders exhibited no signs of impatience, appearing as though he had just entered the office. At the tender age of 11, Mecca's calmness and patience were unexpected, qualities essential for any aspiring potion master. Professor Snape regarded him a moment longer, nodding slowly. It seemed he was becoming increasingly adept at crafting the calming draft. Perhaps within 3 days, he would succeed in concocting his first potion. A novice capable of achieving this feat within 3 days would rank among the top 10 prodigious potion masters he had ever encountered. Within the confines of the room, Mecca had undertaken over 10 attempts at brewing the calming draft, each predictably ending in failure. Yet, he remained undaunted, his enthusiasm unabated, continually reflecting on his experiences and optimizing his methods with each endeavor. The texts on calming potions described many potion masters who had attempted this brew dozens, even hundreds of times before achieving success, and he felt that his mere failures thus far paled in comparison. Furthermore, he seemed to have been influenced by Doman, nurturing a fervent love for potion-making and an unwavering patience that spanned decades. Thus, the more he experimented, the closer he drew to success, and the more exhilarated he became. Impatience was far from his thoughts. With deft hands, Mecca skillfully maneuvered multiple instruments in an artful dance, his execution far more pleasing than during his initial attempts. As though it was second nature. Such fluidity in the hands of a typical potion master would undoubtedly testify to his innate talent and years of dedication. As the biological materials in the crucible melted into a viscous substance, Mecca once again poured this mixture into the emerald solution within the beaker, awaiting its integration. At another workstation, the cold youth poured the fourth successfully brewed, calming draft into its designated container, placing it on the table. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Mecca's focused demeanor. Presumptuous. The aloof youth found the effort Mecca made to impress Snape rather irksome, and as he passed behind him, he coldly uttered a remark before exiting the room. Mecca, seemingly oblivious, remained absorbed in the solution before him. The aloof youth exited the room, respectfully bidding farewell to Professor Snape. As the young man was about to push open the office door, a crisp sound resonated, accompanied by an invigorating aroma of herbs that filled the entire office with delightful fragrance. Professor Snape let out a soft exclamation, a fleeting smile crossing his face. Moments latte. Mecca Anders entered the room, the composed youth gently swirling a cerulean potion in his hand, offering a smile to Professor Snape. Professor Snape, I have completed it. The cerulean potion rippled in the cup, resembling the captivating sky after a clear day. Chapter 24, Weakness. The perpetually aloof youth fixed his gaze on the cerulean potion in Mecca's hand, then glanced at Mecca's face. Mecca smiled back, seemingly having forgotten the earlier encounter in the room. Within a single day, he had transformed from a novice unfamiliar with the calming potion's ingredients to mastering its creation. What remarkable talent! He had previously mocked the other for being a lackluster talent, urging him to give up. Yet here they were. Indeed, he recognized that this experience would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The office door closed once more. Professor Snape took the calming potion from Mecca's hand, raising it to his eyes for inspection. Noticing a hint of green emerging as it swirled, he smiled. Failed a few times? Professor Snape pointed to the green specks floating on the surface of the potion, indicating that their appearance signified the potion's superior quality. Though luck played a part, you undoubtedly possess a remarkable gift. He gazed earnestly into Mecca's eyes. Would you care to be my student? Mecca met his gaze and nodded without hesitation. Yes, Professor. Excellent. Professor Snape approached the cabinet beside his desk, carefully selecting a few books, which he solemnly handed to Mecca. I expect you to read and thoroughly comprehend these books within a month. Mastery of the calming potion will greatly enhance your potion-making skills, and you must not neglect it. In a month, I wish to see your success rate in brewing the calming potion exceed 60%. Mecca accepted the books, feeling their weight. As he prepared to leave, he noticed an elegantly penned notebook still open on the desk, evoking memories of a departed friend, and he smiled quietly to himself. He was inclined to teach this youth not only because of his impressive talent, but also due to the striking resemblance he bore to the late friend. Both possessed a serene demeanor and demonstrated exceptional aptitude in their first potions class. Professor Snape caressed the notebook with his thumb, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Lily, I shall prevent that person's resurrection and protect your child. He carefully placed the notebook into a drawer, tidied up the items on the desk, and departed the office for his nightly patrol. Given the recent disturbances in the abandoned classroom, it had become a focal point of concern for Snape. As he hurriedly arrived, he furrowed his brow upon noticing Quirinus Quirrell lurking nearby. Professor Quirrell, having spotted him from a distance, lowered his head and turned to leave. Professor Snape pursued him, seizing his collar and coldly inquiring, "Were you responsible for the earlier commotion?" Professor Quirrell raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, stammering, "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. As fellow professors at Hogwarts, I believe we should coexist amicably." Quirinus Quirrell, Professor Snape replied in a low tone, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I am not Dumbledore, and I shall not extend you leniency. You would do well to clarify your actions here." Quirrell instinctively shrank back. Professor Dumbledore would not approve of our quarrel. Should we violate school regulations, both you and I risk expulsion from Hogwarts. Would you truly forsake this institution that has been your home for so many years, Professor Snape? Professor Snape noticed a figure in the distance, seemingly an elderly man, and narrowed his eyes, releasing Quirrell's collar. "Quirrell," he said, patting the professor's shoulder, "I shall be observing your every move." "That will be most prudent," Quirrell chuckled nervously. "I shall take my leave now, Professor Snape." He adjusted his collar, nodded at Snape, and turned to depart. Damn it, Quirrell muttered as he walked through the desolate area, clearly displeased with Snape's brusque demeanor. You witnessed that, didn't you? It is not that I wish to avoid the task, but Snape is always watching me. Quirrell, focus on your responsibilities and refrain from complaining. A hoarse voice echoed unexpectedly. I have made it clear that you must obtain that stone. Without it, I shall remain confined within your body indefinitely. I too desire to acquire the stone swiftly, Quirrell replied, perplexed. Snape is watching me, and the stone is guarded by a three-headed dog. Who knows what other obstacles lie ahead? It is an insurmountable challenge. The hoarse voice responded. Both humans and animals possess weaknesses. That three-headed dog is merely a magical creature. If you are unaware of its vulnerabilities, consult those bookish enthusiasts who study magical creatures or its caretaker. Quirrell was about to voice further grievances when the voice interjected with a chilling tone. You and I are inextricably linked. Our fates are intertwined. Quirrell's expression turned anxious. Master, you unjustly accuse me. I am merely overwhelmed and cannot devise a solution. A figure passed by, carrying a yellow lantern, presumably Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. Quirrell fell silent, regaining his composure as he moved forward. Noticing that the hour was still early, he took a moment to read until the night deepened and the dormitory resonated with the sounds of slumber. It was then that he retrieved the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. This portrait resembled a rough draft, with somewhat hasty strokes and uneven colors. Upon unfolding it, one could see an elderly man with a goat-like beard, adorned in the striking silver and green garb of Slytherin. He stood tall, leaning on a cane, his face slightly elevated, exuding an air of authority without any hint of anger. The aura he projected was unmistakably that of a person of high status, a patriarch, a figure of respect within the school. The lower right corner of the portrait bore his name in faint script. Between the years 1879 and 1926, who was the headmaster of Hogwarts? What insights might one glean from him? Mecca understood that each headmaster of Hogwarts was a paragon among wizards, either possessing vast knowledge and having authored significant works or wielding magic with such ease that their prowess commanded respect. Even acquiring a mere fragment of their wisdom would suffice to empower an ordinary wizard. With such anticipation, Mecca carefully folded the portrait and clutched it in her hand, covering it with a blanket. As the night deepened, drowsiness soon enveloped her. Chapter 25. The Spirit Within the Portrait. An elder sat within the room, gazing out the window at the hazy moonlight shrouded by clouds. He appeared serene, leaning on his cane, as Mecca Anders entered. The sound of water echoed beneath her feet as she stepped closer to the elder. To her astonishment, the elder suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing. Mecca was taken aback. Could he see her? Wasn't it customary for the portraits to display the likeness of their deceased subjects? This was indeed peculiar. The elder smiled at Mecca. A shiver ran down her spine, and she felt an urge to flee, yet the elder remained seated, prompting her to suppress her impulse and observe the unfolding events. The elder struck his cane against the floor, producing a resonant sound that filled the dimly lit room with an ethereal quality. The ground is quite solid. I had thought it a mere illusion, he remarked. I have lingered within this portrait for countless years, never anticipating that I could return to my former home. At this revelation, Mecca was utterly convinced. The elder was aware of her presence. He was indeed alive. Are you Headmaster Black? Mecca's heart raced as she inquired. You shouldn't. I passed long ago, should you? The elder stroked his goat-like beard. To be precise, I am black, yet I am not black. The true Phineas Nigellus Black perished in the snow at Hogwarts. I am the spirit that exists within the portrait he created, possessing his visage and memories. The elder squinted slightly. I have not taken a new name. You may call me as you wish, for Black is no more. Mecca stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. The situation was extraordinary, leaving her somewhat bewildered. The elder scrutinized her, furrowing his brow. I had presumed you were a Slytherin student. What a pity. I intended to leave something for future generations, yet you are of Gryffindor. Mecca ventured. Do you hold a low opinion of Gryffindor? The elder shook his head. Gryffindor is home to great wizards, and as a descendant of theirs, I lack the standing to judge. However, as one aligned with Slytherin, I naturally feel a greater affinity towards the progeny of that house. He pondered for a moment before beckoning. Come closer. Although I have inherited Black's biases, since you have come this far, I shall bestow upon you something. Noticing her hesitation to approach, the elder expressed surprise. You are a Gryffindor student? Given your suspicion, I would have expected you to belong to Slytherin. The elderly man chuckled. Rest assured, your presence here seems to be the cornerstone of this space. Should anything befall you, this realm would awaken in an instant. I would not dare to disrupt it. After all, It is a rare opportunity to breathe freely in a new place. Moreover, you are a pure-blood wizard, and Black holds a fondness for purebloods, a sentiment I have inherited from him. Yet, Mecca remained skeptical. The old man extended his hand and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "You are indeed quite suspicious. Come here." Startled, Mecca felt an overwhelming force seize his body, propelling him swiftly toward the old man as if a tremendous current surged behind him, rendering him unable to halt. In an instant, he found himself merely 3 meters from the elder, only to collide with an invisible barrier. Upon impact, the barrier manifested, shimmering with radiant hues. Nevertheless, Mecca managed to regain his composure, landing on the ground. The elder furrowed his brow deeply. "Black's essence not only created me, but also binds me. Look here, young one. You must procure the blood of a magical creature and sprinkle it upon this painting to dispel this essence." Mecca, rising from the ground, queried in confusion, "Aren't you also composed of essence? Wouldn't that mean?" "Indeed, but what of it?" The old man laughed heartily. "That painting is far too confining. Within its bounds, I am rendered powerless, unable to read, converse, or witness anything beyond a few meager sights. It is akin to imprisonment. Who would willingly enter such a place?" Only then did Mecca grasp that the elder had long since grown weary of the painting's constraints and yearned for freedom. The elder continued, "This painting is merely a draft. I am but a fragment. Yet, Black's essence is formidable, and only the blood of a more potent magical creature can suffice." A vision of the 3-headed dog flashed in Mecca's mind. Would the hellhound be effective? The one from Greek mythology? The elder responded with a smile, "Of course. That will do. Go on." With a wave of his hand, Mecca heard the sound of shattering glass, as the space around him fragmented amidst a powerful storm, swirling chaotically. As daylight broke, Mecca carefully stored the painting in a drawer, gazing out the window, pondering the dream from the previous night. Headmaster Black had mentioned that the essence of the self-portrait could only be dispelled with the blood of a 3-headed dog. But where could he possibly obtain such blood? He recalled that the Weasley twins had recently been selling an array of peculiar items. Thinking of Ron's twin brothers, known for their penchant for collecting oddities, he considered that perhaps he could seek their assistance. After a quick wash-up, he inquired his way to the Weasley twins' dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted with surprise. "Ah, a rare visitor," exclaimed George Weasley, his eyes sparkling as if he had spotted a galleon. He ushered Mecca inside. Fred Weasley, freshly groomed with a towel in hand, beamed upon Mecca's arrival. "No wonder I felt an unusual cheer today. It is Mr. Anders who has come to visit." Mecca chuckled in return. "Fred, you may call me Mecca. I have come today with a query to discuss." "What kind of question?" George inquired, curiosity piqued. Fred patted his chest confidently. "Speak up. Solving problems is our forte." Mecca pondered. "I require a tool capable of drawing blood from animals, as their skin is rather thick. Thus, it would be prudent for the instrument to be sufficiently sharp." George chuckled. "There are indeed numerous items that meet your criteria." Mecca then envisioned the fearsome visage of the 3-headed dog. It would be ideal to discreetly administer the procedure while it slumbered or was otherwise occupied. He added, "This tool must be compact, easily concealable, and should make minimal noise during the blood extraction, ideally without alerting the animal." "Any other specifications?" Brett inquired. "That will suffice," Mecca replied. George contemplated. The requirement for a small tool is easily addressed, yet accommodating the latter request proves more challenging. Just as Brett was about to speak, he noticed George blink, prompting him to cough lightly. "Of course, we have certain connections. With sufficient funds, even the most daunting issues can be resolved." Mecca produced a silver sickle and placed it upon the table. George glanced at it, his expression troubled. "A single silver sickle? That presents quite a challenge. You know those alchemists are not easily persuaded." "Indeed," Brett grimaced, "you haven't witnessed their foul tempers. Negotiating with them is akin to enduring a form of torture." After a moment of hesitation, Mecca rummaged through his belongings and, with a wince, extracted a golden galleon. "This is my last galleon, just received from home a few days prior. If you can expedite the solution to my dilemma." George's eyes sparkled at the sight of the galleon, while Brett quickly cleared his throat. George, regaining his composure, adopted a serious demeanor, pondering aloud. "Mecca, you are aware that requesting items from alchemists often leads to delays. However, everyone is motivated by profit, and alchemists are no exception. A higher price may yield swifter results." Mecca emptied his pocket, revealing only 2 silver sickles and the rest in copper nats. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, sighing, "Do not mock me, George. This is all I have left. This is the entirety of the change my family provided, and after today, I fear I shall have to tighten my belt." George and Brett exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. George's expression brightened as he sighed. Very well, I understand your financial constraints. It is commendable that you can offer this much. Brett confidently declared, in 3 days, I shall deliver the items to you. Satisfied, Mecca exited the dormitory of the twin brothers. 3 days later, a bird alighted on the windowsill, stretching its wings in the brilliant sunlight and emitting a melodious chirp. Mecca, finally awakening, called to the still sleeping Harry and Ron. After a brief wash, the group made their way to the flying classroom, an open plaza. Chapter 26, The Duel. The sun shone brilliantly as a hawk soared overhead, capturing Mecca Anders' attention. He lifted his gaze to see the majestic bird gliding above the open courtyard, passing through the shadow cast by the tall tower and ascending into the clouds. What a magnificent creature, a voice remarked beside him. Mecca turned to see a stout boy with an amiable countenance. Upon meeting Mecca's gaze, he chuckled innocently. Mecca glanced at the object clutched in his hand. Its hue akin to that of glass, captivating and radiant. Greetings, he introduced himself with a smile, then inquired curiously, what is that you hold? The chubby boy looked at the crystalline sphere in his grasp. I am Navalin Barton. He scratched his head. I've forgotten its name. But it is something of great significance, a gift from my grandmother. This is a memory orb, he continued. Upon seeing a familiar face, Mecca's expression brightened. Just as they were about to proceed towards the center of the square, they turned to find the blonde-haired Malfoy observing them, flanked by 2 tall, imposing cohorts who effectively blocked their path. Malfoy, Hermione frowned immediately. What is your intention? It was evident that he still bore a grudge over the incident where Mecca had accidentally bumped his nose. The 2 henchmen stepped aside reluctantly. Mecca shook his head in amusement, noting Malfoy's tendency to hold grudges, still recalling the events from the beginning of term. Professor Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor, soon arrived. Her brilliant silver hair shone brightly, her sharp eyes resembling those of a hawk, clad in a white shirt paired with a formal black robe, and donned practical short boots. The esteemed flying expert of Hogwarts surveyed the gathered students with a warm smile. I am delighted to be your flying instructor. You may call me Madam Hooch or Professor Hooch. She instructed someone to distribute the brooms at their feet, which in the wizarding world are known as flying brooms, common means of transportation for witches and wizards. Upon receiving his broom, Mecca gently touched it, observing the golden patterns adorning its surface, imbued with an air of mystery. Students encountering such flying apparatus for the first time beamed with joy, reluctant to let go. The remaining students shared their excitement, engaging in lively discussions. In the magical realm, there exists a sport known as Quidditch, which enjoys immense popularity similar to that of soccer in the real world. The scoring system bears resemblance to that of football, albeit Quidditch is played while riding brooms, aiming to score by striking flying balls into the goal. Students often delighted in conversing about which Quidditch team triumphed in the previous month's match, leading to the broom's status as a beloved item and tool. Seeing their enthusiasm, Madam Hooch couldn't help but smile. These will be your companions in class. Take good care of them. Noticing some audacious students mounting their brooms, eager to take flight, she promptly adopted a stern expression and admonished, do not rush to attempt flying. Do you wish to experience the sensation of plummeting from the sky? The bold students, chastised by her gaze, obediently retracted their brooms. Flying is an art. Do not presume that innate talent alone will suffice, for arrogance breeds folly. Resonance, magical flow, and a composed mindset are essential. Through the resonance of magic, one may establish a connection with the flying broom, which is crucial for one's ability to soar. The magical flow pertains to the exchange of one's own magical essence with that of the broom, serving as a fundamental element in controlling its speed and aiding in directional mastery. A calm demeanor enables the rider of the broom to make effective decisions and judgments in the face of danger, allowing them to evade threats or mitigate losses promptly. The former qualities are closely intertwined with the innate talents of the wizard. It stands to reason that those endowed with exceptional magical aptitude possess advantages in mastering the art of broom flight, achieving proficiency at a significantly swifter pace than others. After Mrs. Hooch elucidated the fundamentals of flying, she demonstrated them personally. She soared into the air on her broom, hovering at a low altitude, and for a fleeting moment, her speed rivaled that of an arrow, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the students, as she halted her flight to instruct the students on how to land during a crisis. A sudden scream pierced the air. A classmate had unexpectedly shot skyward on their broom. A crystal-like orb plummeted to the ground, rolling for a moment before vanishing among the crowd. Hermione gasped, Neville. Even Mike was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He could only gaze in astonishment as he saw Neville ascend into the heights, weaving between the towers with little control over his direction. Fear had contorted Neville's face, and, as he swayed with the broom's rapid movements, he nearly collided with the surrounding structures or risked crashing headlong into the ground. One could only imagine the chaotic scene that would ensue should he actually collide. Harry pressed his lips tightly together, his anxiety mounting. He and Neville had often shared meals in the Great Hall and had become friends. "Fetch Madame Pomfrey," Mrs. Hooch commanded, pointing towards the two students. With a swift whoosh, she mounted her broom and darted after Neville. Most students fell silent, apprehensive of witnessing a gruesome scene. Should such a catastrophe occur, it would surely cast a shadow over their future attempts at broom riding. Fortunately, just as Neville was about to crash to the ground, Mrs. Hooch managed to catch him. She exhaled in relief and gently set Neville down. "The ball," he mumbled, fumbling over his body and craning his neck towards Harry, rasping. "The ball." As the words left his lips, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Harry, taken aback by Neville's utterance, pondered what ball. As Neville lay unconscious, Mrs. Hooch hastily examined him, calling out, "Has Madame Pomfrey arrived?" She quickly summoned someone to assist in transporting Neville to the hospital wing. With such unforeseen events in the flying lesson, the class was unable to continue. After the heart-stopping ordeal, the tension in the room dissipated and discussions erupted. "The ball?" Hermione exclaimed. "Neville's memory ball is missing." At that moment, Harry realized that the ball Neville had mentioned was the memory orb he had received from home a few days prior, during a meal in the Great Hall. Ron then patted Harry on the shoulder and gestured, "Look, over there, Malfoy." "Give me Neville's memory ball," Harry demanded. Malfoy shot him a sidelong glance and replied with a smirk. "Why should I?" With a cunning glint in his eye, he added, "Here's the deal. If you can catch me, I'll return the ball." Without waiting for Harry's response, he mounted his broom and suddenly shot into the sky. This action sparked a wave of gasps, as onlookers feared yet another mishap. However, Malfoy soon hovered effortlessly in midair, casting a sly smile down at Harry. "Come on, Harry, don't hesitate." Hermione, both anxious and frustrated, implored, "Harry, you've never touched a broomstick before. This reckless flight is far too perilous, especially with Madame Hooch absent." Harry hesitated, grasping the broom but remaining immobile. Malfoy feigned dropping the memory ball, grinning mischievously. "If you don't come, I might just let it go. It would shatter into pieces if it fell from here, wouldn't it?" Harry recalled Neville's earlier words, presumably urging him to safeguard the memory ball. Driven by an innate sense of goodness, he gritted his teeth, and the broom suddenly soared into the air, jolting him. "Harry!" Hermione shouted urgently. Madame Hooch said to stay focused and calm. Taking a deep breath, Harry finally steadied the broom beneath him. After tentatively flying low for a while to ensure he could control the broom, he suddenly accelerated towards Malfoy. Startled, Malfoy was taken aback. He had not anticipated Harry's remarkable flying prowess. Quickly regaining his composure, he too surged forward, increasing the distance between himself and Harry. Malfoy seemed to revel in the attention, watching Harry with gritted teeth, momentarily obscuring him from view, which made him burst into triumphant laughter. Unexpectedly, a figure shot up from the ground, zipping past him and knocking the memory ball from his grasp. "Oh no!" Harry exclaimed. Realizing too late that the ball was too slippery to hold on to, he swiftly turned and dove towards the ground, reaching out to catch it, but the ball plummeted rapidly. Hermione hurriedly drew her wand, preparing to cast a spell to save the ball, suspended in midair. The crystal-like orb shimmered in the brilliant sunlight as it descended towards the earth, when suddenly, a hand reached out and caught it. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, bringing the broom to a halt. Hermione patted her chest, still shaken. "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Mecca tossed the broom he held in his other hand onto the ground, sighing, realizing he truly lacked this particular talent. With the memory ball cradled in his arms, he smiled at the approaching Malfoy. Malfoy extended his hand, coldly demanding, "Mecca Anders. Give me that ball." Mecca replied with a grin. "Why should I?" Malfoy paused, the phrase sounding vaguely familiar. He glared at Mecca's smiling face, anger boiling within him. "Umph." Malfoy scoffed. "Do you dare to challenge me to a duel?" Mecca feigned surprise, asking curiously, "What are we wagering?" "The ball," Malfoy replied. "Whoever wins gets to keep it." Mecca raised an eyebrow. Incredulous, "Is that ball yours?" Malfoy faltered, sneering, "What if it isn't? As long as it's in my possession. No one dares to take it from me." "Oh," Mecca said, pulling the memory ball from his cloak, perplexed. "The memory ball is in your possession?" Malfoy stumbled over his words. "Let us wager 30 galleons," he amended. "There's a tower to the south, filled with abandoned classrooms and storage. No one goes there. At 11 o'clock tonight, on the 6th floor, we will resolve this matter with magic. If you win, I will give you 30 galleons. If you lose, you owe me 30. Malfoy let out a sound of frustration, smacking his forehead and chuckling. Look at me being foolish, forgetting that you are not like me. You surely do not possess 30 galleons, do you? If you lose, just hand me the memory orb. So what? Are you brave enough to accept? Upon hearing the mention of 30 galleons, Mecca couldn't help but marvel at Malfoy's wealth. I have money. I will wager with you. As the flying lesson concluded, the students departed in different directions. Just as Mecca and his companions exited the square and traversed the corridor toward the dining hall, they unexpectedly encountered Professor Quirrell. Professor. Hermione greeted politely. Mecca turned to observe Quirrell's retreating figure, filled with curiosity about his purpose there. Before he could ponder further, Ron tugged at him. What are you daydreaming about? Mecca, we need to eat. I heard there's an all-you-can-eat fish and chips tonight. Professor Quirrell paused at the corner of the corridor, watching Harry and his friends with a smile. He had been drawn by the high-altitude chase between Malfoy and Harry, initially intending to merely observe, but unexpectedly found himself intrigued. Excellent bait, a raspy voice remarked. Indeed, splendid, the voice agreed, suddenly shifting its tone. If only we could keep this so-called savior there forever. Quirrell, surprised by this statement, asked, Master, do you also believe in that prophecy of the savior? It is merely precautionary, the raspy voice replied calmly. Since it may pose a threat to me, it is better to eliminate it in one fell swoop. In the dining hall, Mecca Anders sat at a table with Harry and the others, sharing a meal. The table was laden with roasted steak, fish and chips, flaky egg tarts, and Yorkshire pudding, all steaming and aromatic. Harry, are you really going tonight? Hermione, aware that Harry had accepted Malfoy's challenge, expressed her concern. Harry nodded, responding without hesitation, Of course, since I've already promised, I will certainly go. With his mouth full of fish and chips, Ron spoke with difficulty, not particularly worried. Let me see, Harry, you can simply stand him up tomorrow. What reason is there to be honorable with someone like Malfoy? Harry shook his head, indicating his intent to go, and returned to his meal of milk and mashed potatoes. What about you? Hermione turned to Mecca, asking, Are you going as well? Mecca had his own considerations. Since they were heading to the abandoned classroom, there might be an opportunity to obtain some three-headed dog blood. He smiled and said, Malfoy originally sought me out for a duel, and Harry helped me accept. If I do not go, would that not be rather ungracious? But Hermione voiced her concerns in a hushed tone. If we are seen, we might face punishment or even expulsion. He was aware of the school rules, yet he approached matters with resolve. Once a decision was made, he would not hesitate. Harry appeared contemplative. He feared not punishment, but expulsion. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved, I still have to go. Ron, growing impatient and suffering from a bit of nasal congestion, blew his nose and declared loyally, Then I shall go too. All right then. Hermione's expression had shifted from one of worry to a newfound ease, indicating that she had made a choice within herself. Mecca, come here, beckoned the Weasley twins with an air of mystery. Ron, upon seeing them, grumbled. What do you two want? George Weasley shot him a glance and retorted, That's none of your concern. You just enjoy your fries. Your snot is about to drip. Ron huffed and turned his attention away. Mecca wiped his greasy hands with a napkin, rose from the table, and followed the twins to a corner. Observing their expressions, he sensed that matters had been settled and inquired with a smile. So, is it the last day? Have you finally brought the items? Fred Weasley grinned, replying, You bet. We, as brothers in business, pride ourselves on our integrity. If we say 3 days, we mean 3 days. George produced a bundle wrapped in cloth from his pocket and unveiled a mysterious alchemical device, presenting it to Mecca. The object resembled an ordinary syringe, albeit slightly more delicate, akin to a piece of craftsmanship. Its golden needle shimmered under the hall's light, suggesting a formidable sharpness. Noticing Mecca's confusion, George boasted, What do you think? I assure you, it will exceed your expectations. Fred whispered a few words to Mecca, explaining the syringe's function. This creation, true to the wonders of the magical realm, catered to all of Mecca's needs. The needle was undoubtedly sharp, and the syringe's body bore intermittent light-colored patterns that, when activated by a spell, would automatically target and draw blood from the intended subject. Additionally, the needle had been treated with a particular obscure charm, rendering the target's body numb at the moment of piercing, ensuring they remained oblivious. But don't use it on people, George cautioned. If anything goes awry, you might find yourself expelled from Hogwarts. I understand, Mecca nodded. Later that evening, darkness enveloped the sky, and within the room, one could hardly see a hand in front of their face without the windows open. The surroundings were eerily silent, with even the rustle of birds outside distinctly audible. Several shadowy figures stealthily emerged from the dormitory, gathering in the common room outside, where Hermione joined them from the girls' dormitory. Are we leaving now? Ron pointed toward the staircase leading outside. Harry nodded and whispered, "Let's move slowly and quietly. We mustn't alert the patrolling professors." With Harry leading the way, the others followed, while Mecca, with his hands in his pockets, appeared considerably more relaxed. The corridor at midnight was ominously dark, resembling an unfathomable abyss, with breaths echoing distinctly in the silence. Shadows flitted by outside, revealing birds that made their home within the castle. Suddenly, Mecca halted, exclaiming, "Someone's coming." Hermione gasped, shooting him a glare, but quickly stifled her breath in anticipation. At the corridor's end, a yellowish light emerged, indicating someone was approaching around the corner. It was Argus Filch, the school's caretaker. Ron, gripping Mecca's shirt, whispered, "I've heard he has quite the temper. If we get caught, this will be the talk of the entire school." As Harry listened to these words, a sense of tension enveloped him. His eyes darted around, seeking a place to conceal themselves. Mecca was the first to discover a suitable hiding spot. A fountain situated outside the corridor, adorned with a towering, humanoid stone statue at its center. The statue provided ample cover for several individuals, while the sound of the bubbling water could effectively muffle any other noise. "Follow me," he urged, leading the group to shelter behind the stone figure. Before long, a figure carrying an oil lamp ambled past, its flickering, golden light illuminating his pallid face. This was a gaunt man, stooped over, with bulging eyes that seemed to reflect a ravenous hunger. Clad in tattered robes, the hem trailing to the ground, a skeletal cat followed closely at his heels. As the night deepened into silence, one could not afford to be complacent. Argus Filch confided to the cat at his feet, "None of the students here are innocuous. They are all incorrigible rascals. I must dedicate extra time to discipline them." He paused, then added, "But it is worth the effort. Would you not agree, Mrs. Norris?" Mrs. Norris, the cat, remained indifferent, sweeping her tail and surveying her surroundings with her exceptionally bright eyes, momentarily glancing at the statue in the fountain. Harry inhaled sharply, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he feared that the cat might detect their presence. Mecca noticed Ron clutching his shirt tightly. He turned to see Ron and Hermione holding their breath in anticipation. Meow. Mrs. Norris emitted a languid sound as she sauntered down the corridor, not pausing for a moment. Filch hastily followed, the oil lamp swaying in his hand, his footsteps fading into the distance. "All clear," Mecca declared, observing the vanishing figures. He stepped out from behind the statue and beckoned the others forward. "Let us proceed," he said. Ron exhaled, cursing under his breath, "That Filch is no good. What does he mean by calling everyone rascals? Bah, he's the true villain." Harry nodded in agreement, finding a sense of solidarity in Ron's words. At last they arrived. Mecca ascended the stone steps, leading them into the interior of the towering tower. The space was vast and eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. He craned his neck, beholding a series of long staircases that spiraled upward, seemingly without end. After a brief respite, they climbed to the 6th floor. Directly connected to the staircase was a rusty door that concealed the entire 6th floor behind it. "Shall we enter?" Mecca inquired, glancing back at the others. Harry and the others exchanged uncertain glances, none of them knowing whether anyone awaited them on the other side, all apprehensive that opening the door might lead them to encounter a professor from school. "Is anyone going to speak?" Mecca asked again. "Shall I open it?" The group fell silent in tacit agreement. The door was unlatched, and Mecca pushed it open with effort. Inside lay a pitch-black corridor, devoid of any light, and peering within felt akin to gazing into a deep well. "Is anyone there?" Ron ventured to peek inside, seeing nothing. He sighed in relief, then lamented, "Harry, I fear Malfoy may have stood us up." Harry pressed his lips together, glancing downstairs, still seeing no sign of anyone approaching. "Meow." A cat's voice resonated from within the door. The group collectively gasped. "Filkes got Ron whispered." Mecca quietly closed the door as he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. "Hasten your steps. There are footsteps, perhaps from within the door, or possibly from above." A group of individuals hurriedly descended the staircase. Suddenly, the sound of gears meshing echoed, startling a few, who then witnessed the staircase abruptly deviating from its original path, rearranging itself with a dizzying swiftness. "This is dire. It seems someone above has heard the commotion, and the footsteps quickened." "Never mind that. We must move," Harry suggested, taking the lead down the stairs. They were ensnared. A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a smile in the darkness. As the group entered the corridor on the 5th floor, he silently followed them inside. Chapter 28. The Loss of Direction. In the darkness, footsteps hurried. Mecca Anders trailed behind the group, suddenly sensing something amiss. He had been to the 5th floor before, and this corridor, which should have been lengthy, now appeared to have shortened, the end already visible. Where did that door come from? Mecca's heart raced. He slowed his pace, attempting to ascertain the direction, but the night was too dark, and his sense of orientation had long been lost. At that moment, he heard the sound of a door closing, and upon looking back, he saw that the door behind him had already shut. Stop! Mecca called out immediately. Something is not right. He then heard the guttural snoring of a beast, its sound coarse and alarmingly clear, as if it were right before him. What was happening? Harry halted. Hermione and Ron bore expressions of inquiry as well. However, they soon discerned the cause. A hazy moonlight streamed through the window, revealing a colossal shadow sprawled on the ground before them. Ron lifted his head, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld 3 heads, each larger than his entire form. What kind of monster is that? Hermione inhaled deeply, her wand gripped tightly, not daring to relent for a moment. The Hogwarts Encyclopedia states that all creatures defying logic are either immensely large or possess extraordinary abilities, collectively termed magical creatures. We must hurry while it is still asleep. Harry noted that its eyes were tightly shut. It appeared to be in slumber. Mecca remained vigilant. Sensing that the door had been opened by someone, their sense of direction rendered ineffective, lured into the abandoned classroom of the 3-headed dog. A faint floral fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. Thanks to his vampire-like sense of smell, he discerned the source of the aroma before the others did. It emanated from a door that had just closed. He recalled that the hellhound's sense of smell was even more acute and quickly looked up. One of its heads swayed upright, 2 enormous lantern-like eyes blossoming in the darkness. Mecca wished to call out to them, urging them to follow him to the exit. However, his voice was drowned out by the ensuing roar of the 3-headed dog, which seemed unusually excited. The creature did not focus on him, but instead took a step in another direction, unaware of which unfortunate soul it had targeted. What a perceptive little fiend. In the darkness, a figure shimmered, as if emerging from the surface of the water, cloaked in a dark hood with a pallid visage. It gazed at the retreating Mecca Anders. Indeed, it proved effective. Professor Chilo emanated a scent of sulfur, overpowering the floral fragrance that lingered in the air. He chuckled softly, remarking that the scent of the snow-capped mountain's nettle could excite the hellhound's nerves, stripping it of its remaining discernment. The odor of sulfur, however, could mimic that of its kin, leading the creature to mistake the sulfurous individual for one of its own. Bolstered by the nettle's essence, it would harbor no doubts, even growing accustomed to the presence, choosing to overlook it entirely. Go! A raspy voice echoed from behind, yet no figure appeared. Go, my servant, find that stone. I understand. Master, came the reply, the sulfuric scent wafting through the air. In the darkness, Mecca discerned another unfamiliar aroma. Following its source, he realized it concealed a person, the one who had led them all into this forsaken classroom. The situation had spiraled out of control. Rather than pursuing, Mecca began to analyze the current predicament. This classroom, shrouded in mystery, might have been repaired after the last destruction, with the professors casting some enchantment that caused anyone entering to lose their sense of direction. As he pondered, a rising chorus of howls pierced the darkness, prompting him to furrow his brow. There are 2 distinct scents here. One, an unknown floral fragrance that seems to exhilarate the hellhound. The other, the sulfurous odor, whose effects remain unclear. Yet, legends speak of demons from the underworld carrying such a scent. The hidden individual's use of sulfur might indeed be connected to this. Gradually, the sulfurous scent receded. Mecca took 2 steps forward, and a whisper escaped his lips, suddenly causing his body to tremble and twist. With a rustle, the shadow illuminated by the moonlight coiled into a dark bat, taking flight with fluttering wings. The immediate priority was to gather Harry and the others, to collectively seek an exit. Mecca's objective was clear. As long as they convened, if a professor were to witness this scene, there would still be time to rescue them should danger arise. However, as everyone scattered, there was no guarantee a professor would possess the capacity to monitor so many during a crisis. The bat, blending into the darkness, opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, sending forth a silent ripple. A vivid, 3-dimensional map unfolded in Mecca's mind, showing several individuals fleeing, one in a pitiful state, being toyed with and pursued by a massive hellhound. Relief washed over him. This hellhound seemed less enraged and bloodthirsty than before, appearing instead to be entertained by its quarry, resembling a cat playing with a mouse. Yet, he dared not linger, fearing the creature's unpredictable temperament might lead it to seize one of them in a single savage bite. He memorized the locations of those fleeing and spread his wings, soaring in a determined direction. Harry, Ron, Mecca, are you there? Hermione Granger whispered, gripping her wand tightly as she felt her way along the wall in the darkness. Above her, a skylight allowed a dim moonbeam to filter through, illuminating only a few meters of her path. She dared not quicken her pace, fearing that the sound of her footsteps might attract the hellhound. "I can do this," Hermione murmured to herself, clenching her fist for encouragement. She was both frightened and anxious, her voice pitifully soft, yet her footsteps did not falter for an instant. Among the few present, she had mastered the most spells, making her temporarily the most capable. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed in the darkness, causing Hermione to pause briefly before her tension escalated. Her wand pointed towards the sound. "Who is it?" She inhaled deeply. In such an atmosphere, she could not afford to be anything but cautious. As the footsteps drew nearer, her breath quickened. "It's me." "Stay calm, Hermione, it's me." "Mecca?" Hermione sighed in relief. "I'm so glad you're all right." Mecca smiled, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Hermione, you stay here. I will fetch Harry. I believe I know where he is." Hermione hesitated. "Shouldn't I come along?" She recalled that Mecca had not performed well in their charms class and likely had not learned a single spell by now. Mecca shook her head with a smile. "No need. My hearing is quite keen, and it's easier for me to go alone." Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but was struck by the sight of Mecca's pitch-black eyes, devoid of any trace of fear, serene as a still lake. She swallowed her words and nodded. Mecca turned and walked into the darkness. Before long, Mecca returned with Harry, and the trio gathered, following his lead toward the unsettling growl that echoed nearby. Harry pursed his lips tightly. "Ron isn't being pursued by that three-headed dog, is he?" Mecca recognized the guilt weighing on Harry, feeling that their predicament stemmed from his dual agreement with Malfoy. Yet, he had to acknowledge that the unfortunate one being chased was indeed Ron. "It seems so," Mecca conceded. "Our immediate priority is to rescue Ron." Hermione lowered her voice, feeling a pang of shame. "It's a pity. I haven't read much of Fantastic Beasts. Otherwise, if I understood their behaviors, there might be a way to resolve this." Mecca pondered how to divert the three-headed dog's attention, contemplating whether there was anything on him that could emit a scent to lure it away. Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent, followed by the ominous sound of a heavy door being pushed open. Growl! In the darkness, the three-headed dog roared in fury, as if its territory had been invaded. The ground trembled violently, and a massive shadow surged forth, dust cascading from the ceiling. Hermione gasped in horror, pressing against the wall to avoid falling, as debris rained down, coating her hair in a layer of white. Harry, failing to remain steady, toppled to the ground. Mecca also struggled to keep his balance, swaying precariously, but as the tremors lessened slightly, he seized the opportunity and dashed forward, pulling the trembling Ron from the shadowy corner. "Now follow me." Ron was drenched in green slime, the unmistakable drool of the three-headed dog. But Mecca had no time to dwell on that as he guided them through the darkness, finally arriving at a locked door. "Hermione," Mecca called out. Hermione snapped back to attention, pointing her wand at the rusty lock. A flash of white light emitted, and the lock clicked open with a satisfying snap. Mecca pulled open the door, allowing light to spill in through the crack. The group, suddenly overwhelmed with the joy of escaping death, rushed outside. Silence enveloped them. Hermione was breathless, and it seemed Filch was no longer present. "Be quiet. We must ascend," Mecca urged. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, startling Harry, who realized someone was approaching. Mecca caught sight of a distant light. It appeared someone had been drawn by the sounds emanating from the abandoned classroom and was hastily descending from above. He glimpsed the profile of that individual. "You must go," Mecca instructed swiftly. "Head straight to the first floor. I will ascend to the sixth and draw them away." Harry, alarmed, exclaimed, "But you—" "I shall be fine," Mecca reassured him with a smile. "My vision is keen at night. The likelihood of being captured by that individual is minimal." Ron, regaining some composure, gasped, "We should go together." Mecca's expression turned serious as the footsteps drew nearer. "Hermione, take him away." Hermione hesitated briefly, but recalling Mecca's calm demeanor in the abandoned classroom, she steeled herself and urged Harry to run with her down the stairs. "Well done," Mecca thought as he watched them reach the first floor, their silhouettes fading toward the entrance, a smile gracing his lips. The footsteps above grew increasingly louder, resembling the pounding of a heart. He remained unperturbed. His unique vampire lineage endowed him with exceptional night vision, allowing him to clearly identify who was pursuing him. With Professor Snape present, his safety was somewhat assured. "In that case, do not blame me for retaliating," Mecca mused as he felt the syringe concealed within his clothing. He pushed open the door to the abandoned classroom, his muscles coiling and contracting as he vanished in an instant, transforming into a black bat that flitted inside. Chapter 29. Successful acquisition. Mecca Anders flapped his wings, soaring gracefully, his dark eyes scanning the shadows around him. The abandoned classroom seemed to be under a spell, with moonlight unable to penetrate its depths, casting an eerie darkness. From the depths of the shadows, a cacophony erupted, as if the very earth trembled under an enraged beast's furious roars. The ground shook from tremendous destruction, dust cascading from the ceiling. It appeared that the three-headed dog was indeed in a fit of rage. What could it be thrashing about? It had recently released Ron, who had barely escaped its jaws, seeming to have lost all semblance of reason. Through this scene, Mecca surmised that someone had profoundly angered it, causing it to disregard everything and everyone else. He thus concluded that he might have the opportunity to observe the chaos unfold from a safe distance, edging closer to the three-headed dog. However, even in its madness, he could not approach too closely. Although he carried no scented items, who could truly ascertain the sensitivity of the creature's sense of smell? Would it truly disregard a mere fly nearby? Drawing strength from his back, Mecca accelerated his wing beats, transforming into a shadow, racing toward the source of the tumult. The night was darker still, nearly engulfing his bat form, while the overwhelming noise masked his flapping wings, rendering them undetectable. Yet, he remained vigilant. Soon, Mecca arrived at the epicenter of the commotion, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. A heavy iron door in the ground opened a narrow chasm of darkness, with broken chains sprawled across the ground, hinting at a hidden passage below. A colossal beast roared towards the sky, its three heads glowing like lanterns as they scanned the surroundings, its massive maw agape, revealing serrated teeth as white as bone. Unable to locate the intruder who had disturbed its territory, it unleashed its fury upon the earth and walls, each strike sending stones and dirt flying, leaving behind deep claw marks that sent shivers down the spine. Was this rage directed at the unseen opener of the iron door? Suspended from the ceiling, Mecca felt the vibrations reverberating through his body, yet he remained composed, absorbing every detail. The intruder was so close, almost within reach. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon a certain corner, seemingly empty, yet a faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air. This corner was scarcely 10 meters from the three-headed beast's claws. With just a couple of steps, it could obliterate the area. Did the sulfur's aroma compel the beast to overlook the presence of this person? Mecca analyzed the situation. The intruder possessed the ability to cast an illusion spell, rendering himself invisible to the naked eye. He tilted his black head slightly and smiled silently. Though the beast could not see him, he could see it. Corina's Chilo stood quietly against the wall, his form almost non-existent, refracting all light, even his hair undetectable. He witnessed the beast's rampage, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yet Chilo understood that the reason the beast continued its tantrum was that it could perceive his presence. He had brought ample sulfur powder, but he could not afford to waste it. Once the sulfur scent dissipated, the beast would surely tear him apart. Professor Chilo was acutely aware of the urgency. If this continued, once the beast realized he was not one of its kin, it would likely become even more frenzied. Moreover, even if he had sufficient sulfur powder, he could not linger much longer. The ruckus he had caused would undoubtedly attract attention from outside. If only the door could be opened a little wider, he could slip inside to retrieve the stone and allow the esteemed figure to depart from him. He gazed at the heavy iron door on the ground, which had already opened a slight crack. If he could push it further, he could access the interior. From his pocket, he retrieved a handful of golden powder, sulfur, pondering whether its release could divert the three-headed beast's attention or momentarily stun it. The residual sulfur scent lingering on him should last for half a minute, ample time for him to escape this abandoned classroom. With that in mind, he resolved to take a bold risk. Professor Chilo abruptly tossed the sulfur into the air, and in the dark corner, a cloud of golden powder erupted, the scent of sulfur overwhelming. The three-headed beast suddenly fixated on the airborne sulfur, its nostrils flaring as it pondered how these particles bore the scent of its kind. The moment had arrived. Professor Chilo maintained the invisibility of his spell and swiftly dashed to the imposing iron door. With both hands gripping the solitary handle, he exerted greater force, causing the door to creak open gradually. Hurry faster. As he observed the widening gap, a sense of joy blossomed within him. Suddenly, a jarring crash of shattered glass shattered the fleeting tranquility. A vial of azure solution splintered, releasing an aromatic scent of herbs. And the blue liquid that splashed onto the iron door was so glaring that it made Chilo's heart constrict. A calming potion. A thought flickered across his mind, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold a colossal head looming above him, its rancid breath wafting over his face. The three-headed dog's bloodshot eyes glowed crimson, saliva dripping from its jaws. And for Professor Chilo, it felt like a torrential downpour, drenching him in green and breaking his invisibility spell. Roar! The thunderous bellow was deafening. Chilo's voice was drowned in the cacophony of fury. In the darkness, the immense commotion sent shivers down one's spine, the ceiling trembling as debris scattered everywhere. In the corner, a shadow suddenly writhed and expanded. A pitch-black bat flapped and soared, navigating through the falling rubble towards the exit of the abandoned classroom. At last, success. A mix of astonishment and joy surged within Mecca. The thrill of taking risks was accompanied by an undeniable fear, yet against all odds, he had acquired the blood of the three-headed dog and made his escape. The roaring cries echoed in his ears, and fearing unforeseen complications, he quickened his flight. Upon glimpsing the light at the doorway, he executed a swift maneuver, darting through the half-open classroom door and leaping toward the skylight above, flapping his wings with determination, soaring through the opening like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. The night breeze rushed against him, the air refreshingly crisp as Mecca spread his wings and ascended into the heights. The bat turned its obsidian eyes downward, just as a heavy black mist shattered the window glass, vanishing into the night. Was that Professor Chilo? He seemed to have departed unscathed. Mecca chuckled silently. A figure emerged, chasing the black mist, standing at the pinnacle of the tower, his dark robe billowing in the wind. He appeared to notice the bat circling above and turned his gaze in that direction. Mecca dared not linger, discerning his path. He flew toward the Gryffindor dormitory. The black shadow briefly passed over the golden crescent moon before disappearing into the night. Creak! A door marked as Professor Chilo's office swung open. A figure stumbled into the room, shutting the door behind him, a faint, unhealthy flush crossing his pale face. Damn Snape, one day I shall return all that you have wrought upon me, and you too shall taste this bitterness. His expression was one of resentment. All his efforts had been in vain, escaping the jaws of the beast while nearly succumbing to Snape's magic. Foolishness, a hoarse voice remarked. Only a fool would choose to pit eggs against stones. Since Snape obstructs your path, find a way to circumvent him. Moreover, tend to your wounds swiftly, lest you raise suspicion about your injuries. Professor Chilo approached his desk and retrieved a bottle of shimmering golden elixir from the drawer, pouring it onto the wound on his right arm. The golden liquid was gradually absorbed, as if the lacerations inflicted by the blade were writhing, the blood slowly vanishing. Ron, reeking of Cerberus's saliva, had yet to clean himself and, wishing to emulate Harry, found himself shunned by Mecca. I want a hug too, he said, appearing completely rejuvenated, a grin spreading across his face. After a leisurely exchange among the group, someone finally yawned, prompting them to disperse and attend to their respective tasks. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of snoring. Mecca retrieved an exquisite syringe obtained from the Weasley twins and poured the dark red blood of Cerberus into the portrait of Principal Black. Regrettably, a calculation error had led to a shortage of blood, and time was scarce. He felt a pang of disappointment. Had there been more blood, he could have retained some to awaken the dormant vampire lineage within him. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. In Chapter 30, The Gift of the Spirit in the Painting, the master of the ancient mansion sat in a chair, a willow cane at his side, gazing at the distant nightscape. The grand door stood ajar, moonlight flooding in, as if anticipating the arrival of guests. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared, arriving late. Ah, you've come? The elderly man with a goatee greeted with a smile. Mecca Anders nodded, observing the cracks on the old man's face, resembling shattered porcelain. Hesitating, he inquired, "Are you about to be liberated?" The old man chuckled. "A good thing." Rising from his seat, he walked to the door, stretching his arms and exclaiming with delight, "I had almost forgotten how long I have lingered in this painting. At last, I can breathe fresh air, even if it might be illusory." Following the old man's gaze, Mecca beheld a full moon hanging high, its silvery light filtering through the clouds like gossamer. He understood the elder had discerned that this was not the real world but a realm within his dreams. He smiled and remarked, "Whether real or not, what matters is happiness." The old man erupted into hearty laughter, bending down to scrutinize Mecca's face, exclaiming in admiration, "You are quite perceptive for one so young. You have a knack for endearing yourself to the elderly." "Very well," he declared, extending a finger to tap lightly on Mecca's forehead, a smile gracing his lips. "I shall bestow upon you all that remains of my essence." A chill swept over Mecca's forehead. The old man's touch felt like ice, radiating a coldness. A streak of white light swiftly ascended from his finger, momentarily rendering Mecca dazed, as if his thoughts had come to a halt. Then, with a resounding thud in his mind, it was as if a portal had swung open, and fragmented images rushed past him, waves of knowledge flooding in. Time slipped away, and when he finally reopened his eyes, he found the old man's face ashen, fissures appearing all over his body, from which a dim light emanated. Noticing Mecca's gaze, the elder leaned against the door, a weak smile gracing his lips. His eyes dimmed, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish, evoking a profound sense of sorrow for the impending farewell. Mecca observed as the elderly man opened his mouth, seemingly poised to utter more, yet no sound emerged, leaving him straining to catch even a whisper. With a serene smile, the old man relinquished his thoughts of conversation and settled at the threshold. He tilted his head towards the golden moon, closed his eyes, and departed from this world, his frail body marred by cracks. With a resounding crash, along with the entire estate and the luminous moon above, shattered into disarray, gradually vanishing from this realm. Witnessing this scene, Mecca felt a profound sense of loss. The elderly man, having shared his wisdom with him for but a brief time, slipped away silently. Overcome by sorrow, he chose to shut his eyes and delve into the visions that burgeoned within his mind. Phineas, do you not wish to learn transfiguration? I shall send you to Hogwarts, where you will find many kindred spirits with whom to study. Within the ancient abode, a middle-aged man bent down, affectionately ruffling the hair of the child, Phineas, who was engrossed in reading on the floor. The child nodded eagerly, attempting to mask his excitement, though a glimmer of light danced in his eyes as he joyfully declared, I want to go to Hogwarts. Phineas, it is already the dead of night, and you are still reading? In the dormitory, a youth sat at the table, studying intently by the flickering light, while a roommate gently reminded him, there are classes tomorrow. Do not stay up too late. I know, Phineas replied. Do not overexert yourself. Remember to eat on time. A woman placed a lunchbox on the table and leaned down to kiss the man's forehead. Immersed in his pile of books, the man remained oblivious, neglecting both food and time, even as the meal grew cold. The gift from the spirit within the portrait, the acquisition of most of Phineas Nigellus Black's knowledge of transfiguration from ages 11 to 27. Mecca felt an overwhelming influx of fragmented wisdom flooding his mind. Yet, the knowledge acquired at Hogwarts remained intact and vivid, as if he had traversed through all 7 years of transfiguration courses. Mecca Anders, potion crafting talent, advanced. Potion equipment proficiency, 20 years. Mental capacity, level 20, 1820. Animagus, Ba. Magic, level 1 transfiguration spell, level 1 transformation spell, level 1 human form apparition spell, level 1 color change spell, level 1 restoration spell, level 1 bird summoning spell. As Mecca gazed at the words before him and navigated through the memories in his mind, fleeting glimpses of fragmented scenes flashed before his eyes, depicting the theoretical underpinnings and processes of newly acquired magic. He became enraptured, unable to extricate himself until a shift in the surrounding space captured his attention. What is this? Mecca squinted. He found himself in an unfamiliar room, brightly illuminated, with a fire crackling in the corner, exuding warmth. The walls were adorned with portraits of elderly figures, beneath which inscriptions revealed their identities as former headmasters of Hogwarts. Before him stood a long table, at which sat an elderly man, his demeanor grave, yet commanding respect. The man inquired, Who are you? Mecca felt a sense of perplexity. This space seemed to always encounter difficulties when it came to Headmaster Black. He scrutinized the man's visage. Though he bore a striking resemblance to the spirit in the portrait, his aura was distinctly different. The solemnity of the old man's presence contrasted sharply with the more affable nature of the figure within the painting. Principal Black, I am Mecca Anders, a freshman who enrolled at Hogwarts in 1991. Oh, 1991? It seems I've been gone for so long. The old man extended his finger, as if to estimate, and inquired, Who is the principal now? Professor Dumbledore. Ah, Albus, I see. The old man nodded, turning his gaze towards Mecca. You have awakened me from the depths. What is it that you seek? Mecca pondered for a moment and decided to speak frankly. I can assist you in fulfilling your last wishes, and I hope you will share them with me. The old man chuckled softly and declined. I've been dead for decades. What wishes could I possibly have? Moreover, even if I did, why would I disclose them to you? What compels you to aid me without any reason? As Mecca locked eyes with the old man, he was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a formidable presence, a force that surged into his mind with unrelenting vigor. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze. The old man suddenly laughed. You speak the truth, yet I remain unwilling to accept this exchange. You may leave. He gestured towards Mecca with a finger. Bang! The door to the room swung open, a fierce wind howling as light distorted, sweeping Mecca away, only to slam shut with a resounding thud. It appears that in order to persuade Principal Black to agree to the transaction, one must present a sufficiently compelling offer. Mecca awoke from his dream, attended to his morning routine, and hurried to the library. He sought to uncover books detailing Principal Black's life, hoping to discover what or whom this principal cherished during his existence. Chapter 31. Conflict. In a Hogwarts library, Mecca Anders spent 2 hours diligently researching Principal Black's background when Harry and his companions arrived, searching for books related to Quidditch in preparation for Harry's upcoming house match. As the trio approached the library's entrance, Harry's expression suddenly darkened. He found himself face to face with a blonde youth, Draco Malfoy, the very one who had backed out of their duel. Malfoy, noticing the group blocking his path, smirked. "What's this? Blocking my way so early in the morning? Looking for trouble?" Ron, refusing to back down, retorted with a scoff, "As if we would dare provoke someone as shameless as you. Arguing with such a person would only lead to our own distress." "Shameless?" Malfoy shot him a sidelong glance, his expression turning icy. "Are you insulting me?" "Not quite an insult." Ron faltered under Malfoy's cold gaze, his bravado waning. "I merely stated the facts. You proposed a duel, but chose not to show, leaving us hanging." Malfoy feigned surprise. "Ah, so that's it. I simply had matters to attend to and could not make it. It was too late to inform you." Hermione, upon hearing this, bristled with indignation and shot him a glare. "Nonsense. You think you can hide what happened with Filch?" "Filch?" Malfoy looked at her in bewilderment. "What does that have to do with me?" "A transparent ruse." Hermione recognized his act and promptly called him out. 2 tall henchmen approached from a distance, trailing behind him, evidently having just come from the Quidditch pitch, clutching a bat and a pitch-black ball. It seemed they had struck a nerve. Ron chuckled, reveling in the unfolding drama. Harry did not respond kindly. "What does this have to do with you?" Malfoy replied with a sneer. "It has everything to do with me. You are the only first-year Quidditch player, and I fear you might embarrass yourself in the air, bringing shame upon us first years, just like this." Suddenly, a dart ball hurtled towards Harry. "The bludger?" Hermione gasped, recognizing it as an iron ball used in Quidditch to knock players off their brooms and impede their movements. She hastily drew her wand, intending to cast a spell to stop the ball, but Malfoy's action was unanticipated. The ball was moving rapidly and was too close for her to react in time. Harry was taken aback as well. He hadn't expected Malfoy to act so suddenly, and he could only watch as the black ball grew larger in his field of vision. "Ved averto," an obscure voice called from behind. A beam of white light suddenly shot into the black bludger. The ball twisted and shrank midair, then, with a loud bang, exploded into countless cotton-like fragments that fell upon Harry's face. A transfiguration spell? Malfoy was momentarily stunned, turning to the source of the voice. A calm and composed youth approached him with a smile, tucking his wand into the lining of his black robe and walking slowly in black leather boots. "So, it is you?" Malfoy said darkly. "Mecca. What brings you here?" During the last flying lesson, Professor McGonagall had witnessed Harry's performance on the broom and recommended him for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. With little knowledge of Quidditch, Harry had come to the library to learn more. "What are you still doing here?" "This is none of your concern, Anders." Malfoy sneered at Harry. "You're too timid for Quidditch. You might as well stay in bed. I fear you would wet yourself on the pitch." Ron, fuming, retorted on Harry's behalf. "Let that bludger come flying at your face, and you'd be just as terrified." "Bludger?" Malfoy pointed at the pile of cotton on the ground, laughing mockingly. "Do you really think that was a bludger? It's just a rogue quaffle that got the color wrong, made of leather. Idiots." He laughed as he sauntered away, his 2 henchmen in tow. Ron's face was already flushed with anger, and he exclaimed, "I wish I could kick him into a dung pit." "Don't let him get to you. He is not worth it," Mecca advised with a smile. However, Ron was still upset, while Harry wore a troubled expression. Having grown up in his aunt and uncle's home, he had faced constant disapproval, leading to a lingering sense of inferiority. Malfoy's words had completely undermined his confidence. Hermione, observant and caring, noticed his change in demeanor and cautiously studied his face. "Harry, do you remember the trophy room we visited this morning?" Harry nodded absent-mindedly. "You have a great talent for Quidditch," Hermione said. "Hasn't Mr. James Potter earned numerous Quidditch honors? You're his child, and naturally, you would inherit some of your parents' abilities." Harry murmured in agreement, his voice barely audible but no longer as heavy as before. Mecca smiled and patted his shoulder. "Harry, Hermione is right. Your talent is innate. Not pursuing Quidditch would be a loss for the sport." Harry, flattered by the praise, felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, evidently emerging from the shadows that had long enveloped him. After a brief while, Mecca took her leave, departing alone. Hours passed. The sun blazed more fiercely, signaling the arrival of noon. Fatigued, yet suddenly amused, Mecca picked up a biography of Principal Black, dedicating the morning to its pages, during which she finally unearthed some pivotal information. Phineas Nigellus Black, born in 1847 into the ancient Black family, had 3 siblings: Sirius Black, Elidora Black, and Regulus Black. The death of his elder brother, Sirius Black, in 1853 profoundly affected young Phineas. Sirius? Mecca pondered the name, savoring its significance. Within the pages lay an old newspaper clipping, serving as a reference, which contained a story from a decade prior, detailing events related to the Black family. On November 1st, 1981, the heir of the venerable Black family, young Sirius Black, was arrested on suspicion of murder. It was reported that the victim was none other than Sirius Black's close friend, James Potter, and Lily Evans. Sources indicated that Sirius and James had met at Hogwarts, forming a bond akin to brotherhood. James trusted him implicitly, even appointing him as the godfather of his child. It was unfathomable that Mr. Black could commit such an atrocity. The once mighty Black family now faced a grim reality. The eldest son imprisoned, the second son missing, leaving only an aging house elf to guard the homestead. So, this was the Black family. Mecca mused, finally clarifying the familial situation of Principal Black. She resolved to present this newspaper to him, convinced it might inspire him to contemplate a deal. With a smile, she closed the book and inquired with the library's administrator about Sirius Black, securing permission to borrow the biography before exiting the library. As night fell, Mecca Anders cradled a self-portrait, resting her head on the biography of Black. The weariness of the day washed over her, and before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Black's Request in a Brightly Lit Room. The elder awoke once more from the depths of oblivion, his gaze falling upon the unexpected visitor before him, his demeanor turning frosty. He gestured towards the door, stating, "You are not welcome here. Leave. If you have read this newspaper and still find me unwelcome, I shall take my leave immediately." He stepped forward, placing the newspaper on the table before the elder and retreating a few paces. "The newspaper contains a report from 10 years ago regarding your family's circumstances. I regret to inform you, the situation is rather dire." The elder hesitated, his gaze fixed coldly upon Mecca for a moment before he finally turned his attention to the newspaper. As he unfolded it and perused its contents, his gaze suddenly froze, repeatedly scanning the text. "You can scarcely believe it, can you?" Mecca interjected at the opportune moment. "The once illustrious Black family, after your departure, has been reduced to this state." The elder continued to scrutinize the newspaper, showing no reaction, entirely dismissing Mecca's intent. "I was but a child then, untouched by the events of that year." Mecca pondered, "However, I have inquired with others, and there exists a peculiar aspect to that incident from years past. Your great-grandson, Mr. Sirius Black, is a proud yet loyal individual. The day before the unfortunate event, he had a delightful reunion with his close friend, James Potter. Their relationship was pure, rooted in camaraderie, devoid of any ulterior motives or conflicts. What circumstances could possibly compel him to make the fateful decision to harm his dear friend?" The elder fell into a profound silence before finally raising his head and solemnly inquired, "Who betrayed him?" "It's difficult to ascertain," Mecca replied, shaking his head. "I am certain, however, that this matter is a miscarriage of justice." After a moment of contemplation, the elder stated, "I agree to your proposal." Mecca smiled, finally securing the headmaster's consent for the transaction, and pledged, "I can ensure your great-grandson's safe release from prison." He was resolute, for he possessed memories from a past life, fully aware that Sirius would be liberated from the confines of Azkaban in a few years. "Excellent," the elder responded in a low voice, "and additionally, I require you to deliver a letter on my behalf. It must not be mailed but personally handed to a servant of the Black family." Mecca, taken aback, did not comprehend the necessity of such a request, but refrained from further questioning, merely inquiring who the recipient would be. "You refer to the elderly house elf, correct?" "Yes." "No problem, but how will you ascertain that I have fulfilled this task?" The elder retrieved some stationery from the drawer of the desk. Mecca hesitated for a moment, suggesting. The elder regarded him with surprise, taken aback that this young man would offer such a proposal. He lowered his head once more, dipping his quill into ink to write, revising repeatedly. Once the letter was completed, he pricked his finger, allowing blood to flow, which he smeared upon the back of the letter. To Mecca's astonishment, crimson patterns flickered and vanished into the parchment. Following this ritual, the elder's complexion turned pale. Mecca accepted the letter, folding it without a glance and stowing it away. The elder expressed a hint of surprise. "You do not wish to inspect it? Are you not concerned I may have inscribed something detrimental to you?" Mecca chuckled. "You are the headmaster of Hogwarts. I am but a student. How could I ever suspect my headmaster of wishing me harm?" The elder's gaze softened, and he finally regarded the young man before him with newfound respect. He nodded gently and responded, "Very well." As Mecca exited the room, he was met with a gray, hazy landscape the original visage of this space. An agreement was reached with Phineas Nigellus Black. Golden letters faded like ink, only to re-emerge as different text. The optional legacies include 1. The portrait charm. This is the secret behind Phineas's ability to converse, a spell crafted during his youth by this eminent wizard, which underwent decades of refinement, resulting in an extraordinarily effective incantation. This is also the reason he can break through the haze and communicate directly with you. 2. Transfiguration spell is rune. This narrative unveils the once resplendent secrets of the Black family, whose lineage has meticulously researched the ancient runes of the Nivens. Through generations of accumulation, this knowledge has enabled them to enhance their metamorphic talents, rendering subsequent members of the Black clan extraordinarily adept in transfiguration. This particular rune, infused with a fraction of Phineas's mental prowess, grants one not only a surge in mental abilities, but also an elevation in transfiguration skills upon absorption into the body. The 3-day net spell, a remarkable perceptive incantation devised by Phineas, pairs exquisitely with the portrait animation charm. As long as a portrait exists, information, even from miles away, can be comprehended. Phineas once relied on this very spell to safeguard the entirety of Hogwarts, aware even of the minutest intrusions, such as a fly's entrance. Mecca, poring over the text, felt a surge of desire. This esteemed headmaster of the Black family undoubtedly holds the distinction of being the first from Slytherin, and his brilliance is evident from these legacies. The synergy between the portrait animation charm and the net spell weaves an astonishing tapestry of intelligence. As the adage goes, strategizing from afar leads to victory, which is indeed the case here. Mecca yearned to possess them all, his eyes gleaming with ambition, yet lamentably, he can only hope for a stroke of luck to acquire one fragment of this legacy. Typically, descendants of the Black family exhibit superior transfiguration talents compared to ordinary pure-blood wizards, a revelation rooted in such secrets. Biographies suggest that Headmaster Black once taught the Nivens, perhaps a testament to the family's enduring heritage. Mecca had garnered extensive knowledge of transfiguration from the spirit within the portrait and was eager to transform this understanding into prowess. Lacking only such innate gifts, regrettably, he cannot claim them all. Reluctantly, Mecca watched as the golden text faded, aware that the night's dreams were drawing to a close. "Fred, where is George?" Mecca questioned as he entered the Weasley twins' dormitory, knowing their vast network of acquaintances and information. He sought to inquire about the whereabouts of the Black family, intending to send a letter to that aged house elf. Fred, initially languidly reclining on his bed, sprang to life upon Mecca's arrival, recognizing an opportunity for business. "George, he's merely a traitor," Fred retorted bitterly. "He has ventured off to conduct his own affairs, taking private contracts and pocketing the rewards. I almost wish to shove him into the washroom tonight." "Is that so?" Mecca chuckled, genuinely amused. "But let's not dwell on that. What brings you to me?" Mecca produced a silver sickle from his pocket. "I need to ascertain the address of the Black family." "The Black family?" Fred exclaimed in surprise. "Do you have connections with them?" "Take my advice. Their reputation is rather unsavory at present. You should steer clear." Mecca smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing of concern. I merely need to deliver a letter. Once it is sent, my involvement ceases." Very well, Fred replied, eyeing the silver sickle with avarice. "But what of the payment?" Mecca placed the sickle in his palm and grinned. "If you can provide me with the address of the Black family right now, it is yours." Upon hearing this, Fred's face lit up with joy. The Black family's secrets were well guarded, and few knew the location of their ancestral home. However, Fred's extensive experience proved advantageous. He rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a business manual, which contained the addresses of several prominent families, a resource intended for future dealings with them. Having located the necessary information, Fred swiftly transcribed it onto paper and handed it to Mecca, in exchange for a silver sickle. Mecca engaged in light conversation with Fred and inquired about the household staff of the Black family before taking his leave. Upon returning to his dormitory, Mecca dedicated a few minutes to composing a letter. From Fred, he learned that the elderly servant was nearing 2 centuries in age and had served the Black family for generations. This servant, known for his reclusive nature, seldom ventured beyond the confines of the ancestral estate. Therefore, to secure a meeting, one must present an irresistible reason for him to acquiesce. As Headmaster Black had lived until 1926, he was the servant's former master. After years of companionship, Mecca believed that any news regarding Headmaster Black, even if unverifiable, would elate the servant and ignite a desire to learn more about his old master. Gratefully accepting this responsibility, Mecca wrote to you, hoping to meet at the Hogshead Inn not far from Hogwarts. Should you wish to respond, a letter to arrange a time would be appreciated. Mecca made a few final touches, inscribing the servant's name, creature, upon the letter. Finally satisfied, he folded it neatly, placed it in an envelope, and entrusted it to Harry's owl for delivery. Watching the owl soar into the distance, a smile spread across Mecca's face. Thanks to his keen aptitude for advanced potions and the vitality inherited from his vampire lineage, his progress was remarkably swift. As the sun set and the moon rose, the days blended seamlessly, and he did not find the monotony tiresome. Rather, he was diligently preparing potions for the meeting with the elderly servant of the Black family, aiming to keep his plans discreet. Soon enough, the day for reviewing assignments arrived. Chapter 33, Potion Assessment. Pop! The bubbles in the cup burst with a crisp sound. The purple semi-finished solution began to boil after the addition of a billywig stinger, the color deepening like ink as it transformed towards black. The rising steam carried a scent reminiscent of rotting spinach throughout the room, and as the odor gradually faded, a faint purple film emerged on the surface of the solution, signifying the successful creation of the polyjuice potion. After considerable effort, Mecca Anders smiled as he swirled the solution in the flask, transferring it into a cleaned potion bottle and placing it on the shelf designated for his concoctions. That shelf was now filled with potions of various hues, predominantly blue and green, and now black. Calming drafts, soothing potions, and the polyjuice potion were all accounted for, as per Professor Snape's requirements. Mecca felt immense satisfaction. During his leisure hours, he had raised the success rate of producing the calming draft to an impressive 90%, a remarkable advancement indeed. Subsequently, without a moment's pause, he diligently crafted a soothing potion to alleviate anxiety, as well as a complex elixir that could temporarily transform one into another person. Mecca emerged from the potion-making chamber, carrying the vials, and entered the office, where he arranged 3 bottles of various potions upon the table for Professor Snape's scrutiny. Professor Snape set aside his book, displaying a hint of surprise as he lifted the black, complex elixir, examining it with keen interest. When was this completed? He inquired. Professor Snape then inspected the other 2 vials. Noticing that the calming potion's hue was significantly brighter than before, he hesitated, lifting the bottle's base for a closer look. The vibrant color and crystal clarity indicate that you have become quite adept in the preparation of the calming potion, managing to stabilize its quality at an excellent standard. What is your current success rate in crafting this potion? Professor Snape asked. 90%, Mecca replied. Professor Snape paused, taken aback. He had only requested a success rate of 60% from Mecca. He quickly sought clarification. Are you certain it is 90%? His astonishment was understandable, for such a success rate was indicative of a level surpassing that of a mere potion maker, while it did not necessarily imply that the creator had ascended to the rank of a potion master, since becoming a potion master requires a comprehensive mastery of potion-making techniques, combined proficiency across various potions, and a broader breadth of knowledge. Mecca's accomplishments in the crafting of the calming potion warranted commendation, though the soothing potion was not particularly remarkable. It nonetheless reached a commendable standard. These 3 potions represented a significant hurdle in potion studies, one that had impeded many, now that you have successfully created them. It signifies that you have surpassed numerous peers in the field of potion making. To ensure that your future achievements in this discipline are not hindered, I would like to apply for your assessment as a potion apprentice. What are your thoughts on this? Mecca was taken aback. What is the potion apprentice assessment? He pondered. What advantages does being classified as a potion apprentice confer? Resources, connections, and financial support, Professor Snape elucidated. The potion ratings are managed by the Potion Guild. Once you become a potion apprentice, you'll be able to procure materials and biological components directly from the guild, established for many years. The guild boasts numerous members across the magical realm, where you may find most rare resources and various potion recipes available for purchase. This is the first benefit. Secondly, the Potion Guild hosts annual potion exchange events, granting apprentices access to meet talented potion makers from various regions, ranging from offspring of esteemed families to half-blood prodigies. Thirdly, individuals who have not registered their identity with the Potion Guild are generally prohibited from selling potions independently. However, upon being classified as a potion apprentice, you will have the freedom to sell your potions, and, provided the quality is commendable, private potion workshops, magical hospitals, and even the Ministry of Magic will be eager to procure your creations, alleviating any concerns regarding sales. Mecca's eyes sparkled with excitement. This third point seemed tailored for him, as he had been troubled by his expenses without any income. With his level of potion making, he felt no apprehension regarding the quality of his concoctions. He nodded in agreement. Professor Snape presented him with a form, instructing him to fill in some information and reminding him not to neglect his potion practice before hastily departing with several vials of potions. During the routine meeting at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore received a document handed over by Professor Snape. After examining it closely, he chuckled. Mecca Anders? How many times have I heard of this child? A first-year student, already seeking to apply for the apprenticeship assessment in potions. Truly remarkable. The professors present exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. In the annals of Hogwarts, there have been students who applied for the potions apprenticeship assessment in their first year, but such instances were exceedingly rare, likely not exceeding 5 in total. Could there have been a mistake? Professor McGonagall recalled the name. She had previously discussed it with Professor Dumbledore. Based on past experiences, potion aptitude was closely intertwined with magical talent. And given this child's poor magical abilities, how could his potion talents be so exceptional? Professor Snape placed the various colored potions on the conference table, stating, "These are 3 potions crafted by Mecca Anders. You may examine them." Professor McGonagall picked up the azure potion, raising it to her eyes for inspection. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "A high-quality calming potion?" Professor Flitwick, who taught the charms class, uncorked the black polyjuice potion. Inhaling its aroma with a look of surprise, this polyjuice potion must have been brewed recently. Its quality is commendable. Noticing Professor Quirrell staring at the potion in his hand, he offered it to him. "Professor Quirrell, do take a look." Quirrell stammered his thanks, took it into his hands, and even tasted a bit on his palm. Dumbledore observed this scene with a smile. Quirrell's expression stiffened momentarily before quickly returning to normal. The timing was indeed unfortunate, as his plans might be jeopardized. "In my view," he stuttered, "this child's exceptional potion talent warrants an additional year of cultivation to ensure no errors arise. Otherwise, should he fail this assessment, he would have to wait 3 years to reapply, potentially hindering his future." Professor McGonagall listened quietly, nodding in agreement. For this was a well-known measure by the Potions Guild to prevent malicious applications for assessments. "I also find merit in Professor Quirrell's perspective," she added. "Applying a year later would be more prudent. What do you think, Professor Snape?" Professor Snape regarded Professor Quirrell with a cold gaze. The younger potion apprentices were exceedingly rare and could attract the favor of the Potions Guild, thereby enhancing opportunities along his student's path. Yet, delaying by a year could introduce too many variables, possibly transforming a genius into an ordinary individual, something he had witnessed before. Without hesitation, he replied, "There is no need to wait a year. Mecca Anders' talent is more than sufficient to handle any unexpected challenges during the assessment." He was confident that Mecca Anders' success rate with the calming potion was as high as 90%, and even if errors occurred, he would be able to remedy them promptly, with ample time for rebrewing. "I respect Professor Snape's opinion," Dumbledore concluded. "Tonight, I shall compose a letter to the Potion Guild, and I trust a reply will arrive post-haste." Professor Quirrell exited the conference chamber, casting a glance towards the distant figure of Snape, his expression tinged with a hint of gloom. A raspy voice echoed within Quirrell. "I have harbored a grudge against the Potion Guild, having ravaged their headquarters and taken many lives. Should they learn of your dealings on my behalf, it is likely that matters will encounter further complications." The raspy voice responded faintly, falling silent thereafter. As night descended, the stars twinkled above, and an owl flew past the luminous moon, hooting softly as it landed on the windowsill. Its call captured the attention of Mecca in the dormitory, prompting him to set aside his book with a smile. Chapter 34. An encounter with the old servant of black. Mecca Anders retrieved the letter from the owl's talon, tearing open the envelope and unfolding the parchment within, which read, "Thank you for your correspondence, sharing such monumental news. Witnessing the impending downfall of the Black family has left Creature heartbroken, wishing he could trade his life for the safety of the Blacks. It has been decades since Creature last beheld his old master. I often reminisce about him, and I eagerly await the letter from my master. At the Hog's Head Inn, October 11th, at 11 o'clock in the evening, Creature will arrive punctually. Once again, I express my gratitude, esteemed guest. October 11th, tomorrow." Mecca chuckled, tucking the letter away before procuring a vial of black potion, the polyjuice potion. He refrained from informing Professor Snape that he had brewed 2 vials of the potion, keeping the excess aside for his meeting with the old servant of the Black family. Otherwise, he risked encountering acquaintances who might recognize him. Furthermore, the elderly house elf might mistake him for a mere 11-year-old child and turn away in disbelief. Inside the vial of polyjuice potion, I recall having added a hair from a middle-aged man with a beard. Mecca smiled, unperturbed, for he could easily don a long black robe to obscure his appearance. As long as he did not embody a female form, who cared what he transformed into? He secured the potion and reclined on his bed, awaiting the morrow's arrival. The Hogshead Inn is situated in Hogmead, a village adjacent to Hogwarts, frequented by professors and students alike for leisure to procure various items, or to indulge in a delightful mug of honeymead. Mecca had never ventured there, as first-year students were prohibited from doing so. Thus, during the day, he inquired with the Weasley twins, gathering sufficient information about the route to Hogsmeade and the inn's specific location within the village. As the clock approached 10 o'clock that evening, the night deepened, and Harry and Ron in the dormitory had succumbed to slumber. After waiting a while longer to ensure no one was aware of his actions, Mecca arose from his bed and consumed the polyjuice potion. He beheld his reflection in the mirror as his visage grotesquely contorted and writhed, a frightful sight. Soon, his body trembled and expanded, his form heightening, accompanied by the painful sensation of flesh stretching. Mecca clenched his teeth, remaining silent as the pain faded and his clothing became inadequate for modesty. He gazed into the mirror, where a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard stared back. Hastily, Mecca changed into a borrowed black robe, wrapping himself tightly, nodding in satisfaction. Although this physique was not conventionally handsome, it possessed an admirable posture and well-defined muscles. Mecca realized that with the black robe, the overall appearance was quite appealing, exuding a certain charm when one focused less on the face. Furthermore, his voice was deep and resonant. He cleared his throat and softly tested his vocal tone. After acclimating to this new body, he began to recite incantations in front of the mirror. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed as wings sprouted from his shoulder blades, and his shadow on the ground shrank to the size of a small bird. Mecca flapped his wings, transforming into a black bat with deep-set eyes, soaring towards the lake illuminated by the moonlight. The phrase, "the most dangerous place is often the safest," rang true. Embracing the fierce winds, he flew across the open wilderness, where the expansive view of the road to Hogmeade revealed no sign of life, alleviating any concerns of being discovered. Soon he slowed down, spotting lights in the distance, and finally glimpsing figures. A wooden sign stood by the roadside, welcoming visitors to Hogsmeade Village. Upon arrival, Mecca evaded nearby gazes, slipping quietly into the underbrush and transforming back into the bearded man. He tightened his robe and strode confidently onto the road. The sides of the street were lined with businesses, and he noted that none appeared to be closed, suggesting a vibrant nightlife in this place. He observed a drunken man swaying against a nearby house, waving farewell to a friend in the distance, slurring, "Let us drink more, shall we?" Passers-by chuckled at the scene before continuing on their way. The presence of inebriated patrons indicated that a tavern must be nearby. Mecca smiled as he watched the two part ways, taking a few steps before lifting his gaze and indeed spotting the sign for the Hogshead Inn. It must be nearing 11 o'clock. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of the diminutive house elf, Clitchit, and thus pushed open the door to enter the inn. "Welcome," greeted the blue-eyed proprietor, a jovial elder with beads of sweat on his brow. Wiping his forehead with his sleeve, he warmly inquired, "What can I get for you, sir?" Mecca glanced around the tavern, noting that Clitchit had yet to arrive. He casually replied, "2 mugs of mead, please." "Certainly," the owner said, beginning to pour the drinks. The mead was quite pleasant, suitable for both the elderly and children. He savored it quietly. Before long, the door jingled, and a small figure, similarly wrapped in a robe, entered, scanning the room with a look of confusion, seemingly uncertain of the appearance of their arranged companion. Mecca smiled and raised his hand. "Over here." The diminutive figure approached, lifting its head to reveal half of an aged, wrinkled face, the unmistakable visage of the house elf. "Who are you?" it croaked. The little sprite's face flushed crimson as it stammered, seemingly taken aback by such polite address, particularly from an elderly sprite on the brink of demise. There is no need for such formality. It finally managed to extricate itself from its embarrassment. "I am merely a servant." Mecca paid no heed, extending a gesture of invitation while courteously remarking, "Please do indulge." Cleesh, at a loss for words, eventually took a sip out of curiosity, widening its eyes in astonishment. It had never encountered such a sweet beverage. "Not bad, is it?" Mecca chuckled at its reaction. Without elaborating further, he engaged in a brief conversation before producing a letter from Principal Black, plunging directly into the matter at hand. "Here is the letter," Mecca said, handing it to Cleesh. Cleesh's expression transformed to one of excitement, its face reddening beneath the brim of its hat, momentarily losing composure as it trembled and squeaked, the letter from my master." Mecca smiled and rose to his feet. Cleesh politely downed the mead in one gulp. Standing up in exhilaration, it stumbled a few steps, the weight of the letter stirring a whirlwind of emotions within. Mecca steadied it, and the two parted ways upon exiting the tavern. As he watched Cleesh's retreating figure, A smile graced Mecca's lips. Barely had Mecca departed when a similarly cloaked figure arrived in Hogsmeade, making its way toward the Hog's Head Inn. The hooded stranger exuded an odd scent, lingering in a corner of the tavern until a merchant, dressed in traveler-esque attire, approached. The merchant, donning a felt hat, placed a gray bag on the table and chuckled. "Your luck is extraordinary, dear customer. I have but one mountain troll left, and it's the youngest and most robust, perfect for guarding your abode." The cloaked figure responded with a non-committal grunt, taking hold of the gray bag. As it opened a small crevice, light from the tavern illuminated the dark interior, revealing a fearsome gray creature that lifted its head, locking eyes with the figure and emitted a feral roar. "Excellent." The stranger tightened the bag, rummaging in his pocket for a pouch of coins, which he tossed to the merchant. The merchant's eyes gleamed with delight. Chuckling, he bent down to count the galleons beneath the table. Satisfied, he raised a glass in salute, declaring, "This drink is on me, dear guest. Do not forget me when you have business anew." He tilted his head back, taking a sip, and in the dim light, a familiar pallid face emerged. It was Quirinus Quirrell. Professor Quirrell set down his glass, weighing the gray bag in his hand with a smile. With this mountain troll, further arrangements could be made, and the plan could advance. If he could just divert Snape's attention, he was confident he could seize the stone. He tucked the gray bag away and prepared to depart when he suddenly halted. "Hagrid, is that you?" The tavern owner greeted with a jovial smile. "What can I get for you today?" The usual came the deep, resonant reply from Rubeus Hagrid, his hands tucked into the pockets of his moleskin coat. "A barrel of brandy. No, make it 2. The bar owner bent down, lifting 2 small wooden barrels and presenting them before Hagrid. He removed the lids, revealing a golden liquid that exuded a rich aroma. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Hagrid, the bar owner hastily returned to the bar to mix drinks. As more patrons arrived, Professor Quirrell observed this scene, motionless, while a voice echoed in his mind. "Rubeus Hagrid has raised numerous creatures. Even the fearsome Acromantula from the Forbidden Forest," the raspy voice pondered. "Do you think he is aware of the existence of the 3-headed dog?" Inspired by this thought, Quirrell's eyes flickered with realization as he approached Hagrid and took a seat beside him. Chapter 35. The Transfiguration Spell as a Rune. The aged house elf creature trembled as he unfolded a letter, and upon glancing at the beginning, tears streamed down his face. It was the handwriting of his former master. He understood that as long as the old master was present, the once great black family, to which he had devoted his life, was not lost. The letter was brief, written in a familiar script, stating, "Creature, though distant, I send this letter from beyond the veil. I require you to act on my behalf to salvage the declining black family. I am aware of my great-grandson Sirius's situation. I have already enlisted help to rescue him, but I need you to keep a vigilant watch regarding the disappearance of Sirius's brother, Regulus. Please write a letter in my name requesting assistance from my former students at Slytherin." The address. His creature gazed at the letter with fervent longing, wiping away tears as he was overwhelmed with emotion, prostrating himself on the chair. The contingencies left by the old master still included some connections, primarily to those he had once favored, trustworthy allies. With their support, and by delivering specific messages from the old master, they could help restore the black family and covertly protect its descendants. At the end of the letter, a bloodstained note read, "This letter could be a matter of life and death. After Sirius's return, entrust it to him for safekeeping. Remember, it must remain close to him, never to be removed." Creature recited the words repeatedly, determined to imprint this momentous event in his memory. His voice quivered and resonated through the time-worn ancestral home, and in the darkness, a self-portrait hanging on the staircase suddenly opened its eyes. At the Hog's Head Inn, Hagrid stared in astonishment at the uninvited oddity before him and politely inquired, "Who are you?" The question echoed like that of a reckless poacher, and Hagrid's expression darkened. "Do you intend to hunt them?" "No, no." Professor Quirrell quickly waved his hands. "I am a magical creature enthusiast. This journey is solely to seek out and observe more magical beings and understand their habits. I have absolutely no intention of imprisoning or harming them." Hagrid, skeptical, scrutinized Quirrell's obscured face. "Your attire is rather peculiar. You hardly appear to be a good person." Quirrell explained, "I contracted a strange illness during my travels, developing sores on my face. The locals warned me it might be contagious, so I had to cover my face." Professor Quirrell spoke once more, his sincere demeanor finally allaying Hagrid's doubts. He feigned a shared enthusiasm for magical creatures, leading to a lively discussion on various fantastical beasts. When the conversation turned to larger magical creatures, Hagrid lamented, "I have cared for many, including 8-eyed spiders and 3-headed dogs. I had intended to raise a dragon, but dragons are exceedingly rare here, and I have yet to find an opportunity. Professor Quirrell's eyes brightened at this revelation. Oh, do you wish to raise a dragon? How fortuitous. Just the other day, I acquired a dragon egg, which I happened to carry with me. He retrieved a light-colored pouch from his robe and tossed it before Hagrid. Fumbling, Hagrid caught it and, upon receiving Quirrell's nod of approval, opened the pouch. Inside lay a black egg adorned with mysterious, raised patterns, occasionally shifting as if it were on the verge of hatching. Is this truly a dragon egg? Hagrid exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He possessed an irresistible fondness for such small creatures. Quirrell chuckled, would I deceive you? This dragon egg serves no purpose for me, as I rarely tend to such large magical beings, fearing I cannot manage their care. Hence, I am gifting it to you. Hagrid hesitated, torn. His inherently simple nature genuinely cherished the tiny life within the egg, yet he understood the egg's rarity and the importance of not coveting what belonged to another. Quirrell's expression turned stern, and he said with displeasure, I have stated that I wish to give this to you. What is this? Do you not recognize me as a friend? Hagrid's cheeks flushed as he stammered, attempting to clarify his position. Quirrell then feigned concern for his impending travels, asserting he would lack the time to provide care, which ultimately persuaded Hagrid to accept the dragon egg. Elated, Hagrid resembled a child as he examined the pouch for an extended period before reluctantly stowing it away and clinking glasses with Quirrell. At that moment, a group nearby engaged in a spirited game of cards, a popular local pastime, and Quirrell suggested they join in. As they drank and played, 2 hours later, Hagrid's face flushed crimson, intoxicated and beginning to babble incoherently. Quirrell probed a few questions, realizing Hagrid was slipping into a state of confusion. Hagrid, do you know what three-headed dogs fear? Quirrell inquired with a smile, seeking a more effective strategy to handle the creature. The previous combination of nettles and sulfur powder had proven useful, yet merely touching the iron door leading to the secret passage incited the three-headed dog into a frenzy, leaving him no opportunity to enter. Upon hearing this, Professor Quirrell's countenance darkened. Would his efforts of the night be in vain? However, my Fluffy, Hagrid interjected with a tipsy hiccup, falls asleep at the sound of music, and no matter how much you call, he cannot be roused. Quirrell's smile reappeared, and he dismissed Hagrid from his thoughts, rising to depart the leaky cauldron, vanishing into the night. In the stillness of the early morning, as Quirrell left the bar, the slumbering Mecca in the dormitory suddenly jolted awake, entering a dreamlike realm. The fire in the hearth crackled, and the old man was no longer seated at the table. Instead, he stood before the portraits of former headmasters, seemingly in contemplation. By the time Mecca Anders arrived, his form had begun to grow transparent. He was preparing to depart. His body shimmered with glimmering points, and his face gradually disintegrated, resembling scattered paper fragments. He smiled faintly and spoke. I'm about to depart, but before I go, I wish to present you with a gift. This is a transaction. Mecca shook his head, insisting, you owe me nothing. The more you refuse, the more I am compelled to give. The old man chuckled heartily, producing a golden feather quill from his pocket and tossing it to Mecca. Take it. It is all I have left. While it may not be precious, I believe it shall aid you. The elderly figure would not accept denial, as if surrendering resistance. His form dissipated significantly, the silver points in the air swirling like snowflakes in a magnificent display. Principal Blake? Mecca marveled at the speed of his vanishing, feeling utterly helpless as he could only watch the old man fade away. The final visage of the elder dissolved amidst the flurry. His voice, imbued with concern, grew distant. The Blake family. Mecca grasped the delicate feather quill tightly, raising his hand in farewell, proclaiming loudly, Principal Blake, I am grateful for your gift. In the midst of that gray wilderness, Mecca sat in solitude, waiting for a while until he beheld a cascade of golden light descending from the heavens. The golden rain fell upon his face, chillingly refreshing. He understood that the legacy of Principal Blake had arrived. He received the legacy of Phineas Nigellus Blake, the Transfiguration Rune. This was a rune capable of sculpting and merging within the body. After years of nurturing by Phineas, this rune had absorbed abundant spiritual energy, allowing it to bond with the host and seamlessly integrate within, as if the body had gained an additional organ. As Mecca absorbed this knowledge, crimson patterns emerged across his face, unfurling from his brow and swiftly spreading throughout his body, pulsating with a red glow. Lowering his gaze, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal exquisite and mysterious patterns adorning his arms, marveling at the craftsmanship of the Blake lineage. Soon, he felt an intense heat within, as if a furnace resided inside him. Sweat began to pour from his forehead, soaking his garments, as a transformation of his being commenced. This metamorphosis penetrated deeply. With crimson light spilling forth from within, his blood boiling as if ignited, his body radiating an intense warmth. He felt an excruciating burn on the back of his right hand. Looking down, he saw the vivid scarlet traces of vampiric blood intertwining with the blood-red patterns of the rune, forming a lifelike crimson rose. This transformation touched upon his bloodline, and he sensed an intrinsic change in his innate animagus abilities as a vampire. The brilliance of the crimson patterns intensified, and Mecca promptly closed his eyes, gritting his teeth against the spreading agony on his hand, which coursed throughout his body, unbearable in its intensity. As the pain subsided, the heat within began to dissipate, and he soon realized that the transformation was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 36, Breaking Limits. Before long, the sweat ceased, and the crimson patterns faded entirely. Mecca Anders wiped the remnants of perspiration from his forehead, exhaling deeply, feeling the air in this space refreshingly pure. What changes had truly occurred within his body? At this moment, Mecca began to observe his body with newfound interest. He first noticed a significant increase in his mental capacity, estimating it to be nearly double what it once was, a result of absorbing the residual mental energy concealed within the runes of the ancient symbols. Empowered by this surge of mental strength, he felt remarkably alert, his thoughts clearer than ever, and his ability to process ideas had accelerated considerably. A smile crept across Mecca's face. With his enhanced mental power, his aptitude for magic would correspondingly improve, making his future studies far less arduous than before. The most profound transformation, however, seemed to be within his animagus form. Mecca distinctly sensed that after the transformation spell inscribed itself into his being, it triggered a vigorous response from his animagus. With his eyes gently closed, he envisioned the silhouette of a bat emerging from within him. Its body remained unchanged, yet its wings had grown larger, adorned with delicate patterns. Even without fully transforming, Mecca could perceive that the bat's wings had become robust and powerful, hinting at the potential of an eagle. This indicated a breaking of the previous limits of his animagus form. Mecca was astonished. Typically, an animagus does not evolve. What it begins as, it remains nearly immutable. Yet, the combination of the transformation spell and the essence of the vampire's blood, one a hidden secret of an ancient lineage, the other the culmination of a prodigious shapeshifter's life work, had astonishingly induced a mutation in his animagus, allowing for the possibility of further growth. Mecca speculated whether, should his animagus continue to develop, it could eventually transcend its boundaries and transform into a magical creature. Just as he was about to delve deeper into this exploration, a gust of wind brushed past his ears, and he sensed a storm brewing overhead. He realized the dream was coming to an end, and the space around him began to fragment. Awakening from his slumber, Mecca threw off the covers and was immediately captivated by the blood-red rose mark on the back of his hand. It no longer appeared as vividly crimson, yet its exquisite form remained lifelike. The essence of blood had also changed. It seemed that this merging had indeed precipitated a remarkable transformation. As Mecca touched the sanguine mark, he sensed its evolving nature. The blood essence now harbored an intensified craving for more blood, indicating that while it had previously only been able to absorb blood of vampiric origin, its capacity had now broadened. However, the specifics of what types of blood it could now absorb would require personal experimentation, as Mecca could not extract further information from the blood essence. He resolved to inquire with the Weasley twins about the availability of magical creature blood for testing, which would also help activate his vampire lineage further. After donning the standard Gryffindor robe, he glanced up to find that it was already midday, and his stomach coincidentally rumbled in agreement. I should grab a bite to eat. Mecca chuckled to himself as he exited the dormitory. In the Great Hall, he joined Harry and others for a meal. Noticing their surroundings were devoid of others, Hermione suddenly brought up their encounter in the abandoned classroom. What do you think? Why was that three-headed dog in that old classroom? She pondered, her brow furrowed. It's quite peculiar. Three-headed dogs are exceptionally dangerous magical creatures. How could the professors allow it to be there? She instinctively glanced at Mecca, as he had roamed freely in that classroom and might have witnessed something noteworthy. However, Mecca shook her head. In that classroom, I only saw the three-headed dog. The rest of the room was too dark to observe anything else. Someone must have snuck it in. Ron, munching on his fish and chips, casually speculated, that seems unlikely. Hermione shook her head, dismissing his conjecture. Even if the professors were unaware of its entry into the school, after such a commotion that night, they would surely be aware of its presence. The fact that there has been no news thus far leads me to believe this could be a deliberate arrangement by the professors. They must have positioned the three-headed dog there intentionally. Intentionally positioned? Ron exclaimed in surprise. That can't be right. The three-headed dog is exceedingly dangerous. What if someone were to be harmed? Hermione quickly made further connections. Yes, knowing the danger yet leaving it there, what could this signify? Are they perhaps guarding something of great value? Upon hearing this, Harry suddenly recalled an incident from before the term began. Before I came to Hogwarts, I went to Gringotts with Hagrid. You know about that, don't you? Yes, that was our first meeting, Hermione replied. It was on that day that we ventured into the innermost chambers of Gringotts, where Hagrid retrieved a glistening stone, claiming it was entrusted to him by Professor Dumbledore. Harry pondered aloud. That stone, Hagrid mentioned, was a precious item, a creation of a master alchemist. Glistening stone? Hermione exclaimed, quickly linking the two matters. This could very well be the object the three-headed dog is guarding, given that even Professor Dumbledore values it so highly and that it is the work of an alchemist. It stands to reason that the three-headed dog is indeed safeguarding this stone. Hermione was exhilarated, feeling they had stumbled upon something significant, but soon her expression turned contemplative. But what exactly is this stone, and who is the creator? Ron lowered his gaze, continuing to eat his meal, showing little interest in the intellectual endeavor. Harry, on the other hand, was quite intrigued, yet he too could not fathom what the stone might be. Ultimately, Mecca suggested we should seek answers in the library. For now, let us focus on our meal. Upon leaving the Great Hall, the group dispersed. Hermione and Harry headed to the library in search of answers, while Ron stubbornly refused to join them and left first. Shortly thereafter, he completed a transaction with the Weasley twins, acquiring several vials of magical creature blood, including that of a flobberworm, a puffskein, and a creature known as the garden pest goblin. With his funds diminished, Mecca felt a pang of regret, but fortunately, these types of magical creatures were relatively common. Thus, the blood was not exorbitantly priced and remained affordable. Back in her dormitory, Mecca began to experiment with the blood. She started with the flobberworm's blood, pouring it from a vial. The green liquid dripped onto the back of her hand, briefly flickering with a red glow. As she awaited further transformation, she noticed that the liquid was repelled, the green blood slipping from her hand and falling to the ground. She lamented, just like that. A silver sickle's gone? Mecca then attempted to use the blood of the puffskein. This crimson liquid contained gray specks resembling sand. As it dripped onto her hand, it too proved ineffective. He was seething with anger, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, yet he restrained himself, fearing the attention of those outside the dormitory. As the goblin blood dripped to the ground, the mark on the back of his hand regained its vibrant crimson hue, reminiscent of a blooming blood-red rose, gradually consuming the goblin blood. Soon, Mecca's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He felt that as the goblin blood was absorbed, his proficiency in the transformation spells was inexplicably increasing. Chapter 37. The Residual Magical Will. Mecca Anders observed the changes within himself and quickly comprehended the phenomenon at play. This was an effect known as magical will. The transformation spell, inscribed within the runes, not only harbored mental energy, but also residual magical will left behind by Headmaster Black. His face lit up with surprise. This was an unexpected boon. Magical will is the remnant of spell casting, intangible and elusive, a treasure one could only hope to encounter. If he could purify it, he could absorb it into his being, transforming it into a nourishing essence for his spells. The blood fetus indeed proved to be a remarkable entity. Mecca understood that the blood fetus was filtering the magical will from the runes, extracting it as an impurity, allowing the magical will to manifest and be stored. Coincidentally, the blood fetus could also absorb blood to serve as energy, purifying the magical will until it became harmless and safely consumable. However, his expression soon soured. This process required the blood of magical creatures, which would demand a substantial amount of blood. How much would it cost to procure such blood? It seemed he was on the brink of financial ruin. Mecca felt a mix of elation and concern. He was eager to be recognized as a magical apprentice, as that would enable him to produce potions in bulk and reap significant profits. He had considered the three-headed dog, but extracting blood from it could only be done sparingly. If done excessively, even a sleeping creature might awaken. Moreover, this three-headed dog was an asset of Hogwarts. Damaging it would surely draw unwanted attention. He pondered whether there were any updates from Professor Snape regarding when the assessment for ratings would commence. As Mecca contemplated the impending need to procure large quantities of magical creature blood, he found himself reminiscing about Snape. When Mecca finally sought out the Weasley twins, he found them embroiled in a playful scuffle, rolling from one end of the bed to the other, though upon closer inspection, they were merely tickling each other. Mecca stifled a laugh and cleared his throat, catching their attention. George adjusted his disheveled clothing and rose from the floor, snorting disdainfully. "Fred, I'll let you off this time." "So will I," Fred replied, turning his head away dismissively. However, when he glanced at Mecca, it was as if he had encountered a benefactor, and he cheerfully inquired, "How is the quality of the magical creature blood I just purchased? Was it exceptional? I acquired it." George interjected, emphasizing it was me who procured it. Fred, barely acknowledging him, turned to Mecca and asked, "Do you need more blood this time?" Mecca smiled and nodded. "I only require the goblins. I don't need the other two." "How much do you need?" Fred grinned. "I'm not boasting. I can get you as much as you desire. What does it matter? It was I who acquired it." George countered, enthusiastically addressing Mecca. "Mecca, whatever you need. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow." "I might need quite a bit." Mecca contemplated aloud. "How much can you find in a short time?" "The more, the better." George's eyes lit up. "I can procure 20 ounces for you today. Is that sufficient?" Mecca recalled that the 1 ounce of pixie blood he had used that morning had been swiftly consumed, yielding only a modest enhancement to his spells. He shook his head. "Not enough, but let's take what we can get for now." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Acquire the rest of the blood as well. Ounce by ounce for testing. If it proves effective, we can purchase more together." George readily agreed, his thoughts racing at the prospect of substantial profit, his spirits soaring. Fred, too, was pleased, yet a question lingered in his mind. "Mecca, why do you need to acquire so much blood from magical creatures?" "To brew potions," Mecca replied nonchalantly. "As you know, potion making requires a vast array of materials." "But why only blood?" Fred was about to voice his confusion further when George shoved him into a corner, scolding him sharply. "Just provide what the customer wants. No need for so many questions. Are you aiming to become a master potion maker?" Mecca found their banter amusing. They truly were a pair of characters. After a brief conversation, George dashed off, returning shortly with some blood, assuring them that the remainder would arrive by tomorrow. Though more would take time to gather, perhaps daily deliveries would be feasible. Once Mecca finished his snacks, he left with a dark bag filled to the brim with magical creature blood. In the days that followed, apart from eating, sleeping, and attending classes, Mecca devoted every spare moment to enhancing his spellcasting abilities. He spent a considerable amount of money, nearly emptying his pockets. Yet the progress he made was nothing short of astounding, almost unimaginable to an ordinary person, experiencing a remarkable surge in proficiency that escalated at a rocket-like pace. Mecca found joy in his transformation, a joy that words could scarcely convey. He wished to savor this feeling for as long as his magical willpower would allow. However, remaining cooped up in his dormitory became stifling. To reflect on the sudden influx of knowledge and spell experience was mentally exhausting. Thus, Mecca ventured outside to bask in the sunlight, seeking relaxation in the library while also checking if Hermione had uncovered the origins of that stone. As he passed Professor Snape's office, he peeked inside, still awaiting details about the timing of the magical apprentice rating assessment. To his surprise, a voice called out, "Come in." Anders. Professor Snape had spotted him. Mecca entered. Professor Snape was sipping coffee and graciously invited him to partake in a cup as well. Without hesitation, Mecca accepted, enjoying a cup of coffee that tasted as light as a cloud, enhanced by some special magical ingredients. "Delicious," he remarked after a few sips. "Professor, your taste is impeccable." Professor Snape smiled slightly. "Did you come here to inquire about the rating assessment?" He produced a document related to the matter and handed it to Mecca. Nodding, Mecca glanced at the paper. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" he asked, wishing to avoid any mishaps on the day of the assessment. A depleted pocket would leave him facing dire circumstances. "Just the usual," Professor Snape informed him. "Master the potion-making methods from the books I provided, ensuring a high success rate. I believe you can achieve this." Mecca possesses unwavering confidence in this regard. His innate talent for potion-making, combined with a keen sense of vitality, renders him an exceptional potioneer. Professor Snape pondered for a moment before adding, "There may be a few individuals arriving from outside to partake in the assessment alongside you. It is imperative that you maintain your composure and tranquility, undisturbed by external influences." With that, he urged, "Now, attend to your own matters and do not neglect your potion practice." However, mid-sentence, his tone abruptly shifted to a chill. "Who is outside?" A shadow hurriedly departed from the window, seemingly just a passerby. Professor Quirrell, moving with haste, had yet to receive the pertinent documents and had coincidentally overheard Snape's words. His expression soured, a sense of urgency gripping him. The plan must be expedited. If he could secure the stone before the arrival of the Potion Guild, all would be well. Whether they came or not would become inconsequential, and he could depart at any moment. Yet, he dreaded encountering the same unforeseen complications as before, feeling as though ill fortune pursued him, with adversaries lurking at every turn. Frustrated, Professor Quirrell sensed that nothing was unfolding in his favor and resolved to devise a contingency plan. Perhaps he could eliminate the individuals who might attract the potion guild? A cold determination washed over him as this thought crystallized in his mind. By doing so, he could avert numerous troubles. Driven by urgency, he made his way to a secluded location, releasing the mountain troll he had purchased from traveling merchant. Observing the imposing, menacing creature before him, which emitted a beastly roar, he smiled, relieved that he had altered his initial plan of capturing a troll from the Forbidden Forest, instead opting for one of superior quality. This troll was markedly different from the ordinary ones. With its presence, the plan would proceed with far greater ease. Chapter 38. The Shattered Dual Metal. Quirrell drew his wand, directing it at the troll in an attempt to tame it. The massive and formidable mountain troll's eyes flickered with intelligence. Upon seeing Quirrell point his wand at it, it instinctively recoiled, displaying a ferocious glare and baring its teeth, reminiscent of a wolf aware of its surroundings. What a creature, Quirrell mused, observing its readiness to confront him. Rather than feeling anger, he smiled. Truly, this was the leader among mountain trolls, its cunning far surpassing that of the average troll. He was pleased, as this aligned perfectly with his request to the traveling merchant. Possessing intelligence, the troll would be far more challenging to manage than its predecessors. As Quirrell approached, the troll brandished its fearsome spiked club, a gust of wind accompanying its movements as it attempted to intimidate Quirrell. It swung the club downwards, striking the ground with such force that it created a gaping hole, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The troll's strength was indeed extraordinary. Quirrell was taken aback. This creature's power exceeded that of typical trolls, and a blow to the head from such a weapon would surely spell doom for any wizard. Quirrell employed a spell to disarm the troll, causing the club to slip from its grip. The troll's eyes widened in surprise, and it promptly lowered itself to the ground. Its massive body, surprisingly agile, moving with the swiftness of a predator, leaving Quirrell momentarily stunned. Its speed surpassed that of ordinary trolls. Chilo never anticipated that the mountain troll he acquired would be an exceptionally enhanced leader of its kind, not only meeting his intellectual requirements, but also surpassing ordinary trolls in strength and speed. It seems this troll is poised to bring even greater surprises to the denizens of Hogwarts. Only by proving its worth can it serve his purposes and become an indispensable element of his grand design. As the evening sun descended, its silhouette was gradually obscured by the horizon. The amber light faded, yielding to the encroaching darkness. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Mecca was engaged in another round of blood absorption, the roseate mark on the back of his hand glaringly crimson against the dimming room. Remarkably, the blood of the eight-eyed giant spider could also be absorbed by the sanguine fetus. A smile graced Mecca's face as he observed the mark gradually consuming the spider's essence, diligently recording the creature's name on parchment. A variety of magical creatures had already been documented, including goblins, dragons, toads, and eight-eyed spiders, all of which could nourish the sanguine fetus and contribute to the purification of magical will. Once the blood of all the magical beasts was exhausted, he set down his quill, concluding today's experiments, and delved into the recesses of his mind to assess his recent progress with spells. Mecca Anders. Potion crafting talent, advanced. Potion tool proficiency, 20 years. Mental capacity, level 38. Animagus, Ba. Magic, transfiguration, spell level 7. Transformation, spell level 7. Human manifestation, spell level 7. Color change, spell level 7. Restoration, spell level 7. Bird summoning, spell level 7. The advancements he had made in recent days were astonishing, almost dreamlike. Mecca felt a surge of joy. If this were a dream, he wished it to linger a while longer before waking. However, he decided to pause for the day as fatigue washed over him. Reclining in his chair, his mind felt overtaxed, and his focus waned. He needed rest before the Weasley twins delivered their goods again tomorrow, prompting him to continue his endeavors. Hermione had uncovered new clues and was likely to soon ascertain the origins of the stone. Mecca was taken aback by the rapidity of her discovery. How had she managed to find new leads so swiftly? Feeling exhausted, he idly inquired from his chair. Ron, trailing behind Harry, puffed with pride. I found it from the cards hidden in the snacks, so you could say I provided the clue. Harry added. Hermione mentioned that this alchemist named Nicholas Flamel stirred a wave of immortality in the 15th century. Some say he still lives today, and others speculate that his longevity is due to a particular stone. Hermione believed that the stone, combined with the esteemed reputation of the alchemical master, was too significant to be mere coincidence. Multiple coincidences might indicate a deeper truth. She also speculated, as Harry explained, that the incident at Gringotts mentioned by Hagrid at the beginning of their enrollment was likely related to this stone, suggesting someone had their sights set on it, possibly for purposes of immortality. Harry clarified that Hermione intended to locate more information on Nicholas Flamel in the library, seeking to definitively confirm that the stone originated from him and was indeed linked to the concept of eternal life. Mecca chuckled, for this was indeed her style. The group, engaged in conversation, proceeded to the hall for a meal and continued their discussion late into the night, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. A new batch of blood had arrived, totaling 13 ounces. The following day, George Weasley promptly delivered the blood. He settled the account with Mecca, who readily placed the money into his hands. The Weasley twins were undoubtedly astute businessmen, having sourced the blood at a price even more economical than that found in Hogsmeade. However, after receiving payment, George lingered, inquiring, "Didn't you previously ask me to procure some intriguing antiquities?" With a mischievous grin, he added, "Indeed. Yesterday I acquired something from a senior student that I believe you will appreciate. Is it truly that remarkable?" Mecca replied, astonished. He understood all too well the significance of having clinched 3 gold medals in magical dueling. Participants in the dueling competition hailed from all corners of the magical realm, predominantly comprising the elite among wizards. To emerge victorious among such distinguished contenders, one's prowess must be extraordinary. "Has its owner departed this world?" Mecca asked. George nodded, whispering. This duelist perished alongside his adversary, though it is rumored he had multiple foes, all of whom were notorious dark wizards appearing on Azkaban's roster. George chuckled. "I heard this from the cellar," Mecca remarked. "So the cellar is a relative of his?" George shook his head. He heard it from a previous cellar. A realization dawned upon him. Chapter 39. A Halloween Feast Interrupted. How unfortunate. Mecca had been eagerly anticipating what legacy a duelist of such esteemed honor might bestow. He speculated that perhaps he might glean some combat techniques and experiences from this celebrated duelist, knowledge he yearned for most dearly at this juncture. As access to his mental reservoir was temporarily barred, Mecca concentrated solely on the magical essence within the blood, aiming to absorb it entirely and transmute it into power. The blood mark glowed a vibrant crimson, and Mecca could distinctly sense that the magical intent within had diminished significantly, fully converting into a heightened proficiency in spells. Occasionally, relevant knowledge and spell-casting experiences would flicker through his mind, and as time passed, he thoroughly absorbed and comprehended them, resulting in an elevation of his spell-casting level. Before long, the magical creature's blood was depleted, leaving him devoid of funds. The scarcity of magical creature blood interrupted the purification and absorption of magical intent. This interruption unexpectedly manifested as a withdrawal reaction. The residual magical intent within his body caused disturbances, and Mecca occasionally experienced headaches, his cognitive memory becoming impaired. Soon, he discovered a lamentable truth. His spell levels were showing signs of regression. Mecca felt a pang of anguish, realizing that he was squandering the considerable galleons and sickles he had invested. He swiftly recognized the urgency of absorbing the remaining magical intent. Otherwise, his spells would indeed regress, as their proficiency was already on a slow decline. At the entrance of the hall hung a blinking pumpkin lantern, and a headless ghost floated by, revealing its transparent form before the light. It held its own head, smiling at the crowd, bowed gracefully, and then suddenly vanished. This was the well-known Headless Nick of Hogwarts. Inside the hall, the lights shone brightly, and both people and ghosts reveled together. After a few words of blessing from Professor Dumbledore, the students joyfully dined under the warm glow. Mecca savored the delectable dishes, leisurely enjoying her steak. The table was laden with an abundance of food, far more sumptuous than before, with a plethora of meats glistening invitingly under the light, their amber hues radiating brilliance. Suddenly, Harry posed a question to Hermione in a hushed tone. "Have you gathered the information on Nickleby?" Hermione shook her head, expressing her discouragement regarding her efforts in the library. She mentioned that the information on Nickleby seemed to be inaccessible, making it impossible to find, let alone any content related to that stone. Hermione was uncertain if this was the cause, but she had another theory. Perhaps the stone was simply too conspicuous as it pertained to the secret of immortality. If someone were to learn of it, they would likely go to great lengths to acquire it. The group tacitly ceased their discussion as a ghost floated by, Headless Nick, who donned his head once more and raised a toast towards them. When Ron saw him preparing to bow, the head fell off again, prompting a laugh. This ghost is truly amusing. As the ghost drifted away, Mecca was sipping rich orange juice to cleanse her palate. Hermione hesitated, nudged Mecca's arm, and inquired softly, knowing that Mecca often visited Professor Snape. She wished to know when Snape might be absent from his office. Mecca, puzzled, set her orange juice down. "Why do you ask this?" Hermione glanced around, The surrounding noise was vibrant, with everyone engrossed in their own conversations, oblivious to them. She whispered, "I wish to find an opportunity to visit the restricted section. There should be information on Nickleby there, but Professor Snape's office is along the path to that section." Mecca frowned at Hermione's intention. The restricted section was off-limits to students, containing too many things they should not see, be it forbidden spells or knowledge not meant to be disseminated. To venture there would risk being reported and possibly expelled. "That is not advisable," Mecca replied honestly. "Professor Snape's whereabouts are unpredictable. Sometimes he is in his office for hours, and other times he may be absent the entire day." Harry, listening nearby, felt a mix of surprise and concern. "Hermione, if you were caught, the school's punishment would likely be severe." Hermione looked despondent. "What a pity. If only I could visit the restricted section, some of my lingering doubts could finally be resolved." As she fell silent, reaching for her orange juice once more, a sudden loud bang startled them. The juice in her cup sloshed violently, spilling on her thumb. Everyone was startled, their gazes drawn to the entrance of the hall. "Oh no, oh no!" Professor Quirrell shouted in a panic. He burst through the hall's door, stumbling in, with fresh blood stains visible on his forehead. Professor Quirrell pointed frantically towards the door, exclaiming, "The troll has entered. I cannot stop it, hurry!" Seeing Quirrell nearly gasping for breath, Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet and calmly addressed him. "Do not panic, Professor Quirrell. You are bleeding from your head. Are you all right? Blood?" Quirrell paused in shock, reaching up to touch his scalp. Upon glancing at his hand, he was horrified to find it smeared with alarming crimson. He let out a piercing scream and, his eyes rolling back, promptly fainted. This sudden shift ignited a wave of panic throughout the entire hall, with others echoing his distressed cries. If even a professor could be felled, how could they ensure their own safety? The crowd was on the brink of chaos when Macon noticed Ron in a state of alarm, attempting to flee. He seized Ron firmly. "Silence." Dumbledore's voice resonated, instantly calming everyone. His tone, aged yet steady, instilled a sense of reliability akin to his towering presence. He turned his gaze to Professor McGonagall, who, receiving his silent cue, rose and addressed the assembled students. She looked sternly at her fellow professors, saying, "Madam Pomfrey, please escort Professor Quirrell to the hospital wing for treatment. Professor Snape, you are responsible for ensuring the students are safely taken to their dormitories and maintaining order. The remaining professors should disperse and swiftly locate the troll to prevent further destruction." Under McGonagall's direction, the scene became orderly. The anxious students formed a line to exit, while the professors proceeded to the front to track down the intruding troll. Madame Pomfrey assisted Quirrell towards the hospital wing. Amidst the clamor and chaos, his fingers suddenly twitched before stilling again, giving an impression that it might have been an illusion. The students shuffled in a rough queue towards the dormitories, their unease manifesting in hushed discussions. The head of Gryffindor led the way, but Harry abruptly called out to Ron, "Mecca and Hermione are missing." "Missing?" Ron blinked in surprise, glancing around, and indeed, there was no sign of the two. He was alarmed in such chaos. Where could they possibly go? Harry's expression darkened as he recalled a place Hermione had mentioned during the feast. He surmised that Hermione had expressed a desire to visit the restricted section. Given the disorder, it was the perfect opportunity to do so, as the professors were preoccupied. He speculated that Mecca, concerned for Hermione, had accompanied her. The restricted section. Harry inhaled deeply. "We must go." He grasped Ron's hand, stealthily leading him away from the crowd. Outside the hospital wing, a black bat hung from the treetops, its piercing gaze fixed on the infirmary's wards. A shadow quietly rose and, unnoticed, departed the hospital wing, striding purposefully towards the abandoned classroom that housed the three-headed dog. Professor Quirrell was headed back to the forsaken classroom. Mecca took a deep breath. This was an audacious venture. With no money left, he intended to seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil to harvest another batch of the three-headed dog's blood, energizing the blood embryo and completely absorbing the last remnants of magical will. His gaze was resolute, determined to prevent the regression of the curse's level, unwilling to squander his resources. Chapter 40. Success. In the distance, a bustling crowd coalesced into a serpentine line, punctuated by flickering lights, as some held oil lamps to illuminate the path ahead. Professor Chilo, however, ventured in the opposite direction from the students, solitary and concealed in the shadows, moving with utmost silence. A black bat soared above, its dark eyes absorbing the scene. After passing a majestic ancient tree, he paused briefly, emerging with an unfamiliar visage. Cloaked in a deep black robe, he shrouded his rugged new appearance beneath its folds and hastened his pace. He needed to seize the moment, rushing towards the abandoned classroom amidst the current chaos. Mecca Anders admired this clever disguise. The bat's wings fluttered, keeping pace with him. Indeed, the strength of these wings had significantly increased. Mecca Anders marveled at the robust sensation of his wings as he soared through the air, almost feeling akin to an eagle. Yet with a gentle flap, his speed remarkably quickened. Sensing the velocity, he slowed just enough to avoid detection by Chilo. He pondered when he might achieve further growth. Mecca Anders felt that his animagus form had diverged from that of a typical wizard's, for if the bat's wings now bore the potential of an eagle's, further evolution might bring him closer to, or even surpass, those wondrous creatures. He noticed Professor Chilo's figure suddenly vanish, leaving behind a fleeting scent of garlic, a sign of the disillusionment charm. Mecca Anders tightened his focus and pursued him. Before the abandoned classroom, Professor Chilo halted at the entrance, reaching into the pocket beneath his robes. Revealing a smile, he was well prepared, and all plans were proceeding smoothly. Queerness, a raspy voice called from behind, reminding him that vigilance was paramount at such a time. Chilo's smile faded as he whispered, "Understood, master." With a flick of his wand, the rusty lock clicked open, and he pushed the heavy door aside, stepping into the darkness. Maintaining a safe distance was crucial. The bat, hanging in the corridor, turned its dark head. Mecca Anders was cautious, ensuring he would not be detected by that raspy voice. He was here to navigate the murky waters, not to meet his demise. He waited for the footsteps to fade, and a flap from the distant corridor transformed into a shadow, poised to enter the room, but suddenly hesitated, landing its feet on the cold ceiling outside the door. Benefiting from the vampiric lineage's enhanced olfactory sense, the previously pungent garlic scent had become faint, yet he could still detect it, remaining still near the door. Mecca Anders' heart raced. Had he been discovered? Would he have to flee once more? In the darkness, silence prevailed. Neither those inside nor outside the door moved, engaging in a silent game of courage and patience. Time seemed to pause at that moment, a suffocating atmosphere permeating the shadows. Suddenly, a meow echoed through the stillness. A piercing meow resonated through the air, the sound belonging to Felchi's cat. It had been napping in the shadows of the corner, unnoticed, until it finally awoke, stretched languidly, and ambled outside the door. At that moment, a voice emerged from within. It was a cat. Its master, Chilo, spoke. "Perhaps my perception was flawed," the gravelly voice lamented. "I have a constant feeling of being watched. It seems I have slumbered too long, dulling my senses." "Queerness, you must exercise greater caution," the raspy voice advised softly. "Do not let me down again." Chilo paused, his tone turning somber. "I shall, master." Thankfully, Mecca was aware that if it weren't for his unique gift of vitality, his acute sensitivity to the sense of herbs and biological materials, he might have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Of course, other factors played a role as well. Today, the cat indeed appeared rather striking. Mecca silently praised it. It twisted its inky head, gazing at the emaciated feline beneath it, never having perceived this cat as so well-proportioned, possessing the potential for beauty. Indeed, it was the cat of Lady Loris. Mecca lingered quietly for a moment, then swiftly followed into the room, soundless. Professor Chilo traversed the darkness, the growls of beasts echoing clearly in his ears. He did not halt his stride, pressing deeper toward the sound. At some point, the growling ceased. Chilo halted, tilting his head with a grave expression. The three-headed dog had likely awakened, its senses far too acute. Suddenly, a massive lantern above flared to life, casting a terrifying gaze upon the minuscule ants below. The hellhound rose, its enormous body creating a thunderous sound as it stood. The darkness was filled with the sound of flowing water, salty drool trickling from the corners of its mouth. The three-headed beast. Professor Chilo's expression tightened. The threat emanating from it was overwhelming. No matter how many times he beheld it, a shiver always coursed through him. He grasped his wand firmly, freeing one hand to search within his robes. The three-headed dog approached, its colossal paws thundering against the ground, creating a tremor as if an earthquake had struck. It seemed to be growing, larger than the last time he had encountered it. The three grotesque heads hung low, exhaling a hot, foul breath, their bloodied fangs glistening like human bones. Professor Chilo's hair stood on end. He swiftly retrieved a light-colored pouch from his robes, astonishingly producing a golden harp the size of a human head from within. He placed the harp upon the ground and pointed his wand at its strings. A roar erupted. The three-headed dog focused its gaze upon Chilo, drawing closer, sniffing the air for the scent of food. Droplets of drool pooled around him, forming a greenish mire at his feet. Chilo felt his feet sinking into the viscous liquid, a chilling sensation rising from below, igniting his senses. He whispered rapidly to the harp, "Otamaki girls." A white light flashed like lightning. Upon the golden harp, the strings vibrated, as if invisible hands were conjuring melodies. The ethereal notes floated gently, reminiscent of whispers carried by the lake's breezes. The three-headed hound, with its heavy head hanging low, momentarily succumbed to a trance, frozen in place. Indeed, the ploy was effective. Chilo exhaled softly, discreetly releasing his hand from his pocket, letting golden-white powder cascade, a blend of powdered nettle and sulfur he had prepared. Now seemingly unnecessary, his gaze remained fixated on the hound. The music was soft and transcendent, akin to a mountain spring bubbling gently, soothing the soul. The hound's enormous eyes fluttered, half open and half closed, until they finally succumbed to slumber. Its colossal form lay on the ground, head resting upon its forepaws. A visage of serene tranquility, as if plunged into profound sleep, thoroughly hypnotized. Time was of the essence. Chilo was acutely aware that the chaos outside, though still raging, would eventually subside. He had little time. He must hasten his actions to seize the coveted stone. He strode purposefully towards the iron door leading to the underground passage, pointing his wand with intent. The heavy chains fell away swiftly, clattering to the ground. At last, with a resounding clang, the iron door swung wide, revealing a seemingly bottomless, pitch-black corridor. In the darkness, a black bat alighted gracefully, shadows on the ground flickering and writhing as a figure draped in a black robe approached the three-headed hound. Soundly asleep, are we? But rest well, Mecca mused with a smile. He retrieved a golden blood-drawing syringe from his cloak, and, from a bulging pockets at his sides, produced 5 empty potion vials, intent on filling them all at once. My apologies, Fong, he whispered, gently stroking the hound's fur. He had no choice. The funds would be squandered otherwise, and he could not simply watch as the spell's potency diminished. Weighing his options, he decided to inconvenience the hound for the greater good. After all, with such robust physique, drawing 5 vials hardly seemed excessive. Mecca reassured himself and swiftly began to fill the empty vials with dark crimson blood. For a fleeting moment, the hound's limbs twitched in slumber. Whether from a cramp or the rapid blood draw, he could not tell. The unexpected movement startled Mecca, fearing the creature might awaken, yet he was spared from calamity. Urgency propelled him to work faster, to preempt any unforeseen mishaps. All proceeded quietly, unnoticed. Just as Mecca was sealing the filled vials with wooden stoppers, footsteps echoed once more from the darkness. Alarm surged through him. Someone was approaching swiftly from the corridor. Quick, we must hasten. Mecca's heart raced with urgency as he hastily stowed the filled vials into his pocket. A vague silhouette loomed nearby, its outline becoming discernible, evidently alerted by the unusual sounds, drawing closer with purpose. In the syringe, Mecca felt his heart pounding fiercely against his chest. The figure halted abruptly, confirming the presence of another, and advanced with determined strides. The outlines in the darkness grew increasingly distinct, poised to burst forth from the shadows and meet him. With a flurry, Mecca's form contracted wildly. A sound akin to fluttering wings echoed through the dark, and a shadow silently delved deeper into the abyss. An animagus? A figure suddenly materialized where Mecca had just stood, tilting his head to reveal a familiar visage. It was Professor Snape. He regarded the direction in which the shadow had vanished, a contemplative expression upon his face. Who dared intrude upon Hogwarts? Professor Snape turned his gaze to the immense figure crouched in the darkness. The three-headed dog lay in slumber, its sleek coat rising and falling with each snore. Was the beast hypnotized? His expression darkened as he swiftly identified the true culprit. His eyes fixed upon the golden harp floating in the shadows, playing a melody of its own. Snape quickly pieced together the situation. Someone had discerned the canine's reliance on music and used the harp to lull it into a trance. He plunged into the darkness, locating the heavy iron door leading to the secret passage. Quirinus Chilo, is that you? Snape's gaze swept over the broken chains on the ground, and without hesitation, he ventured into the pitch-black corridor. Atop the tower where the abandoned classroom resided, a shadow abruptly burst from the skylight, circling the night sky. A black bat flapped its wings, its deep-set eyes glancing below the skylight, and upon seeing no pursuers, it folded its wings and alighted upon the outer wall of the tower. The air outside was refreshing, Mecca sighed in relief. At this moment, he felt not fatigue, but rather his heart raced like a drum. Such an exhilarating chase was not something one desired to experience again. It dawned on him that Chilo had entered the secret passage, and the approaching figures were likely other professors from Hogwarts. He had not committed any particularly heinous acts. It was as if he had been caught, with expulsion from Hogwarts being the most probable consequence. This, of course, was an unacceptable punishment. for losing his student status at Hogwarts would severely hinder his academic journey. Yet, it was not akin to facing life and death, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, his breath nearly ceasing. Perhaps it was because he considered himself a good student, Mecca mused. This could only be attributed to his adherence to rules and his infrequent transgressions, coupled with the guilt of having drawn blood from Hagrid's pet, inevitably leaving him feeling uneasy. After resting for a moment, a wave of intense pain surged within him, prompting him to descend swiftly from the heights, landing in a vacant space on the ground. The remnants of magical will were at play. He quickly realized, in a secluded corner, that he needed to extract the blood from his pocket, pouring it onto the blood mark on the back of his hand. The absorption rate surged significantly. Mecca observed as the dark red liquid merely dripped, instantaneously absorbed. Yet, the headache persisted, and he continued to pour the blood. Watching the vial drain slowly, a pang of regret striking him, it felt as if he were wasting money. Once the fourth vial was depleted, the headache dissipated, and Mecca exhaled in relief. At last it was over. He grimaced as he stowed away the empty vials and the last remaining bottle of blood. Mecca felt the magical will within him being absorbed at an alarming rate, strange memories and fragments surfacing in his mind, and correspondingly, the regression of his spellcasting level was halted. Now he needs to find a place to thoroughly digest the situation. Perhaps after today, the magical will shall be completely transformed into proficiency in spells, ceasing to exist. All transfiguration-related spells have now reached the 9th level. What changes await at the 10th level? Mecca is filled with anticipation, for reaching the 10th level surely signifies a threshold, and there should be some transformations in store. After a brief respite, he glanced towards the distant direction of Gryffindor's dormitory, where a flash of lightning flickered briefly through the clouds. Mecca murmured as shadows on the ground writhed with fervor. Suddenly, a pitch-black bat darted through the treetops overhead, rustling a few leaves as it soared into the night sky. A bolt of lightning streaked across the darkened heavens. The wind howled, and fallen leaves danced in the air like confetti. Along the path leading to the restricted section, there lies a washroom, where the sound of rushing water spills forth, accompanied by the cacophony of crumbling stone from within. A slender figure cowers in one of the washroom stalls, covering her mouth to stifle her breath. Her trembling hands betray her fear and helplessness as a troll blocks her escape. She fled here, only to be pursued relentlessly. What to do? What to do? Hermione is frantic as the troll shatters stall after stall in search of her. In her other hand, she clutches her wand tightly. Yet the disparity in strength is overwhelming. The troll's massive form can withstand anything, rendering her spells as inconsequential as water in the ocean, making no ripple. The roars grow ever closer, reminiscent of a beast. She can envision the troll's fierce gaze, hunting for its hidden prey. A thunderous crash. A wall collapses outside, as white dust and debris tumble into the water below, followed by a surge of water spilling through the door's crack. The troll bellows, wreaking havoc, as a mouse scurries away to avoid detection. It turns, beginning to search the stalls in her vicinity. Hermione's heart ignites with panic. She sees the shadow on the ground pivot toward her. Her mind races, desperately conjuring an escape plan while simultaneously praying for the troll to begin its search further away. Yet, disappointment washes over her. Bang! A nearby stall shatters, and Hermione watches helplessly as tiles fall from above, splashing water at her feet. She feels rendered speechless. The force is utterly devastating, her body quaking as though caught in a tempest, shrinking into the corner of the stall. Please, move toward that direction. Do not choose this corner stall. She prays once more, hoping for divine intervention, but her fleeting hopes are once again crushed as she stands frozen. The troll's gray foot looms at the door, halting its advance. It has selected this as its second target, effortlessly crushing the stones beneath it. Hermione feels darkness descend upon her, tilting her head upward to see a fearsome club raised high, poised to strike down. Boom! The stall offering refuge crumbles at the corner, and the troll's massive, menacing head peers down, locking eyes with her. Hermione lets out a piercing scream. She raises her wand for one final act of defiance, reciting the incantation swiftly as a beam of white light erupts forth. The troll, indifferent, tilts its head, the light grazing its eyes before vanishing into its ashen visage. A fleeting moment, its body swayed slightly, barely perceptible. Hermione was engulfed in despair, her eyes glistening with fear. Yet, within her heart, a stubborn resolve emerged. She yearned to resist. She pushed vigorously against the door of the stall, desperate for an opportunity to escape, to flee with all her might. But the door remained immovable. wedged shut by the collapsed wall outside. Feeling a disturbance above her, she lifted her gaze, fixating on the grotesque head of the troll. The creature sneered coldly, extending its massive hand toward her from above. What was it planning? Hermione's eyes widened in terror as a gripping fear seized her heart. The troll's hand reached for her hair, an irresistible force surging forth, threatening to lift her off the ground. Hermione! Mecca! Where are you? A voice called from outside. It was Harry. The troll's hand paused momentarily. A spark of hope ignited within Hermione, momentarily overshadowing her pain. Could it be that someone had come to rescue her? Ron, seeing the troll, trembled as he spoke. Footsteps echoed, a pair of them, and Hermione realized they were acting independently, without a professor accompanying them. The troll emitted a roar, turning its head to cast a cold glance. Shocked by the creature's movements, Hermione shouted with all her might, "Run! Quickly escape!" Chapter 42, The Ambush. Hermione? Harry exclaimed, startled. He heard her voice emanating from the corner. Was she cornered by the troll in the restroom? Hermione, are you all right? He called out loudly, anxious to ascertain her condition. I'm fine. Hermione coughed, the restroom filled with swirling dust, her voice hoarse. Just hurry. The sound of something dropping echoed. The troll released its grip on Hermione, fixating its gaze on Harry's face, sniffing the air as if discerning the scent of its prey, surprisingly more interested in Harry and Ron. It turned its body toward them. Hermione winced in pain, her voice carrying from the confined stall. Hurry. Harry, take Ron and go. We can't handle it. Ron? Harry took a deep breath. Are you afraid? Ron swallowed hard, terrified, of course, facing such a colossal troll. You go first, Ron. Harry did not reproach him. Instead, he raised his wand, aiming at the troll as he declared, I'll hold it off. You need to run quickly. If we delay, we might all be trapped here. Ron's teeth chattered, and suddenly, he grit his teeth, grabbing a handful of rubble from the ground and hurling it at the troll, shouting, Take that, you bloody creature. Harry was taken aback. Wasn't Ron supposed to be afraid? The stone struck the troll's body, shattering upon impact, provoking a furious roar from the creature as it advanced toward Ron and Harry, the water pooling on the ground, swirling beneath its feet, gaining speed. Harry, it's focused on me. Take the chance to get Hermione. Suddenly, the massive, jagged club came crashing down, creating a gaping hole in the ground, debris flying everywhere. The two were caught off guard, swept away by the aftershock, but fortunately, there were no sharp objects nearby. They grimaced in pain, but managed to rise from the ground. Ron stared at the sweeping club, his eyelids fluttering. If that club struck his head, it would surely explode like a watermelon, wouldn't it? Let me take care of this. Harry leaned against the wall, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. He quickly instructed Ron to find an opportunity to move aside the large stones blocking the compartment's entrance. In order to rescue Hermione, with a grave expression, he raised his wand and confronted the menacing troll, murmuring, Petri ficus totalis. A flash of white light surged forth. The troll's visage bore the marks of petrification, and it halted momentarily, tilting its head in confusion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the petrified traces shattered, and with a violent shake of its head, chunks of stone fell to the ground, dissolving into dust. Harry was taken aback. The spell had seemingly had no effect. Hermione, noticing the spell's glow, anxiously expressed her concern about the troll's resistance to magic, suggesting that its massive size was likely the reason. We cannot confront it. We must fetch the professors. You two should leave. I am fine for now, she urged. Harry smiled, recognizing the tremor in Hermione's voice. She was clearly terrified, yet strove to appear composed. Ron, are you going to leave? He inquired. Leave? Why would I do that? Ron retorted, frustrated. We've already engaged it. Running now would make me a coward, and George would mock me for a lifetime. Harry then heard sobs emanating from the compartment. Hermione, aware of their conversation, seemed torn between fear and emotion, but he had no time to comfort her. He noticed the troll regarding him with a hint of curiosity. Could it be that the creature possessed a measure of intelligence? The troll ceased its grotesque snorting, fully fixating on Harry, its gaze brimming with excitement, as if he were the most intriguing quarry. Dragging its spiked club across the ground, the troll lunged at Harry, swinging the weapon toward his face. A wave of terror coursed through Harry as the imminent threat of death obstructed his breath. He narrowly dodged, the club whistling past him, tearing a chunk from the wall and creating a gaping hole. The immense force grazed Harry's cheek, drawing blood and nearly blinding him. Realizing he needed to escape, Harry scrambled away. As the troll extracted its club from the wall, he created some distance, panting and flushed from exertion. He quickly recognized the vast disparity in strength. To survive, he must resort to cunning. A direct attack on the troll's body was futile, but But how could he inflict damage or drive it back without targeting it directly? His heart raced as he felt a surge of fear coupled with determination, setting his sights on the club. The spark of an idea ignited within him. Ron, visibly anxious, cast a glance at Harry before stealthily maneuvering to dislodge the stones obstructing the compartment's entrance. He held his breath, daring not to make a sound as he crept past the troll's massive thigh. Harry observed Ron's movements, praying for him while keeping a watchful eye on the troll. Suddenly, the troll swung its head sharply, its cold gaze fixating on the mouse that scurried by its feet. Ron lowered his head, too frightened to look, as a colossal shadow loomed over him, his legs trembling yet inching forward. It seems my flesh may indeed be more delectable, he thought. Harry feigned self-deprecation to dispel some of his tension. He took a deep breath, seized a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the giant's eye. "Come here," he taunted. The giant took a step forward, resembling a leaping leopard, its formidable foot crushing countless fragments of rock beneath it. Dust billowed up around its feet, and as it curled its lip, it seemed to mock the insignificant mouse before it. It swung its menacing mace, the jagged spikes nearly brushing Harry's face, intent on shattering his skull in one blow. A deafening buzz filled Harry's ears, accompanied by a rush that vibrated his eardrums. He leaped backward, creating some distance, gritting his teeth as he raised his wand to confront the mace. Ron, drawn to the commotion, was pushing aside a stone slab, and the scene before him rendered him breathless. The mace descended upon Harry's head with the force of a battering ram, and Harry's tiny wand felt utterly inadequate, akin to an insect attempting to halt a speeding train. Ron's eyes widened in terror, as though he could already envision the gruesome fate that awaited Harry. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted. Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. The massive mace faltered midair, its great inertia whipping up a fierce gust that sent Harry's glasses tumbling. The giant's expression turned to astonishment, bewildered that it could no longer control the weapon it wielded, the veins in its hand bulging ominously. Before Harry could muster a sigh of relief, the mace surged forward, the tremendous force rebounding, causing Harry's wand to slip from his grasp. In shock, he reached out to retrieve it. A shadow loomed above him. He abruptly looked up, his heart racing wildly as the giant grinned maliciously, lifting the mace once more to deliver a crushing blow that would surely bury his face into his skull. "Harry!" Ron screamed, grabbing a nearby stone and hurling it desperately. "You bastard! Look at me!" Hermione, hearing the chaos outside, trembled as she shouted, "Harry, don't mind me. Run!" Harry's heart raced to its limit. Unarmed and unable to evade his fate, gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the giant that sought to end his life, determined to memorize its visage. With a thunderous roar, the air howled before plunging into an eerie silence. Harry observed the enormous mace halt mere inches from his face, brushing against the fine hairs on his skin, sending a chill of sweat cascading down his back. Stunned and elated, he wondered what had transpired. In the next moment, he witnessed the giant emit a frustrated howl as it relinquished the mace, retreating on all fours at a terrifying speed, vanishing into the night. Soon after, footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a diminutive figure appeared, disheveled and wild-haired. With an aged visage and limbs reminiscent of a child, he approached at a brisk pace. It was Professor Phileas Flitwick, the charms instructor. "Are you all right?" Professor Flitwick inquired upon reaching them. Harry exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, lying back and gasping for breath. Ron too sighed, his face no longer contorted with rage, yet the sounds from the compartment began to weep, filled with the relief of surviving a harrowing ordeal. Professor Flitwick waved his wand to clear away the massive stones, rescuing Hermione from the compartment. His expression was grave as he chastised the group for disregarding his instructions and rules by venturing out, explaining that he had come at the behest of Professor Snape, who was concerned for their safety. Harry and his companions were astonished. How could it possibly be Snape? He harbored no fondness for Harry and frequently targeted him in class. Yet Professor Flitwick was adamant that it was indeed Professor Snape who expressed concern for them, insisting on keeping a watchful eye over them. He then inquired about the form of punishment they deemed appropriate. "You nearly put your lives at risk. This lesson must be ingrained in your memories. Speak for yourselves. How shall you be punished?" Ron stammered. "How about deducting a few points from Gryffindor?" Professor Flitwick shook his head, deeming that impossible. Hermione, wiping her tears, pleaded earnestly. And at last, she struck a chord with Professor Flitwick, softening his heart. "Very well, I shall let you off this time. However, should there be a next time, I will inform Professor McGonagall, and she will impose a far stricter punishment. I hope you remember this." After much contemplation, Harry decided to divulge Mecca's whereabouts, admitting that he had yet to locate her and feared for her safety. Professor Flitwick gazed intently in the direction of the vanishing troll, his mind filled with doubt. How could this troll discern the sound of footsteps? It seemed to possess an intelligence unlike that of ordinary trolls. Setting aside his musings, he hurried forth to chase after the fleeing troll, determined to prevent anyone from being harmed or even killed. Soon, the diminutive figure of Professor Flitwick vanished into the night. In the dark sky, a black bat soared, its wings far more robust than those of an ordinary bat. With a single powerful flap, it traversed a considerable distance. Its keen gaze scanned the ground below, vigilant against any sudden intruders, wary of being detected and having its true identity revealed. Suddenly, several figures came into view. Was Harry injured? Mecca Anders was somewhat taken aback, for he believed that the troll's intelligence was lacking, easily outsmarted. Given Hermione and Harry's wit and magical prowess, they should have emerged unscathed, just as in their previous lives. Could it be that my presence as a butterfly has altered the course of events? With a swift flutter of its wings, he descended from the air, transforming into human form in a corner, merging with the group that was approaching from the corridor. Mecca? Harry exclaimed with delight, relieved to encounter him around the corner. Ron and Hermione also expressed their joy, thankful that everyone was safe, albeit with minor injuries. They hurriedly inquired about Mecca's whereabouts. Mecca, noticing the tear streaks on Hermione's face, realized that a troubling event had transpired, but fortunately, it had not escalated into a disaster. I was also heading to the restricted section, but encountered the troll along the way and chose to take a detour, inadvertently missing you all. Ah, Ron clutched his heart. You have no idea how formidable that troll is in the dark passage beneath the abandoned classroom. A web of vines ensnared the entire shadowy space, with walls and floors covered in creeping tendrils. An unseen figure was exploring within, traversing every corner. To his dismay, he discovered it was all dead ends. Professor Quirrell's face grew pale. He had invested so much effort to finally enter the passage, only to find a sealed space, devoid of any trace of the ordinary stones, let alone the coveted item he so desperately sought. Was Hogwarts toying with him? He tore down a swath of vines from the wall in an outburst of frustration, realizing that, if things continued this way, he might very well return empty-handed. Suddenly, a sense of alarm struck Kolos, prompting him to hastily retreat from the wall. He sensed the ground undulating beneath him, and shadows flickered past. Looking down, he was astonished to see the deep green vines moving. Were these magical plants? Kolos quickly comprehended that these seemingly ordinary vines were not mere flora, but rather extraordinary plants cultivated here, possessing remarkable abilities. Instead of anger, he felt a surge of elation. The presence of these magical plants likely indicated a guardian role over something significant, affirming that he was on the right path. However, what exactly were these wondrous plants? Once more, Kolos distanced himself, but the vines began to climb up his body, as if intending to ensnare him in a vast embrace. He moved swiftly, yet his expression turned grave. Should he be surrounded, he might meet his demise here. He sensed the formidable resilience and strength of these vines, which could potentially constrict him to death. At that moment, Quirrell's raspy voice echoed. This is the devil's snare. Dispel it with light and heat. So, it was the devil's snare. Kolos realized, extending his wand and murmuring an incantation, which ignited a brilliant white light, dispelling the darkness around him. Under the illuminating glow, the vines at his feet swiftly receded, appearing to recoil in fear of the light, retreating into the depths of shadow. The raspy voice seemed to detect the unusual shift and instructed, move to the right. There's a path behind the devil's snare. A path? Kolos quickly turned, indeed spotting the vines hastily retracting, inadvertently revealing a narrow opening. Beyond it lay not a wall, but an expanse of darkness. This was unmistakably a route. Filled with excitement, Kolos proceeded towards it, using the light to disperse the remaining obstructive vines. Gradually, a passageway emerged behind the vines, widening enough to accommodate him. However, he abruptly extinguished his wand, the light fading as the surroundings plunged back into darkness. He cautiously concealed himself in a corner, remaining silent as someone approached from behind. Kolos. A cold voice resonated in the dark as a tall figure stepped from the shadows, fixing a chilling gaze upon Quirrell's hiding place. Come forth, thief who has come to Hogwarts. Professor Snape drew forth his wand. Snape? Kolos understood he could not evade this confrontation any longer. He emerged, his countenance grave, aware of the formidable magical prowess possessed by the individual before him. Oh! Professor Snape's indifferent expression momentarily flickered with surprise, noting the deliberate change in appearance. Professor Kolos? Kolos chose not to engage in conversation, perceiving himself as an outsider, not a member of Hogwarts. Abruptly, he inquired, "How did you come to be here?" "Naturally. I am here to apprehend the thief," Professor Snape replied coldly, raising his wand. An invisible blade sliced through the air with a terrifying buzz akin to a swarm of bees. Colosse, aghast, evaded the strike just in time, the lethal edge narrowly missing him and shredding countless devil's snare vines behind him, leaving a trail of destruction and horrific gashes in the wall. He was acutely aware of his own inadequacy. To be struck by such a fierce force would likely shatter his body into fragments. In a state of panic, he hastily fled, his form vanishing from sight as he employed an illusion spell to conceal himself. Professor Snape pursued relentlessly, the brilliance slicing through the darkness like lightning. An intangible sharpness unleashed with a terrifying cacophony that followed closely behind. The two dashed out of the secret passage and into an abandoned classroom, where the gentle strains of a harp played, accompanied by the rhythmic snores of a three-headed dog. Wait! Quirrell's complexion paled, revealing several deep gashes on his body, exposing flesh to the bone. These were merely the results of the invisible force that had grazed him in the shadows. He noticed Professor Snape poised to act once more and hurriedly interjected, "Are you not concerned about Harry Potter and Mecca meeting with misfortune?" "What do you mean?" Snape narrowed his eyes. Seeing Snape's pause, Quirrell felt a sense of relief. He had not misjudged the situation. Snape indeed held significant concern for the two. With a forced smile, he inquired, "Have you encountered the giant creature?" Quirrell continued, "While taming this beast, I sent it out to forage and was astonished to discover its intelligence was unlike that of an ordinary giant. It understands the art of hunting, adeptly concealing itself and waiting for its prey. Then, when the unsuspecting victim is most vulnerable, it strikes with a club, crushing the skull in a single blow." Just like this, he mimicked the creature's action, producing a thudding noise with his mouth. Snape, observing his antics, coldly remarked, "What are you implying?" Quirrell chuckled lightly and elaborated. "It appears to be the leader among giants, possessing such remarkable hunting skills. Yet, what astonishes me further is its capacity for vengeance. When it cannot prevail, it retreats, memorizing the scent of any creature that has dared to confront it, waiting for an opportune moment to strike when that creature is alone and unguarded." Snape's expression darkened. He comprehended Quirrell's insinuation. Indeed, Quirrell produced 2 strands of hair from his pocket, smiling as he added, "These are the hairs of Harry Potter and Mecca, imbued with their scents, which I allowed the giant to smell." Snape's countenance turned as dark as stormy waters. Quirrell abruptly ceased his mirth, pointing his wand to silence the music and snores. In the enveloping darkness, a colossal lantern suddenly flared to life, a deafening roar erupted, and a gaping maw lunged toward the unsuspecting Snape with ferocious intent. Meanwhile, Mecca and Harry hurriedly approached the Gryffindor Tower, their spirits buoyed. Ron beamed with joy as they conversed softly, marveling at their unnoticed passage that spared them from school penalties, a fortunate turn of events. The night was as still as water, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Mecca expression shifted. He shoved Harry aside, just as a massive figure barreled forth from the shadows, swinging a club intended to obliterate both of them. Chapter 43, A Life and Death Gamble. Boom! As Mecca swiftly dodged Harry's impending peril, the massive mace descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the wall behind them into fragments, sending debris cascading down upon the two. Without a moment's hesitation, Mecca sprang to his feet, grasping Harry's arm and pulling him back. The second strike followed almost immediately, a fierce gale howling in their direction, accompanied by an urgent voice from behind. "Wingardium Leviosa." A flash of white light flickered as Hermione directed her wand at the mace. The levitation spell momentarily halted its descent, allowing Mecca to evade and Harry to roll aside just in time. The ogre, infuriated by its thwarted hunt, roared in rage, its muscular arms bulging with power as it tightened its grip on the mace, preparing for another strike. Hermione gasped, her wand slipping from her grasp. A consequence of the backlash from the spell, she staggered and fell to the ground. "Run!" Ron shouted. "Harry, Mecca, hurry!" He understood that this colossal beast was beyond anyone's control. Their only chance of survival lay in fleeing. Ignoring the imminent danger, he charged forward, determined to pull the two from the chaos of falling stones. The ogre's deafening roar resounded, the mace poised to descend with overwhelming force, the air itself trembling under the sheer magnitude of its power. Hermione scarcely dared to breathe, fearing the sight of Mecca's head being obliterated by the blow. "Confringo!" A whispered incantation echoed through the cloud of dust. The mace trembled violently in the air, astonishment flashing across the ogre's eyes as the howling winds ceased abruptly. the weapon in its grasp transforming into mere rubble. The immense force it had exerted now found no outlet. The debris, crumbling into dust, propelled upward, as the ogre's inertia sent it lurching forward. Mecca ducked just in time, the ogre crashing into a sturdy stone pillar with a resounding thud, leaving it marred with cracks, nearly shattering upon impact. Transfiguration spell? Hermione gasped, recognizing the incantation related to transfiguration, capable of altering an object's position and attributes, far beyond what a first-year student should know. Harry was abruptly pulled away by Ron, the two retreating to a safe distance, exhaling in unison as they observed Mecca had escaped unscathed. What tremendous power! Mecca stood up, shaken, discarding the mace he had grasped. This had been a successful exchange of the mace and the rubble he had held, yet he felt utterly drained. The ogre's strength was overwhelming, and the mace was heavier than he could have imagined. Breathless from the flurry of activity, his heart raced like a drum. But his gaze remained locked on the ogre's eyes, where he discerned an unexpected glimmer of human emotion. How could this creature possess such intelligence? Mecca pondered, yet no answers were forthcoming. The ogre rose from the ground, its iron-gray fist embedded in the earth, and with a sudden jerk, it yanked it free, causing a fountain of water to surge forth as a severed pipe emerged from the ground. Water began to pool in the corridor, the sound of its splashing echoing through the stillness of the night with startling clarity. Its speed was astonishing, its movements swift and fierce. The ground trembled beneath it, reverberating with a thunderous roar. Water erupted beneath its feet, splashing in all directions as its massive body charged recklessly forward. Mecca was taken aback, fearing he would be crushed in an instant. He quickly seized a handful of rubble from the ground, hurling it towards the creature while reciting a spell at an alarming pace. With a flick of his wand, brilliant light surged into the airborne debris. A cacophony of bird calls erupted, sharp and piercing, as if attempting to puncture eardrums. Amidst the swirling ash, the rubble transformed into a flurry of white birds, darting like arrows towards the giant's eye. This was the bird summoning spell. Harry had intended to assist, but upon witnessing the spectacle, he stood frozen, for he had never seen Mecca perform such a spell. The giant charged forward, swatting at the birds in annoyance. In a moment of carelessness, it lost its balance and tumbled to the ground, rolling like a massive iron ball, creating a deafening noise. It roared defiantly, finally coming to a halt before crashing into the wall, leaving deep cracks in the ancient corridor floor. The giant glared at Mecca with fierce, wrathful eyes, seemingly wishing to tear him apart. In a tentative move, Mecca cast a spell that struck the giant's body, only to further incite its fury. How could this be? Mecca was incredulous. He realized that his spell had no effect on the creature, merely causing a fleeting moment of rigidity. He had initially been brimming with confidence, wielding a level 9 spell. Hermione quickly interjected, rapidly explaining the reason the giant was impervious to spells, the disparity in their powers. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, and Mecca noticed a cunning glint in the giant's eyes. This was bad. His wand emitted a bright light, and he urged Harry and Ron to take cover. The giant was employing a diversion tactic, but it seemed he was already too late. The giant whirled around, shattering the stone beneath its feet, and surged forth with terrifying speed, lunging at Harry, who barely managed to evade it. In a swift motion, the giant seized Ron's body as if he were a mere doll. Ron screamed in terror, helpless against the overwhelming force gripping him, his struggles futile. In an abandoned classroom, a roar erupted behind them, startling Professor Snape, who had been conversing with Quirrell. Quirrell's laughter echoed in the darkness, reveling in his successful ambush. As Snape beheld the giant's gaping maw descending upon him, he calmly closed his eyes. The three-headed dog's massive jaws snapped shut, its gleaming white teeth crashing together, splattering blood into the shadows. Everything seemed destined to end in calamity. Quirrell was about to burst into laughter, celebrating the removal of the obstacle, when suddenly he froze. A blinding light erupted beneath the enormous teeth, illuminating the scene as brightly as day. The sound of shattering glass resonated, and a barrier began to fracture, creating a protective space that pushed the bloodthirsty jaws apart, revealing Snape's figure. Emerging from the blood-soaked maw, Snape shot Quirrell a cold glare as he stepped through the crumbling barrier, landing on the ground with his right foot bloodied and oozing. The colossal three-headed canine emitted a furious roar, expelling shards of fragmented light, remnants of the iron armor spell. Its massive jaws descended once more, intent on devouring its fleeing prey whole, to digest it entirely. Sleep! A whisper escaped Professor Snape's lips as he pointed his wand, momentarily freezing the beast's furious gaze. as if it were about to succumb to unconsciousness, only to fiercely glare back, resisting the power of the slumber spell. Unperturbed, Professor Snape softly recited the incantation again, and a brilliant beam of light pierced through the creature's enormous skull. The giant beast's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, its 3 pairs of eyes wide open yet already ensnared in slumber. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, having regained his senses, had long since fled. Professor Snape released a light spell, illuminating the pitch-dark space as if it were day. In that fleeting radiance, he caught sight of Quirrell's silhouette and gave chase. In the corridor before the Gryffindor Tower, Ron was gripped tightly in the palm of the giant troll. Harry, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and was ready to dash forward to rescue his friend. A flock of white birds surged toward the troll's eyes, mere inches away, summoned by Mecca as spell. Remarkably, the troll managed to react, letting out a roar and swatting them away, scattering the birds into a cloud of ash with its immense strength. Sleep. Hermione's incantation transformed into a beam of white light that struck the troll's head, yet it showed no response, merely swaying its body. It extended another hand to seize Ron's head, causing him to scream in terror, his face trembling with fear. No! Hermione's eyes widened, her complexion paling. Mecca, who had just cast the bird-summoning spell, was startled. Was the troll about to crush Ron's skull in a fit of rage? Just as he prepared to cast another spell, a sudden pain shot through his head, his body heating up. Was the magical will manifesting again? This thought flickered through Mecca's mind, but he quickly cast it aside, urgency taking precedence as he sought to save Ron from the troll's grasp. In that fleeting moment, a surge of change coursed through Mecca, flowing through him like a torrent. Unbeknownst to him, the remnants of his magical will were entirely depleted, and all his 9th-level spells experienced an instantaneous evolution, a radiant light igniting within him, transforming his very being. Chapter 44. The Second Awakening of Magic. The troll, clutching Ron's head, cast a glance at the panicked crowd, its gaze brimming with provocation. It reveled in this display of power, relishing the defiance of these feeble creatures who dared to resist and taunt it with spells. Sleep. Hermione cried out anxiously, seizing the opportunity to rescue Ron. The troll, seeing the light approaching its eyes, shut them tight, managing to withstand the slumber spell with its eyelids. It swayed slightly, letting out a roar as Ron's hair was yanked, some strands tearing free and falling to the ground. Ron screamed in pain, as if his scalp might be ripped from his very head. Harry's wand had long since fallen during his evasive maneuvers, leaving him defenseless. Desperate, he seized a sharp shard of stone and lunged at the troll's foot. But to no avail. The stone merely pierced his own hand, blood streaming forth, as the troll's skin remained as unyielding as rock, unaffected by his assault. Get back! Mecca Anders exclaimed anxiously. Harry's actions were far too reckless. He uttered an incantation, and a fierce radiance flickered, intended to transpose the stones on the ground with Ron's position. However, the spell faltered, its potency woefully inadequate. In a desperate attempt, blood soon trickled from his lips as he suffered a backlash. Yet, a wave of warmth coursed through his being, soothing the wounds inflicted by the spell's recoil. Mecca was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, he sensed a profound transformation within himself. His body radiated warmth. An inexplicable current flowed through him, reshaping his form, and the warmth surged forth, seemingly from nowhere. Noticing movement at his feet, the giant, agitated, kicked out as if swatting a fly, sending Harry hurtling through the air to crash against the wall and fall to the ground, his face contorted in agony, the pain reaching excruciating heights. The giant continued to exert its strength, and from his position on the ground, Harry witnessed Ron's head being seized, his body dangling like a rag in the air, struggling desperately against the overwhelming force. Damn it! Harry gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his abdomen as he staggered to his feet, determined to intervene. The giant wore a grotesque grin, gripping Ron's body and head with both hands, intent on tearing him asunder. Sensing the immense power at work, Ron let out a heart-wrenching scream. Halfway to his goal, Harry stumbled over the rubble, struggling in vain to rise, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he fought to regain his footing. Hermione unleashed spell after spell, distracting the giant, her face pale as she overexerted herself, her body on the verge of collapse, her eyes bloodshot from sheer exhaustion. The giant roared, reveling in the sounds of despair around it. Its voice was a cacophony of delight and arrogance as it began to separate its grasp, intent on completely rending its captive in two. The sound of Ron's robe tearing echoed ominously, the fabric beginning to rip, and with a sudden surge of force, intensified. Ron! Harry and Hermione exclaimed in horror. A brilliant flash of light, like a bolt of white lightning, flickered and vanished. A piercing scream erupted. The giant paused, its arms pierced. Blood gushing forth like a cascading waterfall, its very bones wounded. It grimaced in pain, jumping in place, momentarily forsaking its prey, discarding Ron as if he were nothing. Harry and Hermione stood transfixed, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. What was that? How could the giant's arms be so suddenly penetrated? Mecca caught Ron, placing the shaken boy on the ground, exhaling in relief as he rose once more, directing his wand toward the howling giant. The giant, sensing the threat, roared in fury, its arms still bleeding profusely, heedless of the consequences as it charged at Mecca. Pepperjamontash, Mecca whispered. This was the incantation for a transformation spell. The stones on the ground emitted a white light, and a sharp silver arrow shot forth from the radiance, slicing through the air at a speed too swift to react. With a shrill cry, it pierced the giant's knee, unleashing another torrent of blood. A transformation spell? Hermione was taken aback. She had never considered such power was inherent in a transformation spell. Quickly regaining her wits, she and Harry rushed over to reposition Ron farther away, ensuring not to complicate Mecca's efforts. The colossal creature's knee was pierced, causing its massive frame to lose balance and collapse on the ground. Panic flickered in its eyes as it let out a deafening roar and attempted to flee. However, Mecca did not pursue. He calmly observed the creature's retreating figure. A brilliant beam of light descended, striking the puddle beneath the creature's feet, causing the water to bubble as if boiling. As the light faded, the surface of the water transformed into a golden, oily pool. The giant, stepping onto the slick surface, lost its footing and tumbled over. The tremendous inertia propelled it against a nearby wall, which crumbled under the impact, fissures sprawling outward. Seizing the opportunity, the creature rolled away from the oil beneath it, stumbling and chaotically escaping into the darkness. Mecca quietly stowed his wand and followed closely behind Harry and the others, swiftly instructing them to attribute their safety to their collective unity while advising them to keep their confrontation with the giant a secret. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances before agreeing, while Ron, resting on the ground, weakly nodded, still shaken and yet to fully recover. Soon, several professors approached from the corridor. Harry stammered, hesitant to reveal the truth, while Ron remained utterly silent, not daring to utter a word. After Professor McGonagall's inspection, she learned that all three had sustained injuries. Harry had a fractured rib, Hermione was on the verge of fainting, and Ron's feet were severely injured, crushed by the giant's grip, though fortunately, his head remained unscathed, save for some lost hair and scalp. Among them, only Mecca emerged unscathed, a result of the heat within him. Professor McGonagall promptly summoned Madame Pomfrey from the hospital wing to attend to the three injured students. Once this was done, her expression turned grave. Who permitted you to venture here and take such risks? Harry shrank back, intimidated by McGonagall's stern gaze, yet he raised his hand, claiming responsibility for leading everyone into danger. Hermione hesitated to counter him, fearing that admitting her intent to visit the restricted section would result in expulsion from Hogwarts, severing her ties with the magical world forever. Finally, Hermione spoke up. This is my fault. It has nothing to do with them. Harry quickly interjected, sensing Hermione's distress and knowing she intended to shoulder all the blame, which could indeed lead to dire consequences. Be silent. McGonagall shot him a glare, urging Hermione to continue. With a deep breath, Hermione recounted, "They came looking for me." She explained that they had noticed her absence and had come searching, only to encounter the perilous giant, and through their cooperation, they managed to hold out until the professors arrived. McGonagall nodded as she listened, acknowledging the rare bond among the children who had risked their safety to assist one another in such a dire situation. Hermione bit her lip, finally revealing the initial reason for her departure. I came out alone because I had left a book in the library. Suddenly, the previously unassuming Mecca spoke up. He observed a noticeable softening in Professor McGonagall's demeanor, a gradual easing of her discontent towards the transgressions of the group. Recognizing this as an auspicious opportunity, he decided to speak up. Hermione, taken aback by his words, paused momentarily. Professor McGonagall shot him a sharp glance, signaling him to remain silent and refrain from meddling. Unfazed, Mecca explained, "This is actually my fault, and they bear no responsibility." Hermione was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Mecca's involvement was minimal, as he had initially been unharmed until he encountered the troll while on his way to join them at Gryffindor Tower. A flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Could it be that the intelligent troll had targeted her, thus following her? Mecca spoke earnestly. You are aware of Hermione's exemplary performance in class. It is not merely due to innate talent, but rather her profound love for books, often seen immersed in the library. Professor McGonagall nodded involuntarily, in agreement, for it was true that this young girl was an avid reader, often spotted with multiple tomes in her possession. Mecca hesitated, seemingly mulling over a significant matter. And then, Professor McGonagall urged, encouraging him to divulge the complete truth without reservation. After a prolonged silence, Mecca finally admitted, in truth, I was also seeking a thrill, hoping to witness the troll I had encountered before while searching for Hermione. Observing the expression on his face, Professor McGonagall slowly nodded, beginning to believe him. This was a common mentality among the young wizards of Hogwarts. Students who broke the rules often did so out of an insatiable curiosity, seeking excitement, which frequently led to their punishment or expulsion. Mecca candidly revealed that Harry and the others had taken responsibility at his request, driven by his fear of repercussions. With genuine remorse, he concluded, "This is my fault, and I apologize to them. I hope you will not blame them for lying on my behalf. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall solely upon me." Harry, astounded, wondered how such a defense was possible. However, he quickly caught Mecca's wink and hastily concealed his surprise, bowing his head in silence. Hermione also performed admirably, noting the subtle shift in Professor McGonagall's expression, indicating a growing acceptance of their actions and a tendency to forgive their missteps. Professor McGonagall glanced at the injuries of the group, hesitating momentarily, until Professor Flitwick interjected. "This is also my fault, Professor McGonagall." He explained that had he not been so eager to pursue the troll, he would have noticed the abnormality outside Gryffindor Tower, preventing the near catastrophe at the dormitory entrance. In truth, they also played a vital role, Professor Flitwick continued, for without their confrontation with the troll, it might have invaded the Gryffindor students' dormitories. Mecca was taken aback. Why was Professor Flitwick defending them? Sensing his gaze, Flitwick offered him a smile, seemingly impressed. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing Flitwick's words, felt a jolt of realization. It was difficult to fathom the potential devastation had such a colossal creature breached the student's sanctum. Ultimately, she relented, stating, "In light of this, I shall not expel any of you from Hogwarts." Hermione's expression relaxed as she finally navigated through the ordeal. However, Professor McGonagall's demeanor turned serious. "Since you have erred, you must bear the corresponding consequences. Gryffindor will lose 50 points, 5 points for each of you. Furthermore, you are to reflect upon your mistakes during detention." The group grew anxious once more, uncertain of the nature of their impending punishment. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and a figure arrived late, Professor Snape. Professor Flitwick spoke up. Mecca's gaze sharpened immediately as he noticed Professor Snape's right foot, which was severely bleeding. Blood-stained his shoe. Harry, too, observed this and whispered, "And there's green slime." Hermione gasped, quickly turning her attention to Professor Snape. And indeed, she saw the blood seeping from beneath his robes, with an unknown viscous substance adhering to the fabric. She recognized the origin of the green slime. Professor Snape's gaze swept across the room, prompting her to promptly lower her head. After taking a bath, Mecca sat at the edge of his bed, contemplating the changes within himself. What had transpired during his confrontation with the troll? He suspected it might be related to a breakthrough in his magical proficiency, surpassing the 10th level. Relaxing his mind, he began to truly sense the transformations occurring within his body. At that moment, he still felt a surge of warmth flowing through him, and soon, understanding dawned upon him. Was this, in fact, the awakening of his magical potential? Mecca was astonished. He had only heard of children with magical talent experiencing a single awakening, which could either be a subtle occurrence or a dramatic event causing considerable disruption. However, he had never heard of anyone experiencing a second magical awakening. Chapter 45, Finally Dreaming. Could I be an anomaly? Mecca's expression turned peculiar as he realized that the awakening of his magical potential continued. This time, it was not an intense surge, yet it still expedited his journey as a wizard, allowing him to quietly cross a threshold in his magical prowess. What could possibly be the reason for this second awakening? Mecca pondered this question while exploring the changes within his body, sensing the warmth flowing toward his mind, gradually soothing his spirit, akin to soaking in a hot bath. During this process, his eyes emitted a violet glow in the darkness, a manifestation of his magic emanating through his pupils, as well as a symptom of the growing magical energy within him. This phenomenon might be connected to his solid foundation as a wizard. Contemplating the cause of this second awakening, Mecca soon recalled a hypothesis he had encountered in a book. In the early stages of a wizard's journey, If one could establish a robust foundation and specialize in a particular field, simultaneously learning all foundational spells within that domain, advancing together and elevating those spells to a certain level, there exists a possibility of unlocking further potential within the body. At the time, this hypothesis had been met with ridicule, deemed utterly absurd, for throughout the history of the magical world, no one had ever achieved such a feat. The demands were exceedingly stringent, and it was widely believed that no one in the past had accomplished this, nor would anyone in the future. Yet, whether the changes in his magical energy were indeed related to this hypothesis remained a matter of uncertainty for Mecca, as there were no precedents to guide him. The sensation was remarkably pleasant. Mecca could sense a surge of warmth quietly gathering in his head, while the warmth in the rest of his body gradually faded. The concentrated heat at his head further invigorated his spirit, rendering him vibrant and alert throughout the night, despite having endured a night filled with thrilling events. However, this insomniac sensation left Mecca feeling somewhat helpless. He estimated that it would take until tomorrow for him to completely calm down, and it seemed tonight would be a sleepless one. There was nothing to be done but wait for the magical awakening to conclude before he could dream of meeting that duelist again. That evening, Professor McGonagall expressed her views. Originally, had the troll not caused any casualties, the school intended to release it into the Forbidden Forest as a means of supplementing biological resources. However, she now recommended that the troll be swiftly exterminated, based on the accounts from Mecca and his companions. The troll was not only savage and prone to violence, but also cunning as a fox, adept at evading stronger opponents and harboring grudges, patiently waiting for its prey to lower their defenses before launching a sudden attack. Allowing it to live could lead to more casualties, which was unacceptable. Professor Snape, typically reticent, nodded in agreement with her perspective and took upon himself the responsibility, stating, "I shall handle it." McGonagall inquired whether he could manage alone, expressing a desire for several professors to expedite the task to prevent further incidents. However, Snape declined, asserting that he could resolve the matter swiftly on his own, and subsequently turned to leave. Apart from a stain of blood on his right foot, his robes appeared impeccably tidy as he discarded a bloodied, enormous head onto the ground for Professor McGonagall to inspect. She promptly initiated the destruction of the gruesome head, reducing it to ashes in the flames, returning dust to dust. The group of professors then dispersed into the depths of the night. The following day, despite a night devoid of sleep, Mecca remained remarkably spirited as he finished his meal in the Great Hall. Just as he was about to depart, Harry and his friends, who had successfully been discharged from the hospital, called him aside. The three of them sat at a table discussing the previous day's events. Harry mentioned the bite marks and green slime on Professor Snape's right foot, expressing his concerns about the safety of Hogwarts. Mecca, Professor Snape has green slime and blood on his foot. If our suspicions are correct, he may not be a good person. He might have taken advantage of the situation last night to do something he shouldn't have. Mecca chuckled. Are you suggesting that Professor Snape infiltrated the abandoned classroom where the three-headed dog resides? Not only that, Hermione interjected. The troll's appearance within Hogwarts indicates that someone must have deliberately let it in. Otherwise, its massive size could not have escaped Professor Dumbledore's notice. So who could it be? And what motives did they have for releasing it? Mecca stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Your reasoning is quite sound. The troll's appearance was likely no accident, but rather a deliberate act, as it successfully diverted the attention of nearly all the professors last night, making it easier for someone to enter the abandoned classroom. Furthermore, the injuries on Professor Snape's foot corroborate his entry into that classroom, thus casting suspicion upon him for smuggling the troll. Harry interjected, if Professor Snape has indeed committed the aforementioned deeds, then the most perilous individual must surely be you, who frequently encounters him. He further substantiated his claim. I have heard that in the wizarding world, there exist dark wizards devoid of the kindness inherent in normal individuals. Thus their actions cannot be judged by conventional standards. You see, I have no connection with Professor Snape and have never met him. Yet his gaze upon me and his targeted remarks in class seem to stem from some malevolent intent, which I believe is indicative of his pathological psyche. Ron, maintaining a commendable attitude, remarkably recovered from the harrowing ordeal of the previous night. He patted Mecca on the shoulder and sagely remarked, I believe Harry speaks the truth. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from him. Harry and Hermione, witnessing this exchange, fell momentarily silent, realizing they had spoken ill of a person in their presence without a hint of awareness. Professor Anders, Snape, gestured for Mecca to approach before he exited the hall. Ron cast Mecca a look, implying a silent wish for good fortune. Mecca smiled and rose to join him at the entrance, where he found Professor Snape accompanied by two unfamiliar figures. one with golden hair and a steady gaze, the other with long black hair and a cool demeanor. He quietly scrutinized their faces as he conversed with Professor Snape. "You summoned me?" Professor Snape introduced the two individuals. The golden-haired youth was the chief examiner for the potions assessment, while the middle-aged man with black hair served as the vice examiner, both distinguished officials within the Potions Guild. The golden-haired youth, named Kubrick Man, smiled at Mecca and remarked, "No wonder you are the esteemed pupil of Professor Snape. At such a tender age, you're already on the path to becoming an apothecary. Frankly, I find myself a bit envious. How delightful it would be to have a student like you." He extended his hand for a handshake, displaying great charm. Kubrick laughed heartily, his laughter resonant, and remarked that Mecca's conversational skills were quite delightful, expressing a desire to treat him to a grand meal someday. Mecca nodded with a smile, and then turned his attention to the middle-aged man with black hair, extending his hand in greeting. Noticing this, Kubrick quickly lightened the atmosphere, explaining with a smile, "Strahd is simply of such a temperament, cold on the exterior but warm within. He treats me no differently." After exchanging a few casual words with Mecca, he bid farewell to Professor Snape, stating he had to attend to tasks related to the upcoming assessment, and hurriedly departed with Strahd. As night fell, Mecca sensed that the transformations within his body had come to a conclusion. The changes were indeed significant. As he basked in the sensations, he felt a profound sense of joy. His body seemed to have become lighter, his vision clearer, and he possessed a much more robust and resilient magical power than before. More importantly, as he lay in bed, he felt the long-desired drowsiness enveloping him. Finally, he could enjoy a restful slumber before seeking out the renowned dueling master who had once earned 3 gold medals. Mecca eagerly anticipated what legacy he might glean from this duelist. Soon, he was astonished to discover that a familiar figure had emerged within the tales of this dueling champion. Chapter 46, Reputation. Upon the vast circular arena, an intense magical duel was unfolding, captivating the audience who alternated between breathless silence and jubilant cheers. Ryan Pierre, adorned in a robe reminiscent of moonlight, with his golden curls cascading elegantly, deftly evaded a fiery onslaught akin to a razor-sharp sword, his calm gaze reflecting the silhouette of his formidable opponent. This adversary, a powerful sorcerer with a history as the chief Auror at the Ministry of Magic, bore the marks of experience, his hair flecked with gray, one lens of his monocle obscuring his wise, cerulean eyes. The illumination of the arena flickered under the immense magical fluctuations, plunging the scene into shadows where streaks of light, reminiscent of lightning, intertwined as the two figures moved with astonishing speed. A fierce wind howled, causing the spectators to stagger in fear, yet they quickly rose, unwilling to abandon the spectacle that held their rapt attention. The duelists appeared to dance on the edge of a blade, their movements punctuated by blinding light and fiery arcs that emanated an almost suffocating intensity, each moment teetering on the brink of life and death. At last, a colossal flame, thrusting forward like a long sword, shattered the unseen armor before Ryan, echoing with the sound of breaking glass as fragments fell to the ground in the glow of the fire. The graying sorcerer, wand in hand, declared with an air of nonchalance, "You have lost." "Not quite," Ryan replied with a smile, his pupils ablaze with fiery determination. After piercing through the first layer of invisible armor, the flaming sword met yet another barrier before him. The elder sorcerer's gaze sharpened as he exerted greater force, causing the restrained flames to swell exponentially, seeking to obliterate the armor once more. However, a shimmering light danced across the surface of the armor, redirecting the flames behind Ryan, transforming into a tremendous shockwave that surged towards him, the ground beneath igniting into molten red. "How is this possible?" the elder sorcerer gasped, suddenly realizing the peril, and vanished from his position in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away, stepping forth from a vortex of space. A blinding white light flickered through the fiery haze, piercing the spot he had just vacated. Believing himself to have escaped the range of attack, the sorcerer was taken aback when, upon landing, a wand pressed against his forehead, shimmering ominously, ready to breach his skull. He looked up to find Ryan smiling at him. "It is you who has lost," Ryan announced. The crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, celebrating the emergence of a new champion of duelists. As the vast arena faded into darkness, the light returned, revealing a cozy little room. Weary, Ryan Pierre stepped inside, where a delicate girl rushed toward him. He smiled, lifting her into his arms. "Little Ellie, have you been good today? Did you listen to your mother?" The girl nodded earnestly, rubbing her face against his embrace. "I have, Ryan. I even helped Mommy wash the socks. Dinner is nearly ready. Tonight we have fish and chips along with roasted steak," he replied, The girl squealed with delight, yay. Fish and chips are my favorite. Soon, the dining table was laden with steaming dishes, and the family of 3 gathered around it. The little girl eagerly grasped a handful of fries, her eyes sparkling with delight as she devoured them with greasy abandon, prompting the man to chuckle and wipe the oil from her face. The woman cast a sympathetic glance at the deep scar etched on the man's face and then at the fresh wound on his shoulder, where a blood-stained bandage was tied. After a moment of hesitation, she ventured, "Ryan, perhaps we should withdraw from this year's Duelist Championship. We have already claimed the title twice. Any further fame would be merely a burden to us." She explained that their financial situation had improved, as the potion shop they had acquired was beginning to flourish, and life was bound to get better. Upon hearing her words, Ryan halted his movements, reminiscing about the thunderous cheers from the crowds in the stands. The exhilarating rush that made his blood boil and heart race. He had reveled in that adoration. Yet now, it seemed that someone sought to take it all away. His expression grew increasingly somber. "What do you understand? Our current existence is forged from the victories in the duelist arena. Those potion masters, in their arrogance, would only collaborate with us to sell potions because of my reputation. If I were to abandon this path, everything would dissolve into nothingness. Moreover, dueling is my sole avenue to ascend the ranks of sorcery. Without it, I fear I would struggle to make any further progress in magic. What worth is a prosperous life to me then?" The woman wished to say more, but with a cold snort from the man, she swallowed her words. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose outside. Ryan Pierre, at the invitation of a friend, was celebrating his friend's triumph in reclaiming the title of Duelist Champion. They raised their cups, sharing laughter and conversation, as the night deepened and the moonlight faded behind the clouds. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared in the room, cloaked in black robes that concealed their faces, encircling them. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Ryan remained vigilant, rising to his feet and drawing his wand from his waist. "Who are you? Why have you come uninvited?" he demanded, his expression grave, his cheeks flushed, and his vision beginning to blur. The leader of the group chuckled softly. "Mr. Pierre, fame is like wine. It can intoxicate one to the point of helplessness. However, fame is also currency. If you do not allow others to profit, they will seek to claim your life." In an instant, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging them into darkness as a fierce struggle erupted. Blinding flashes of light intertwined in the night, accompanied by deafening sounds, punctuated by occasional screams and splatters of blood. When the lights flickered back on, 3 figures lay motionless on the ground, while Ryan stood bloodied, one arm severed, gasping for breath as he fixed his gaze upon the remaining 2 adversaries. Their robes lay tattered, revealing obscured faces, and they too coughed up blood. "What formidable magic!" one of them remarked, awed by Ryan's overwhelming strength, having bested 5 opponents while intoxicated and slaying 3. The other wiped the blood from his lips and sneered. "But it ends here." Ryan felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind as he strained to remain vigilant of their movements. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his back, leaving him momentarily stunned, as a blade had already penetrated his chest. "Steer," Ryan began to utter, but blood gushed forth uncontrollably. A figure with long black hair approached, expressing guilt as they spoke. "Ryan, they have captured my family. My elderly mother is on the brink of death. I had no choice." "You scoundrel." Ryan managed to hold himself up with his hands, but his strength finally waned. This once victorious duelist collapsed to the ground, darkness creeping into his vision. In that obscurity, he glimpsed his young daughter bouncing joyfully, her excited shouts echoing from afar. But before she could reach him, her figure shattered and blurred, threatening to vanish completely. Ryan lay on the ground, reaching out toward them, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as tears streamed down his face. Little Aliel. "Eva, it was my fault." The world dimmed, leaving behind a solitary silhouette in darkness, calling out for his loved ones. Little Aliel. Eva, the vice-examiner from the Potion Guild, Mecca Anders, was astonished to discover such a connection with this duelist, equally surprised by the sudden and decisive strike. Mecca sighed, feeling sorrow for Ryan's plight. He stepped out of the shadows, approaching the distinguished duelist, scrutinizing the pale, bloodied face, and softly inquired, "What unfulfilled wish do you harbor? How may I assist you?" The duelist stiffly lifted his head, as if entrapped in a state of petrification, gazing vacantly at Mecca as he murmured, "Little Aliel. Eva, I wish for them to live well, free from persecution." He extended a cold hand, resting it upon Mecca's forehead. Mecca nodded, accepting this solemn request. Ryan lowered his head once more, slipping into that peculiar state, continuing to call out the names of his beloved. Little Aliel. Eva. Mecca sat on the ground for a while, before rising. Available legacies. 1. dual iron armor spell, an enhancement of the original iron armor spell devised by an exceptionally gifted duelist who had repeatedly triumphed over foes through unexpected tactics. This dual iron armor spell embodies his profound comprehension and insights into the original, surpassing even its creator's understanding. 2. Bloodthirsty Soul. This essence is pivotal for a young duelist's ascendance from an ordinary wizard to the pinnacle of dueling. Whenever the blade dances, he feels his blood boil, his mind clearer than ever. In the face of life and death's terror, he has the chance to enter a state of spell comprehension, breaking through current magical limitations. 3. Valuable combat experience. The duelist endured numerous life and death battles in his initial 3 years, each capable of claiming the life of an ordinary wizard. These invaluable experiences gradually transformed him into an exceptional duelist. The more perilous the situation became, the more he could maintain his composure, making astute decisions and judgments that ultimately led to victory. Amidst the chaos, he also discerned some efficient spell-casting techniques, enabling him to promptly nullify incantations in progress, avoiding backlash, and swiftly transition to another spell to address the ever-evolving crises at hand. So early? Mecca greeted. Harry, stifling a yawn, replied, "Indeed, there's no choice. I have to practice Quidditch today." He elaborated that the Quidditch matches were approaching, and the Gryffindor team had been intensively training to hone their performance for the impending competition. After finishing his explanation, he hurried to freshen up, change his attire, and set out. Chapter 47. In the Bag. Mecca Anders pondered how to convey this message effectively. The identity he chose must instill trust in Ryan's family and encourage them to share their current circumstances. Perhaps assuming the role of an old friend of Ryan would be most suitable. Mecca relished this method of written communication. It was remarkably efficient. Following the potion assessment, Quidditch would also commence, prompting Hogwarts to convene an evening meeting to discuss safety concerns regarding both matters, with all professors in attendance. Professor Snape arrived, occasionally glancing toward the opposite side, where Professor Quirrell had been notably avoiding him of late. "Your injuries have miraculously healed?" Professor Snape remarked. "Are you perhaps mistaken?" Professor Quirrell stammered, perplexed, asserting he had never been injured. He greeted Professor McGonagall from a distance and hurried to engage her in conversation, effectively evading Professor Snape's scrutiny. Professor Snape regarded him for a moment before departing alone. Unconsciously, he touched his cheek, where a faint grayish mark lingered, an after-effect of a potion classified as a controlled substance by the Ministry of Magic, which had rapidly healed his wounds, leaving behind this trace. Professor Quirrell hurriedly passed the temporary office of the Potions Guild, where bright lights illuminated 2 figures arguing by the window. It turned out that 2 examiners from the Potions Guild were embroiled in a significant dispute. Professor Quirrell listened in as they discussed the departure of a subordinate. This subordinate had a good rapport with the deputy examiner, Mr. Steer, thus supporting his promotion to a position above that of a steward. However, it appeared that this subordinate had been reassigned, seemingly in connection with Cooper, who coincidentally was also a candidate for the steward position. "Quirinus," a hoarse voice suddenly cautioned him. "Do not approach anyone from the Potions Guild. Someone may recognize the origin of that mark." Upon hearing the warning, Quirrell indeed noticed the figures by the window had departed, followed by the sound of a door opening. He quickly vacated the spot, hastening into the night. On November 3rd, the sun shone brightly, casting speckles of brilliance beneath the trees. The day of the potion assessment had arrived. The examination required tranquility. Thus it was held in a spacious, previously constructed classroom, attended only by professors and relevant personnel to maintain order. The chief examiner, Cooper, stood upon the platform, observing the influx of candidates for the assessment. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips as he began to introduce the distinguished individuals among them to Professor Snape, who stood beside him. Among the participants was a young man with a light mustache, an apprentice at a renowned potion workshop. Having served as an assistant to the potion master there for nearly a decade, he had honed his skills in potion making. I had witnessed his adeptness firsthand. His success rate was significantly higher than that of the average individual, and I surmised that he would secure a place in this competition. Then there was a girl clad in a crimson dress, the offspring of exceptionally accomplished potion masters. Influenced by her family's legacy, she exhibited a remarkable aptitude for potion making, particularly in crafting healing potions, all of which were of commendable quality. As for the young man with chestnut hair in the center, he was the child of a steward from the Potion Guild, fortuitously traveling here. His talent for potion making was undeniably remarkable, and it seemed he would be the fiercest competitor against your student, Cooper elaborated. This young man had grown up within the guild, absorbing knowledge from a young age. By the age of 13, he had concocted his first potion, and as his gifts were unearthed, his performance had become increasingly distinguished, with esteemed figures within the guild predicting he would become a master of potion-making in the future. Meanwhile, the deputy examiner, Stir, was outlining the particulars of the assessment. What advantages would the top candidate receive? Upon concluding his introduction, Deputy Examiner Stir directed the candidates to take their respective seats. Just as Mecca was about to proceed to his position, he was suddenly halted by the chestnut-haired youth. "You are the student of the potion master Severus Snape, are you not?" the young man inquired. "Everyone has come from afar because of you. Your reputation precedes you." Mecca furrowed his brow, sensing a provocation. He retorted, "And you are?" "Dane Craig," the young man replied with a smile. "Soon, you shall understand the weight of this name. Do not harbor illusions about securing the top spot. It is firmly within my grasp." Chapter 48, The Finest Quality Potions. Dane Craig spoke with unwavering confidence, exuding a unique aura that was indeed persuasive. Mecca Anders responded with a smile, "Then I shall congratulate you in advance on securing the top position." With the path ahead cleared, Mecca approached his potion workstation, prepared to await the examiner's announcement of the assessment's content. The first task involved brewing a calming potion, with a medium quality deemed satisfactory, and higher qualities yielding greater scores. The candidates with the highest scores from the final 3 assessments would claim the title of top candidate. After Chief Examiner Cooper's announcement, the assessment commenced, and an expectant silence enveloped the venue. 11 participants began their preparation of materials. Craig, as always, was remarkably swift, reflected Chief Examiner Cooper. Dane Craig had already commenced his potion making, his technique both skilled and aesthetically pleasing. He meticulously added ingredients, such as licorice powder, red tree roots, and dew flower petals into the flask. As he stirred, magical fluctuations emerged, and the solution instantly radiated with vibrant vitality. Compared to the others, his selection of ingredients and the execution of his potion-making techniques were exceptionally rapid. By the time he completed this stage, the others had barely begun. "Your student exhibits remarkable proficiency with this potion, far surpassing others." Cooper engaged in conversation with Professor Snape, and he noticed Mecca closely following behind, also significantly ahead of the rest. Of course, the primary focus of this competition remained the quality of the potions. Cooper's gaze was fixed on Dane. He believed this young man was poised to claim the top spot in this assessment. He had witnessed Dane's success rate and the quality of his brews, which were indeed astonishing. His talent was undeniable. It was a pity he encountered me. Dane, while meticulously crafting the potion, managed to maintain his focus. He too observed Mecca's progress and sensed an unusual calmness emanating from him, as if he had mastered the brewing process to its very core. This realization astonished him. At a glance, he felt as though he were witnessing a potion master who had immersed himself in the craft for decades. Nevertheless, he remained confident that by maximizing his own advantages, he could easily outshine any competitor. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the room as staff rushed forward to manage an incident that required immediate attention, transporting the injured individual to the Hogwarts hospital wing. The sight of this mishap affected the morale of the others. Upon hearing a scream, one competitor nearly dropped their beaker, risking an explosion. Such intense concentration would surely lead to greatness in potion making, Cooper remarked. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air as Dane became the first to complete his potion. The elixir in his hands shimmered a captivating azure, appearing to contain a fragment of the sky, with sparkling motes dancing upon its surface. The quality was exceptional. Cooper took the vial, inhaled its fragrance, and passed it to the assistant examiner, Stern, along with the other staff members. After a brief discussion, they assigned a fair score. With a perfect score being 10, Dane's potion was awarded a commendable 9. Dane beamed with satisfaction. This was a remarkably high score, nearing perfection. He had never witnessed anyone achieve a perfect 10, for in potion making, there's always room for improvement and endless pursuit of excellence. He glanced at the others present, paying particular attention to Mecca, who was still finishing up. Mecca's progress indeed lagged behind, as his brewing techniques seemed to reveal some flaws, preventing him from matching Dane's pace. However, soon his expression sharpened as an invigorating herbal fragrance permeated the entire venue, detectable by nearly everyone. A crisp pop resonated from the vial in Mecca's hand, releasing a plume of vapor as residual impurities dissipated. As he shook the potion bottle, the solution gleamed enticingly, and the aroma wafting from the opening revitalized the senses. Mecca completed his brewing and, with a smile, presented the potion to the examiners. To everyone's surprise, upon a brief inspection, Cooper exclaimed, "Professor Snape, your student has indeed delivered an unexpected delight." Professor Snape nodded slightly, betraying no emotional fluctuation, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The quality is even better. Stern, maintaining his usual stoicism, offered his assessment. After everyone had examined the potion, they ultimately awarded a high score, 93. The originally leisurely demeanor of Dane Craig stiffened as he observed Mecca passing by with a smile. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Do not be too pleased. There are still 2 more assessments ahead, each more challenging than the last." Half an hour later, the first assessment concluded, resulting in the elimination of 3 out of 11 participants. 1 carried out on a stretcher, while the other 2 failed to meet the minimum quality standards. This was swiftly followed by the second assessment, which involved the crafting of enhancement potions. As Cooper announced the details of the second assessment, it became clear that success would be measured by quantity, with a time limit of 5 hours. 3 potions constituted a passing grade, even if of inferior quality, with higher quantities yielding higher scores, the maximum being 10. The task of concocting enhancement potions appeared daunting to Mecca. He had only seen such potions, which enhanced the effects of ordinary magical brews, and had never practiced their creation. This was evidently beyond his preparatory scope. Observing Mecca's expression, Cooper chuckled. Most here have never encountered this potion, and even those who have lack depth of experience. The difficulty of crafting it is not high. The method is outlined on the workstation, allowing for simultaneous learning and practice. So, the assessment was essentially a test of learning capability. Mecca surveyed the room and indeed spotted several bewildered faces. Yet, others appeared confident, presumably having studied or attempted the crafting process before, such as Dane Craig. Dane was already far ahead, while others were still poring over the instructions or selecting materials. He was already preparing his solution. He glanced at Mecca, who was also examining the recorded potion-making method, and silently smirked, feeling assured of his impending success. Even though he had only learned the craft a few years ago and had experienced failure, his exceptional talent for potion-making allowed him to recreate the process. As Dane successfully produced his first vibrant enhancement potion, others had made multiple mistakes and were still reviewing the instructions. Only then did Mecca commence the creation of his own enhancement potion. To Cooper's surprise, he noted that this student of Professor Snape had failed only once, yet managed to produce a potion of moderate quality, ranking second after Dane. When the final results were announced, Dane had crafted 7 potions, 2 of which were of moderate quality, placing him far ahead of the others. Mecca followed, having created 5 potions, 3 of which met the moderate quality standard. The third place was held by a girl in a red dress, who, starting from scratch, successfully brewed 4 potions, albeit all of inferior quality. The remaining participants each produced 3 potions, with 2 eliminated for having crafted only 1. Ultimately, only 6 candidates remained for the assessment. In this round, Dane Craig garnered 88 points while Mecca Anders received 83. Upon hearing the results, Dane could not help but smile. Even when including the previous round's outcome, he maintained a lead of 3 points over Mecca. He felt confident as he glanced at Mecca, anticipating an even greater margin in the third round, which would involve the spontaneous creation of their strongest low-tier potions, judged by quality. His expertise in potions had once garnered the admiration of the higher echelons of the Potion Guild, even earning him the title of a future master of potions. He perceived that this round of assessment held no suspense. Dane commenced his preparations to concoct the low-level elixirs in which he excelled. Meanwhile, Mecca was deep in thought. Although he had studied only a few potions, he had managed to achieve a high quality with them. However, his true forte lay in the calming potion. Should he attempt to brew it once more? It seemed the examiners from the Potion Guild had not explicitly stated that repetition was prohibited. Mecca soon resolved to utilize his keen sense of vitality to assist him, meticulously selecting the most suitable materials based on the synergistic effects of the potion. This endeavor would be time-consuming, yet the calming potion he ultimately crafted would attain an even higher quality. Was he truly going to brew the calming potion again? Most observers recognized that Mecca was currently sifting through the ingredients for the calming potion, despite being the youngest participant. His limited exposure to potion making had left him somewhat lacking in experience, as noted by Cooper in his thoughts. Based on what he knew of Dane's previous creations, even the quality of Mecca's calming potion from the first round would not hold a chance of victory. As time elapsed, Professor Snape furrowed his brow, observing that Mecca was spending an excessive amount of time selecting herbs, while others had already commenced the brewing process, with some nearing completion. Such a pity. Professor McGonagall sighed beside him, reflecting on the youth's inexperience, especially when compared to the young man hailing from the Potion Guild, who clearly outshone him. Gradually, participants began to finish their potions, a myriad of delightful aromas wafting through the air. 2 hours later, Dane was the third to complete his potion, sprinkling in the final ingredients. A lavish golden light emanated from the bottle's mouth, rising slowly and lingering in the air, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that spread throughout the space. The quality of the intelligence-enhancing potion was exceptional, verging on the sublime. Even a mere whiff could temporarily boost one's memory. Cooper marveled at this, recognizing it as the finest intelligence-enhancing potion he had ever encountered, likely effective even for highly skilled wizards. Of course, at that level, the enhancement of memory would hold little significance for them, yet it undeniably attested to the astonishing quality of this potion. Professor Snape cast several admiring glances, seemingly appreciating the young man's talent in potion-making. The Potion Guild members conferred and awarded him a score of 95, the highest they had ever witnessed or heard of in their careers. The attendees were left in awe, including the two who had already completed their assessments, as they discerned the potion's quality and reflected on the young man's remarkable gift. Some remarked that they might never achieve such quality in their lifetime, even if they progressed from apprentice to master. It required not just accumulation of knowledge, but also innate talent. Well done, Cooper said, patting Dane on the shoulder. He glanced at Mecca, still diligently selecting materials, realizing that the outcome was now inevitable. Still selecting? Professor Snape's brow was heavily furrowed. The allotted time is drawing to a close, with less than 30 minutes remaining. It seems unlikely that any unforeseen circumstances will arise, yet Mecca remains engrossed in selecting herbs and biological materials, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, as if lost in a trance. The other participants in the assessment are steadily completing their creations, with under 20 minutes left. They regard him as deranged, believing he is jesting with his future, and suspect that this round of evaluation will culminate in a score of 0, necessitating a reapplication for the position of potion apprentice in 3 years' time. Time is running short, Dane observes, realizing that even he cannot complete the task within the limited time frame. At this moment, however, Mecca, the last remaining contestant, begins to methodically concoct the calming potion. In this instance, he fully demonstrates his mastery of potion-making tools, his expression focused. From a side view, one would hardly perceive him as an 11-year-old child, but rather as a seasoned potion master with years of experience. Oh, was he previously holding back? Cooper is somewhat astonished, sensing that such skillful technique may indeed offer a glimmer of hope for successfully completing the assessment. With 5 minutes remaining, some spectators hold their breath, imagining themselves in his position, speculating on whether he will finish in time. At last, Mecca pours the black viscous liquid obtained from the boiled biological materials into the emerald solution in the beaker, and the two begin to merge, prompting a smile to appear on his face. Outside the arena, Professor Snape suddenly smiles as well. A pure, radiant light ascends in a circular form, while a 7-colored glow dances with the steam in midair, seemingly reflecting the evening's colorful clouds. Subsequently, golden specks of light emanate from the mouth of the vial, dazzling in their brilliance, and a fresh, delicate fragrance wafts through the air, captivating all who inhale it. What is this? Some believe the effects of the potion to be exaggerated. Merely inhaling it alleviates their fatigue, a sensation attributed to the invigorating qualities of the calming potion. Such quality? The staff of the Potion Guild exchange astonished glances. The greatest alchemical master, Nicolet, once stated that there exists a level beyond superior quality in potions. Cooper marvels, recognizing that at this level, the potion is perfected, with radiant light spilling forth from the bottle's mouth. Only a handful of individuals in the entire magical realm have produced potions of such quality, yet I have never witnessed it in reality until today. Professor Snape, Cooper reflects. Your calm demeanor suggests you are aware of your student's extraordinary talent. Professor Snape remains silent, smiling briefly before returning to his usual composure. Esteemed colleagues, what score shall we assign this time? Cooper inquires of Stir and the other Potion Guild staff. Stir's gaze remains fixed on Mecca, as the others confer and arrive at an unprecedented score, 99. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Many participants in the assessment are astonished. This score is nearly perfect, utterly astonishing. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Craig, Dane remarks, casting a few more glances his way before dismissively snorting and turning away from Mecca. Exiting the scene. After the assessment concluded, Professor McGonagall extended an invitation to Cooper and others to witness the forthcoming Quidditch match. Cooper, unable to refuse her kind invitation, ultimately decided to stay. You flatter me, he responded. Professor McGonagall smiled gently and introduced Cooper to the remaining faculty members, including Professors Flitwick, Hooch, and Quirrell. However, Professor Quirrell, in a hurry, excused himself, stating he had matters to attend to, and departed prematurely. Cooper observed Quirrell's retreating figure with lingering curiosity, his eyes reflecting a hint of suspicion. What was that? He caught a glimpse of Quirrell's profile, and the symptoms etched upon that face seemed hauntingly familiar. Cooper lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. Night fell. In Chapter 49, Dilemma, the letter was penned by Ryan's wife, Eva. She revealed that this mode of communication was known only to Ryan and herself. Thus, she chose to place her trust in the writer. To be candid, I lost faith in Ryan's acquaintances long ago, she elaborated. After Ryan's demise, his friends ceased visiting their home, even neglecting to pay their respects during the mourning period. The only visitor was a man named Sterwillis, who, after feigning concern, discovered that their family-run potion shop was thriving and profitable. He subsequently proposed to acquire the shop, offering a paltry sum that would leave them utterly destitute. Sterwillis? Mecca exclaimed, surprised to encounter that name once more. The predicament I currently face is indeed intertwined with Sterwillis, Eva continued. She disclosed that he had bribed the elderly workers at the potion shop, inciting Ryan's former associates to deliberately oppose her. They held crucial information regarding the origins of certain potions. Eva recounted how these individuals had fractured the shop's assets, splitting them in two, half in her possession, and the other half in Sterwillis's grasp. Consequently, Sterwillis had amassed the majority of the potion profits over the years, becoming exceedingly wealthy. Recently, he had demanded that the staff press her to relinquish her remaining half, citing her alleged mismanagement as justification. I now find myself lacking reliable sources for high-quality potions, Eva explained, her voice tinged with despair. Those potion masters are gradually distancing themselves from me, and under Sterwillis's influence, they are reluctant to collaborate. She expressed her sincere apologies, acknowledging the rarity of skilled potion makers. I understand that this request may seem excessive, but I am left with little choice and hope you can forgive my audacity. Should you have access to such a potion supply, I am willing to purchase it at a price 10% above market value to demonstrate my earnest intent. A price 10% above market value? A radiant smile spread across Mecca's face upon reading that line. The letter also contained an address, remarkably located in Nocturne Alley, which was conveniently close for sending potion samples. Mecca swiftly resolved to concoct several vials of high-quality, low-level potions to send to Ryan's wife and daughter, fulfilling Ryan's last wish while simultaneously replenishing her empty pockets. The following day, Mecca intended to pilfer materials from Professor Snape and casually brew a few potions. However, she was intercepted in the Gryffindor common room by Harry and his friends. Harry was astonished. It was only that morning that he overheard others discussing the matter and learned that his dormitory mate, Mecca, had quietly accomplished such a significant feat. But that was not all, Hermione remarked, casting a somewhat envious glance at Mecca. Mecca found herself both amused and bewildered, not anticipating that several of them would be waiting to commend her, showering her with various praises right from the start. It was indeed something special. Even the feel of it in hand was different. Ron couldn't seem apart with it. The group gathered around, exclaiming with excitement, inspecting it from every angle, before reluctantly returning it to Mecca. Is this the broomstick you received as a gift from someone? Harry inquired with a smile. Indeed, Mecca replied. Ron mentioned this is the latest model. I brought it out today to give it a try. The Nimbus 2000, Ron enthusiastically elaborated, produced by the Nimbus Broom Company. Renowned for its speed and stability, it is truly the broom of my dreams. With a chuckle, he spoke of Harry's recent performance. Harry has been training effectively on the Quidditch pitch. I believe he will surprise everyone on the day of the match. Is that so? Mecca smiled at Harry. I shall eagerly await the moment you and the Gryffindor team lift the trophy. Professor Snape was unusually hosting a visitor. Cooper from the Potions Guild was conversing with him at the door. Are you well acquainted with Professor Quirrell? Cooper inquired about the latter. Snape regarded him with mild surprise and asked, Do you have business with him? Cooper nodded affirmatively and smiled, explaining, after the assessments, Professor McGonagall arranged for me to meet with each professor. Unfortunately, Professor Quirrell was otherwise occupied, and I did not have the opportunity to get to know him properly. So I wish to rectify that. Cooper elaborated that he had visited Professor Quirrell's office several times, but had regrettably not encountered him. Snape had no choice but to speak candidly. Professor Quirrell had indeed been very busy lately. He too had attempted to engage in casual conversation, but had not succeeded. After much discussion, Cooper was unable to extract any information and ultimately excused himself, expressing his regrets. As he walked along the spacious path, he felt a sense of disappointment. At the assessment site, he caught a glimpse of Professor Quirrell's profile and suspected he might have taken a forbidden potion. If he could ascertain the source of the potion from him, it would be a significant achievement, paving the way for his promotion to steward. Did the Potions Guild inquire about my whereabouts? Professor Quirrell observed the scene from a distance, his expression grave, harboring unsettling suspicions. Could it be that the assessment site had revealed something? Professor Quirrell pondered. He had intended to use clothing to conceal himself to evade the scrutiny of the Potions Guild. However, he realized that this might prompt Professor Snape to make connections, leading him to abandon that course of action. His gaze remained fixed on Cooper's departing figure, and thoughts began to form in his mind. I must ascertain whether he has noticed any traces of my use of the forbidden potion. If so, there is only one course left to take. I recall that he had a significant conflict with another individual. Professor Quirrell recollected the argument between Cooper and another on that fateful night, sensing an opportunity for exploitation. Hearing footsteps approach from behind, he turned and departed. After he left, Mecca passed through that very path and entered Professor Snape's office to commence the preparation of potion samples. Chapter 50. The News of Death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dim twilight began to rise. By the light of a lamp, Mecca composed a letter elucidating the origins of the potion. In his correspondence, he recounted how his friend Ryan, known for his extensive social network, swiftly managed to connect with a mysterious potion master whom he had met on a few occasions. Through sincere dialogue, he eventually persuaded this enigmatic figure, from whom the potion was procured. The letter also briefly introduced the potion master's background, recounting a chance encounter at the former residence of the greatest alchemist of the 14th century, Nicholas Flamel, during a pilgrimage. This potion master, exceptionally talented yet reclusive, shunned conversation with others. Thus, Mecca expressed his apologies for acting as an intermediary in delivering the potion, which he would subsequently send. Next, he identified himself not only as Ryan's old friend, but also as the mysterious potion master. With a smile, Mecca completed the letter, feeling an unspoken sense of anonymity. He swiftly placed the prepared letter along with several vials of the potion into a light-colored pouch and secured it tightly. Then he bribed Harry's owl with a piece of dried fish taken from the hall and set it free to carry the message. What a diligent little bird it was. Watching the owl soar away, Mecca sighed, pondering the weight of the cargo it bore, reminiscent of the struggles of life. Fortunately, being a wizard's pet, the owl possessed certain extraordinary qualities, such as resilience and perseverance. Mecca thought to himself that only such a creature could truly be called a good bird. Now, all that remained was to await news. Having completed these tasks, Mecca wore a smile, confident that the quality of the potions would astonish Ryan's wife, Evacamille. In the days that followed, he borrowed a sum from the Weasley twins and dispatched a letter to the Potion Guild, seeking to procure materials for the potions, aiming to exploit the Guild's resources in preparation for his future collaboration with Evacamille. With his current mental prowess at level 38, Mecca's mind was clear and agile. He swiftly mastered the unlocking charm and then focused on the disarming and levitation charms. Although time was short, only a few days had passed, he had already developed a preliminary understanding. Armed with this insight, it would merely require some practice to fully master these two spells. Meanwhile, a spirited debate had taken place in the hall, pitting the strength of the Quidditch teams from both schools against one another, drawing even Ron and Hermione into the fray. Ron scoffed during their meal. Those Slytherins are both wicked and foolish, thinking they could outwit us verbally. I silenced them with just a few words. Was it not they who left you speechless? Hermione retorted with a hint of annoyance. Mecca and Harry exchanged amused glances, as this was indeed quintessential Ron. Lowering his head, Ron took a hearty bite of steak, muttering, "Say what you will, but in the end I did not lose. Tomorrow, Harry will prove that Gryffindor is the true victor." His tone was resolute, brimming with confidence in Harry's upcoming Quidditch match. Harry chuckled. "I shall do my utmost in tomorrow's match." He always recalled his parents' advice from his previous life, to savor his meals. Hence he had cultivated the habit of dining leisurely. After dinner concluded, he excused himself early and stepped out of the hall into the stillness of the surroundings. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation between Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore in a corner. The chief examiner from the Potions Guild, Mr. Cooper Wickman, had passed away in the room. Professor McGonagall's tone was urgent, indicating the gravity of the situation. Professor Dumbledore furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. "Take your time, Professor McGonagall. What has transpired?" Professor McGonagall composed herself and began to explain. "The deputy examiner, Mr. Stow-Willies, claims it was murder. He witnessed Cooper Wickman in clandestine communication with a dark wizard, and during their altercation, one inadvertently took the life of the other in self-defense." Professor Dumbledore pondered. Why was Mr. Cooper Wickman communicating with a dark wizard? Did he provide any explanation? Professor McGonagall nodded. He did. The evidence is compelling. He even possesses the Dark Wizard's token, with a mark left by the Death Eaters from a decade ago. Death Eaters? It had been a long time since that term was uttered. Professor Dumbledore sighed. It seems this is connected to my exceptionally gifted student. Professor McGonagall concurred with his speculation. I suspect this may be the harbinger of that mysterious figure's revival, prompting his former loyal followers to stir trouble. Let us investigate, Professor Dumbledore decided, and Professor McGonagall followed closely behind. Cooper Wickman is dead, allegedly at the hands of Stow Willies. Mecca emerged from behind a tree, frowning. His impression of Stow Willies was unfavorable, leading him to suspect that Stow Willies was lying, having certainly engaged in some nefarious deed. Cooper Wickman had been found communicating with a dark wizard and was subsequently captured and quietly murdered. Mecca surmised that to be appointed as a representative of the Potions Guild, one must possess considerable skill in potions and strength. To be silently killed would require either a surprise attack or assistance from another. Mecca quickly thought of Professor Quirrell, who had caused chaos at Hogwarts on numerous occasions. Perhaps he was involved this time as well, possibly aiding Stow Willies in the assassination of Cooper Wickman. However, this remained mere conjecture. Mecca had contemplated investigating further, as he had speculated that resolving the potion issues for Ryan's wife and daughter might not be considered fulfilling his wishes if Stow Willies were to continue causing trouble. Now presented with an opportune moment, if Stow Willies had indeed committed a grievous offense, it would be fitting to eliminate him and uproot the source of the problem. Yet tonight, Cooper Wickman's office would undoubtedly be crowded, posing certain dangers. Mecca worried that in a crowded setting, with a top wizard like Professor Dumbledore present, his identity as an animagus might be easily revealed, leading to complications. He needed to devise another plan. After some contemplation, a new idea emerged. Midnight might serve as a suitable time. Professor Dumbledore and the others likely would not linger there all night, and if Stow Willies had committed a wrongdoing, he might be anxious and prone to revealing a flaw. Thus, the decision was made. Chapter 51, The Informant. In Kubrickman's office, a group of individuals arrived, among whom were professors, all in pursuit of the truth. Professor Flivy displayed a look of astonishment as he entered, immediately perceiving a golden-haired figure collapsed against the wall. A broken chair leg piercing through his chest, blood staining the wall behind him. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting the severely damaged furniture scattered about, with splinters and shards of wood littering the floor. It appeared that Kubrick had been thrust to the ground during a struggle, fatally colliding with a fractured chair leg. This incident was intricately linked to the correspondence between Kubrick and the Dark Wizards. Sturt presented the incriminating evidence he had discovered. The professors circulated the letter, which indeed contained references to illicit dealings with Dark Wizards, indicating that he had trafficked potions to the most merciless faction among them, the Death Eaters. The handwriting matched Kubrick's precisely, and the Death Eater mark at the end was unmistakable, emanating an unusual aura, unique to the Death Eaters. How could this be? A member of the Potion Guild was taken aback, unable to reconcile the cheerful demeanor of their leader with such a dark side. He wept, yearning to embrace the lifeless body of the golden-haired youth who had once shown him kindness. Someone restrained him, insisting, "Calm down, do not disturb the scene. We must ascertain the truth of this matter." It was confirmed that Kubrick had indeed met with an accidental death, devoid of any magical residue. The evidence was authentic. He had smuggled potions and sold them to the Death Eaters. Such is the unpredictability of life, the professors lamented, observing the varied expressions of the Potion Guild members as they exited the office. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall inquired if he had noticed anything amiss. Dumbledore shook his head, stating that all evidence was sound and appropriate, with no trace of doubt. McGonagall pondered, sensing a hidden meaning within the words. It seemed someone had meticulously concealed the scene. The absence of any suspicion rendered the scenario reminiscent of a meticulously staged play. However, as this was an internal affair of the Potion Guild, it was indeed unwise to delve too deeply. Their party swiftly made their way into the enveloping night. The vintage clock ticked on, time slipping away gently. As the hour approached, Mecca felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He slapped his face to rouse himself. The night outside was shrouded in a hazy darkness as he quietly rose from his bed and approached the window, where whispers began to emerge. Suddenly, the muscles in his face twitched, and the shadow on the ground writhed in a frenzy. In an instant, a pitch-black bat unfurled its wings and soared into the night. The sensation of flight was exhilarating. Mecca marveled as the howling wind greeted him, swiftly banishing his drowsiness. With each flap of his wings, he felt their robust power, propelling him through the air like an arrow, leaving everything behind. Sturt Willius, I hope tonight does not disappoint me, Mecca murmured to himself as he traversed the profound darkness. Soaring above the ancient tree canopy, landing momentarily on the railing of a tower, just a wall separating him from the offices of Kubrick and Sturt below. A wild owl alighted nearby, its presence providing an ideal cover that obscured the sudden appearance of a solitary bat. There seemed to be no sound whatsoever. Mecca furrowed his brow. The room below was enveloped in silence, save for the faintest whisper of breath, indicating that someone had succumbed to slumber. In the darkness, only the owl spread its wings, while all other creatures appeared to have retreated into stillness. At last, a figure emerged from the shadows, moving with utmost stealth. He surveyed the state of the room one last time before turning to depart. Who could this be? Mecca pondered in astonishment. It dawned upon him that someone had been lying in wait all along. He yearned to discern the identity of this individual, yet the figure, cloaked in a black robe, swiftly melded into the night, leaving no trace of a face behind. For a brief moment, the breaths within the room halted, only to resume shortly thereafter. A subtle change that caught Mecca's attention. Had those inside sensed the departure of an outsider? The occupants exhibited remarkable patience. Mecca stifled a silent chuckle. He surmised that the individuals within were still uneasy, likely intending to wait a while longer before any action transpired. Ultimately, the sound of breathing within the room dissipated. Footsteps began to stir, and a doorknob was turned. A figure, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, emerged from beneath a distant tree and approached the door, stepping inside. On the other side, a deep voice resonated. "I know, Willis. It is precisely for this reason that I have come." Two silhouettes quietly opened another door, and what transpired within the room remained a mystery. They lingered for a moment before re-emerging. "Finally, I can breathe easy," Strath exhaled. The deep voice replied, "Then I must take my leave. Will you not share your name?" Strath's voice articulated his sentiment. "You loaned me a blade to commit murder. Yet I have never even glimpsed your face. Such an imbalance is hardly fair. Do not be overly curious, Willis. Knowing too much can be detrimental to your well-being." The deep voice receded, adding, "Moreover, if you bore no murderous intent towards Kubrick man, why would you heed my instructions?" The figure vanished into the distance, footsteps and voice fading into silence. How intriguing, Mecca mused silently, although he could not discern the identity of that unfamiliar voice. The scent emanating from the individual was all too familiar, strikingly vivid in the night like a brilliant bonfire, and he recognized it instantly. "Indeed, you are intertwined with this. Professor Chilo," Mecca reflected inwardly, as he unfurled his wings and slipped into the darkness. It was imperative to unveil the truth behind these events. His obsidian gaze settled upon a distant, familiar office, an idea forming in his mind. The clock struck 3 in the morning, its chimes reverberating softly. A shadow flitted past, leaving behind a note, as the owl's call echoed through the night. The office door swung open, and Professor Snape gazed out, his eyes ultimately fixating on the thin string that had fallen from the owl's talon. Had someone delivered a note? Professor Snape picked up the paper, unfolding it to reveal a furrowed brow. Strath Willis had conspired with Quirinus Chilo. The two seemed to harbor unspeakable secrets. A flicker of flame ignited, swiftly reducing the note to ashes in his hand. Quirinus Chilo. "Dear Mr. Sandler, I sincerely apologize for reaching out to you at such a late hour. Some unfortunate events have transpired involving your guild staff. The situation has been assessed, yet certain ambiguities remain puzzling." Professor Snape completed his letter, and a whisper resonated in the night. A cerulean moose emerged from the shadows, its form radiating a gentle luminescence as it flicked its hooves, producing a delicate chime. Snape affectionately stroked its head, instructing, "Go, take this letter to the Potions Guild." The cerulean moose grasped the envelope in its mouth, gliding out of the dwelling, and, surprisingly, soared into the wind, vanishing from sight in an instant. The following day, the Quidditch match commenced as scheduled, amidst an uproar of voices. "Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the annual Quidditch Championship at Hogwarts." The two competing teams were Gryffindor and Slytherin. The announcer's passionate voice filled the air as the teams from both houses took to the field, eliciting fervent cheers. Harry, at the rear of the Gryffindor team, felt somewhat out of place amidst the excitement, being the sole first-year student and attracting attention from many spectators. As the match was about to begin, the players stood poised at the center of the pitch, awaiting the sound of the whistle. Strangely, Mecca, seated in the stands, suddenly focused intently. To her surprise, many seats in the professor's box remained empty, with only a few occupants: Professor Quirrell, Madame Hooch, and Madame Pomfrey. Where were Professors Snape and Dumbledore? Mecca pondered, wondering if they were still dealing with the events surrounding Kubrickman from the previous night. At the far end of the stands, Professor Quirrell observed Harry Potter intently, suddenly breaking into an awkward smile. "Chapter 52, Danger." Oh, Hermione, seated beside Mecca, also noticed the unusual absence of professors, exclaiming, "Why are so many professors missing?" Even Professor McGonagall? Ron, fervently calling out Harry's name and cheering him on, turned his gaze toward the opposite stands upon hearing Hermione's remarks. Could something significant have occurred at the school? Hermione mused. It stands to reason that large events such as this could easily lead to unforeseen incidents, necessitating the presence of many to maintain order. Thus, it was indeed peculiar for the professors to be absent. Yet, only a handful occupied the stands, leaving the majority of seats conspicuously vacant. Mecca, have you heard any news? Hermione inquired, hoping to glean something regarding Professor Snape from him. I'm not certain, Mecca replied, shaking his head. The news of Kuber's demise might not incite much commotion or panic after all. This could be a consideration for the professors, which is why this information circulated only among them, leaving the students oblivious. Hermione fell into contemplation while Ron was drawn to the tumult on the field. A whistle blew, and a vibrant red bludger soared into the sky, as if ignited by gunpowder. A cacophony erupted as figures mounted their flying broomsticks, ascending through the air like birds soaring across the horizon. Now, Oliver Wood, the captain of Gryffindor, has seized the quaffle and is racing towards the Slytherin goalposts. Oh my goodness, he is leaving everyone far behind. Could he be on the verge of securing a triumphant opening score? The commentator, her flowing red hair cascading around her shoulders, passionately narrates the unfolding drama. Suddenly, she gasps as the situation shifts dramatically. Slytherin's seeker, Aiden Winters, swoops in out of nowhere, deftly intercepting the quaffle from Wood's grasp. This is dire. His speed is astonishing, and now the tide is turned. How will Gryffindor respond? Amidst the Quidditch pitch, a fierce struggle erupts in the sky. The quaffle changes hands repeatedly, each shift in momentum eliciting thunderous roars from the crowd. Professor Quirrell sits alone in a corner of the stands, his gaze fixed intently on the figures darting across the sky, when suddenly, a voice resonates in his mind. Quirrell, it is time to act, the hoarse voice commands. Quirrell hesitates. The dark figure within him places immense importance on a prophecy, intending to use his hand to eliminate the foretold savior, Harry, thereby obliterating the prophecy altogether. He fears that taking action will expose him, leaving him hunted by the Ministry of Magic, ultimately reducing him to a fugitive dark wizard. Now is the perfect moment. The voice urges. Quirrell lowers his voice, attempting to dissuade the dark entity from its course of action, but he suddenly freezes. Muscles twitch on his face, veins bulge, and the voice reverberates in his mind like an innate curse, inflicting agony upon him. Master, Quirrell gasps in terror, realizing he is losing control of his consciousness, his body moving autonomously. Fear glimmers in his eyes, yet a strange smile creeps across his face as he fixes his gaze on a figure in the sky. The commentator's voice remains fervent, the match in the heavens ablaze with activity as players dart and soar, leaving the audience breathless. On the Gryffindor side, a diminutive seeker suddenly breaks through several defenders, tracing a graceful arc in the air with the quaffle. The commentator's voice soars incredible. Gryffindor's Leon Black has indeed broken through the defense. He holds the quaffle and is charging towards the Slytherin goalposts. But wait, there seems to be no one guarding the Slytherin hoops. Suddenly, a dark iron ball is propelled through the air, hurtling towards the small seeker's back, aiming to knock him out of the sky. The audience gasps in unison, some screaming in horror. This blow could shatter bones. The commentator falters, her heart racing. Oh my, what am I witnessing? This is perilous. Slytherin's beater, Lexan Sato, has struck a bludger, intent on bringing Leon down. Can Leon Black evade the oncoming threat? My goodness. Does he possess eyes in the back of his head? Miraculously, he dodges the attack. The quaffle goes in. Score 100. The Gryffindor students erupt in jubilant cheers, their voices echoing through the air. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sky, a resplendent golden sphere streaked across the sky, pursued feverishly by two figures. They were the seekers from both teams, in hot pursuit of the famed golden snitch, a pivotal element that could determine the outcome of the match, capable of sealing victory or orchestrating a dramatic turnaround. Let us now turn our attention to the state of the golden snitch. The host began to broadcast the happenings on the other side of the sky, her voice suddenly rising in pitch. Wait, what is happening? Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, displays astonishing flying prowess, executing an extreme turn that leaves Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, in the dust. Incredible. He is truly a natural Quidditch player. The arc of that turn is simply breathtaking. Terrence Higgs, unwilling to concede defeat, closed the gap once more. Harry, Ron suddenly bellowed, go on, take down that Slytherin brat. How crude. Hermione, startled from her contemplation, shot him a disapproving glance before shifting her focus back to Harry, who was soaring across the field. Meanwhile, beside them, someone sat seemingly detached from the world, unaffected by the commotion. Quirinus Quirrell squinted, observing Professor Quirrell opposite him, who bore a peculiar smile. Fixated on Harry as he soared through the air, a disconcerting expression indeed. Would something unexpected occur today? Mecca pondered. Perhaps a magical confrontation would arise, serving as a test for his transfiguration spell. In the cerulean sky, Harry's gaze remained locked on the golden snitch, which darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, its wings fluttering, shimmering with radiant light, each flicker propelling it dozens of meters. The Nimbus 2000 broomstick was indeed exceptional. A smile graced Harry's face. His broom was remarkably swift, enabling him to keep pace with the astonishing speed of the golden snitch. Gripping the broom tightly, he noticed the mysterious patterns glowing faintly in gold. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as the wind howled past his ears, propelling him forward to close in on the golden snitch. Not so fast. The Slytherin Seeker's gaze was fierce. He had taken a shortcut to intercept Harry, opting not to grasp the snitch, but instead to attempt to knock Harry from the air. This is bad. Harry's expression changed. He swiftly altered his trajectory, diving towards the ground, narrowly brushing past with his elbow, which left a stinging sensation in its wake. The broom wobbled dangerously, threatening to spiral out of control. He quickly steadied himself, narrowly avoiding a fall. That was close. Harry exhaled deeply. As he resumed his search for the snitch, a golden flash suddenly darted before him, piercing the air with a shriek. An opportunity. Harry's eyes sparkled with realization. Unexpectedly, this evasive maneuver not only maintained proximity, but also allowed him to anticipate the snitch's path. He accelerated, his form slicing through the air as he chased the golden snitch. I must catch it before reaching the ground. Harry took a deep breath, quickening his pace, his body trembling with speed. He extended his hand towards the golden snitch, the distance closing incrementally. So close. Just a little more. Suddenly, the arena was filled with piercing screams as the host shouted in alarm. Harry Potter from Gryffindor is in danger. A black iron ball hurtled through the air like a cannonball, emitting a shrill whistle that nearly ruptured his eardrums, threatening to obliterate his head upon impact. Chapter 53. The Dust Settles. Oh no! Madame Hooch, witnessing the scene from afar, vanished from the stands, soaring into the sky on her broomstick at an astonishing speed, attempting to intercept the rogue bludger. Beside her, Madame Pomfrey wore a grave expression as she briskly instructed nearby students to prepare potions and stretchers, for they might soon be needed. Her gaze remained fixed on Madame Hooch. Would she catch up in time? The overwhelming pressure of impending death and the fierce wind against his face caused Harry to gasp for breath. Flee! His face flushed crimson as he sprinted for his life. In a corner of the stands, Quirinus Quirrell bizarrely buried his face within the collar of his robe, his facial muscles twitching and veins bulging on his forehead, as if resisting some unseen force. Quirrell, your timidity is your greatest flaw. How can you achieve greatness with such cowardice? A hoarse voice intoned softly. Professor Quirrell's eyes were bloodshot, and like a marionette, his finger pointed toward the dark bludger in the sky, moving once more in a peculiar manner. As a strange power brewed within the obscure incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, he revealed a stiff, eerie smile as the black bludger accelerated once more, inadvertently veering slightly off course while continuing its relentless pursuit of the fleeing figure, intent on piercing his skull. The savior? The hoarse voice mocked coldly. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell's peculiar smile faltered as he abruptly halted the incantation, turning his head sharply. A silver needle whizzed past him, shrieking through the air, and pierced the chair behind him. What is this? The hoarse voice inquired. Bang! The black bludger narrowly grazed Harry's head, creating a deep crater in the ground as grass and dirt flew everywhere. Had the bludger paused for a moment? Harry recalled the earlier scene, astonished and unsure if it was merely a trick of his mind. Are you all right, Harry? Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, halted abruptly in front of him, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Harry exhaled deeply. He looked up to see that the match had been paused, and all the Quidditch players were watching him intently. Madame Hooch had also arrived, inquiring whether Harry was injured and insisting on taking him to the hospital wing for examination and treatment. No need, Harry shook his head, explaining that he had not been struck by the bludger. It had been a close call, but he was unharmed and wished for the match to continue. Do you not wish to rest for a moment? Madame Hooch asked in surprise, noting Harry's flushed face, clearly indicating that he had exerted himself significantly. Harry continued to shake his head, insisting he had merely been startled and still felt quite capable. Madame Hooch picked up the fallen bludger, inspected it, and nodded towards the announcer in the high tower. The match would resume. This bludger's speed is unreasonable. Madame Hooch mused as she exited the field, casting a skeptical glance at the stands. Had it truly evaded capture? Mecca Anders was astonished. The individual across from him had effortlessly evaded the spell solely through instinctive physical reactions, an almost superhuman feat. He feared that further action might be taken. Casually, Mecca surveyed the opposite stands, where Professor Quirrell remained fixated on Harry's figure. That was terrifying, Ron exclaimed, having witnessed Harry's safety and unable to suppress the cold sweat on his brow. The trajectory of that bludger seems off, Hermione remarked, her brow furrowing. She explained that the bludger had deviated slightly from its intended path, a nuance she had keenly observed. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded, I suspect someone has cast a spell on the bludger. Surely not? Ron replied, astonished. In front of all these people, doesn't he fear being discovered? Hermione glanced around. Look at the crowd. Can you identify anyone suspicious? There are too many people. It's nearly impossible to discern. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression darkened with concern. What if it happens again? In any case, Hermione's thoughts aligned with this outcome, and her demeanor soured. Our only recourse is to closely monitor the spectators. We must identify any potential suspects to formulate a strategy. Wait, who is that over there? Ron suddenly interrupted, noticing an unfamiliar figure entering the arena, a middle-aged man with long black hair. Hermione, too, was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered this individual before. Who is he? She inquired. Strawilus. Mecca silently recalled the name of the dark-haired man. He then glanced behind Strawilus, noticing the professors had yet to arrive, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. I hope Professor Snape yields some insights, Mecca mused. He observed Strawilus taking a seat across the stands, calmly conversing with Madame Hooch and others, as if nothing had transpired. The match continued with fervor, players frequently scoring, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The score stood at 50-50, with both teams displaying closely matched prowess. Shifting his gaze to the other side, Mecca noted a sense of urgency. The announcer suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. She had witnessed Harry skillfully maneuvering through several obstacles, racing towards the golden snitch. The bludger chase was equally intense, with Gryffindor's Harry Potter merely an arm's length from the elusive snitch, his skills allowing him to keep pace with its sharp turns. Slytherin's seeker, Terence, was hot on his heels, attempting to thwart Harry. Would Harry finally succeed in capturing the golden snitch? Could Terence prevent him? As the announcer's voice quickened, Mecca's gaze sharpened. In a corner of the opposite stands, Professor Quirrell had once again locked onto Harry's figure, his eyes shifting as he made a subtle movement beneath his robes. It appeared he was about to take action. Mecca focused intently, determined to monitor every motion of Professor Quirrell. Suddenly, the announcer's voice faltered, exclaiming in surprise, What is happening with Gryffindor's Harry? Harry, riding his broomstick, was inexplicably hurtling towards the ground without any sign of slowing down, while the golden snitch soared away, clearly indicating he was not in pursuit. Had he lost control? Once again, the crowd's attention was drawn to the figure of a first-year student. It appeared that trouble was indeed afoot. Madame Hooch rose to her feet once more. Mecca, with her keen eyesight, noticed that Harry's complexion had changed. It seemed the broom had gone out of control, plummeting from the heights directly towards the ground. At such a speed, it would likely result in a catastrophic outcome. Tefujiming Ungshi murmured incantations quietly. Oh! A hoarse voice chuckled, sensing the magical fluctuations. Another transformation spell? Quirrell, you may handle this on your own. I shall not intervene. However, having regained control over his body, he remembered the earlier lesson and felt compelled to heed the orders of this formidable presence. As he ceased his incantation, Harry soared upward once more, regaining command of the broomstick in his grasp. Armor up! Professor Quirrell observed a flicker of silver light, whispering incantations. A sharp clang echoed, soon drowned out by the din of the crowd. A fleeting glimmer of white light flashed across his face, scarcely perceptible, as a silver needle was thwarted by the protective spell, falling soundlessly to the ground and shattering into fragments. A slight crack appeared in the white light, though it was shallow, a testament to the pure power of the transformation spell. Quirrell's gaze sharpened. Who could be assisting Harry in this predicament? Just as he intended to retract the protective spell, his form subtly dimmed beneath the sun-s cover, and suddenly his expression shifted as another silver needle sliced through the air, striking the previous crack, creating a breach in the ephemeral armor. The needle halted just before his forehead, failing to penetrate the invisible shield entirely, yet beads of cold sweat broke upon his brow. You have been careless, Quirrell, the hoarse voice remarked. When hunting a lion, one must exert their utmost. Concentrate your focus. No sooner had the words left his lips than another piercing sound filled the air. More? Professor Quirrell sneered coldly, reciting spells with haste. The silver needle shattered mid-flight, a wisp of white smoke dissipating with heat. He scanned the crowd, but with so many present, he could not identify any suspicious individuals. Thus, he struggled for several moments before once again casting spells at the shadowy figure above. Harry felt an overwhelming force once again thwarting his control over the broom, his form swaying precariously in the high air, eliciting gasps of alarm from the onlookers. A sudden hissing sound slithered beneath him. Professor Quirrell glanced down to see a shadow dart past. A vibrant, venomous snake lunged towards his eyes, startling him into rising from his seat, only to see the serpent vanish into a cloud of darkness. "What is wrong, Professor Quirrell?" Madame Pomfrey, seated a few rows away, cast him a puzzled look. "In nothing." Quirrell stammered, hastily offering an explanation. "Quirrell, cease at once," the hoarse voice commanded unexpectedly. Quirrell hesitated, promptly retracting his spell, confusion washing over him. Wasn't this entity intent on eliminating Harry? What had transpired? "A group is approaching," the voice elucidated. Indeed, despite significant progress, the disparity remained evident. Mecca pondered, sensing that once the transformation spell was detected, it would be extinguished in an instant, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm. Nevertheless, time had been bought, at least for the moment. Mecca smiled as he gazed towards the entrance of the Quidditch pitch. A few figures were gradually approaching. Among them, a stern-looking elderly man with black hair, stroking his long beard while conversing with the professors beside him, occasionally breaking into a smile. As they entered the arena, Professor McGonagall glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who nodded back with a smile. The match was paused. Receiving the signal, McGonagall immediately spoke up, seemingly to announce something of significance. The Quidditch players hovered in midair, and Harry looked around suspiciously, as if searching for the individual who had repeatedly cast spells on him. The spectators were captivated by the unfamiliar figure of the black-haired elder. "Who is he?" some whispered in inquiry. It appeared that Professor Snape had gone to summon someone from the Potions Guild, which explained his absence from the match. Mecca chuckled softly, realizing that his letter of warning had indeed borne fruit. He then noticed the opposite stand, where Sir Willis abruptly stood up, his expression shifting rapidly. Professor McGonagall introduced the black-haired elder. "This is Mr. Rowan Sandler, the Grand Master of the Potions Guild, who has come to Hogwarts to attend to important matters." The revelation that he was the Grand Master of the Potions Guild took Mecca by surprise, having learned about the guild after becoming an apprentice. He knew that the Grand Master held a position of great authority, second only to the guild's president, truly a figure of considerable power. The black-haired elder greeted the students and professors with a smile, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, his gaze fixating on Sir Willis. "Willis, do you still refuse to acknowledge your mistakes?" It seemed that matters were about to come to a head. Mecca observed the unfolding drama with a smile. He was merely waiting for the potions to reach Ryan's wife, which would fulfill Ryan's final wishes. A flicker of unease crossed Sir Willis's face as he stood up, attempting to maintain composure. "I do not understand why the Grand Master would say such a thing. I do not comprehend what I have done wrong." "You truly do not understand?" the black-haired elder inquired with a smile. Chapter 54, Fulfilling Wishes. The black-haired elder Rowan Sandler, seeing that Stir still feigned ignorance, shook his head in bemusement. "The various transgressions are too numerous to recount. Must I enumerate each one?" "Oh." Mecca Anders mused in surprise from the stands, realizing that this individual had engaged in so many nefarious deeds. It seemed he was indeed a malignant presence in the wizarding world, one that needed to be eradicated. Sir Willis's expression changed as he pondered. He believed he had handled these matters discreetly. How could they possibly have been uncovered? "You are indeed efficient in your actions, but your arrogance is your downfall, believing you can operate without consequence. That is a grave flaw," the black-haired elder remarked with a smile. "Additionally, regarding the matter of Rickman, I find your words unconvincing." Sir Willis hastily denied. "I have had all the professors at Hogwarts confirm that this matter is not related to me." "Is that so?" the black-haired elder replied. "I just came from Rickman's location, where everything was handled impeccably. Even I struggled to discern any discrepancies, which indicates your meticulousness. Yet, no amount of careful arrangement can conceal the truth." Sir Willis again protested. "I swear by Merlin that this matter is absolutely unrelated to me." The black-haired elder shook his head, dismissing Sir Willis's attempts at justification, his expression turning grave. The expression on Stir's face shifted rapidly, and suddenly he moved, pressing his wand against Madame Pomfrey's neck, threatening, "Step aside and let me leave this place, or she shall perish alongside me." Madame Pomfrey's demeanor tightened, sensing flames erupting at her throat, the searing heat corroding her skin. "Ah," sighed the dark-haired elder, Rowan. He turned to Professor Dumbledore with an apologetic tone. "I apologize for the trouble I have caused you." I fear that my lack of finesse might harm your esteemed professor, and I would require your assistance in capturing him." Professor Dumbledore's silver hair danced in the wind as he adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, smiling. "Not at all. It's only right for a host to lend a hand to a guest." With a flick of his sleeve, he uttered no incantation, and flames flickered within his pupils. Stur suddenly turned pale with fear as the fire spell from his wand rebounded upon him. The surging flames consumed his entire arm. He hastily flung away his wand. But a golden flame ensnared him, imprisoning him on the spot. The students present gasped in astonishment. The dark-haired elder marveled, "You truly are remarkable, Professor Dumbledore." He ascended the platform, pointed his wand, and the imprisoned Stur Willis instantly fell unconscious. With another flick, a flash of white light appeared, and a figure floated behind him. As Rowan passed by Professor Quirrell, his gaze lingered. You are Professor Quirrell." The latter's expression froze, feeling an unseen force probing his body, compelling him to stand still with trepidation. Rowan chuckled softly. "I must have misjudged." He descended the platform and bid farewell to several professors, while the Potion Society staff, who remained, joined him, departing amidst the professors' farewells. The Quidditch match was fraught with twists and turns, ultimately concluding half an hour later, when the host, in a tone of astonishment, congratulated Harry Potter and Gryffindor for capturing the Golden Snitch. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing endlessly. Harry, having turned the tide against the wind and seized the Golden Snitch, earned an additional 150 points for his team, decisively clinching the match, and was tossed into the air by his jubilant teammates. "Congratulations, Harry, on winning your first Quidditch trophy." As they exited the pitch, Mecca expressed his joy for Harry, patting him on the shoulder, jesting, "This is just the first trophy. There will be many more to come, perhaps enough to fill the space beneath your bed." Harry, flustered by the praise, scratched his head and blushed. "I'm not that extraordinary. This might very well be the last trophy I ever earn." "Who says you're not extraordinary?" "Harry, that moment when you caught the Golden Snitch, my goodness. I doubt any other Quidditch player could have done that." Ron immediately retorted, his excitement palpable, revealing himself to be a true Quidditch enthusiast. Harry's face flushed again. "That was not solely my achievement. It was a triumph for the entire Gryffindor team. And of course, all the Gryffindors cheering for us from the stands." The previously reserved Hermione, at that moment, raised a concerning point regarding the unusual occurrences during the match. Her expression grave. "Did you sense that someone was maliciously targeting you?" Harry's countenance darkened upon hearing this, and he nodded in agreement. "The wandering ball, along with my flying broom, must have been manipulated, yet I searched for quite some time without any results, unaware of where that individual had concealed themselves at the scene." He sighed deeply, relieved that once the professors arrived, that person abandoned their endeavor. A few individuals conversed as they walked towards the Gryffindor dormitory. What transpired? Professor Quirrell had left the Quidditch pitch, traversing the luminous corridor, and he touched his cheek, feeling perplexed. Why had Cooper noticed an issue with his cheek? While this evidently more significant figure from the Potion Guild scrutinized him, yet appeared oblivious. Quirinus's hoarse voice was somewhat frail. This old fellow from the Potion Guild possessed an unusual sense of perception, prompting me to cast a concealment spell for you in advance. However, having awakened not long ago, this invisible duel had drained me of considerable energy. Professor Quirrell suddenly realized that during the last incident at the scene of Cooperman's demise, it was also this individual who had concealed matters, allowing him to evade notice. He hastily expressed his gratitude and inquired, "How may I assist you in your recovery?" "The Forbidden Forest," came the hoarse voice. "The unicorns that emit light within the forest. Their blood is particularly suitable for my current state. Go forth. I require an abundance." "Unicorns?" Quirrell gasped, having heard that the blood of such sacred creatures was cursed, leading to dire fates for those who consumed it. Yet, it seemed this individual within him desired to partake abundantly. At last, a letter had arrived. Mecca smiled as he gently stroked the owl's head. He removed the letter and unfolded it, discovering it was indeed correspondence from Nocturne Alley, signed by Eva. With a heart full of excitement, "I penned this letter, and by your goodwill, I secured several prestigious orders for the apothecary using the potion samples you sent. You may not be aware of the exhilaration exhibited by those who receive these samples. One even declared that if I refused to collaborate with him, he would lie on my doorstep indefinitely." As I wrote this, I couldn't help but chuckle, while my daughter, Ariel, looked at me in puzzlement. "It seems the potion dilemma has been resolved," Mecca chuckled. The letter continued, noting that these esteemed clients were either affluent merchants from afar or elders of large families. Their demands substantial. Thus, collaborating with them ensured the survival of her apothecary. In closing, Eva expressed her gratitude multiple times, her excitement palpable, her hands likely trembling. As even the final words were somewhat crooked. Thank you for your assistance during our family's hardships, and my gratitude extends to that esteemed potion master. The galleons enclosed within this letter are my token of appreciation. Recently, maintaining the apothecary has been costly, and our reserves are dwindling. I hope you do not find it lacking so light. Could it be a pocket enhanced by the undetectable extension charm? He speculated, opening it to find indeed a vast space within, ample enough to hold a table, filled with gleaming galleons. Upon careful counting, there were more than 30. A portion would be returned to the Weasley twins, while another portion was to procure additional materials from the Potion Guild to fulfill Eva's orders. Ryan's final wishes were fulfilled. Mecca revealed a smile, the most uplifting news. Chapter 55, Harvest and Bloodline Progress. In the pitch-black room, faint night light filtered through the window, illuminating the chaos within, shattered chandelier fragments, cotton stuffing from the sofa, and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Little Aliel, Eva. A shadow lingered in the corner, its voice mournful as it called out the names of its loved ones. Ryan Pierre Mecca Anders entered from the doorway and approached the figure, rousing it from its sorrow. I have fulfilled your wish, Mecca said with a smile. Your wife and daughter shall be safe henceforth, and your adversary, St. Willis, who has so often offended your family, shall now likely spend his days in prison for his unforgivable transgressions against the Potion Guild. A golden ripple flickered through the darkness, brushing against Ryan Pierre's face. His eyes regained their luster as he focused intently on Mecca, absorbing every word. A nostalgic expression crossed Ryan's features as he gazed out at the moonlight, seemingly catching a glimpse of his distant kin. Ryan's gaze fixed upon a letter from Eva. He took it and tenderly caressed it, as if holding hands with his wife. Carefully, he unfolded the letter, his quiet contemplation stretching on as he read the brief missive, only to fold it away with a sigh. Eva, had I heeded your counsel and relinquished my pursuit of fame, perhaps these events would have unfolded differently. Oh, Eva, I hope you and little Aliel will forever be well. Thank you for all you have done for my family. Thank you. As he spoke, his figure was enveloped in golden specks, gradually becoming indistinct, fading away in a whisper of wind. This breeze lingered for a while until a golden ripple reappeared before Mecca, revealing shimmering words. Acquire the legacy of Ryan Pierre. Valuable combat experience. These encounters will be etched into your very soul, becoming uniquely yours. Endure this grand baptism of blood. Devoid of life and death experience, you shall emerge as a sorcerer bold enough to dance on the edge of a blade, with death only igniting your boundless fighting spirit. Within the crucible of battle lies the efficient spell-casting techniques of a duelist, bestowing upon you formidable crisis management skills. You will learn how to cancel spells in a timely manner and master a unique technique that grants you immunity to backlash. This legacy comes from a formidable duelist who dominated the ranks for 3 years, a distinctive battle sorcerer's final bequest. Brilliant golden light flowed into Mecca's being, causing his mind to swell, warmth brewing within him as fragmented images flickered before his eyes. Pierre, are you not afraid of my dying retaliation? Dragging you into death with me? A shadow roared, a massive blaze surging forth, the body on the verge of explosion. You have no chance. Mecca felt the words escape his lips as he saw himself take a step forward, his form almost brushing against the inferno, narrowly evading it, sending a spell into his opponent's head, followed by an explosion ringing in his ears as he faced the searing flames, sustaining injury. From the perspective of Mecca, the narrative unfolds as he traverses through a series of life and death experiences, his courage and audacity forged within this crucible of mortality. No longer repulsed by death and corpses, his mastery of spellcasting continuously evolves. Scenes flash before him, only to vanish in an instant, as if years have elapsed, with countless days and nights alternating. His gaze towards life and death gradually cools, his mind sharpens, and he dances along the precipice of existence, emerging victorious from numerous skirmishes. Birish, Pierre. In the shadows, an ambush is launched, a spectral beam of green light, emblematic of death, aimed to obliterate him. Mecca hears himself laugh, his body emanating a radiant glow, attempting to form an ethereal armor to deflect the ominous light, only to dissipate in the astonished eyes of his assailant. Suddenly, his wand ignites with a different luminosity, swiftly extinguishing the life of the ambusher, thereby dissolving the impending calamity. Through these encounters, he masters the duelist's art of spellcasting, his incantations deftly retracting in an instant to avoid backlash, seamlessly transitioning into another spell. As the feverish flow in his mind subsides, Mecca opens his eyes, the fervent flames and blood within him receding. Is the blood womb reacting? He muses, noticing the crimson mark on the back of his hand, radiating a scarlet glow, as if a layer of sanguine light flows above it. Puzzled, he contemplates the phenomenon. The crimson luminescence seems to convey a message, and Mecca perceives the blood mark expressing an insatiable hunger, yearning to indulge in a lavish feast of blood. Is this a reaction stemming from the memories of Ryan's battles? As he delves deeper, he realizes that an intangible force within the blood womb nourishes his mind, alleviating the throbbing sensation, acting as a balm to the violent memories of blood and fire. The blood womb's absorption of these memories proves beneficial, spurring a transformation within it. A symbiotic relationship unfolds. Awakening from the fragmented dream, Mecca seeks out the Weasley twins, utilizing the funds he originally intended to return to procure a fresh supply of magical creature's blood, ordering even more. Subsequently, he continuously draws blood through the blood womb. As days drift by, the pressure in his head eases, and the memories of battles gradually integrate into an inseparable part of his being. The change is more pronounced. Mecca feels the blood within him boiling, an active essence surging through his veins, spreading throughout his body. This vital component of his dormant vampire lineage, once concealed within the blood womb, now finds release, becoming an integral part of Mecca's physical form. It is the unique gift of self-healing inherent in a vampire's physique. With his eyes closed, he perceives in the darkness the blood illuminating with a glow, silver mysterious patterns weaving through the blood's flow, penetrating the deepest recesses of his being, even reaching the marrow of his bones. He senses that even if a finger were severed, it could gradually regenerate, emerging from nothingness, a remarkable gift. Difficult to fathom even for a wizard, existing solely among the wondrous creatures of nature, evoking envy. Regrettably, this innate talent was not particularly potent, appearing somewhat diminished. Thus, even with the ability to heal, its efficacy paled in comparison to that of an ordinary vampire, necessitating an extended period for recovery. Was this the culmination of the blood progeny's potential? Mecca furrowed his brow. However, he soon discerned that there was still something lurking within the blood, waiting to be awakened through additional crimson essence. Could new transformations be on the verge of emergence? Mecca pondered, once more administering blood to the progeny, filled with anticipation for what changes might soon unfold. As heavy snow began to fall and temperatures plummeted, Hogwarts was enveloped in a wintry chill. Harry arrived bearing news that brought great joy to Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, as he had secured the Quidditch trophy for the house. In gratitude, she agreed to lift the detention sentence for several students. A few stood in the corridor, engaging in light conversation while observing the snowfall outside. The earth was adorned in a shimmering white cloak, when suddenly, a distant black speck caught Mecca's attention. As it drew nearer, he recognized it and smiled, exclaiming, "Hagrid is coming, dragging along a Christmas tree. What kind of Christmas gifts do you think we'll receive this year?" Ron inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. "My family might already be preparing something for me. Perhaps a new outfit or some small trinkets. I hope to receive a few books," Hermione interjected. "Ideally, rare volumes from the magical realm. Unfortunately, my parents are muggles, so what I receive might just be storybooks." Harry paused, asking, "What about your family?" "They have all departed," Mecca replied, gesturing towards the sky, perhaps watching over me from some distant corner. "This past August, my last remaining relative passed away peacefully in her old age." Puta. Within a brightly lit room, an elderly man with silver hair, reminiscent of Frost, gazed at a rare and shadowy cloak in his hands. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passed beneath the moon-like lenses of his spectacles. He carefully placed the black cloak into a red gift box, murmuring to himself, "The blood progeny has reached complete saturation." Mecca felt a pang of sorrow as the final drops of blood fell from his wrist, realizing that this precious blood progeny, acquired from the vampire Phelps, had now exhausted its potential, wholly transforming into his own vampiric lineage. Lowering his head, he noticed that the blood rose emblem of the progeny had dimmed, while faint silver light began to seep through his skin, weaving a tapestry of mysterious silver patterns across his entire being. Something hidden within the blood progeny was poised to emerge, Mecca sensed. He watched as silver light etched delicate runes upon the progeny, accompanied by subtle sounds that seemed to resonate from afar, yet clearly reached his ears. He regarded the blood progeny as still an immature product, with much potential yet to be explored. Nevertheless, he felt an ominous urgency. Much of his strength had already been absorbed by the progeny, and his body had sustained significant damage. Even without unforeseen events, his time was limited. In the formation of blood progeny magic, I had consulted numerous tomes, one of which left a profound impression on me. In the message left by Phelps, he mentioned that a particular book provided him with immense inspiration. It is a tome related to dark magic found within the restricted section of Hogwarts, titled The Alchemy of Life. Further exploration of the potential of the blood fetus is likely to commence from this very book. Is it truly this individual? Mecca was astonished. The author of The Alchemy of Life is a dark wizard named Awakens. Although this name might not be familiar to him, Phelps referenced another of Awakens' works, revealing the secrets of dark magic. In this publication, Awakens introduced a form of magic known as Horcruxes, whose gruesomeness left Phelps deeply shocked, leaving an indelible impression upon him. Phelps regarded Awakens as a genius who had strayed from the righteous path, possessing a talent unparalleled by any wizard for nearly a century. It seems I am destined to venture into the restricted section. Mecca's heart raced with a mix of thrill and excitement. He also learned that The Alchemy of Life is Awakens' posthumous work, likely imbued with his sentiments and final wishes. Chapter 56, Soul Membrane and Magical Fluctuations. Wait, is there a change in the conclusion? It feels remarkably comfortable. Mecca sensed a profound mental massage, rendering him at a loss for words to describe his exhilarating state. He felt that this nebulous silver light, which enveloped him in comfort, did not merely affect his corporeal form, but rather his very soul. This soul membrane would ensure that when the host transformed into an animagus, the magical fluctuations within would be contained, preventing any leakage, thus achieving the effect of concealing one's presence, akin to the mastery of adept wizards. What a genius! Mecca marveled. Once the soul membrane manifested, the blood fetus would lose its luster entirely, its potential irrevocably diminished, awaiting someone to perfect it further. So this is the essence of magical fluctuation? Days later, while the soul membrane was still developing, Mecca finally managed to grasp the basics of the disarming charm and the levitation charm. After successfully casting the spells, he was seized by inspiration and resolved to explore the restricted section of Hogwarts that very night. As the night deepened and the sounds of snoring filled the air, Mecca rose from his bed, donning a form-fitting black cloak. As he whispered an incantation, his figure rapidly expanded and shrank in the darkness, transforming into a pitch-black bat and soaring out of the window. The Black Lake at night is indeed a splendid sight. Mecca lowered his bat head and beheld the lake beneath the brilliant golden moon, the wind caressing the surface, creating shimmering reflections. The moon's image in the water fractured momentarily before gradually restoring itself. What magical creature lurks within the depths of the Black Lake? Mecca scrutinized the enormous shadow, intrigued, for he rarely witnessed magical creatures willingly surface. It appeared to be a colossal squid, though he wondered what made it extraordinary enough to be classified as a magical creature. He ascended high into the sky, swiftly arriving at the tower housing the restricted section, where an eerie silence reigned. The immense shadows of ancient trees swayed against the tower, as if beckoning him. The restricted section harbored numerous tomes pertaining to dark magic, many of which had found their way onto the Ministry of Magic's list of prohibited items, suggesting the presence of protective measures nearby. Mecca admonished himself to exercise utmost caution, suspecting that this place would not generously reveal its secrets. Perhaps there were hidden mechanisms lying in wait for those with ill intent and for overly curious students. A bat flitted effortlessly into the tower, concealing itself in the shadows. He discerned footsteps nearby, meandering and gradually receding. Could it be the caretaker, Felch? Mecca speculated, soon receiving his answer as a delicate meow echoed through the night. Also fading away, likely the sound of Felch's pet cat, Madame Loris. Once the sounds had vanished, Mecca began to explore the surroundings of the corridor while searching for the entrance to the restricted section. He initially intended to enter through a window, but after a thorough examination, he discovered that all the windows of the forbidden area were tightly sealed, compelling him to abandon that notion. It seemed he would have to enter through the front door. Transforming from bat to human, he retrieved his wand and pointed it at the brass doorknob. Alohamra, he whispered, and with a satisfying click, the lock sprang open, revealing a narrow crack in the door. Mecca nudged the door ajar with his toes, cautiously assessing the interior, wary of triggering any hidden traps. Once assured of safety, he pushed the door open further. A sharp chime of a brass bell sent a shiver down his spine. He abruptly looked up, fearing he had activated a mechanism. However, he merely observed the yellow brass bell hanging from the door, swaying gently, its sound gradually fading. Straining his ears, Mecca worried that Felch might return upon hearing the bell. Fortunately, silence prevailed. Breathing a sigh of relief, Mecca gently closed the door behind him and stepped into the antiquated study. The curtains on either side filtered the darkness, allowing mottled beams of light from the sealed windows to seep through. The room was filled with numerous bookshelves coated in dust. As he navigated the aisles, he encountered a plethora of tomes he had never seen in the library, even some he had never heard of: The Medieval Wizard's Guide, Forgotten Ancient Magic, Toxins and Sorcery, Terrifying Creatures Lurking Beneath the Earth, Magical Creatures Anatomy, Spells Born from Catastrophe, Eternal Flames, and so forth. The allure to take them all was almost overwhelming. Despite his eagerness, Mecca prudently refrained from touching, fearing that even the slightest contact might provoke unforeseen changes or noises, drawing attention. The restricted section was indeed rich in literature, and after an extended search that left his eyes weary, he finally discovered the book he had long coveted, Life Alchemy. Mecca paused, quietly reading the text inscribed upon it. The book, bound in black, appeared to be made from some charred beast hide, its surface marked with distinct textures and creases. On the spine, the words Life Alchemy were somewhat obscured. Authored by Audiobook, Mecca noted the name hidden in a corner, the handwriting hasty and nearly illegible. This was the one. As he pondered whether to take it directly, he hesitated, questioning if doing so might trigger some form of disturbance. Perhaps it would be wiser to wrap it in something first. Were there indeed mechanisms present in this place? He was somewhat perplexed. Despite his cautious approach, he had yet to encounter any semblance of a mechanism. Nevertheless, Mecca resolved to take a chance. He carefully retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, gingerly lifting the leather-bound ancient tome. Indeed, it contained the cherished memories of Audiobook. Mecca's eyes sparkled with joy. A fleeting figure flashed through his mind, triggering the spatial awareness within him. Suddenly, he nearly lost his grip on the book as his gaze darted toward the door. The yellow brass bell above was swaying, emitting an exceptionally clear and melodious sound, shattering the tranquility of the night as if to issue a warning. Chapter 57. The Moment of Opportunity. A sharp meow pierced the night, dispelling the previous languor, followed closely by footsteps, rapidly approaching the restricted section. Mecca's heart raced. He feared someone had followed Felch. Felch was merely an ordinary human, easily concealed, but if a professor were to arrive, the situation would grow dire. He listened as the sounds became increasingly distinct, his mind racing with thoughts of whether to take the book. Would doing so provoke an even greater commotion? Opportunity and crisis coexisted. With a decisive thought, Mecca resolved to act. He tucked the leather-bound tome close to his chest, whispering into the darkness. His body began to transform. Suddenly, he felt the book pulsating within his grasp, as if it had come to life, sounds emanating from it, growing louder. Astonishingly sharp, menacing teeth sprouted from the title of the black leather tome, resembling a ferocious beast, gnawing at something, its teeth clicking ominously, evoking a sense of dread. As he observed, the black tome seemed to sense his scrutiny, halting its gnashing with a bewildered expression, and was about to emit a shriek. No, Mecca swiftly reacted, forcefully sealing its mouth against the edge of the bookshelf to prevent it from uttering a sound. He understood the reason behind the tome's sudden activity. It had sensed familiar sparks of energy leaping within it, magical fluctuations silently radiating, captured and devoured by the book, fueling its vitality. This predicament was troubling. Mecca furrowed his brow, realizing the challenges of extracting the book. If his magical prowess were insufficient to control the surging energy within, even if he managed to employ a Nimigus to carry the book out of the restricted section, he would inevitably become the center of attention in the night, burdened with a screaming tome. If the book remained out of its rightful place, the bell would sound an alarm. If kept on his person, the magical fluctuations would resurrect the tome, prompting it to scream and illuminate the night like a beacon. In short, he needed to find an opportune moment to extricate the book. Mecca lamented that had the soul membrane fully formed today, he could have taken a gamble. But the risks were too high now. He might have to wait for the next moment of chaos to seize the opportunity to carry the book away. His keen eyes caught sight of lights flickering in the distance through a crack in the window. Who would be foolish enough to turn on lights at such a late hour? Had someone been disturbed by the sound of the bell? He was astonished that the sound could travel so far. Fortunately, Felch was just an ordinary person, ignorant of magic. Mecca ascertained that only Felchi remained outside, and thus felt emboldened to linger in that place. As the sounds drew nearer and he noticed movement in the distance, he knew it was time to depart. "I shall seek you again," he murmured, gently patting the cover of the ancient tome with a tinge of reluctance. He abandoned the notion of flying out through the window. With only Felchi present, it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, should a window long sealed suddenly swing open, it would undoubtedly alert anyone to the fact that someone had visited. perhaps leaving behind more clues that indicated this individual possessed the ability to fly, or at the very least, was an animagus. Aller. Mecca swiftly uttered the incantation to unlock the door, gripping its edge to pull it shut with the force of inertia, deliberately avoiding the dusty brass doorknob. The door clicked shut behind him as he transformed once more into a shadowy bat, gliding through the darkness, merging seamlessly with the night. Not long after, the gaunt Felci arrived, surveying the dust on the brass doorknob, listening intently to the sounds from within, revealing a look of surprise. Is there no one here? Or has someone departed? In the night, the golden moonlight was momentarily obscured by clouds, leaving only a brilliant sliver exposed, while a black bat soared silently high above, its wings beating rapidly against the wind. What is that direction? Could it be the Forbidden Forest? Mecca pondered, his gaze fixed on the distance, where a fleeting light shimmered amidst the dense foliage, akin to a silent lightning strike, likely unnoticed in the darkness, yet observed by him from his advantageous aerial vantage point. Someone was casting spells in the Forbidden Forest. Could it be a hunt? Mecca contemplated. He circled in the air for a moment, and upon sensing no further commotion, he chose to depart. Even the strongest curiosity could not justify such a venture. There was no gain, and curiosity could lead to peril. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, a blinding white light struck down upon the head of a massive, eight-eyed spider, resulting in a thunderous explosion as its colossal cranium shattered into fragments, releasing a torrential downpour of repugnant venom and viscous bodily fluids. Still, no results. Professor Kiro, cloaked in black robes, deftly avoided the dripping green slime that fell from above, tugging at the brim of his hat with a sigh. He was aware of the unicorn's existence within the Forbidden Forest, yet upon his arrival in search of it, he found this radiant creature remarkably elusive under the cover of night. Countless days and nights had passed. He had traversed at least a quarter of the forest, yet not a single strand of the unicorn's hair had graced his path. To locate a unicorn, it seemed he would need to devise an alternative approach. Within the Forbidden Forest resided a centaur race, well acquainted with its mysteries. Perhaps he could glean information from them, Professor Kiro mused. To the restricted section of Hogwarts, a raspy voice suggested. I recall that someone once conducted a study on the habits of magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, compiling their findings into a tome. There may indeed be records of unicorns therein. To the restricted section, Professor Kiro paused, momentarily taken aback by this unconsidered avenue. He quickly deliberated whether he could directly request access from the school, yet he soon dismissed the thought. The unicorn is a rare creature. The demise of each one is likely to attract attention, and the individual who applied to view this book will undoubtedly become the first subject of investigation. A hoarse voice murmured in acknowledgement. However, since my entrance there has triggered certain events, the scrutiny should now be much stricter. You may need to prepare yourself. Outside, snow began to fall again, blanketing the world in white. Mecca sat alone in his dormitory as snowflakes drifted through the window, landing upon the book he was engrossed in. More snow? He tightened his robe around him, poised to close the window when he suddenly froze. He beheld the blood-red rose on the back of his hand, now completely withered and devoid of luster. Simultaneously, a warm current surged through his mind, spreading throughout his body, emanating a soft glow from within. Had the blood fetus finally exhausted its potential and the soul membrane taken shape? Mecca felt a surge of delight. In the darkness, the silhouette of a black bat emerged, its body radiating a faint luminescence, adorned with silver patterns that spread from its wings, rendering it somewhat peculiar. Under the white light, it appeared ethereal, yet its dark, sharp visage exuded an aura of the uncanny. The silver light did not linger long. The mysterious patterns faded beneath the surface as the bat's once obsidian eyes glimmered with a subtle purple hue in the dark. The presence of the soul membrane had fully matured this bat. Mecca smiled, knowing that when he next invoked his animagus form, the magical fluctuations would be thoroughly restrained. As long as he refrained from displaying any odd behavior, most wizards would likely perceive him as an ordinary bat. With this layer of the soul membrane, the restricted section was ready for another exploration. Chapter 58, Christmas Gift, The Enchanted Ring. In the corridor outside the dormitory, the Christmas tree swayed with colorful ribbons and lush green leaves in the frigid breeze. Most of the students at Hogwarts hurried home in the evening, leaving the castle considerably quieter. On this very night, Mecca Anders received a Christmas gift from afar. Oh, sent from the Alley of Upside Down? Mecca smiled. In her letter, she recounted the status of the potion order's delivery, expressing her elation and optimism for the future. The Northian family, after receiving their purchase of a batch of potions, placed a new order within 10 days, requiring more than 6 times the amount of the previous order. One of them remarked that it had been a long time since they had encountered potions of such quality. Remarkably, each bottle was a superior standard, maintaining a level of stability that exceeded everyone's expectations. He informed me that such potions would be snatched up at a frenzied pace upon entering the market, leaving none to spare. Eva mentioned that, as a result, the Northian family had established a permanent partnership with her, hoping she would consistently supply them with such potions. It seems my potions are quite popular, Mecca mused with a smile. He had anticipated their success, yet he had not foreseen that the consistency and quality would be the greatest selling points. After all, how could an ordinary potion master manage such large orders while ensuring the excellence of each potion? The gift was stored within a bag. Please do not overlook it. This was the last remark made by Eva. Mecca set down the letter and retrieved 2 bags containing the stretching space spell. He extracted an item from one of the bags, a silver ring adorned with sapphires. Oh, what is this? Mecca examined the silver ring in his hand. It appeared to be crafted from a rare material, radiating warmth upon touch, as if it could dispel the chill from one's body. The surface was decorated with exquisite floral patterns reminiscent of tulips, and under the light, it seemed to shimmer with a flowing brilliance within the engravings. He quickly realized that this was a rare magical ring, inscribed with the iron armor spell, which would automatically recharge as long as it was worn by a wizard, allowing 3 uses of the spell with each recharge. What a remarkable find, Mecca exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. This enchanted ring required no incantation, activating at will, a potential lifesaver in critical moments. He slipped the ring onto his finger, and just as he noted its striking brilliance, the sheen suddenly vanished, transforming into a deep black hue. It can change color? Mecca was taken aback. The ring now appeared inconspicuous, perfectly aligning with his intentions. Next, he retrieved a beautifully crafted set of potion-making vessels from a bag, seemingly made of glass, shimmering with silver under the light, a clear indication of their considerable value. Eva's note described them as the work of a master alchemist. While brewing potions, the vessels would emit a cooling aura, alleviating fatigue and restoring a measure of energy to the potion maker. Another splendid item. No longer will I have to rely on Professor Snape's potion tools, Mecca thought, elated as he carefully stowed them away. There was also a Christmas gift without a return address. Mecca pulled this gift from the corner of the bed and opened the box to reveal a black wizard's robe. Who sent this? Upon glancing at the note, he recognized the handwriting. It was from Harry. What a delightful coincidence. A smile spread across his face, for he had also sent Harry a gift, which was, coincidentally, a wizard's robe as well. In the Gryffindor common room, the flickering flames of the fireplace chased away the cold brought by the snow outside. Harry placed the recently received snow-dusted parcel on the floor and inspected it, discovering only a red gift box, devoid of any sender's name or address, which left him somewhat puzzled. Who could have sent this without leaving their name? He rummaged through the parcel again and found a note at the bottom. Unfolding it, he read, "Your father left this for me before he died. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely." Father? Harry was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his father had actually left him a Christmas gift. Eagerly, he opened the red box and revealed a black cloak. Why would my father leave me a black cloak? He wondered, noticing that the hem nearly touched the ground. Was it tailored for an adult? As he tried it on, he was astonished to find that his arm seemed to vanish within the cloak. Is this an illusion? Harry gasped in disbelief. He swiftly donned the entire cloak, standing before the mirror in the public lounge, and was delighted to discover that his reflection had indeed vanished. The only thing visible in the mirror was the flickering fire in the fireplace behind him, crackling softly. This was a cloak of invisibility, and Harry had confirmed its wondrous ability. He glanced out the window. The night was deepening, and suddenly a bold idea took root in his mind. Had Harry received this extraordinary gift? Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the late hour. Mecca understood that Harry was about to embark on an adventure cloaked in invisibility. In the dead of night, Mecca observed Harry suddenly donning the black cloak in the dormitory, disappearing into thin air, his footsteps fading away. After a brief moment, Mecca also rose from his bed, transforming into a bat with violet eyes, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the night. Soon, he spied a figure draped in a black robe, making its way towards the restricted section, exuding a familiar scent. Professor Quirrell had indeed arrived. Mecca silently chuckled. This was the perfect opportunity to seize the moment. He stealthily followed Professor Quirrell to the tower housing the restricted section, hanging from the ceiling and merging into the darkness, utterly silent. Professor Quirrell was also evading detection, as a figure carrying an oil lamp patrolled the area, seemingly on heightened alert due to previous disturbances. Madame Rosmerta, we must keep a vigilant watch these days, the caretaker, Filch, muttered to the cat at his feet. A look of disdain etched across his face. We cannot allow those inherently wicked students a chance to steal precious books. The dim light from the oil lamp flickered as it rounded a corner, its glow trailing away, and Filch's gaunt figure along with the cat vanished from sight. Emerging from the shadows, Professor Quirrell surveyed the direction Filch had departed and, with quickened steps, approached an ancient door. Finally, he had arrived. With a smile, he extended his wand, pointing at the brass doorknob, and a flash of light signaled the unlocking of the door. Quirinus, there's a mechanism on the door. A hoarse voice cautioned. Sensing the magical fluctuations above, Professor Quirrell carefully pushed the door open, looking up to see a yellow brass bell. Just as it was about to ring, it released a mysterious black liquid, a precaution he had prepared for the magical traps of the restricted section. The yellow bell emitted a corroded sound, and he quickly cast a spell at the bell. The incantation, in conjunction with the black liquid, caused white smoke to billow from the bell, and a faint red glow began to materialize on its surface before gradually dissipating. Done, Professor Quirrell smiled. For this was a sign that the spell on the bell had been broken. Was he dismantling the bell's mechanism? From a distance, Mecca took all this in, a silent smile gracing his lips. If that were the case, he had just removed the only obstacle preventing him from retrieving the ancient leather-bound book. Chapter 59, The Alchemy of Life. Patience is key. I must wait for Quirrell to leave before I can enter the restricted section and claim the ancient tome. Mecca, in his bat form, concealed himself in the shadows, utterly silent, his violet eyes calmly observing. As the essence of his soul exerted its power to suppress any magical fluctuations emanating from his corporeal form. Before the ancient door, Professor Cairo was seen surveying the surroundings. Once assured that no one was present, he stepped into the restricted area, the door creaking shut behind him. A few steps forward allowed for the faintest sounds to be discerned. Crisp footsteps echoed from within the walls, hurried and purposeful. He listened patiently, and moments later, the rustling of pages could be heard, as if in search of some elusive information. A triumphant exclamation from Professor Cairo pierced the silence. Found it. The door creaked open once more, and a figure emerged, deftly closing the door behind him. Whispers ensued, and the figure melted into the shadows. Just a few paces away, the recently shut door's sides flickered to life with a dim, yellow light. What transpired? Mecca was taken aback. A sudden wave of alarm surged within him, a potent sense of threat compelling him to flee. The glow from what seemed to be an ordinary oil lamp illuminated the surroundings, yet its reach felt invasive, as if it aimed to unravel his animagus form, to expose him from the obscurity of the night. How could this be? From a distance, a voice of astonishment rang out. A figure attempting to retreat was abruptly illuminated by the firelight, revealing a shimmering aura that shattered, effectively dispelling the invisibility charm. Professor Cairo's face displayed shock beneath the pale moonlight. Had he but glanced upward, he would have noticed a bat with violet eyes suspended from the ceiling. Yet time was of the essence. The crisp sound of approaching boots echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by the billowing of a voluminous black robe in the darkness. Snape? Professor Cairo's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned and fled, his footsteps rapid as he hastened toward the opposite end of the corridor, eager to distance himself from the pursuer. The sound of flapping wings was masked by the footsteps, and a shadow darted away, once more vanishing into the night. Relief washed over Mecca. The intrusion of the firelight had been thwarted by the protective membrane of his soul. He sensed the mysterious patterns on his body glowing beneath his skin, fiercely resisting, ultimately emerging victorious by a narrow margin. This revelation startled him. Was the soul membrane truly this potent? Transformed into a bat, Mecca soared through the night sky, focusing his thoughts to observe the unfolding situation. What was that? Mecca gasped in astonishment. In the darkness, an invisible blade howled through the air like a hurricane, cutting through half the corridor, aimed at the retreating figure of Professor Cairo. Quirinus, Snape, the deep voice resonated ominously in the shadows. He hurriedly pursued, and without a moment's hesitation, Professor Cairo scrambled to his feet, tightening his black robe, and fled in a frenzy. They vanished from sight, both having retreated far away. Mecca remained fixated on the distance, the shock within him slowly dissipating. It was hard to comprehend the extent of the invisible blade's ferocity. He glanced back at the door to the restricted area, noticing that the dim firelight on either side had seemingly extinguished, now gone. Would the light suddenly flare up again? Mecca pondered with concern. Should it reemerge just as someone approached, his identity would surely be compromised. However, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and descended from the heavens. Alighting before the ancient door, his shadow wildly oscillating. The sharp visage of a bat transformed, shedding its darkness to reveal a human face. Allaho! A flash of light flickered. The lock clicked open, and Mecca stowed away his wand, glancing at the extinguished oil lamps on either side before stepping inside. Before long, he emerged, clutching a black, leather-bound tome, his face alight with uncontainable joy as he closed the door behind him. At last it was in his grasp. Mecca glanced at the ancient book, its cover adorned with a gaping maw that he desperately tried to silence. Yet it proved futile. Its piercing cry threatened to erupt, just before it could unleash its cacophony. Mecca swiftly tucked the tome into his cloak. A whisper escaped his lips, and a purple-eyed bat soared into the night sky. It worked. Mecca sensed the mysterious runes on the bat's body activating, the soul membrane effectively dampening the magical emanations from the creature, preventing any escape of power. The tome, deprived of its magical sustenance, became docile. The night air was frigid, having just been blanketed by a heavy snowfall. Was it Professor Snape? Had he not caught up with Professor Quirrell? Mecca felt the searching gaze of Snape, a wave of anxiety washing over him at the thought of an unseen blade slicing through the air to sever his form mid-flight. The expanse around him was too vast. He flew closely along the tower's edge, seeking a vantage point to evade all scrutiny and ascend into the sky, fully departing from his place. Oh, had someone else triggered the book's shriek? As Mecca flapped his wings, he suddenly heard a familiar, anguished cry emanating from the forbidden section he had just escaped. Was it Harry? Curse it! In the forbidden section, Harry was startled by the scream of the book, a cold sweat breaking upon him as the oil lamp he held crashed to the ground, extinguishing the flame and shattering the glass, creating a cacophony in the night. In a panic, he scrambled to gather the remnants, but distant footsteps approached rapidly from various directions, reminding him of Professor Snape, who had slipped away. He hurriedly donned his black cloak, his figure vanishing within the shadows of the forbidden section. Was it Filch? Harry heard the sound of a cat's meow. Holding his breath as he awaited the opportune moment, a figure pushed open the door to the forbidden section, his hair lank and his frame gaunt, surveying the room with a puzzled expression. No one? Filch inquired, drawing closer. Upon seeing the shattered lamp and the oil stains on the floor, he squinted, a cold smirk forming on his lips. It seems we have a little mouse hiding here, Mrs. Norris. We cannot let this thieving little rodent escape. The figure prowled about, occasionally looking up, inching ever closer to Harry, who gripped his cloak tightly in trepidation. This was an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Harry observed the half-open door behind Filch and then glanced at the man scrutinizing the fragments of the broken lamp. Realizing that now was the perfect moment to flee, he stealthily pressed against the wall, maneuvering around Filch's back, inching his way to freedom, finally escaping the darkened room. HM? Filch sensed a disturbance, casting a bewildered glance. But a gust of wind rattled the door. Ah, merely the wind. Having safely exited the restricted section, Harry let out a sigh of relief. He did not pause, but instead continued to move away, for he had spotted the approaching figure of Professor Snape. He had intended to investigate the connection between Nickelmane and the stone, but had barely picked up the first book before being expelled from the area. Once he could no longer see anyone in sight, Harry allowed a look of resignation to cross his face beneath his cloak. He oriented himself and ventured down the darkened corridor. That door concealed a magical mechanism within. Professor Quirrell, concealed in the shadows, was panting heavily, his expression grim. He had prepared thoroughly, yet had almost met with disaster. Had it not been for an unexpected passerby who inadvertently drew Snape away while he was casting the disillusionment charm, he might still be fleeing in a panic. Who could that passerby have been? Quirrell pondered momentarily. He lifted his gaze, his attention caught by a dark shadow soaring through the air at great speed. Was that a bat? Quirrell's mind quickly recalled the encounter with the three-headed dog, his expression turning to one of surprise. Was it the vampire from last time? It had somehow escaped from the creature without becoming its meal. Quickly regaining his composure, Quirrell's demeanor turned serious as Snape's footsteps drew nearer. He dared not make a sound, yet Snape seemed certain of his presence, lingering nearby as if unwilling to depart without uncovering something sinister. He needed a way to divert Snape's attention once more. An idea struck Quirrell, and he raised his gaze to the bat soaring into the distance, his eyes gleaming with intent. A vampire falling from a great height or meeting its demise should suffice to warrant his investigation. A smile crept across Quirrell's face as he whispered an incantation. Disintegrate. He lifted his wand, a pale light flashing like lightning as it shot into the night sky. Chapter 60. On the Brink of Dreams. In the silent night sky, the violet-eyed bat soared high, poised to ascend even further when a blinding light seized its attention. It lowered its head slightly, spotting a figure brandishing a wand materializing from the air, and an alarm rang in its heart. Not good. I have revealed myself. Mecca Anders quickly reacted, unfurling his powerful wings and shooting away at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary bat, despite his heightened vigilance. Flying close to the tower's edge to evade Snape and Quirrell's confrontation, he was nonetheless detected by the lurking Quirrell. As anticipated, the spell was hurled in his direction, flashing past his profile, scattering light like lightning against the night, raising the hairs on his neck. Was that a severing charm? Meccan wondered in alarm. He sensed that if this spell were to strike him, it would surely rend his body apart, creating a rain of blood in the skies. The figure in the corridor appeared astonished. He halted his spell-casting motion, seemingly unprepared for the bat's astonishing velocity. But he swiftly aimed his wand once more, whispering incantations imbued with an unsettling aura, as beams of light flickered and shot forth. A cold wind howled past Mecca's ears, tightening his chest, and he abruptly altered his ascent, lowering his body to evade a spell's luminous arc. Is he attempting to restrict my ascent into the skies? Mecca inhaled deeply, discerning his opponent's intention. This was a ploy to divert Professor Snape's attention towards him. He remained composed, fixating on the beams that converged from both directions. As he executed a sudden halt in midair, a beam swept across from his right wing, while two others pierced the night like arrows. The bat-like form abruptly folded its wings, plummeting through the air, narrowly escaping the beams that zapped past, dissipating into the twilight. There was still a sufficient distance for reaction time, wasn't there? Just as Mecca was about to soar away, he was horrified to discover that a curse had concealed itself behind the previous beams, evading his scrutiny and closing in on him within a heartbeat, threatening to penetrate his skull. In this critical moment, the cacophony in his mind vanished, plunging him into an astonishing state of calm and exhilaration. As images of relevant battles surged within his consciousness, he succeeded. Professor Quirrell, gazing from afar in the corridor, smiled faintly. The beam, symbolizing the shattering curse, struck its target. Momentarily flickering before it seemed poised to unleash a torrent of blood, it was instantaneously countered by a layer of crystalline light, making the night sky shimmer as if stars had ignited. Subsequently, a shadow shot upwards, sweeping across the moonlight, vanishing into the horizon. The iron armor charm? Professor Quirrell recognized the source of that crystalline luminescence, yet he remained astonished. How could a spell be cast whilst in an Animagus form? This is bad. Professor Quirrell's form melted into the air, fleeing rapidly. He heard that Snape had arrived. The clash of the beams produced a significant commotion. Even if only for a fleeting moment, the brilliance was too blinding in the night. The bat with violet pupils soared through the night sky, gliding past the pinnacle of a tower, alighting nearby, the intensity of the sudden movement leaving its body weary and unaccustomed. Finally safe, Mecca exhaled deeply. Had it not been for Ryan's combat experience bestowing him with a formidable heart and swift reflexes, triggering the iron armor charm on his ring in that instant, he would have surely been torn asunder by the slicing curse. He occupied the high ground, observing the dark shadow pursuing in the distance along the corridor, where Professor Snape was set to apprehend Professor Quirrell. This was a case of failing to catch the hen and losing the rice. Mecca chuckled silently. Had Professor Quirrell not targeted him, he might have patiently awaited his chance to depart unscathed. Now, he would undoubtedly have to pay a price. Oh no! In the pitch-black corridor of the restricted section, Harry crouched in a corner, his heart pounding like a drum, scarcely daring to breathe as two figures suddenly rushed before him, rendering him mute. What have you done this time? Professor Snape interrogated, gripping Quirrell's bloodied collar with an impassive expression. Do not attempt to placate me with these futile words, Quirinus. Professor Snape sneered. I have always been aware of your intentions. What are you seeking in the restricted section? Dark magic? Or perhaps some nefarious ritual? Professor Quirrell hastily explained, I am merely intrigued by the collection of books in the restricted section. Beyond that, Iervo no ulterior motivas. I swear, I have no intention of seeking dark magic. In the shadows, Harry, who was hidden in the corner, met his gaze and quickly lowered his head, fearing that their eye contact might draw attention to his presence. He dared not linger, inching away with his face pressed against the wall. After turning a corner and walking for what felt like an eternity, he finally distanced himself from the conversation between the two professors and exhaled in relief. Why did Professor Snape threaten Professor Quirrell for entering the restricted section? Wasn't Quirrell himself qualified to be there? Harry pondered, recalling the blood at the corner of Quirrell's mouth and sensing that he had endured some ill treatment. Perhaps there were vested interests at play, or Quirrell had obstructed Snape from obtaining some advantage. Could it be related to that stone? Why was there a mirror here? His curiosity piqued, He approached and stepped through the wooden door, revealing an ancient mirror with a gilded frame before him. The mirror seemed to ripple, and two faces, both strange yet familiar, began to materialize. Who could they be? Harry stood, transfixed. A figure with a lantern approached. It must be Filch. From a distance, Mecca squinted, his violet pupils reflecting the nocturnal scenery. Filch arrived with an oil lamp, stumbling upon the altercation between the two professors, engaging in conversation with Professor Snape. Meanwhile, Quirrell seized the opportunity to flee the scene in a disheveled manner while Snape was distracted. Mecca dismissed his idle thoughts, spread his wings, and soared into the sky, racing through the howling wind. Soon, he arrived in his dormitory, retrieving the ancient black leather book from his arms. The vague figure in his mind suddenly materialized more distinctly, activating the space within his consciousness. Orblock Mecca smiled. Holding the leather tome, he settled into slumber, yearning to encounter the exceptionally talented dark wizard entwined with the magic of Horcruxes in his dreams. Chapter 61. The Fruits of Life Alchemy. This time, the dream felt somewhat different. Mecca Anders surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. A visitor from afar. Come in and share your thoughts. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed as light flickered in the cave. Mecca was startled, pausing in contemplation. Was this the second wizard to emerge from the haze of dreams? This individual was a dark wizard, requiring caution. After deliberation, Mecca decided to venture further and meet this remarkable dark wizard. Approaching the source of the light, he discovered that the cave opened into a spacious and well-lit old house. Within, a fireplace crackled with burning wood, and before a golden armchair stood a small table adorned with a crimson tablecloth. "Please, make yourself comfortable," the owner of the profound voice offered, pouring a blood-red wine, its rich aroma filling the air. He gestured toward a nearby short sofa, inviting Mecca to sit. I suddenly awoke from the depths of darkness, still pondering who had summoned me from the realm of shadows when you appeared. The owner of the profound voice raised his head. He was a tall, middle-aged wizard, his gaze deep and enigmatic, akin to an ancient well, with a long black beard adorning his chin. "Greetings, I hope my unannounced visit is not unwelcome," Mecca remarked, assessing him and extending his hand in a courteous gesture. "Oh, a man of etiquette, I see," the middle-aged wizard chuckled. "I find it most unsettling to engage with those who are rash and impetuous. They often bring trouble upon themselves." Upon noticing Mecca had taken a seat, the wizard placed a glass of blood-red wine before him and settled down as well. "May I inquire how you roused me from my slumber?" Mecca shook his head. "I am uncertain. It was merely by chance that I arrived here and encountered you." "Oh," the wizard nodded thoughtfully. "It seems I have broached a topic best left untouched. No matter. Since you are reluctant to share, I shall refrain from pressing further. This is Dampa grape wine. Do give it a try." He smiled, gesturing invitingly. "I have added a few special ingredients, which impart a unique flavor, like a crystalline spring amidst a raging inferno, fervent yet refreshing." Mecca lifted the glass to his lips, merely pretending to sip, and remarked appreciatively, "Indeed, it is fine wine, though I seldom indulge." The wizard savored the blood-red liquid himself, relishing the moment as he squinted his eyes. "Ah, it has been far too long since I last enjoyed such a delight. By the way, how should I address you?" "Undus," Micah replied. "Call me Oler," the middle-aged wizard introduced himself, nodding to his own acknowledgement. "Mr. Anders, I have always felt that the opportunities life affords are fleeting and precious. They may vanish in the blink of an eye. Thus, I would like to enlist your assistance in a matter." Mecca narrowed his eyes. "What sort of assistance do you seek? Please do tell." It seemed there was a glimmer of hope. The wizard suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "The task is quite simple." Mecca abruptly rose, his gaze fixed coldly upon the wizard, sensing a profound threat. The great fire in the hearth suddenly flared, transforming into a blazing, ethereal flame, casting the old house into a realm of shadows. He found himself ensnared within, immobile, as though standing upon a quagmire. "What do you intend to do?" Mecca's expression shifted. Yet he quickly regained his composure. The space within his mind provided solace, and he somehow foresaw the imminent events. A perilous opportunity awaited him. Mecca resolved to remain in place. Under the eerie green flames, his eyelids grew heavy, his consciousness blurring, as he beheld the middle-aged wizard leaning in, as if appraising a specimen. Excellent. A splendid specimen indeed. Has he truly undergone the transfer of vampiric blood? What a fortuitous find. The wizard's voice became a distant murmur, echoing from afar. Mecca felt his eyelids droop, weighted as though bound with lead, struggling to keep them open to witness the unfolding changes. "You are fortunate, young man," the middle-aged wizard remarked with a smile. "So, is Mecca's mind gradually succumbed to a haze. This was indeed the legacy of Olderblock. He appeared as though he were suffering from a hangover, dimly perceiving someone chiseling and painting upon his very being, using blood as pigment and a carving knife as a brush. A continuous ache coursed through his body, causing involuntary spasms from head to toe. What a splendid work of art, mused the voice of the middle-aged wizard. That was the last sound he would hear. As the sun reached its zenith, Mecca awoke from his slumber, examining his hands only to catch a fleeting glimpse of mysterious crimson patterns adorning his skin. Is this the artwork that Orblock etched upon me last night? Mecca squinted, and in the darkness, he vividly perceived the intricate tapestry of blood-red markings that sprawled across his visage, neck, body, and limbs, each area shimmering with sanguine light. Most notably the imprints upon his heart and the back of his hands. What an extraordinary notion. Mecca keenly sensed that he could extract a modicum of information from the enigmatic blood patterns. He discovered that the alchemy of life sought to refine humanity into treasure, to transcend the inherent limitations of the human form, cultivating a lineage uniquely one's own, thereby granting individuals magical aptitude akin to that of extraordinary beasts. This was indeed a remarkable concept. It appeared that the mysterious blood patterns had become irrevocably intertwined with his very essence. Mecca continued his observation, soon taken aback. He felt the enigmatic markings merging with his blood imprint, accomplishing what the long-silent vampire wizard Phelps had once aspired to achieve. The dormant blood imprint was revitalized, reborn anew, establishing the foundational tone of his lineage, which would henceforth be rooted in vampiric blood, regardless of future transformations. Furthermore, although the blood imprint had previously withered, its structure had stabilized, and its union with the mysterious blood patterns fortified them considerably. Yet, he sensed that this was still a work in progress. The state of the mysterious blood patterns remained unstable, lacking a sufficient foundation of energy. I require an abundance of magical beast blood to replenish my energy, Mecca realized, feeling waves of hunger, not of the corporeal kind, but rather a spiritual or soulful yearning. Information gleaned from the ether warned him that if the mysterious blood patterns were not adequately nourished in time, they would collapse, and he too would be consumed as energy, reduced to a mere husk. Each time he satisfied the mysterious blood patterns, allowing them to feast, he would reap certain rewards, gradually elevating his lineage beyond its limits. The risks were considerable, Mecca lamented. He understood that even if Orblock claimed to have surmounted the challenges of life alchemy, the markings upon him remained experimental, a novel occurrence in this world, fraught with uncertainty. In his role as a test subject, he had vaguely heard Orblock mention the most crucial point of uncertainty. The mysterious blood patterns required the essence of two powerful magical beasts to achieve completion. Yet he was unaware of which two beasts would be most suitable. One would serve as the primary ingredient, while the other would act as a harmonizer, fully awakening the efficacy of the mysterious blood patterns and solidifying all the gains derived from the nourishing blood, thereby permanently enhancing the purity and potential of one's lineage. If the two are incompatible and do not complement each other, it may ultimately result in a futile endeavor, rendering the mysterious blood pattern ineffective, leading to a certain bloodline affliction and causing the complete loss of inherent or cultivated bloodline talents. It might even result in a regression of magical abilities. Indeed, it is my cerebral capacity that emboldens me to disregard such bloodline disabilities and the potential decline in magical aptitude. Nevertheless, the two formidable magical creatures, Mecca furrowed his brow, as he required a considerable amount, fearing that acquiring it from others would prove to be quite challenging. He swiftly resolved to first procure a substantial quantity of ordinary magical creature's blood to satiate the mysterious blood pattern, allowing it to stabilize. Chapter 62. The first transformation induced by the mysterious blood pattern. Upon arriving at the Weasley twins' abode and articulating his purpose, George and Fred regarded him with a gaze befitting a curiosity. Frankly, George pondered, stroking his chin, the volume of blood you purchase each time is substantial. At times, I wonder if I'm dealing with a vampire. I share that sentiment, Fred nodded in agreement. Since morning, I have felt quite ravenous. To be honest, I too feel increasingly akin to a bloodthirsty vampire. Mecca chuckled, then aligned all the magical creature's blood in a row, ready to indulge in this peculiar repast. As the mysterious blood pattern had left him insatiably hungry, it was a rather delightful sensation. This would elevate the difficulty of life alchemy, for some magical creature's blood is inherently venomous, capable of corroding the stomach. Crimson droplets fell upon the sanguine matrix, delivered throughout his body by the resplendent blood-red rose imprint, invigorating the mysterious blood pattern. In an instant, His form was adorned with a myriad of flickering blood-red lines. Should anyone witness this, they would likely deem me a monster. Mecca was aware that his face was similarly etched with these blood patterns. Should outsiders gaze upon him, they would be terrified by the flowing sanguine light, mistaking him for some malevolent magical beast. I can feel the vampire bloodline within me surging. Mecca closed his eyes, hearing the blood within him rushing, producing a sound akin to a flowing river, vivid and unmistakable. He sensed that as the mysterious blood pattern nourished itself, it was also siphoning the vitality from the magical creature's blood, compelling them to contribute to his bloodline. Harry entered the room, his expression dazed, sitting at the edge of the bed, staring vacantly out at the lake. He had awakened in such a state. He speculated that perhaps he was missing his family, recalling hearing him call out for his parents in his dreams during the night. Yet, as you know, Ron ceased to elaborate. Mecca nodded, aware that Harry's parents had long since passed. He had glimpsed certain memories that stirred his longing, becoming increasingly ensnared in nostalgia, and would need to unravel this affliction of yearning on his own. Ron soon took Harry outside again, being an innate optimist. He coaxed and urged until even the dazed Harry could not resist, leading him out to revel in the scenery and momentarily forget his troubles. Mecca retrieved a bag with golden filigree. Since acquiring this spacious bag, many tasks had become significantly more manageable. He once again absorbed blood through the blood fetus, seeking to entirely eradicate the insatiable hunger that plagued him. The crimson droplets fell with increasing speed, splattering onto the back of his hand, only to be absorbed instantaneously, leaving not a trace of stain. Within him, the blood simmered anew, in the darkness of his closed eyes. He perceived that anima magus had also become infused with blood-red patterns, enveloped in a radiant sanguine glow, even the bat's eyes reflecting a crimson hue. The vampire lineage and the innate anima magus were intertwined in their fates, prospering together or suffering together. Should the vampire bloodline ascend, the anima magus would naturally have the opportunity to transcend its limits once more. Mecca was filled with anticipation, the last time anima magus broke its bounds. It had embraced the essence of an eagle, acquiring magnificent, powerful wings. What aspect would it surpass this time? His anima magus was becoming increasingly extraordinary. Mecca mused. How could a bat possess wings as grand as those of an eagle? Although its speed could not rival that of the eagle, it had long surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary bat. Who could have foreseen such a transformation? If this continued, the bat he could transform into would likely become even more bizarre, breaking through the limitations of bats in numerous ways. Ultimately, what form would his anima magus take? Mecca still hoped to endow his anima magus with the potential of those magical creatures, ideally evolving towards the realm of avian magical beings to shatter its confines. At last, he had satiated this mysterious blood pattern. As night descended, Mecca concluded this session of blood absorption. He felt the vitality brought by the magical creature's blood, intercepted by the enigmatic blood pattern, merging into the vessels of his body, integrating with his own blood, heralding an initial transformation. In the dead of night, in a hidden chamber outside the forbidden book area, Harry found himself once again before the ancient mirror. In its depths, he beheld the faces of his parents, and a wave of familiarity washed over him as he sat on the ground, lost in reverie. Perhaps this was the closest he would ever be to his parents in this lifetime. Harry's expression grew distant, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. His distractions were so profound that he failed to notice someone approaching until a shadow appeared at the door, startling him into a cold sweat. He clutched the nearby black cloak, ready to don it and vanish. It was Mr. Potter, who entered with a smile, adjusting his crescent-shaped glasses and winking at Harry. "No need to worry. I want to divulge what occurs here to Professor McGonagall," he reassured. Harry, still gripping the black cloak, greeted the newcomer uneasily. "Professor Dumbledore." The professor nodded, encouraging Harry to relax as he gazed at the ancient mirror. This mirror of Ariste has captivated countless souls, each drawn to its allure. "Mr. Potter, it seems you two have lingered here for quite some time, perhaps savoring its enchantment?" "Professor, I am unaware of its origins," Harry hesitated, "but I did see certain images within it." "Oh," Professor Dumbledore inquired. "This mirror reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. The most avaricious merchant sees gold within it, while the happiest person beholds their own reflection." "And what do you see?" "Mr. Potter, what did you see?" Harry remained silent for a moment. "Professor, I saw my parents." "Mr. Potter, I understand that you deeply miss your family, but—" Professor Dumbledore sighed and continued, "It would be best if we moved this mirror. I kindly ask you not to visit it again, if you would." Mr. Potter, Dumbledore, chuckled softly, shaking his head as he sat beside Harry on the ground, engaging in a heartfelt conversation. They spoke for a long while, and gradually, Harry seemed to find solace. He exhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the night outside. "Live your life, Mr. Potter. Do not linger before this mirror," Professor Dumbledore advised earnestly in conclusion. He gently patted Harry's shoulder, ready to depart. "Professor Dumbledore, what about you?" Harry suddenly inquired. "What did you see?" "Me?" Dumbledore paused at the door. "Why, I saw you ask. A pair of woolen socks. In the Gryffindor dormitory." Mecca heard the commotion and opened his eyes to see Harry returning late at night. There seemed to be a change in him, and Mecca smiled. "Moments latte." The sounds of snoring filled the air, yet Mecca remained awake. He felt the magical blood within him stirring, the vampire's essence boiling more vigorously. And the animagus closely linked to it was also affected, undergoing a transformation, the first change brought about by the mysterious bloodline. What kind of transformation would it be? He pondered. Chapter 63. The fire dragon Mecca Anders closed his eyes, and within the darkness emerged a bat with purple pupils, its form illuminated by sanguine glow. The once pitch-black fur shimmered with vitality, reminiscent of wild grass blooming with life. It appeared that the alteration was related to the fur itself. Mecca observed as streams of bloodlight dissipated from the fur, flowing and gradually merging into it, indicative of the magical blood's vitality being absorbed through the pores. Once this vitality entered, a sensation of transparency coursed through him, as if he were merging with the bat in the darkness, sharing sensory experiences. He felt his skin shedding, rebirthing. The strength of his fur had transformed. Mecca relished in the sensation. When a new skin emerged, it seemed different from before, shimmering with a lustrous sheen. And for a fleeting moment, Mecca mistook it for glistening black jewels. He immersed himself further, experiencing profound changes. The bat skin strength had more than doubled. While this enhancement seemed modest, Mecca understood that such seemingly subtle changes were, in fact, preparations for breaking through the limits ahead. Additionally, the structure of the fur had slightly altered, promising swifter movement. Mecca sensed that on a minuscule level, both the skin and fur had developed numerous intricate textures, with a mysterious bloodline permeating and quietly transforming their microscopic architecture. The transformation of this structure conveys a message that aligns with the direction of the wind, ultimately providing swifter and more stable speeds for flight alongside the strength of the membrane. "Perhaps it would be worth a try tonight," mused Mecca. As night fell and Hogwarts succumbed to slumber, a bat with violet eyes emerged from the Gryffindor Tower, soaring gracefully across the sky, its speed reminiscent of a raptor. Poised to descend at any moment, fierce and swift like an eagle pouncing on its prey. The velocity increased by another 20%. If it accelerated further, it would surpass that of an ordinary eagle. Mecca felt a surge of delight. Thus, on that day, Mecca dispatched a letter to Diagon Alley, invoking the name of the mysterious potion master to solicit Eva's assistance in procuring the blood of magical creatures. Approaching noon, as he was about to indulge in a hearty meal in the Great Hall, he unexpectedly collided with Hermione at the library's entrance. She extended an old tome towards him, which astonishingly pertained to Nicholas Flamel. "I stumbled upon this today," Hermione exclaimed with a radiant smile. She explained that it was rather peculiar. She had perused that particular shelf several times without noticing the book's existence. However, today, while passing by, she had tripped and accidentally knocked several volumes down, revealing this one. Mecca was taken aback. Could it truly be such a coincidence? He casually flipped through the pages and discovered detailed information about Flamel, recounting significant events in the life of this alchemical master, including his studies at the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in the 14th century. Furthermore, it noted that Flamel had crafted the only philosopher's stone in existence, capable of transmuting any metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life. It was said that he and his wife had lived for over 600 years, closely tied to this magical stone. This narrative elucidated the origins of the stone they were seeking. Hermione remarked, "Its appearance, color, and properties are all meticulously documented. I was just about to seek you out to examine it together." She proposed organizing a small gathering at Hagrid's to clarify the matter thoroughly. "Additionally, I have another matter to verify," Hermione stated. "I believe I saw Hagrid researching information about fire dragons in the library. He was quite discreet, hiding in a corner as if he feared being seen." She concluded, "I suspect something may be amiss with Hagrid, possibly related to a fire dragon." "Is that so?" Mecca pondered for a moment, then smiled. "I shall visit Hagrid's hut." Later that night, four figures cloaked in black robes stealthily approached the castle, knocking on Hagrid's door. "Who is it?" came Hagrid's gruff voice from within as he opened the door, raising an eyebrow at the visitors. Just as Hagrid was about to close the door once more, he remarked that it was not the time for idle chatter. Should a professor come by later, All present might face consequences, given that Hogwarts students were not permitted outside the castle at night. We are aware of the matter concerning the Philosopher's Stone, Harry suddenly interjected. As a group had briefly discussed the stone's significance prior to their arrival, they have determined that the crystalline stone taken from Gringotts by Hagrid is indeed the Philosopher's Stone crafted by Nicholas Flamel, and the three-headed dog resides in that abandoned classroom to guard it. Hagrid paused momentarily, reopened the door, and ushered the four inside, glancing back at the entrance and hushing. How did you come to know about this? I have never mentioned it. Hagrid, Harry began, we had a brief conversation and came to suspect Professor Snape. Hermione added, Professor Snape was injured during the troll incident, leaving behind blood, and there were traces of the three-headed dog's saliva. It is evident he has been to that abandoned classroom and attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, Hagrid shrugged. You still suspect Professor Snape? It seems you have discussed him more than once since the troll incident. Is he not suspicious? Harry inquired. Suspicious? Hagrid shook his head. He is one of the professors involved in setting up the enchantments to protect the Philosopher's Stone. If he is suspect, then I'm also quite dubious. The group exchanged glances, but Hermione suddenly asked, One of the professors? Hagrid, do you mean there is more than just the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone? What is this? Ron chimed in, his eyes gleaming. I've seen that. It is a dragon egg. Indeed, Hermione was taken aback. Realizing this was the reason Hagrid was researching dragons. Harry's expression turned to one of astonishment as he drew closer. Hagrid, hearing strange noises from the iron barrel, assumed something was amiss and quickly placed the hot dragon egg on the table. To everyone's surprise, as soon as it was set down, the shell cracked with a loud pop, and a jet-black claw emerged. Norwegian Ridgeback, Mecca thought, recounting the origins of the newly hatched dragon in her mind. A smile spread across her face. Had it not been for Hermione's reminder, she might have forgotten that there was a powerful magical creature right before them. A dragon of considerable repute in the wizarding world. Chapter 64. The Potent Effects of Dragon Breeding Potions. A wave of scorching breath erupted through the crack from which the claw emerged, and soon the shell shattered, revealing a gaunt black dragon hatchling that clumsily extricated itself. Its wings, adorned with sharp spikes, unfurling to a size that surpassed its body. The black hatchling stumbled on the table, surveying its unfamiliar surroundings, occasionally emitting a hoarse roar. What a fierce little dragon, Mecca Anders exclaimed, feeling the temperature rise beside the table. This hatchling seemed to possess a remarkable talent for breathing fire. Smoke billowed from its mouth with each breath and roar, emanating considerable heat. It is indeed a Norwegian Ridgeback, Ron exclaimed, leaning over the table in astonishment. I have seen them with my brother Charlie, who studies them in Romania. Hagrid, how did you come to possess such a dragon? Harry asked. Well, Hagrid scratched his head. You may not believe this, but the other day I was out drinking, quite inebriated, and I'm not certain if it was a gift or if I won in a card game, but when I sobered up, the dragon egg was indeed in my possession. Oh, look at that. Hagrid smiled, astonished to recognize his mother. The emaciated Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling stood before him, shaking its head as it scrutinized him. When Hagrid reached out to stroke it, the young dragon let out a burp, expelling a jet of fire that nearly singed the black beard on his chin, startling those nearby. I believe you need this, said Mecca, noticing Hagrid's anxious attempts to extinguish the flames on his beard. With a smile, she handed him a cup of water, which Hagrid gratefully accepted. Hagrid, Hermione cautioned, I think you should be a bit more careful while feeding it. Otherwise, one day it might burn down the entire hut. I will be mindful, Hagrid replied with a nod and a grin. But I don't believe Norbert would do that. I trust it knows this will be its home. Norbert? Ron exclaimed, surprised. You named the dragon that? The following day, after leaving Hagrid's hut, Mecca ventured to the library to seek information about the Norwegian Ridgeback, eager to understand the growth cycle of this extraordinary creature to facilitate his blood extraction plan. The growth of a Norwegian Ridgeback is rapid. Within 3 months, its physique will multiply several times over, growing at an almost visible rate daily. One would observe its bones and muscles continuously transforming as black scales gradually envelop its body. After 3 months, it would transition from the hatchling stage into an extended growth phase, which takes approximately 3 years to reach maturity. I thought dragons matured quickly. I didn't realize it would take 3 years, Mecca frowned. That is an excessively long time. By the time the hatchling matures, the opportunity in Olablock's mind might wilt like a withered flower. However, he understood that drawing blood during its hatchling and growth stages could severely weaken it, stunting its growth, or even result in lifelong disabilities, rendering it unable to fly, an unfortunate truth he had gleaned from books on magical creatures. To impose upon such a newly born being seemed rather inhumane, Mecca pondered. Yet soon, he relaxed his furrowed brow, for he discovered a glimmer of hope regarding blood extraction. The text stated that a Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling would begin to shed old blood within half a month to a month. As the old blood is replaced by new, impurities in the hatchling's body would be expelled, significantly enhancing its constitution. This process requires the caretaker to assist using tools to extract the old blood, which is beneficial for the creature's health. A smile spread across Mecca's face as he read this. Half a month was a wait he could endure, and further. The text mentioned that blood-replenishing potions could provide essential nutrients to expedite this process, which is harmless and, in fact, advantageous for eliminating more impurities from the hatchling's body. He realized he would need to brew some blood-replenishing potions in the coming days. Joy filled Mecca's heart as he considered that Olablock's wishes would soon be realized. However, he also felt a pang of concern. His recent expenditures had been substantial, having spent a fortune on blood. Even with the quality of his potions being excellent and the brewing process swift, he could see his funds dwindling at an alarming rate. Studying magic is exceedingly costly. Mecca concluded with a shake of his head before departing to concoct a new batch of blood-replenishing potions. Mecca delivered the blood-replenishing potion to Hagrid and struck an agreement with him. He would extract blood when the young dragon was due for a transfusion, as he intended to utilize this precious blood for his potion research. Hagrid readily acquiesced, harboring no doubt in his mind. He had heard that Mecca had passed the potion-making assessment, establishing himself as the youngest and most gifted potion apprentice at Hogwarts, and he was indeed assisting the young dragon. With a smile, Mecca departed, subsequently bringing high-quality blood, replenishing potions on a regular basis. He began to observe the transformation of the palm-sized Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling into a creature comparable in size to Hagrid's elderly dog fawn. The hatchling had already sprouted numerous glossy black scales, and its robust physique made it nearly impossible for one or two people to capture. Thanks to your blood-replenishing potion, it is far healthier than the average young dragon. Hagrid beamed, elated for the hatchling. He explained that he had consulted various resources and discovered that this hatchling's growth rate surpassed that of its peers, making it not only stronger, but also more vigorous, potentially destined to become the mightiest Norwegian Ridgeback. Hagrid concluded that these remarkable changes were largely attributable to the extraordinary potions. I eagerly anticipate seeing Norbert shine in the future. And that day is not far off, Hagrid stated with conviction. In just 3 years, you will witness it. Mecca nodded, noticing the unobstructed window behind him. You should close that window to prevent prying eyes from seeing anything. Moreover, remain vigilant and ensure no one discovers that you are nurturing a dragon. Hagrid paused, realizing the implications. If the professors at Hogwarts were to learn of his dragon-rearing endeavors, Norbert would likely be sent away, as dragons posed a significant danger to the students within the castle and violated school regulations. He hurriedly closed the window and covered the glass with newspaper. Having completed these tasks, he assured, I will relocate Norbert to a safer place as soon as possible and ensure that Hogwarts students remain unharmed. As half a month swiftly passed, Mecca was dining in the Great Hall when Harry approached him with troubling news, his expression a mix of concern and barely contained anger. He recounted the events of the previous night. Norbert was due for a blood transfusion and seemed to be in distress, his cries attracting Draco Malfoy's attention, who intended to inform Professor McGonagall of the situation. Hermione remarked that Malfoy had followed them to Hagrid's hut a few days prior. She had noticed his presence and advised everyone to avoid discussing Norbert within the hut to avert suspicion. However, their repeated visits to assist Hagrid with Norbert had alerted Malfoy to their unusual connection, she explained. This is an act of misplaced aggression. Malfoy has always despised us and seeks to see us suffer. Now he's found an outlet for his frustrations, Hermione concluded. Is that so? Mecca mused, furrowing his brow, realizing that Norbert's existence had indeed been detected. A sense of urgency washed over him, for Norbert was likely to undergo his transfusion within the next couple of days. If Malfoy were to expose this to Professor McGonagall and Norbert were to be taken away, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Hagrid remarked that Norbert would likely undergo a blood transfusion tonight, leaving Hermione fretting about the unexpected turn of events. Tonight? Mecca, upon hearing this news, swiftly resolved to take the risk of ensuring the blood extraction was accomplished that very evening. Chapter 65. The Acquisition of Dragon Blood. Wait a moment. Has Malfoy still not informed Professor McGonagall about last night's incident? Mecca suddenly pondered this question. Does Malfoy believe it? He questioned in astonishment. He probably does not trust Hagrid's words, Hermione explained. However, he must believe, for Hagrid warned him that if he intended to use this matter as leverage, he would release the dragon into the wild by tomorrow. When Professor McGonagall arrives, will she trust a long-standing employee or a Slytherin student? Mecca understood, as this made sense. Yet he speculated that Malfoy would likely pay another visit to Hagrid's hut tonight, probing whether Norbert was still present. If so, he feared Malfoy might become infuriated and report him on the spot. What then? Mecca inquired. How does Hagrid plan to manage Norbert? Ron raised his hand, interjecting. I have a suggestion. I have contacted my brother Charlie's friend nearby and asked him to come tonight to take Norbert away. Thus, we must dare to escort Norbert to him this evening. He continued. Charlie Weasley's friend will transport Norbert to Charlie, who has experience in raising dragons, ensuring Norbert will thrive in his care. That is an excellent idea, Mecca commented casually. He quickly finished his meal, realizing he needed to check on Norbert's health promptly. If the transfusion had not yet occurred, he would likely need to administer a potent remedy to hasten the process. In the evening, Mecca arrived at Hagrid's hut's backyard, carrying 7 vials of blood-replenishing potion, which he had painstakingly crafted. A new fence had been erected days prior for Norbert's sake, and Hagrid was anxiously observing the robust young dragon, who had captured his heart, now engulfed in worry. Hagrid, how is Norbert faring? Mecca's first inquiry upon arrival was about Norbert's condition. He noticed Norbert huddled in the corner of the enclosure, emitting a hoarse cry. Struggling amidst the earthy clumps laced with wild grass, his scales caked in mud. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Tonight, he would part with Norbert, entrusting him to a stranger in an unfamiliar environment. Yet, he understood that the blood transfusion would be most effective in a tranquil and comfortable setting, as any significant emotional upheaval could impede the expulsion of impurities, potentially leading to long-term repercussions. To be honest, I am quite torn and conflicted, Hagrid confessed to Mecca, sharing his inner turmoil. He wished to send Norbert away to ensure that the dragon would not be endangered in this debacle, while also safeguarding Mecca and his companions from any repercussions of raising a dragon together. At the same time, he longed to keep Norbert close, facilitating his care and ensuring his safety during the transfusion period. Hagrid, I am aware that the blood replenishing potion can stimulate the transfusion process. Thus, I wish to give it a try, Mecca proposed, suggesting the use of multiple vials of the potion as a powerful catalyst to expedite the impending transfusion. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, fully aware that the blood replenishing potion posed no danger to Norbert, yet its effects might exacerbate his suffering. Should he endure greater pain now, or face potential repercussions in the future? Hagrid, you must make a choice for Norbert, Mecca urged. Finally, Hagrid gritted his teeth and said, hand me the blood replenishing potion. I'm afraid that's unnecessary, Mecca replied, bemused, for the vials of potion had slipped from his grasp. Suddenly, Norbert lunged forward, snatching the potion vials from Mecca's hands, shattering one in the basin originally intended for drinking water. He lapped up the potion eagerly, alternating between pained cries and joyous tail wags, resembling a dog in his fervor. Before long, Norbert had drained the basin of the blood-replenishing potion, lying on the ground, continuing to moan and howl as the two watched helplessly. When will Malfoy arrive? Harry and the others had joined them, with Ron speculating on Malfoy's timing to check if Norbert had been released. It's hard to say, Hermione responded, but I hope your brother's friend arrives before he does. That will depend on how long Norbert takes to replenish his blood. Harry observed Norbert's agonizing groans, feeling a pang of sympathy. The blood replenishment process had commenced. Norbert's dragon scales glowed a crimson hue, indicating his body was engaged in hematopoiesis. Once the sheen of his scales transformed from black to a rich red, it would be time for the blood extraction tools. We still have another hour and a half. Mecca calculated, anxious for Norbert's well-being. As night fell completely, Mecca retrieved his elegant, light golden syringe and began the extraction process. The dragon's blood, glistening like rubies, bubbled and hissed within the syringe. Witnessing Mecca's flustered demeanor, Ron burst into laughter. Silence, Hermione hissed, gesturing towards the outside, signaling that someone was approaching. I cannot stop now, Mecca insisted, explaining that the blood extraction needed to proceed without interruption, yet the syringe recognized only its master. Hagrid, close the gate and stall Malfoy for a bit longer. Hagrid, unusually anxious, secured the thatched gate, effectively transforming it into a straw hut, rendering the interior invisible to those outside, while the occupants held their breath in the darkness. Soon, they heard a commotion from outside. Hagrid, I hear the cries of a dragon within. You cannot deceive me, Malfoy taunted. Hagrid, rarely at a loss for words, stammered, that was my pet dog, Fong. It has nothing to do with dragons. Is that so? Malfoy sneered. Yesterday, you lied to me, saying you would release the dragon today. Do you expect me to believe you again? With a loud crash, a corner of the fence collapsed as Malfoy kicked it down, scattering the thatch that had been tied to the fence. The figures inside were suddenly exposed. Malfoy, Harry said, his expression grave. Well then, Malfoy grinned. Last time I lacked evidence to catch you dragon keepers, but now the proof is irrefutable. You, and you, and you, Anders. Professor McGonagall will impose severe penalties on all of you. None will escape. Malfoy, Mecca continued to draw blood while laughing. Do you truly believe you will remain unscathed? Under the cover of night, defying school regulations to arrive here, should a report be made, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly not forget to impose punishment upon you. Malfoy furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he smirked. For the sake of facing 4 of you alone, it is indeed worth it. Mecca chuckled again. Consider this carefully. We are all ordinary students, indifferent to our reputation. Those unshod fear, not those in shoes. However, you're different. You hail from the esteemed pure-blood Malfoy family. This infraction would tarnish the dignity of your noble lineage. Do you not fear bringing shame upon your family? Malfoy furrowed his brow once more, pondering the gravity of the situation, as he realized he had indeed struck a nerve. It was not merely the family's disgrace at stake, but his own pride. Time is running out, Ron whispered, implying that Charlie's friends must be waiting outside the Forbidden Forest. Are you attempting to buy time? Malfoy retorted, realizing the urgency as he observed Mecca diligently completing what seemed to be an important task. Fearing that he might distort the truth before Professor McGonagall, he sneered and turned toward her office. Harry and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, apprehensive of the punishment that awaited them. Let us proceed, Mecca said nonchalantly. Noble has ceased to suffer. With the last drop of blood, we shall draw it as we walk. Only by dispatching the dragon before Professor McGonagall's arrival can we minimize the consequences. The trio hurried to assist, carrying and dragging Noble away to hand him over to Charlie Weasley's associates. Hagrid approached, eager to help, and soon they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As Mecca secured the last vial of dragon blood, several figures descended from the sky on broomsticks, clad in deep gray robes. One of them briefly conversed with Ron before placing Noble into a crate. Together, they lifted the enormous, heavy box into the air, departing under Hagrid's reluctant gaze. He collected the dragon blood into various vials, smiling as he stowed them into his ornate pocket. It requires filtering before consumption, Mecca mused, aware that the dragon's blood contained numerous impurities and could not be used directly. It needed to be purified to extract the cleanest portions. The usable dragon blood would likely be scarce. It should suffice to meet the needs of the mysterious blood markings. Once the night's events concluded, he could begin the absorption process. A smile graced Mecca's lips. Chapter 66. The first consumption of dragon blood. Now that we are leaving, will Professor McGonagall suspect that Malfoy is lying? Ron suddenly suggested that they take advantage of the moment to depart. Harry and Hermione, intrigued, exchanged glances before turning their attention to Mecca. It will be too late to say so now, Mecca replied, raising his chin to indicate someone approaching. Excellent. Professor McGonagall arrived with Malfoy in tow, followed closely by the caretaker, Filch, clad in a green silk robe. Her face, though dignified and composed, betrayed a suppressed anger as she inquired, has Hogwarts truly ceased to impose restrictions on students venturing out at night? It appears that my inadequacy as the vice principal has led me to overlook such rules. Hermione, holding her breath, discerned that Professor McGonagall was employing sarcasm. It was not she who had disregarded the regulations, but rather the group before her. Malfoy, standing behind, silently mocked Mecca, retaliating with contempt. Never before, she reiterated sternly, has there been any justification for your nocturnal wanderings? Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze compelled Harry and his companions to lower their heads. Professor, we were in the wrong. Mecca was the first to admit fault, his tone earnest and demeanor respectful. We are prepared to accept your punishment and guidance, to learn from this lesson and ensure such an incident does not recur. McGonagall's eyes lingered on his face, her stern expression softening slightly as she spoke. To prevent any recurrence, Gryffindor will forfeit 50 points, each of you losing 50 points. Furthermore, she continued, you will face detention. Tomorrow, Filch will explain the terms of your confinement, which will commence tomorrow evening. Filch's gaunt visage revealed a serious demeanor as he nodded. Professor, Malfoy interjected, what about their unauthorized dragon keeping? McGonagall cast a glance at him that silenced his tongue. You too, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin will lose 50 points due to your actions, and you will join your classmates in detention. Harry raised an eyebrow, nearly stifling a laugh. She proceeded towards Hagrid's hut, seemingly to discuss the matter with him. You little rodents, Filch scanned the group with his murky eyes, a chilling smile creeping across his lips as he led the way. What sort of detention awaited them tomorrow? Harry felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He had heard that previous detentions, typically conducted by Filch, were rather unpleasant, leading to psychological distress among some students, eventually resulting in their discontinuation. Now, with Professor McGonagall instructing Filch to oversee their detention, he worried that the former harsh methods might be reinstated. Upon seeing Mecca leisurely reclined by the bedside, engrossed in a book, Harry was taken aback. "Mecca, aren't you concerned about tomorrow's detention? What is there to worry about? We will cross that bridge when we come to it," Mecca chuckled. Harry paused, feeling a twinge of envy at Mecca's remarkably optimistic outlook. Little did he know, entering the Forbidden Forest was a venture Mecca had meticulously planned, seeking to encounter extraordinary creatures and perhaps procure their resources without cost. The forest was vast, and Mecca believed it teemed with diverse magical beings, hoping to meet powerful creatures and, if fortune favored him, acquire their blood without recompense. The following day, as the dormitory emptied and tranquility enveloped the space, Mecca set out the potions apparatus gifted by Eva, commencing the extraction of dragon blood. The once gleaming, speckled dragon blood transformed into a crystalline clarity, revealing the flickering flames that danced within, and as a result, the temperature emanating from the blood noticeably intensified. Mecca completed the task, carefully transferring the dragon's blood into several vials, and stowing away the remaining items, preparing to absorb the dragon's blood before evening arrived. After observing for a while, and realizing that the dragon's blood would not harm his body, he allowed the blood to flow once more onto the crimson mark on the back of his hand. His body began to heat up. Mecca quickly noticed a warm current coursing through his veins, as if fiery threads were weaving their way throughout his entire being, enveloping him in a sensation of intense heat, akin to being trapped in a steamer. Wisps of white steam emanated from the crown of his head, revealing the mysterious blood patterns that had been hidden, now shimmering more vividly, spreading across his body, his hands, and his face. The vampire's blood was being purified, and the animagus began to undergo transformation. Mecca discerned a bubbling sound resonating within his blood, far more vigorous than any previous instances. As he heard the sound, his visage and pupils were enveloped in a crimson glow. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness, the animagus glowed with bloodlight, seemingly engulfed in a conflagration of red flames, fortifying its body as if it were being forged like iron. Its fur appeared ignited, each delicate hair flickering with a dancing flame. Bones, skin, fur, and blood all underwent a rigorous transformation. Mecca could almost hear a chilling sound emanating from the flames, reminiscent of bones shattering, yet the immense energy within the flames washed over them, healing and allowing them to regrow with every surge. Skin, fur, and blood expelled dark red impurities from the bat's mouth, the shedding layers quickly replaced by new growth, while fresh blood surged within the bat's form. Soon, the bat was again enveloped in the blood-colored flames, resembling a sanguine egg, harboring further transformations within. As Mecca prepared to continue, he suddenly realized that his body was overheating. His cheeks felt scalding, and the soles of his feet seemed as if they were standing on fire. The sharp pain jolted him awake, interrupting this transformation. The dragon's blood could not be fully absorbed in one go. Its potency was too intense. Observing his reddened, heated skin and glancing at the remaining dragon's blood, he concluded that he would likely need to undergo this process once or twice more to fully absorb all of it. That night, outside the Gryffindor Tower, Mecca and a few others awaited the gaunt figure of the caretaker, Filch. He led them towards Hagrid's hut, sneering coldly. Filch's chilling laughter sent shivers down their spines. Harry and the others instinctively huddled closer together, slowing their pace, while Ron's eyelids twitched nervously. "For this detention, you will be accompanying Hagrid to address matters that have arisen in the Forbidden Forest concerning a wondrous creature known as a unicorn," Filch remarked as they approached Hagrid's hut. Chapter 67. The Goodwill of the Young Unicorn. "Are you out of your mind?" exclaimed Malfoy, incredulous at the notion of detention taking place in the Forbidden Forest. "Do the professors not realize how perilous it is there? Will the werewolves spare us simply because we are students?" "Werewolves?" Harry gasped in surprise. He cast a glance at Hermione and discerned a grave expression upon her face, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. It seemed they were confronted with a perilous creature. Yet it was not merely a werewolf. Filch's gaunt visage twisted into a sardonic grin. "I can assure you, there are other beings here capable of providing you with a profound experience." He stepped forward and knocked on Hagrid's hut door. Harry, consumed by worry, inadvertently collided with Mecca Anders beside him. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Mecca wearing a smile. Indeed, Mecca appeared utterly unfazed by the tension, which filled him with envy. When Filch rapped on the door, Hagrid emerged from within, accompanied by a large black dog. He seemed somewhat disoriented, as though nostalgia for the recently departed dragon. Norbert, wait upon him. Hagrid, what transpired in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione inquired, eager to unravel the mystery of their gathering. Is there something amiss, Mr. Anders? Mecca chuckled, relaying Hermione's question. Miss Granger is inquiring about the events in the Forbidden Forest that necessitated our assembly this evening. What has occurred? Hagrid's countenance darkened as he recalled the turmoil within the Forbidden Forest. A hunt took place. Someone intruded and wrought havoc. Just days ago, a unicorn, renowned for its grace and tranquility, was slain. I discovered its carcass at the forest's edge. Huh? Hermione gasped. I recall that unicorns are formidable magical creatures. Are they not? Indeed. Hagrid nodded solemnly. Regrettably, the individual who hunted it seems to have rendered its magic impotent, leaving it exhausted and vulnerable, ultimately leading to its demise. And how did it die? Ron pressed. From excessive blood loss. Hagrid's expression grew graver still. When I found it, its body was nearly intact. Save for a wound in its abdomen, where the blood had long since congealed, it had bled out. Such a heinous act, Hagrid sighed. What a lovely and gentle being it was. I had witnessed this unicorn rescue a drowning soul, only to meet such a tragic end. The faces of Harry and the others also darkened, feeling the profound injustice of such a benevolent creature's untimely departure. Since the unicorn has perished, why are we here? Malfoy interjected sharply. Though the unicorn has succumbed, another still resides within the forest, Hagrid remarked, noticing Mecca hastening towards him. He paused as Mecca knelt before a pool of faintly glowing silver blood. Is this unicorn's blood? Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment. The surviving unicorn is wounded. It appears gravely injured and is in flight. Mecca elaborated. He gently touched the shimmering blood, sensing the changes within himself, diverting the attention of the others as he endeavored to perceive the essence of the blood. This blood is quite old, its vitality nearly extinguished, Mecca concluded. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the remnants of its vitality had sparked a reaction. Even the slightest trace invigorated the dragon blood infused within him, suggesting that this blood held a remarkable synergy with dragon blood. Very well, the blood of the unicorn should be quite suitable. Now a new goal has emerged. Mecca smiled silently. However, he harbored concerns. It was said that consuming unicorn blood would result in a curse, and he wondered whether merely absorbing a certain essence from the blood would trigger such a curse as well. He decided to postpone further experimentation and research until he could procure some of the unicorn's blood. With this resolution, Mecca and the others departed from the pool of now useless unicorn blood and ventured deeper into the forest. Hagrid, his expression solemn, conveyed several important warnings, urging them to be attentive to the sounds and scents within the Forbidden Forest. If they caught a whiff of blood or heard any unusual noises, they were to retreat without curiosity. Should their curiosity get the better of them, it might lead them into peril. The group exchanged glances, taken aback by Hagrid's unusually grave demeanor. Clearly, the unicorn had drawn unwanted attention, and the situation was dire. After a moment of contemplation, Hagrid made a new decision. Remember, he said, as long as you heed my words and refrain from reckless actions, your safety can be assured. It is often more convenient for one to act alone. With that, Mecca set off on his own. He reasoned that his knowledge of Animagus transformation would facilitate exploration, allowing for a swifter escape in the event of danger. And he spent some time persuading Hagrid and the others of his plan. The nighttime Forbidden Forest seemed shrouded in a dense fog, while the surroundings were relatively clear. The distance blurred into a nebulous mist, with the silhouettes of trees becoming indistinct. Caw! A red-eyed raven cawed from a branch, its call reminiscent of a mouse. Intrigued by the sound, Mecca looked up and marveled. Indeed, Hogwarts Forbidden Forest is a treasure trove, teeming with wondrous and unfamiliar magical creatures. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He rolled away from his original position just as a deep gash was torn into the ancient tree behind him, with splintering in all directions. The trunk, as thick as a barrel, was nearly pierced by a claw. A black solitary wolf stood upright before the tree, howling madly, its eyes glinting with a sinister red light. Fixated on Mecca's figure. A werewolf? Mecca frowned. This creature seemed to have lost its sanity. He lifted his gaze and indeed spotted a golden, full moon emerging from the mist, its radiant light piercing through the fog. A woo! The upright wolf howled at the moon and lunged toward Mecca with terrifying speed. Teferi Monage. Mecca nimbly dodged, brandishing his wand and whispering incantations, his eyes sharp and composed. Drawing from his dueling experience, his movements in battle became increasingly decisive and fluid, with the wand emanating brilliant white mist. The dry twigs and leaves scattered across the ground suddenly surged forth, transforming into white birds that shot through the air like arrows, their beaks sharp and glinting with a silvery sheen. The werewolf was exceptionally swift, narrowly evading the razor-like beaks of the birds. However, the scattering of white feathers obscured its vision, causing it to thrash about wildly, its claws so formidable that they sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. As it emitted frantic cries, a decayed piece of timber on the ground transformed into a silver arrow, hurtling towards the werewolf with alarming suddenness, reaching it in an instant. Had this triggered an instinctual ferocity within? A dual assault? Mecca's finger twitched, and a flash of white light flickered from the black ring on his right hand. The iron armor spell activated, repelling the wolf's lethal claws with an imperceptible armor, sending it hurtling backward. Having dispatched the wild wolf, Mecca's cold black eyes remained composed, poised to cast a counterspell against the werewolf lunging at him. But what was this? Mecca paused, astonished, halting the motion of his wand. A warm white radiance emanated from behind him, illuminating the scene as the wolf and werewolf unleashed unwilling howls, their forms vanishing into the darkness. A unicorn? A smile graced Mecca's lips. It appeared to be a young unicorn, mistaking him for a threat and coming to his aid. Perhaps it was that injured unicorn? Mecca swiftly approached the thicket, discovering silver droplets of blood on the ground. Though scarce, he thought, even a little could accumulate. And he hurriedly gathered them into an empty potion vial. Then, a whisper arose, and a bat with shimmering purple eyes surged into the night, darting swiftly to pursue the unicorn's silhouette. Chapter 68. The Animagus is about to transform into a bird of prey. Deep within the forbidden forest, the purple-eyed bat flapped its wings, suddenly bursting forth with the speed of a falcon, nimbly navigating through the thicket, relentlessly chasing the fleeting white figure in the distance. Such incredible speed, Mecca Anders marveled. Having transformed into an Animagus, his speed was already extraordinary, rivaling that of a falcon, yet the majestic unicorn was still eluding him, remaining out of reach. Where could be headed? Mecca lowered his head, the sharp bat's skull sniffing the air. In the night, shadows danced among the trees, and suddenly a silhouette darted through the treetops, causing leaves to scatter. Once again he caught sight of it. Using his keen sense of smell to take a shortcut, Mecca resumed his pursuit of the white figure after being momentarily thrown off course. Was this a spider's den? The bat soared through the air as Mecca heard commotion below, prompting him to glance down. A gigantic eight-eyed spider rotated its eyes, fixated on the shadow passing overhead, while dense clusters of enormous spider eggs lay concealed among the massive roots and foliage, opening pairs of smaller, pale eyes in the darkness as the shadow flew by. One eight-eyed spider, hidden upon an ancient tree trunk, suddenly spat forth a massive white web as Mecca passed, attempting to ensnare him in his bat form. Indeed, it was a spider's lair, teeming with colossal spiders, Mecca mused. His form surged upward like a swift arrow, suddenly halting and darting, brushing against the white web as he leaped into the sky, narrowly escaping disaster. He quickened his pace, fearful of losing sight of the unicorn and its scent. However, he abruptly hovered in midair, ceasing his pursuit to observe from above. A shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, ambushing the young unicorn. The unicorn emitted an indignant, youthful cry, its horn radiating a brilliant white light that coursed through its majestic form, astonishingly amplifying its speed, allowing it to vanish in an instant. Alas, I cannot pursue it any longer, Mecca sighed. He observed the frightening velocity with which the white light darted through the forest, agile and unfettered by the terrain, even utilizing the landscape to hasten its escape. The ambusher seemed to relent. That figure resembled Professor Quirrell. Mecca noted that the shadowy figure had halted and chosen to depart. Yet he remained too distant to discern the scent that would confirm the identity of the individual. After a moment of observation, he watched as the figure disappeared into the distance. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared once more, fading into the night. Is everyone all right? After regrouping, Hagrid scrutinized them, inquiring if they had sustained any injuries. Harry and his companions remained engulfed in unease, frequently glancing back at the ominous stirrings of the forbidden forest. It's exceedingly dark, Hermione remarked. If one does not draw near, even the dead branches on the ground are invisible. Ron lethargically nodded in agreement, then asked Hagrid, "The day is over. Does that mean the curfew is lifted?" Hagrid shook his head regretfully. The curfew will persist for several more days, perhaps 4 or 5, maybe 5 or 6, until the unicorn-esque body or traces are discovered, or until Professor McGonagall calls it off. The group's expressions darkened, realizing they would endure this thrilling yet fearful experience several more times. What a crude task, Malfoy coldly commented. Hagrid shot him a glance and shrugged at the others. Well then, see you all tomorrow night. He contemplated the possibility of detecting the unicorn's scent or other signs that might expedite its discovery. Back in the dormitory, Mecca felt mentally drained, as though the essence of dragon blood had covertly augmented his mental burden, prompting him to retire early. The following morning, he arose, prepared himself, and, once the dormitory was vacant, resumed the absorption of the dragon blood. The crystalline dragon blood, flecked with dazzling fire-like spots, cascaded from the transparent vial, each drop exuding a searing essence as it fell onto the crimson mark upon Mecca's hand. The transformation commenced anew. Mecca sensed a resurgence of heat coursing through his body, his blood boiling. In the darkness, the animagus was shattering and reconstituting, bones fracturing, for shedding, blood surging forth. Subsequently, the bat concealed in the shadows regrew its bones and fur, generating new blood, radiating a vivid sanguine glow, brimming with vitality. This cycle repeated itself, resulting in significant changes to the bat's physique, its strength continuously amplifying, striving toward an unattainable pinnacle. The resilience of its bones and fur rendered the bat's wings more robust and powerful. Mecca was elated. This represented a new elevation in speed. Previously, he had merely matched the swiftness of a hawk, but now he aimed to exceed it by several degrees. And this growth, though slowing, was still in progress. Mecca estimated that given the current transformations, the bat's speed would ultimately reach twice that of the falcon, truly becoming a remarkable aerial athlete. Furthermore, its appearance had undergone a startling change, sporting remarkably sharp claws. With an unusual expression, Mecca observed that the bat had shed its former visage. Its once slender and fragile dark feet had now become robust, and the claws had sharpened significantly, gleaming with a metallic luster. He could sense that the animagus was evolving towards that of a raptor, its claw strength poised for a dramatic enhancement, potentially rivaling the falcon soon, capable of seizing serpents and terrestrial creatures with its talons. Should it continue to evolve, it might transform into a fearsome beast. Mecca felt a sense of helplessness, fearing that in the future, the animagus might reveal itself as a majestic raptor, far too ostentatious. The last vestiges of dragon blood vitality were dissipating. Was this being stored for a final metamorphosis? Within the bat's body, he noticed a series of crimson, mysterious patterns embedded, extending from its cranium throughout its form, even the membrane of its wings exuding a sanguine glow. He understood that these subcutaneous, enigmatic bloodlines possessed a certain magic, continuously enhancing the animagus's physique and awakening its potential, sowing the seeds for its future extraordinary evolution. As the animagus's transformation reached a pause, Mecca turned his attention to himself, seemingly perceiving silver, mysterious runes extending through his blood, continuously evolving and shifting in an unpredictable manner. His magical prowess surged once more. To his astonishment, he witnessed the silver runes in his blood flowing with a silvery sheen, merging into his body, elevating the concentration of his magical energy. Soon, what he had always regarded as a pitifully minimal change in his magic began to emit a purple mist, heralding the emergence of new magical energy. At this rate of growth, if he were to also consume unicorn blood, it could likely usher in yet another significant transformation. Mecca speculated that the upper limit of his bloodline had been unlocked by the vitality of the dragon blood, and upon the infusion of another powerful being's blood, his entire being would undergo a monumental change, magic included. Was it truly so late? The confinement of the Forbidden Forest was about to commence again. He needed to hurry to Hagrid's hut and gather with the others. Chapter 69. Silver Arrows in the Darkness. Is everyone gathered? In front of Hagrid's hut, the group assembled as he began to outline today's exploration route, instructing several individuals to circulate the maps he had drawn. He then arranged as before Ron and Hermione will form one group, while Harry and Malfoy will be another. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Anders, would you prefer to accompany me, or join Harry and the others for company? He further clarified that he was inherently sensitive to sound and would be the first to leave and call for help should any situation arise. Seeing that persuasion yielded no results, Hagrid solemnly reminded him to exercise utmost caution. The group ventured into the still mist-shrouded Forbidden Forest, parting at the edge and proceeding along their planned routes. Before long, a shadow within the forest erupted with astonishing speed, soaring skyward. The unicorn lies injured, yet it runs with astonishing swiftness. Quirinus Quirrell gazes at the tracks imprinted in the earth, his expression darkened. Hogwarts has already reacted, and the search for the forest has commenced. He knows he must hasten his efforts to capture the unicorn. Since pursuit proves futile, he contemplates an alternative approach. The night is profound. Shadows dance among the trees in the Forbidden Forest, and strange bird calls echo distantly. Professor Quirrell soon arrives at a secluded cave, a former dwelling for a pair of unicorns. Here he waits. The adult unicorn had succumbed to his ambush, its blood drained, while the remaining young unicorn sustained injuries in its attempt to protect its mother. The adult unicorn's anguished cries before its demise prompted the young unicorn to flee. Quirrell harbors a tinge of regret. Had it not been for the powerful centaur's interruption, he would not have abandoned the adult unicorn's carcass. He is convinced that a mere scrap of the mother unicorn's flesh would incite the young one to follow. Indeed, half an hour later, a smile graces Quirrell's face. He observes a radiant light approaching through the darkness, a magnificent white unicorn emerging from the brilliance, recognizing the familiar cave. It kneels, emitting a plaintive cry. Unaware of its surroundings, a searing flame shoots forth like an arrow, striking one of its front hooves and engulfing it in horrific heat. The unicorn cries out, its brilliance extinguishing the flames as it attempts to flee, realizing too late that it is ambushed. It turns to dash away, its steps unsteady. Does it still hope to escape? Quirrell follows with a cold smirk. Fragmented, he murmurs incantations under his breath. Terrifying, blinding blades of light surge forth, sealing the unicorn's escape. A chilling shriek pierces the darkness as one sharp blade pierces an ancient tree, cleaving a massive gash into the trunk, causing the venerable tree to collapse, nearly burying the unicorn. The unicorn, enveloped in a white glow, evades the falling tree, while its burnt hoof gradually heals. It emits frantic cries, desperately seeking a means of escape. With a whoosh, a white blade slices through, piercing another front hoof and releasing a spray of silvery blood. It collapses, struggling to crawl, emitting helpless, juvenile sounds. It is time to conclude this. Quirrell approaches leisurely, his wand emanating a suffocating glow, prepared to deliver the lethal Avada Kedavra curse into its skull and end its life. Suddenly, a swift, piercing shriek erupts in the night. A silver arrow streaks through the air, striking Quirrell's arm and causing blood to spurt forth. A centaur's arrow? Quirrell is startled, caught off guard. He attempts to shield himself with his other arm, only to have it torn by the silver tip. His wand nearly slips from his grasp, the hastily conjured Avada Kedavra dissipating, its eerie green light extinguishing. Who? He endured the excruciating pain in his hand and bellowed towards the origin of the arrow. In the darkness, amidst the myriad ancient trees, a shadow sat silently atop one of the branches, revealing a smile in the night. I have finally located this unicorn and intended to borrow some of its blood. How could I allow you to take it away? However, maintaining the arrow's form was indeed no easy feat. He had fashioned the arrow after encountering a group of centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, most of whom carried long silver arrows on their backs. His imitation was motivated by a desire to use the centaur's presence to intimidate Chilo. He whispered an incantation, and the dry twig he cast transformed into a silver arrow, which, instead of targeting the enemy, shot back towards the direction from whence he came, swiftly disappearing into the night. Since when have the centaurs become so treacherous? Noticing the prolonged silence from a newcomer, Professor Chilo's expression darkened, and he mockingly spoke in a feigned hoarse voice. Yet, the visitor displayed remarkable patience, offering no response. After a lengthy pause, the night remained still, save for the distant calls of strange birds echoing in the gloom. This individual was toying with my mind, attempting to force me back. Chilo's demeanor was as cold as water. The arrows that remained unshot in the darkness were the most perilous, for their origins were unknown, posing a lethal threat at any moment. Thus, he dared not relax his guard, remaining vigilant. After enduring several tense minutes, he finally caught sight of movement in the grass, accompanied by a rustling sound. Is that it? Chilo felt a surge of hope. A white blade of light suddenly sliced into the undergrowth. A splash of warm blood filled the air, and a mouse, the size of a human head, was cleaved in two. Just a mouse? Chilo's smile vanished, and his countenance darkened once more. He turned to survey the surroundings, but his expression shifted dramatically as he leaped away from his previous position. A silver arrow struck the ground where he had stood, its terrifying speed and force uprooting the earth and shattering the thick roots of ancient trees. Chilo was instantly drenched in cold sweat. That arrow had been aimed at his head. The consequences of being struck were too dreadful to contemplate. Come out, he barked, assessing the direction from which the dead mouse had come. The arrow had originated from that area. Not there. The hoarse voice finally spoke, its tone no longer weak. Are you awake? Chilo exclaimed with joy. The figure had fallen into a deep slumber after consuming the unicorn's blood, and now had finally awakened. The hoarse voice affirmed with a grunt, stating, Quirinus, the magical energy fluctuation is highest in that ancient tree to your right. Chilo turned his gaze and indeed spotted a towering ancient tree amidst the thicket. A chilling smile crept across his face as a brilliant inferno surged forth, tearing through the night. In a terrifying explosion, a shadow leapt from the treetop, sweeping across the landscape. The instantaneous heat had already severed the top of the ancient tree, incinerating its dense foliage entirely, with burning leaves cascading like fiery butterflies. An animagus? Chilo scoffed. It was merely a mouse masquerading as a centaur. In the next moment, he directed his wand towards the soaring birds in the sky, beams of light twinkling like stars in the night. Yet, he had still been discovered. Make a sword high above. Chapter 70. The Harvest of Unicorn Blood. It appears that Chilo has shown restraint within the castle. Mecca Anders perceived that the cutting spells approaching from behind were more numerous and swift than those encountered previously outside the Forbidden Zone. He surmised that Chilo had likely refrained from unleashing his full potential outside the Forbidden Zone, thus exhibiting caution. Fortunately, I too have grown. A smile graced Mecca's lips. He calmly observed the dazzling blades of light racing towards him, and with a sudden flick of his wings, he accelerated beyond the speed of a soaring eagle. The spell-casting Chilo, unable to anticipate that Mecca had held back, did not unleash his utmost velocity. Thus, while the blades were quick, they lacked agility. Under the peculiar flight trajectory of the purple-eyed bat, sharp beams of light either grazed his ears, leapt from beneath his feet, or were obstructed by the towering ancient trees, exploding with residual force in the night, startling flocks of birds into a panic. The remaining beams struck the bodies of the birds, causing their flesh to splatter like watermelon, feathers and blood raining down into the air. From above, it was evident that I held the advantage. Mecca was acutely aware of this. Therefore, as flames shot forth like arrows, his purple pupils were filled with the glow of fire, yet he maintained a clear train of thought. The roaring flames produced a thunderous sound as he flew forward at a steady pace, unperturbed, and swiftly took refuge behind the flock of birds as the flames approached. Boom! The flames collided with an obstruction, bursting apart and scattering sparks that bore a terrifying heat, incinerating the birds that were caught in the vicinity to charred remains. Such formidable flames, Mecca marveled. He recognized Chilo's profound mastery over fire spells. The temperature was utterly untouchable. Any fleshly form that came into contact would either perish or be severely crippled. Should he confront it directly, survival would be improbable unless he employed the iron armor spell inscribed on his magic ring. The centaurs have arrived. A smile spread across Mecca's face as the silver arrow shot forth from his direction, successfully luring the centaurs. Beneath the golden moonlight, a troop of riders, bows drawn and arrows nocked, charged from the distance, parting the white mist and stirring up clouds of dust. Hearing the commotion, Professor Chilo's expression shifted, and he hastily covered his face with his robe. Swoosh! A silver arrow struck the ground with force, sending dust soaring high and settling upon his boots and robe, a testament to the power it carried. He understood that the unseen rat was at work, intent on thwarting his plans. If he could only discern its visage, he would ensure that this rat would one day pay a bloody price. Let us depart. Quirinus, a hoarse voice uttered. The centaurs here are formidable. If surrounded, escape would be impossible. Chilo's gaze flickered, seemingly deliberating, when he suddenly noticed a towering figure emerging from the swirling dust behind him, rapidly approaching. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and abandoned his intentions, his black robe billowing as he swiftly vanished into the night. Emerging from the mist, a formidable group of centaurs appeared, their upper bodies human while their lower halves were equine, possessing an innate strength and imposing stature that inspired awe. Among them, a venerable centaur with silver hair cascading down his shoulders stepped forward, surveying the surroundings but finding no trace of human presence. He ultimately approached the little unicorn, examining its pitiful condition. The figure who had fled moments earlier appeared to be a sorcerer hunting unicorns, as some centaurs watched the retreating silhouette cloaked in black. Shall we pursue? One centaur inquired. Not necessary, the elder centaur replied, shaking his head. As long as it does not affect the centaur tribe. This matter is of no concern to us. Let us move on. It has been a mere farce. The centaurs departed as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving the little unicorn alone in the darkness, moaning and struggling to rise, but repeatedly falling, its luminescence dimmed, seemingly affected by its injuries. Such a tragic sight, murmured Mecca as he stepped from the shadows. He assessed the wounds and blood on the unicorn, driven by a sense of not wanting to waste resources. He filled several vials with potions. However, he soon felt a tad embarrassed under the unicorn's wide, blue gaze and stowed away the filled vials. To be honest, I still feel it's insufficient, Mecca pondered aloud. How about lending me a bit more blood in exchange for healing potions? The unicorn, not comprehending, continued to gaze at Mecca. It recognized him as the human who had once been attacked by werewolves, emitting a soft, youthful whimper and nudging him with its head, seemingly expressing gratitude for his aid. All right, I've given up, Mecca sighed, realizing the unicorn's blood was quite precious. He had initially hoped to profit more from it. He retrieved various healing potions and sanguine elixirs from his belongings, administering some orally while applying others to its wounds. Speaking to himself, he paid no mind to whether the unicorn understood, and only when he noticed signs of healing did he rise to depart. The little unicorn called out in a tender yet reluctant manner, as if considering him a friend. It attempted to rise and follow, but its injuries were too severe, and though its glow was gradually returning, it could not stand just yet. I have no place for you to recuperate. Following me would not be wise, Mecca lamented. The cost of caring for such a large unicorn would indeed be substantial. Yet, a smile soon graced his face as he noticed an approaching figure. The unicorn also recognized the presence and emitted a joyful sound, seemingly familiar with the newcomer. It appears your friend has arrived. I can leave with peace of mind. Mecca bid farewell with a smile. Whispering an incantation, his form transformed into a bat with violet eyes, soaring into the night sky. Shortly thereafter, a solitary centaur with deep blue eyes arrived, tall and robust, with long platinum hair. He knelt to examine the little unicorn's injuries and then hoisted it onto his back. 3 unicorns. One has perished. One has been found, leaving only one remaining. The centaur, Ferlens, sighed, lamenting the troubling times. He carried the little unicorn away, his silhouette fading into the depths of the forbidden forest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Mecca refrained from immediately consuming the unicorn's blood, believing that the timing was not yet ripe. The effects of the dragon's blood were still unfolding. He sensed that the dragon's essence continued to radiate residual warmth, reshaping his body, a transformation that left him feeling fatigued each night, as if his corporeal form bore an unwelcome burden. He speculated that if the dragon's blood was already taxing his body, the addition of unicorn blood might ultimately overwhelm him, leading to unnecessary harm. He resolved to wait until the morrow. Mecca felt that by the time the confinement ended again the next day, the effects of the dragon's blood would have completely dissipated, marking the ideal moment to partake of the unicorn's essence. After a brief cleansing shower, he swiftly retired to bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Though the first 2 days of confinement yielded no good news, they were devoid of ill tidings as well. However, on the 3rd night, when the group reconvened, Harry brought forth a piece of disheartening news. A majestic unicorn had been slain, its blood completely drained. It dawned on him that apart from the small unicorns, there existed another unicorn within the Forbidden Forest. What had transpired? Ron inquired, having also witnessed the lifeless unicorn, yet lacking a full understanding of the situation. Just as Harry was about to speak, he caught sight of Malfoy eavesdropping nearby and promptly fell silent. This revelation marked the conclusion of their confinement. The group had planned to celebrate in Gryffindor's common room and have Harry recount his observations. However, as the hour grew late, Ron began to feel drowsy, necessitating the postponement of their festivities until the following evening. In the dead of night, Mecca prepared to test and absorb the unicorn's blood in his dormitory. Chapter 71, Awakening of Bloodline Talent. In the stillness of night, Mecca Anders retrieved a vial containing the unicorn's blood. The elixir shimmered with a silvery luminescence, as if the Milky Way had descended to Earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Upon uncorking the vial, it seemed as though starlight poured forth, accompanied by warmth and a fragrant aroma that invigorated his spirit. Oh, the bloodline fetus detected it as harmless? Mecca was taken aback. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent, and the bloodline fetus conveyed a message, indicating that while the blood was not to be consumed, it posed no threat. With this understanding, he decided to proceed. Mecca tilted the vial, allowing the radiant liquid to cascade onto the bloodline fetus, where wisps of vapor rose and the silvery blood was gradually absorbed. He felt a peculiar coolness entering through the back of his hand, penetrating deeply into his lungs. The effects were commencing. Mecca closed his eyes, his body glowing as mysterious blood patterns emerged upon his visage. Before long, fiery and silvery lights intertwined within the blood patterns, gradually dissipating the blood's glow, leaving only an extraordinary and resplendent radiance upon the surface. In the depths of darkness, he heard the sound of flowing springs as the blood within him quickened its pace. Waves of brilliance reflecting within, drawing forth enigmatic silver runes. Is this the foundation of my own bloodline? Mecca felt his body heat up as the mysterious silver runes extended into silver lines, weaving through his blood, infusing it with an otherworldly hue. Before long, he sensed a radiant light shimmering within his eyes as the flow of his blood astonishingly manifested through his gaze. Silver runes emerged in his sight, causing his vision to become extraordinarily bright and resplendent. He perceived the motes of dust floating in the air under the nocturnal luminescence and discerned the minuscule textures adorning the white wall before him. His vision seemed to have remarkably improved. Mecca had no time to fully immerse himself in this newfound perception when he sensed a stirring within his body. He closed his eyes once more, witnessing a splendid mist swirling within him, a manifestation of his body's magical essence. At that moment, the silver runes within his blood continuously birthed a silvery sheen, merging into the mist that represented his magical power. Instantly, violet luminescence began to flow forth from the mist, gradually coalescing into a stream. Subsequently, the luminous vapor ascended, integrating with the radiant mist, causing his magical energy to swell at an astonishing rate. Was this a third awakening of his magical power? Mecca felt a surge of joy. This was an elevation beyond the previous second awakening, and he now sensed his body brimming with a peculiar energy, growing so rapidly that he experienced a discomforting sensation, as if his body could not accommodate it and might burst apart. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion. Mecca realized that his magical essence was indeed overflowing, as it began to manifest a brilliant purple radiance upon the surface of his skin. This luminous layer soon revealed silver runes, extending into silver patterns that enveloped his body like the shell of a mystical creature. Under his gaze, the shell gradually receded beneath his skin, seemingly imprinting something within his being, embedding it deep within his blood. Could this be the unique legacy of my vampiric lineage? Mecca felt a stir of astonishment. He witnessed the shell vanish beneath his skin, and the blood within him underwent a remarkable transformation, now infused with flecks of silver. No longer ordinary, but imbued with latent magical energy, saturating every part of his being. Upon deep reflection, he discovered that his vampiric bloodline had transcended its original shackles and limitations, breaking through the conventional bounds of vampirism, evolving towards an unknown direction. This unique trajectory of evolution was so distinct that it could be said that this vampiric bloodline belonged solely to him. Bloodline talent? Blood boiling? Mecca contemplated, filled with awe. The vitality of dragon blood and unicorn blood had completely fused into his being, bringing about the sublimation of his vampiric blood, and giving rise to a singular bloodline talent, known as blood boiling. This talent enabled him to control the blood within his body, causing it to boil and awaken the dormant energy within, allowing him to instantaneously enhance his strength and reaction speed nearly twofold, and even to overdraw his power, unleashing a surge of magical energy that could increase by approximately 50%. This transformation was fundamentally rooted in his physical form. Thus, the magnitude of change was undeniable. In life and death struggles, it could yield an unexpected burst of strength, speed, and magical prowess. Should an adversary fail to react in time, they could very well meet their demise. Alas, the duration of this enhancement was brief, lasting only 3 minutes. Mecca felt a twinge of regret. This was the sole flaw of his bloodline talent, its effect lasting merely 3 minutes. The moonlight poured in like water, deepening the night. Mecca finally awakened from his transformation, the unicorn's blood long since depleted, leaving a scattering of empty vials around him. He sensed a fatigue enveloping his body, and just before sleep claimed him, a flicker of light danced in his mind, as if the essence of the Audiobook within that realm was assessing the results of his life's alchemical endeavors, preparing to settle his last wishes. The following evening, in the Gryffindor common room, a group gathered as Harry recounted his harrowing encounter in the Forbidden Forest. In that dense woodland, I witnessed a figure bent over the belly of a unicorn. When he raised his head, I saw silver blood staining his garments. I am certain he was drinking the unicorn's blood. Harry continued, explaining that upon noticing him, the man approached, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. The solitary eye visible in the shadow of his hood bore a feral malice, as if he were a predator bent on murder. At that critical moment, the centaur Firenze intervened to save me. Harry recounted how, after driving the man away, Firenze leaned closer and informed him that unicorn blood could prolong the life of those on the brink of death, yet also curse them with a half-life, declaring that no one would willingly embrace such a fate, for it was more tragic than death itself. To prolong the life of a dying person, Hermione furrowed her brow, seemingly connecting the dots. Harry affirmed, I received a warning from Firenze. He told me that some would choose this form of survival because they had already tasted death once. The Dark Lord? Ron exclaimed, suddenly realizing he approached you with the intent to kill because you were the chosen one, the one foretold to be his equal. Harry touched his forehead, where a lightning-shaped scar marked the evidence of his near demise at the hands of the Dark Lord's magic. He continued, according to Forenza, the Dark Lord's objectives, apart from the unicorn, revolve around the Philosopher's Stone. I suspect he intends to use the unicorn's blood to sustain his life, then seize the stone to concoct the elixir of life, ensuring his complete revival. His gaze fell upon Mecca. Mecca smiled, articulating what he wished to convey. Professor Snape's various actions suggest he is poised to claim the Philosopher's Stone. He is likely an accomplice to the Dark Lord, seeking to facilitate his resurrection. Would that not render the stone perilous? Ron furrowed his brow. Not at all. Hermione shook her head assuredly. Professor Dumbledore is present. Consider why no one dares to brazenly invade Hogwarts to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Her conviction was palpable. As long as Professor Dumbledore resides at Hogwarts, no one could take the stone from here. What if, Mecca mused, stroking his chin, Professor Dumbledore is not here? In Professor Quirrell's office, darkness enveloped the space, and a voice emerged from the shadows. Master, Quirrell spoke, will your consumption of unicorn blood lead you into a deep slumber? The hoarse voice replied, this slumber shall not endure long. You may begin your exploration of the secret passage in that abandoned classroom. When I awaken, I will regain a portion of my magic. Then will be the time to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell was momentarily taken aback. It sounded like a forcible takeover. My lord, both Dumbledore and Snape are present. He murmured. It felt as though tonight would be the definitive reckoning of legacies. Mecca displayed a smile as he opened the drawer of the desk and retrieved a tome bound in black leather, yearning to reunite in dreams with the exceptionally gifted Dark Wizard. Chapter 72, The Enhanced Horcrux Magic. Within the dimly lit cavern, a yellow oil lamp suddenly flickered to life, and the sound of crisp leather boots echoed as a figure approached from the distance, gradually revealing a face as fragmented as porcelain. Long time no see, Mecca Anders spoke. Waiting in the cave. Mr. Brock. He scrutinized Mecca Anders with a look of approval. When I first embarked on my studies of life alchemy, many deemed me mad, claiming I was squandering my talents. Alas, they could not witness this moment. Oler requested, may I see my results? Of course, Mecca nodded. He ignited the blood coursing through his veins, causing it to simmer, as silver runes manifested within the blood, extending into intricate silver patterns that shimmered with a radiant glow, flowing throughout his body. As the blood within his skull became suffused with brilliance, his bright black eyes began to shimmer with silver light, runes flickering within them. Mecca extended his hand, feeling an abundant power flooding his being. His physical prowess had significantly enhanced, an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursing through him. Exquisite, truly exquisite, Oler remarked as he approached for closer inspection. This is a vampire lineage I have never encountered. Compared to them, yours is utterly uninspired. However, this too is my masterpiece, Oler Brock replied, settling onto the lone gilded bench within the cave, tilting his head back to savor the final sip of red wine. With a crack, his porcelain-like visage shattered, and Oler Brock, smiling, departed from this world, his body turning to ash in the wind. He bequeathed the legacy of Oler Brock, the enhanced Horcrux magic. It is said that ancient wizards, in their quest to evade death, crafted rudimentary Horcrux magic, leading to a catastrophic event where blood stained a vast river. Later, Oler Brock, drawn to this Horcrux magic while gathering the most formidable dark sorcery, refined it and left behind numerous insights and annotations in his writings. Bolder methods of enhancement lingered only in the mind of this powerful dark wizard, never meeting the world, for they seemed but an unattainable hypothesis. Now, he imparts all his knowledge of Horcrux magic to you. Mecca suddenly found himself startled, as fragments of shattered images flickered in his mind, playing before his eyes like a film reel. Accompanying this was a throbbing sensation in his skull, as if something were striving to break free. Within the dilapidated ancient manor, the elderly servant guarded the belongings of his long-deceased master. One day, a young wizard came to visit, granted permission to peruse ancient tomes on the long-neglected bookshelf. Oh, the young wizard paused, pondering the Horcrux magic that sought immortality. Intrigued, he took up residence in the ancient mansion, immersing himself in the study of venerable tomes day after day. Alas, time slipped by, and the youthful wizard found himself in the throes of middle age, having just concluded a rather arduous experiment. With remarkable dexterity, he disposed of the cadaver on the work table, meticulously documenting the results of this unsuccessful endeavor. In a dim corner, tufts of hair lay scattered, a crimson mess resembling a minuscule mountain. The inventor of soul artifact magic was rather uncouth, the middle-aged wizard mused, shaking his head. He pondered that, with such brutish methods, the founder might have taken many lives without successfully mastering the art of soul artifacts, for the conditions were exceedingly stringent, compounded by certain unknown factors. It was imperative to identify these enigmatic influences, he muttered to himself. As countless years passed, the middle-aged wizard's visage became adorned with a long beard. Suddenly, he threw his head back in a fit of laughter. I have found it. I have found it. Overwhelmed with excitement, he appeared disheveled, his complexion pallid, as he recorded the factors contributing to this successful experiment. It turned out that the act of killing was intended to facilitate the splitting of one's own soul. And the key to achieving this fragmentation lay in committing abhorrent deeds that were difficult to accept. This was the crux of the success of soul artifact magic, necessitating the creation of a fissure in one's own soul. Within an iron cage beside the table lay tattered remnants of a dress, blood trickling at the base of the cage, while its occupant had long since vanished. Suddenly, the middle-aged wizard felt a sharp pain, as though his brain were being stirred, and he let out a mournful wail. This was the agony of soul in the process of fragmentation. Although soul artifacts held great promise, the method of soul splitting was perilously lethal. Before the dimly lit desk, the middle-aged wizard inscribed various notes. Remarkably, his countenance remained unchanged, as if time could no longer etch its marks upon his face. This manner of soul fragmentation induced a cacophony within his head, gradually driving him to madness. In the midst of his writing, he suddenly furrowed his brow, besieged by an intense headache, and struck his head with his hand. This dissonance made concentration exceedingly difficult, profoundly affecting his magical research. If only there were alternative methods. On a draft, he penned 2 words: immortality, soul artifact. That day, the middle-aged wizard sat alone in a tavern, when suddenly a newsboy outside shouted, "Good news, good news. The alchemical master, Niclame, from the French magical realm, has created the Philosopher's Stone. Some claim this stone could turn lead into gold and grant immortality." Immortality? The middle-aged wizard paused, stepping out of the tavern to procure a newspaper from the newsboy, his eyes alight with intrigue. The mastery of soul artifact magic required a force to counteract life and death. Should this Philosopher's Stone exist, it might represent a new avenue of research. He sought out his acquaintances and eventually arrived at a modest 2-story residence, where he encountered a man in his 50s. After gaining consent, he touched a brilliantly red crystal, and at that moment, it felt as if lightning had struck his soul. It appeared that a magical stone was necessary to concoct a unique potion capable of splitting the soul. Mecca finally extricated himself from those visions, feeling mentally fatigued yet astonished, his eyes shining brightly. This represents another conjecture by Audiobook regarding the alchemical creation of soul stones. Upon his encounter with the Philosopher's Stone, he sensed that this formidable power indeed pertained to matters of life and death, capable of penetrating the very essence of the soul. The feasibility of this hypothesis remains uncertain, and the likelihood of experimental validation is nearly non-existent. Mecca, having viewed subsequent events, learned that Audiobook had previously made an offer to purchase the stone, which was declined by Niclame, who seemed to possess compelling reasons to refuse, even dismissing the notion of creating another Philosopher's Stone. Consequently, Audiobook departed with a sense of regret. As a fellow practitioner of magic and alchemy, he held a deep respect for Niclame, leading to the quiet demise of this conjecture, leaving its success unproven. Isn't the Philosopher's Stone merely a reiteration of the former concept of magical stones? Mecca chuckled, realizing that while Audiobook lacked the opportunity to experiment with his hypothesis, he himself might possess the chance. Moreover, this conjecture would not entirely deplete the magical stone, nor would it necessitate constant possession for potion crafting. It merely required soaking a portion of the stone within the concocted potion to borrow its unique power. This seemed perfectly tailored for him. Mecca smiled, noting that even Audiobook, a master of potion making, had labored for several days to successfully brew his first vial, the whereabouts of which remained a mystery. Awakening from his reverie, Mecca penned a letter to the Potion Guild to procure ingredients, embarking on a quest to gather materials for this soul-splitting potion, while simultaneously researching and mastering the crafting methods, as well as understanding the effects of the special ingredients involved. This potion, it seemed, would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary potion apprentice, Mecca mused during his studies. Truly, this magical elixir was the creation of a top-tier dark wizard like Audiobook, its complexity staggering, and the precision required for its efficacy and potency was exceedingly stringent, bordering on the terrifying. He speculated that even seasoned potion masters would only have the potential for successful creation if they were of notable repute. Fortunately, Mecca had the advantage of a keen sense of vitality. He felt a surge of optimism and commenced a series of attempts. Outside the window, day transitioned into night as time slipped away quietly and the school approached the end of the term. On one particular day, in the headmaster's office, an owl unexpectedly arrived, delivering a letter from afar to Professor Dumbledore. Upon unfurling the parchment, he exhibited an expression of surprise. The Ministry of Magic had an urgent matter requiring his presence in London, and at such a time, he paced within his office, contemplating the situation, before summoning Professors McGonagall and Snape to impart some instructions before departing the school. Professor Snape bid him farewell, engaging in conversation along the way. And as he observed Dumbledore's retreating figure, he murmured to himself, "Let me continue to wait patiently. Perhaps unexpected rewards await. I sense that today, I shall surely succeed in brewing the soul-splitting potion." In the afternoon, within the solitude of an empty dormitory, Mecca Anders was engaged in a new endeavor. He felt confident that today he could master this exceedingly challenging potion in preparation for the imminent arrival of the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 73. The soul-splitting potion is complete. Within the dormitory, a gentle white mist emanated from the cup, a mesmerizing spectacle created by the meticulous grinding and heating of several rare herbs. Mecca Anders dedicated over half an hour to this delicate endeavor, and upon witnessing the swirling mist, a smile graced his lips. At long last, he had successfully concocted the herbal mixture. This particular phase of the soul-splitting elixir was a challenge that most potion masters found difficult to master. It involved intricate pharmacology comprising over 20 distinct herbs, including white grass, silver moon petals, and honeygrass roots. Some of these herbs served as primary ingredients, while others acted as supplementary agents, with a portion solely intended to harmonize the conflicting properties of the mixture. A potion master must not only balance these relationships, but also meticulously control the efficacy of each herb. Even the slightest error could render all previous efforts futile. Thus, this initial hurdle was enough to thwart all aspiring potion apprentices, including those with exceptional talent, and even a majority of seasoned potion masters. With the most arduous part nearing completion, Mecca focused intently. For him, the herbal mixture was manageable. The true challenge lay in the subsequent step of merging the two concoctions. Once more, Mecca summoned his keen sense of vitality, feeling a warm current flow through his nostrils as he detected the ethereal aromas, instantly conjuring in his mind the varying potencies of the ingredients and their potential conflicts. He added 2 ounces of dark spider venom, 3 fine hairs from a rat's tail, and half a wing of a purple-eyed bee into another cup, then ground the mixture and heated it in a crucible, resulting in a viscous black substance. Now came the most perilous phase. Mecca inhaled deeply. He needed to incorporate the black viscous liquid into the herbal mixture, all while ensuring that the proportion of each ingredient's efficacy remained impeccable. The challenge lay in the fact that some of the heated biological materials were volatile. Thus, even a momentary lapse in heating could disrupt the delicate balance of potencies. Mecca was acutely aware of the difficulty of this step, having failed here numerous times before, once nearly causing an explosion with a set of expensive potion vessels gifted by Eva. Subsequently, he opted for more ordinary vessels, which had also met with disaster, costing him an immeasurable sum of gold galleons. This step was also the reason why the esteemed potion master, or block, had taken many days to progress. Mecca proceeded with utmost caution, armed with Orblock's complete recollections of his process, having witnessed his struggles in this very task. Meanwhile, outside Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and his companions returned empty-handed, their expressions marked by resignation. "It seems Professor McGonagall does not trust us," Harry sighed. They had been taken aback by the news of Professor Dumbledore's departure, realizing that someone might be attempting to relocate him from Hogwarts to facilitate the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Consequently, they rushed to inform Professor McGonagall, urging her to be vigilant against the potential theft of the stone. However, Professor McGonagall dismissed their concern, sternly advising them to devote their time to their studies instead of concerning themselves with the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall might possess unwavering confidence in the mechanisms guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, Hermione furrowed her brow, realizing she may not anticipate the presence of an insider within Hogwarts. Thus, the trap set by the professors would likely prove ineffective against that individual. "What should we do now?" Ron inquired. Harry, deep in thought, pondered, "We must devise a strategy to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. Let us converse as we walk. If Professor McGonagall overhears us, the Gryffindor points may suffer yet again." As evening approached, Mecca finally succeeded in producing the first complete vial of soul-splitting potion. A smile graced his face, as the tension that had gripped him for so long began to ease. What a challenging achievement it was. He lifted the potion vial from the table, observing the black liquid within undulating like a dark mist, illuminated by hints of radiant light, reminiscent of storm clouds veiling the evening glow, especially under the sunlight. The potion's dark vapors shimmered, merging with the light, creating the illusion of capturing fragments of a vibrant sky within. The intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Mecca detected a lingering fragrance, a blend of elegance with subtle notes of wine and fruit, akin to a fine vintage. Merely inhaling, it felt as though one might be swept away by its allure. This scent was singular and undeniably delightful. Even Mecca, who typically shunned alcohol, found himself enchanted by it. Now, he awaited the moment to immerse the philosopher's stone into the potion. Mecca chuckled softly. As long as the potion could harness the stone's power, according to Audiobook's hypothesis, it would fully manifest the effect of soul-splitting. Before long, Mecca secured the black potion and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. On his way, he encountered Harry and his companions, who were engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions somewhat dejected. "What troubles you?" Mecca inquired with a smile. "We've encountered some vexing matters," Hermione replied, exasperated. "Professor McGonagall just expelled us from her office." "We are quite distressed," Harry added. "Professor McGonagall does not wish for us to involve ourselves with the Philosopher's Stone, yet if we ignore it, we fear it may lead to greater complications." "But how did you know Professor Dumbledore would be leaving?" Harry asked, intrigued. "I merely speculated." Mecca chuckled, shaking his head. "If someone intends to remove something from Hogwarts, the most effective strategy would be to reassign Professor Dumbledore from the premises. Is that so?" Ron was about to comment further when he suddenly noticed something, falling silent. Following his gaze, Mecca saw Professor Snape striding towards them, blocking their path. "Professor Snape," he greeted with a smile. Snape acknowledged with a slight nod. "What are you lot doing here?" he inquired coolly, casting a glance over Harry and the others. Harry opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted. "You should be cautious," Snape warned, his gaze imbued with a sense of foreboding. "Your furtive behavior may lead others to suspect you of nefarious activities." He paused for a moment, uttering a few strange phrases in a rather indifferent tone before departing, leaving Harry and the others utterly perplexed. Was he issuing a warning? Harry gazed at his retreating figure, pondering the possibility. Hermione reflected. Perhaps he deduced our awareness of his plans due to our prior encounter with the wound on his foot and the blood of the three-headed dog. Fearing we might obstruct him, furrowing his brow, Harry shared his thoughts with the trio. "I believe we ought to visit the secret passage beneath the abandoned Professor S. quarters to inspect the Philosopher's Stone and prevent it from falling into the hands of those with ill intent." As night fell, birds skimmed over the lake, accompanied by the gentle sound of water flowing. "We should set off," Harry urged as he roused Mecca and Ron. The night was dark and windy, indeed an opportune time. Mecca glanced outside at the inky sky, quickly donned his black cloak, grabbed a vial of polyjuice potion, and exited the dormitory, eager to join the others in exploring the hidden passage to behold the elusive Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 74. Exposure. The night was profound, with clouds obscuring the golden moon, and not a soul was present in the shadowy corridors of Hogwarts when suddenly footsteps echoed. "Ouch!" Ron exclaimed in pain. "Who stepped on my foot?" "Be quiet." Hermione shot him a glare. "What if someone hears us?" Ron huffed. "This cloak is too cramped." "I didn't mean to make a sound." Mecca Anders, amused by their banter, led the way, and soon they arrived at the door of the abandoned classroom. He lifted a corner of the cloak, and with a flicker of his wand, the lock clicked open. "Let us go," he said, stepping inside, followed closely by the others. Standing beside the harp, Mecca raised his gaze to see a massive figure sprawled on the ground, its sleek fur glistening, while the deep, beastly snores reverberated like distant thunder overhead. Indeed, someone had come before them and lulled the three-headed dog into slumber with the harp's enchanting melody. Hermione whispered, urging the group to hasten, lest the Philosopher's Stone be stolen. "The secret passage is here," Harry announced, having located the iron door leading to the underground passage, a place he had once fled to beneath the jaws of the three-headed dog. With the help of Mecca and the others, they moved aside the heavy chains and collaboratively pulled open the weighty iron door, finally revealing a dark, foreboding passage that seemed to descend into the unknown. Suddenly feeling a twinge of fear, Ron peered in, his legs trembling. "I'll go first. If all is well, you can follow," Harry declared, taking a deep breath as he prepared to leap into the pitch-black tunnel. "We might not have time," Mecca cautioned, having keenly noticed that the harp's melody was diminishing, seemingly suppressed by some form of magic, its sound fading as if on the brink of vanishing entirely. Hermione and the others exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, from the depths of the darkness, a colossal figure began to stir, shaking its head as if on the verge of awakening. Having undergone the trials of bloodline awakening, Mecca's vision was remarkably sharp, allowing him to perceive distances unattainable to ordinary eyes, and he remained alert. Mecca swiftly elucidated to them that the three-headed dog was awakening, hastily ushering the flustered individuals into the secret passage. He then leapt into the inky darkness of the tunnel himself. The moment he plunged into the passage, a whisper echoed, and a shadow surged upward, vanishing into the gloom. What manner of place is this? Ron groaned as he tumbled into the tunnel. He found himself amidst a thicket of black vegetation, resembling some sort of vine. Beneath his palm, it felt slick, and when he lifted it, he discovered a repugnant slime adhered to it. Curious, where was Mecca? Why had he not yet descended? Harry soon realized one was missing from their midst. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no trace of Mecca, only a fleeting shadow in the darkness that startled him. When he glanced again, he found nothing, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Had he perhaps misjudged? Hermione was also searching for Mecca. Suddenly, they heard the furious growl of the three-headed dog above them, and she furrowed her brow in speculation. Could it be that he failed to descend? I heard the three-headed dog has awakened. It must be guarding the passage. However, after listening intently for a moment, she concluded that Mecca should be safe. The three-headed dog remained stationary above, suggesting that Mecca was likely hiding. That is reassuring. Harry sighed with relief upon hearing her explanation. Just as he was about to rise, he stumbled, realizing that black vines were creeping up his legs. Alarmed, he shouted, "Beware the vines on the ground. They move." "I know," Ron mumbled, his entire body ensnared by the vines, his mouth sealed, making speech arduous. In the darkness, a bat with purple pupils hung from the vine-laden ceiling, a peculiar scent wafting into its nostrils, its eyes betraying a human-like expression as it pondered. To his surprise, Mecca detected the scent of Professor Quirrell here. It was evident that the professor had long since departed, yet he could still discern a faint aroma of garlic in the air. He quickly surmised that this was likely a consequence of his enhanced vampire lineage, which had sharpened his sense of smell. The scent vanished abruptly. Could the passage be just beyond? As Mecca contemplated, he suddenly sensed the vines on the ceiling shifting with alarming speed, seemingly intent on ensnaring him. He swiftly flapped his wings, spiraling in midair to evade the constricting vines. "Let's see if I can navigate this vine-ridden challenge." Shadows writhed and expanded in the darkness, a figure emerging from the spot where the bat had been. He stepped forward, his wand illuminating the space. Lumos. The brilliant light instantly dispelled the vines from the ground and walls, which recoiled like serpents frightened of the light. Retreating frantically, before long, an ancient wooden door materialized before him. Mecca smiled silently, approaching the door and pausing to listen for sounds within. Detecting silence, he gently pushed open the wooden door. He surveyed the interior, finding it equally shrouded in darkness and silence. He took out the compound potion and consumed it, his visage contorting into that of a youth with crimson hair. He stood outside the door, awaiting the alteration to dissipate, and subsequently donned a fitting black robe that obscured his face. Very well, the next actions must be swift, as he sought to catch up with Professor Quirrell. Mecca had devised a plan and stepped inside, casually closing the wooden door behind him. He intended to pursue Professor Quirrell, observing in secrecy, as he feared that his actions might incite unforeseen changes and accidents. Thus, he resolved to remain hidden, to understand Quirrell's movements, ensuring knowledge of both himself and his adversary. As Mecca departed, a sudden glimmer of light flickered from the wooden door behind him, reminiscent of a warning spell. Boom! At the final barrier to the Philosopher's Stone, a door of black flames erupted, and a figure stumbled forth in a state of disarray. "Damn it! The potion was a sham," Professor Quirrell exclaimed, exasperated. Snape had evidently left a contingency within that fiery door, seemingly attuned to his magical fluctuations. Just as he had cunningly unraveled Snape's riddle and was about to pass through, it erupted unexpectedly, nearly consuming him in flames. At that moment, his black robe ignited, emitting a charred scent, transforming his once pristine attire into a tattered relic, and his long hair fell about him in disarray. "Curse it, that wretched Snape." Quirrell's visage turned a shade of purple as he forcefully cast the potion he held to the ground. The vial shattered, and the icy blue solution spilled, rapidly fading to a pale gray, emanating a foul odor of decay, coalescing into a swirling mist of ash. Quirrell sensed the poison coursing through his body and consumed the antidote he had prepared, which swiftly quelled the venom spread, restoring some color to his face. Thankfully, he had anticipated the need for a potion. yet his expression remained grim. Before him, the fiery door still blazed ominously, a formidable barrier obstructing his path. Although the poison within him was temporarily subdued, he could not dare to attempt another potion. Should he ingest even a single vial of poison again, he might very well perish on the spot. Quirinus, a hoarse voice emerged from the back of his mind. Is someone approaching? Quirrell froze, sensing a surge of urgency. It was deep into the night at Hogwarts. Who would venture out at this hour? It could very well be Snape, who had persistently monitored him. Had he sensed the disturbance at the fiery door and come to investigate? Quirrell pondered. Do not worry, the hoarse voice reassured. I felt a fleeting surge of magical energy from the other side. It appears not to be a student, nor is it Snape. Quirrell instantly exhaled in relief. With Dumbledore absent, as long as it was not Snape, the other professors posed minimal threat to him. He merely needed to make some arrangements. Yet, do not let your guard down, Quirinus's voice cautioned. The Philosopher's Stone is within reach. You must prepare to control the intruder in the shortest possible time. I understand. Quirrell nodded. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, as if the toxins within him were roiling, yet they were held in check by the antidote. He had no time to attend to it, swiftly clearing the shattered glass and the flowing gray solution from the ground, erasing the medicinal scent from the air. He then donned a suitable robe, concealing his face once more. You might want to eliminate the peculiar odor clinging to you, came a hoarse reminder. Professor Quirrell paused, lifting his sleeve to sniff, seemingly detecting no unusual scent. However, since the master within his body had instructed him, he offered no rebuttal. With a flick of his wand, a brilliant light emanated from his form, ushering in a refreshing breeze. Soon, Professor Quirrell erased all traces he had left in the room, his figure merging into the shadows, vanishing from sight. In the ensuing silence, he grasped his wand, the dense magical power swirling within his being, quietly awaiting in the corner for the fish to bite. Mecca Anders entered the second chamber beneath the secret passage. Initially enveloped in darkness, the interior seemed to be illuminated by celestial light that descended from above, casting radiance upon the expansive scene. It resembled a lofty attic, with countless beams crossing the ceiling of this spacious room. Under the dim light of night, a multitude of dragonflies silently floated in the air. These dragonflies were fashioned from various metals, yet possessed a pair of transparent wings that refracted the splendid daylight. Beneath this swarm, at the very center of the room, an ancient flying broom was enchanted, suspended in midair. To retrieve the key, Mecca Anders had already approached the flying broom's side. He merely surveyed it briefly before striding directly across to discover the door leading to the next chamber. Crouching down, he examined the door made of peculiar material, illuminating it with his wand to find the corresponding key shape within the keyhole. Soon, he identified the key hovering in midair. Found it, Mecca Anders smiled. A whisper broke the silence as a purple-eyed bat soared into the air, its wings beating vigorously, transforming into a shadow that shot forth with frightening speed. This action stirred the surrounding dragonflies, akin to stones cast into a placid lake, causing ripples that alerted them to the potential theft of one of their keys. Meanwhile, a winged key with a broken wing erupted into a speed unmatched even by a falcon, darting away in the blink of an eye, gracefully leaping among the myriad beams crossing the space, eager to distance itself from the bat. Could it escape? Mecca Anders fixed his gaze upon the broken-winged key, a silent smile gracing his lips. Once more, he flapped his wings, the robust appendages adorned with nearly invisible mystical patterns, surging with abundant power. With a powerful thrust, it was as if he commanded the tempest, unleashing an even greater velocity than before. Having absorbed the blood of dragons and unicorns, the vampire lineage had been elevated, further enhancing the inherent animagus abilities, propelling his speed to new heights. At this moment, he was likely swifter than the fastest avian in the Muggle world. In a flash, countless flying keys, akin to a swarm of locusts, had no time to react before a shadow streaked through the surrounding swarm like an arrow, effortlessly creating a gust that nearly dislodged the nearby keys, causing them to sway in midair as if intoxicated. Mecca, with unwavering focus, advanced towards the winged key that lay broken. He observed that the creature seemed aware of his approach, desperately flapping its wings in a frantic bid for escape. The rapid beating of its wings produced a sharp and jarring sound. Realizing that escape was futile against Mecca's swift pursuit, the creature cunningly concealed itself behind a heavy beam suspended in midair, attempting to utilize Mecca's momentum to send him crashing into the beam. How clever! Almost as if it possessed sentience, Mecca mused. In a remarkable display of agility, the bat utilized the strength of its powerful wings to execute a sharp turn just before colliding with the beam, gliding past the winged key with a swift motion. Its talons, gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, ensnared the key, rendering it helpless against its struggles. These talons, Mecca surmised, could easily rend flesh apart. He could feel the claws had become exceptionally sharp and hard after undergoing a transformation through the essence of life. The multitude of winged keys suddenly lost their target, halting abruptly in midair. A couple of them, propelled by inertia, collided with the door, embedding themselves within it with a resounding chime. The third challenge presented itself as a colossal wizard-esque chessboard, spanning the expansive room and obstructing the path forward. The stone soldiers that served as pieces were towering and imposing, clad in stone helmets and armor, wielding stone swords, ready to thwart any unwelcome intruders upon the board. This challenge required the prowess of Animagus, the purple-eyed bat that Mecca had transformed into surveyed the path ahead, discerning which pieces posed a threat. Quickly, he formulated a plan on how to navigate the chessboard while evading the stone soldiers. After a brief pause, he harnessed his formidable speed, leaping across the board in an instant. Suddenly, a stone soldier revived, drawing its sword with a clarion metallic sound, intent on striking the bat down. Yet, Mecca's speed was too great. In a fleeting moment, his claws grazed the stone sword, and he vanished into the shadows of blades. He sensed the sword's terrifying power. A single hit from it, imbued with magical force, could shatter his bones. Thus, ordinary wizards and Animagus would find it nearly impossible to traverse this perilous challenge. Mecca understood that each step was a matter of life and death, yet he maintained an air of calmness, drawing on the experiences of a seasoned duelist. Dancing upon the edge of danger was almost instinctual. In no time, he had distanced himself from the chessboard, arriving unscathed at the entrance of the final challenge, where he paused to listen intently. Suddenly, a pair of pitch-black eyes opened behind the stone soldier, observing him, before dissipating into a wisp of gray mist, unnoticed by anyone. A flicker of doubt crossed his features as he felt an unseen presence scrutinizing him, yet all appeared normal. Was it merely an illusion? In the chamber before the fiery door, Professor Chilo, lying in wait, felt a vision flash through his mind, followed by the voice of the adult within him. A strange wizard is approaching. Strange? Professor Chilo was taken aback. Was there an unknown wizard within Hogwarts? He scrutinized the vision in his mind, revealing a bat with lively eyes, sensing the magical resonance emanating from it. His expression turned cold as realization dawned upon him. So it is you? Chilo, recognizing the familiar visage of the bat and its magical resonance, instantly recalled that this creature had once illuminated the night sky outside the forbidden section with an ironclad curse, nearly exposing him to Snape's lethal spell. Later, in the forbidden forest, it had pierced his palm with a silver arrow, thwarting his attempt to hunt a unicorn, forcing him to flee from the centaur patrols. The bat, a harbinger of vampires. Chilo felt a sharp pang in the very spots where Snape's invisible wrath had once torn him, and his countenance darkened, imbued with murderous intent. This could very well be a vampire I had provoked during my studies abroad. He recalled having slain a vampire, and perhaps his nemesis had come to collect. Suddenly, a debilitating headache assailed him, a manifestation of the toxins within. Swiftly, he retrieved a new vial of forbidden potion, uncorking it with urgency. Instantly, a fine wisp of smoke, almost imperceptible, wafted from the bottle, slowly dissipating into the air. Chapter 76, Stupefied. Professor Chilo quickly ingested the potion, suppressing the pain, and breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his wand, determined to deliver a profound lesson to this distant vampire adversary. The rasping voice of Quirinus seemed to sense his murderous intent. Spare him a breath, and wait until I retrieve the Philosopher's Stone before I strike. Just as he was about to cast a charm to dissipate the nearly invisible wisp of smoke and its concealed scent, he heard the rasping voice echo in his mind. They have arrived. In the distance, a click signaled the unlocking of the door, as though someone was about to enter. At this juncture, it appeared that all scent had vanished. Mecca frowned, sensing that the final chamber might be unoccupied, and he had not detected Chilo's presence. He speculated whether Chilo had already entered the room containing the Philosopher's Stone, awaiting Harry's arrival. Should Chilo have departed early, the scent would naturally dissipate, becoming undetectable, a distinct possibility. Alternatively, it could be that Chilo had set magical wards to anticipate the professor's arrival, allowing for an immediate escape if necessary. Without testing the waters, he dared not proceed. Mecca was also wary of encountering a surprise attack, reminiscent of his previous ambush outside the forbidden section. He glanced at his current spell-casting capabilities. Transfiguration, level 17. Transformation, level 17. Human form reveal, level 17. Color change, level 17. Reversion, level 17. Bird Summoning level 16. Unlocking Charm level 4. Disarming Charm level 2. Levitation Charm level 3. Illumination Charm level 3. Fire Charm level 3. Ironclad Charm level 2. Mecca understood that his Animagus speed had increased dramatically, surpassing even his prior agility in the Forbidden Forest. If he could act swiftly, he could catch his adversary off guard and make a hasty retreat. Cautiously, Mecca opened the door a crack to survey the interior, then recited a spell, causing a radiant light to rapidly expand from his form, scattering brilliant motes of illumination. Manifest swiftly, this spell of illumination exhibits an unparalleled mastery of arcane arts, showcasing the profound magical foundation of its conjurer. The scope of the human manifestation incantation is extensive, illuminating nearly half the room. Any concealed presence within would undoubtedly be revealed. Yet, there appears to be no one. Mecca appeared through the doorway. A multitude of birds. Hardly pausing for breath, Mecca summoned a torrent of stones that transformed into a swarm of birds, darting like arrows to envelop every corner, leaving a flurry of white feathers in their wake. Should anyone be hidden, the feathers would settle upon them, as if suspended in mid-air. It seems no one is here. Finally, Mecca pushed the door open and stepped fully into the fiery threshold. In the corner of the flame portal, Professor Chilo lay in wait, his form shimmering with a grayish light, rendering him a mere wisp of mist, allowing the white feathers to drift gently to the ground. Such caution? Chilo's gaze remained fixed on the door, a shadow of foreboding in his heart. The vampire had yet to enter, seemingly aware of his ambush and wary of his attack. He had intended to dispel the invisibility effect of the illusion and pursue his target directly, to subdue him. However, a voice within cautioned him to proceed with care. For this unfamiliar sorcerer was adept in transformation magic, with formidable roots in the craft. He must not be careless, lest he allow his quarry to escape and raise the alarm. At that moment, the unknown wizard finally entered, a young man with a mane of fiery red hair. Chilo found his visage unfamiliar, as if it were a mask. He speculated in his mind. Drawing nearer, Chilo's eyes gleamed with intensity, awaiting the approach of the auburn-haired youth. His body coiled, reminiscent of a cheetah lurking in the shadows, wand firmly grasped, arcane energy surging within, ready to unleash a potentially lethal strike upon the approaching foe. Closer, closer. Chilo maintained his composure. At last, with a cold smirk, he raised his wand, the arcane power swelling, a dreadful radiance poised to erupt. Suddenly, the red-haired youth, now in proximity, transformed into a bat, wings flapping with astonishing speed, retreating into a shadowy formlessness that slipped through the doorway, vanishing in an instant. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. What? Professor Chilo was taken aback. How could he have escaped from such close quarters? How cunning Chilo truly is. Mecca pondered. Had he not sensed an unusual disturbance in the air, a unique and terrifying scent wafting slowly from the corner, he might not have detected the hidden presence. He deduced that Professor Chilo had consumed some potion, perhaps in a state of injury or intoxication. Furthermore, since Chilo concealed himself before the flame portal, and the portal remained intact, it implied he had yet to enter the chamber of the magical stone. His invisibility spell, evidently, was capable of rendering him completely undetectable for reasons unknown to Mecca at present. These seemingly simple observations might prove invaluable during the imminent attempt to seize the magical stone. Moreover, it appeared that Chilo had long since his arrival. Mecca's mind drifted back to that unsettling sensation of being watched. He speculated that this curse must be related to Chilo, having glimpsed his figure after breaking through the wizard's chessboard, and thus prepared to ambush him. Fortunately, he was swift. Mecca felt relieved. As an animagus skilled in flight, he spread his wings and took off in the moment the opponent was unprepared, leaving no time for pursuit. Moreover, it was crucial that the adversary did not anticipate his sudden awareness, nor could they fathom that a bat could unleash such extraordinary speed. Now that he had been discovered, he decided to remain where he was for a while. Mecca no longer intended to take risks by observing the opponent. He had already acquired sufficient information and was content with it. Further observation might lead to unforeseen dangers. Thus, Mecca calmly hung in the shadows, motionless, patiently awaiting the arrival of another and the opportune moment to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Time quietly slipped by in the stillness of anticipation, and the chamber of the wizard's chessboard finally welcomed several young wizards, who engaged in a fierce battle of stone figures upon the board. In an instant, the battling pieces clashed against one another, with both side statues sustaining damage. Stone soldiers drew their swords, and amidst the thunderous sounds, a stone sword gleamed with a metallic luster, piercing another statue and shattering it into countless fragments. The debris fell like rain, covering the surroundings and striking Ron, who was perched upon the back of a knight statue, eliciting a cry of distress from him. "Ron, are you all right?" Harry exclaimed, alarmed. I'm fine, but things might soon take a turn for the worse." "It's checkmate." Harry quickly grasped Ron's implication and gazed at the chessboard, his expression grave. The bishop piece he occupied was shielding their king, but now was surrounded by the White Queen. The impending strike would likely pierce through the bishop statue before him and ensnare him as well. Given the power he had just witnessed, it could very well lead to his demise. And in this game of chess, there was no retreat. The pieces could not step back, or they would face the onslaught of the statues, unless one could checkmate the opponent. Ron hesitated, his eyes flickering, before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "This game has reached a critical juncture. In the next move, I will position myself in front of the White Queen. She will capture me, and then you can go for checkmate. You understand what I mean, right?" Ron was prepared to sacrifice himself. Harry's expression darkened. "Ron, there must be another way. There is no other path." Ron countered. "Harry, I am intimately familiar with wizard chess. The only way for us to win this game is for me to sacrifice myself. Otherwise, we might all be buried in this sunless room. You must go and stop Snape from taking the Philosopher's Stone." Ron's gaze was resolute. "You need to move forward. I might not come to harm." "Ron." Harry attempted to object. Ron had already issued the command. "Knight, move to H3. The knight's statue stirred to life, advancing to the designated spot on the board, ultimately positioning itself in front of the White Queen. Gritting his teeth, he declared check. The White Queen statue, poised to attack the bishop piece beneath Harry, redirected its course towards Ron. With a resounding clang, he drew his sword from its sheath, piercing through the towering black knight statue. At the moment the sword returned to its scabbard, the knight statue emitted a thunderous sound, its form disintegrating into countless fragments that exploded outward with terrifying velocity. "Ron!" Harry and Hermione exclaimed in shock. They could not see Ron behind the statue but heard his anguished cries. In the darkness, a sudden flash of light flickered, an invisible armor shielding the shattering stones. Yet soon, the chessboard shimmered with phosphorescence, shattering this ethereal protection in one fell swoop. Brilliant light scattered into the air, and Ron plummeted from his height, landing headfirst and slipping into unconsciousness, though his body bore no wounds. "Who?" Hermione gasped, suddenly realizing that someone had cast the shield charm. Then, she noticed a piece of parchment fluttering down from the air, landing precisely in Harry's hands. "What is this?" Harry pondered, staring at the short message inscribed upon it. "Your hands bear the blessing of your mother, Lily Potter. These hands shall deliver a fatal blow to your adversaries before the Philosopher's Stone. Remember this, bide your time, and cover your enemy's fearful visage with your hands. All crises shall crumble." From a friend of your mother. Chapter 77. The Feather Quill That Shone with Golden Light. The game on the Wizard-esque chessboard was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, in the chamber of the fire door, Professor Quirrell, having failed in his ambush, suddenly felt an unsettling change within his body. He was overtaken by a chill, his skin turned pale, and black veins extended across it, emanating an unsettling aura. Quirrell's pupils dilated as a grim realization dawned upon him. He observed black mist seeping from his skin, momentarily forming a black serpent mark before vanishing in an instant. He quickly retrieved a vial of the forbidden potion he had consumed countless times, recognizing that their essences were nearly identical. "Oh, have you finally noticed?" A raspy voice chuckled. Quirrell clutched the grayish potion, his hand trembling. You are altering my body, making it more suitable for you?" "As you say," the raspy voice replied. "Queerness, you are not a foolish man. You should understand that I detest subordinates who play clever tricks. Thus, my followers are either fiercely loyal Death Eaters or the deceased." Quirrell's complexion paled. "But I have always followed your commands diligently." "Why? Yet you have made mistakes." "Queerness," the raspy voice interjected. "You delayed entering the abandoned classroom under the pretense of Snape, and you refused my orders on the Quidditch pitch, unwilling to harm Harry Potter. You do not wish to become too ensnared in my affairs, hoping to leave yourself an escape route. I certainly comprehend this, but..." The voice turned icy. "What I loathe most in life are such subordinates. There have been well-meaning wizards who have labeled me as tyrannical. While I am reluctant to accept such a mundane description, they are not entirely incorrect." Of course, the voice softened. "If you are loyal, I shall not possess your body. After all, your body is far too cheap for my liking. Furthermore, after undergoing my transformation, your physique has become considerably more robust, infused with my magical essence. Perhaps one day it may even save your life." Who could this be? In the chamber of the wizard's chessboard, Harry furrowed his brow as he gazed at the note in his hand. His understanding of his parents' affairs was limited, and the sudden emergence of a friend of his mother's at Hogwarts left him perplexed. "Harry, is Ron all right?" Hermione inquired, as from Harry's vantage point, she could see Ron obscured by the shattered statue. He appeared uninjured, yet had succumbed to unconsciousness. Harry took a deep breath. "Just give me a moment. I will swiftly conclude the game." Following Ron's instructions, he approached the statue of the White Queen and checkmated her once more. The White Queen, with no escape left, dropped her sword, the metallic clang resonating as it fell to the ground, its sheen fading. A luminous glow flashed across the surface of the chessboard, seemingly awakening the remaining statues from their slumber, signifying the long-winded game had finally drawn to a close. "Hermione, you take care of Ron," Harry instructed after ensuring Ron was unharmed, quickly directing Hermione to remain with him, while he sent an owl to Professor Dumbledore to relay the news. Various signs indicated that the challenges and adversaries here were beyond their capacity to confront, and he feared further unforeseen events. After much hesitation, Hermione ultimately acquiesced, a worried expression crossing her face as she watched Harry enter the doorway leading to the next trial. Mecca Anders once again entered the room silently, exercising caution, for he knew that Professor Quirrell likely lurked in some shadowy corner, waiting for someone to assist him in passing through the fiery gate. Mecca remained vigilant for some time, realizing that the other party had no intention of attacking here. He surmised that only upon reaching the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone would Professor Quirrell reveal himself for the sake of the stone. Now, he awaited Harry's passage through the fiery gate's trial, observing the silhouette of Harry. Half an hour later, before the black gate of roaring flames, Harry finally unraveled the riddle upon the table. He picked up one of the gray potions, giving it a slight shake. The potion's solution faded from gray to a certain icy blue hue. This must be the one, he thought, as it seemed that merely a sip would suffice. Harry hesitated, then resolutely gulped down a substantial mouthful. His body felt somewhat frigid as he sensed the changes within. Suddenly he paused, as if perceiving two imperceptible glimmers flash before his eyes, followed by a tumultuous sound from the bottle as the solution began to churn. The remaining icy blue potion unexpectedly morphed into a swirling concoction of black, purple, and blue hues, the three colors slowly blending within the transparent vial. What is happening? Harry pondered, furrowing his brow. Could it be that this trial only permitted a single sip of the potion? A fleeting doubt crossed his mind. Arriving at the fiery gate, Harry gazed into the blazing flames, took a deep breath, and boldly stepped through. Goodness, a single potion for 3 individuals. In the darkness, Mecca Anders silently chuckled. He watched as a substantial portion of the liquid in Harry's vial was magically transfigured away, transforming into a peculiar mixture of potions, finding the spectacle rather intriguing. Professor Quirrell seemed to have entered long ago. Mecca waited for a moment before swiftly forming a judgment. He had observed just moments prior that when Harry lingered before the flame door, flames flickered, suggesting someone had passed through, though he remained uncertain. Now, it became clear to him that it was Professor Quirrell who had traversed the flame door. With this realization, Mecca picked up the ice blue potion he had received as a replacement, poised to drink it, when suddenly he was taken aback by a radiant light emanating from his chest. What is this? Mecca fished out a feather quill that glimmered with golden light from his pocket, momentarily stunned. This quill was a gift from Headmaster Black, who had once remarked that it would aid him in the future, which is why he always kept it close. Why is it glowing now? It seems to be absorbing the magic within me. Mecca sensed familiar magical fluctuations within it. Gripping the golden quill in his palm, golden patterns flickered briefly, restoring tranquility. As a sudden insight surged into his mind. It can shield me from a fatal blow, but I need to channel more magic to activate it. Mecca smiled, for the timing could not be more fortuitous. He endeavored to feel the magic within his body, hastening its flow, eager to awaken the quill's power, adding another layer of preparation to his arsenal. There should still be time. Mecca sensed the energy of the golden quill gradually intensifying. Inside the flame door, as Harry descended the shadowy staircase, he discovered a figure waiting before him, and his expression momentarily froze. How could it be you? Gradually, surprise etched across his features. Shouldn't it be Snape? I always believed it would be him trying to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 78. Protecting myself? Oh, you are aware of the Philosopher's Stone? Professor Quirrell, standing before an ancient mirror with a gilded frame, turned upon hearing Harry's voice. He smiled. You still suspect that Snape is after the Philosopher's Stone? How unfortunate. The one who intends to take it is I, not Snape. However, he is indeed detestable, as repugnant as his appearance. Yet, there is much more for you to be astonished by. Quirrell released his grip on the scarf. The purple scarf fell away, revealing a horrifyingly pale visage in the mirror behind him. Long time no see, the ghastly face rasped. Harry Potter, the prophesied savior. The last time I saw you, it was a decade ago, and your parents were still alive. Harry was taken aback, his expression shifting between emotions as he touched the lightning scar on his forehead. You are the mysterious figure who killed my parents? Potter, come before this mirror. Harry's complexion changed as a wand was directed at his head, feeling helpless. He approached the mirror. Tell me, what do you see within the mirror? Professor Quirrell inquired. Isn't this the mirror of Ariste? Harry thought, filled with suspicion. As he gazed at the ancient, gilded frame, he suddenly realized that the mirror appeared ordinary, no longer revealing his parents' faces. Instead, it reflected his own image. Professor Quirrell sought the Philosopher's Stone. And could it be that the stone was concealed within this mirror? A wave of uncertainty washed over him. While Harry pondered, he suddenly felt a weight in his pocket. Instinctively, he reached for it, sensing that a crystalline stone had manifested within. Quirrell's pale, ghastly visage twisted into a chilling grin. The Philosopher's Stone is in your pocket. Hand it over to me. Harry's heart raced, and he instinctively recoiled as a large hand concealed within a black sleeve reached out. He beheld Professor Quirrell, his expression devoid of emotion, lunging for him, intent on seizing his throat. Give it up, Potter. Simply surrender the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell sneered, advancing relentlessly. He clutched Harry's neck with a grip that tightened as he reached for the stone in Harry's pocket. Harry's face flushed with a burning sensation, as if ablaze. The pressure on his throat was suffocating, rendering his breaths labored. Is he only dead? This terrifying thought surged through Harry's mind. One hand clung desperately to his pocket, while the other fought to pry Quirrell's grip from his wrist, but his strength was inadequate, yielding no results. Oh, I found it. Quirrell extracted a brilliant red crystal from Harry's pocket, within which a blood-red lake shimmered, glistening like the most exquisite of treasures. Quirrell, give it to me. Even his pale, terrifying face betrayed a loss of composure. How beautiful! Quirrell's eyes flickered with an unsettling fervor, as if entranced. He examined the crimson crystal as if admiring the world's most beautiful woman, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Madness, all of it, Harry thought, shivering inexplicably. He felt the grip on his neck gradually loosen, for Quirrell was momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Harry gasped for air. His gaze locked onto Quirrell's face, and a memory of a note from the wizard's chess room flashed in his mind. Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, he wrenched himself free from Quirrell's grasp. His hands instinctively pressed against Quirrell's face. Ah! A scream erupted, akin to a searing iron brand pressed against flesh. A tumult of steam rising as Harry's hands radiated a luminous glow, unleashing a terrifying heat. The crimson Philosopher's Stone fell to the ground, emanating an alluring sheen that could drive one to madness. Quirrell's face contorted in agony as he struggled to escape the searing touch, desperately shielding his visage. Dark tendrils of smoke twisted around him, revealing charred flesh beneath, some parts quickly turning black as they crumbled away. My hand! Harry stood frozen, breathless, eyes darting between his trembling hands and the horrifying scene before him. Quirrell, the ghastly face managed a smile. You should truly thank me. Now, kill Harry Potter and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for me. As his words faded, dark, mysterious patterns swirled across Quirrell's face, suppressing the spreading charred flesh. And the terrifying heat began to dissipate, as though he had regained his composure. Professor Quirrell knelt on the ground, groaning in anguish, his face contorted in a grimace, with veins bulging on his temples and forehead, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. Potter, Potter! Quirrell gazed at Harry, his bloodshot eyes burning with a desire to devour him. He raised his wand, a radiant glow pulsating from it, flames licking the air, poised to unleash a torrent of searing fire. Startled, Harry instinctively raised the vividly red Philosopher's Stone in front of him. Suddenly, a pale and terrifying visage warned. Do not destroy the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell paused, retracting the brilliance of his wand as he approached Harry. Tension gripped Harry. One hand clutched the crimson stone protectively, while the other tightly gripped his wand, gradually retreating. I will seize you, torment you, and ensure you suffer to your death. Potter, Quirrell hissed through clenched teeth. Fall down. A flash of gray light darted by, but was halted by an invisible barrier upon reaching Quirrell's face, shattering into a myriad of luminous specks that dissipated into the air. Futile, Quirrell sneered, his face twisted with malice. You're far too weak for me. Utterly ineffective. Harry, taken aback, gritted his teeth and cast another spell. Flames ablaze. The fiery conflagration surged forth like a meteor, radiating scorching heat, yet it too was thwarted by the unseen barrier. roaring with fury before fading in the aftermath of the explosion. What more can you do? Quirrell emerged from the swirling smoke, a chilling smile adorning his face. He lifted his wand, aiming it at Harry's head. You wretched fool, Harry grimaced, aware that this was his final opportunity to vanquish his foe. Do you still wish to use those hands? Quirrell mocked, a glimmer of light flickering around him as he once more invoked the shield charm, encasing himself in protection. Now, it is your turn to feel pain, Potter. In a sudden movement, Quirrell snatched the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's grasp and pressed his wand against Harry's neck. A surge of flames ready to erupt, threatening to consume Harry's very being. Quirinus Quirrell, a figure emerged from the shadows. I'm protecting you. Quirrell's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he raised his wand, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that devoured the sounds of darkness. The escaping fire soared high, illuminating the dim room as though it were day. Within the flames, the crackling of burning grass echoed, revealing a figure consumed by the inferno, clad in tattered garments. A wooden post and withered straw. A scarecrow. Quirrell's expression stiffened. As the flames billowed, the scorched scarecrow hissed, gradually transforming into a mass of dried twigs and leaves. Behind him, Quirinus, his pale and ghastly visage warned. Quirrell snapped back to reality, abruptly turning as the light from his wand erupted once more. A flurry of white birds swooped down like arrows, their beaks glinting with a sharp sheen, filling the air with a cacophony of piercing cries. As a cascade of white feathers fell, obscuring all vision. In a moment of peril, Chilo's wand erupted with a flame spell, the blaze consuming countless flying birds. Be cautious. A pale, terrifying face suddenly spoke again. Professor Chilo was taken aback as two silver arrows shot forth, piercing through his invisible armor, scattering radiant light. This is bad. As he witnessed the shattering of his protective enchantment, Professor Chilo was alarmed. He hastily recited the protective incantation, light flickering as he sought to shield himself once more. Potter, the time has come. Almost simultaneously, a voice resonated in the darkness. Harry was taken aback. Could this be the one who sent the note? He quickly regained his composure and dove into the flames, only to hear a chilling scream echo amidst the fire. To guard against me? In the pitch-black corner, a bat with violet eyes extended its sharp claws to grasp a vivid red crystal, soaring into the air with a silent smirk. Is it over? Harry stood amidst the cascading fiery feathers, watching as a figure crumbled to the ground, seemingly consumed by the magic of his own hands. Its flesh charred to ash and scattered about. What is this? The violet-eyed bat observed the fate of the red crystal from above. In the midst of the flames, a dark mist began to swirl, rising from the collapsed robe on the ground. Chapter 79. Just a mouse hiding its head and tail. The unsettling aura of the black mist spread, as if something dreadful was brewing beneath the robe. Yet, Mecca Anders did not depart. Sensing a surge of magic emanating from the Philosopher's Stone, just as he was about to leave the room, he felt a sign of disturbance. Mecca realized this was likely a warning spell. Should he exit this chamber, it would attract attention, possibly from Professor Snape, perhaps other professors, and most certainly from Professor Dumbledore. Potter, hide, he warned from the shadows. Who is this person? Harry was startled. The voice was unfamiliar. He then focused on the warning, sensing impending change as his eyelids fluttered, as though something terrifying was gestating before him. He prudently concealed himself behind a massive, heavy column. Such a sluggish body. Amidst the flames, to Harry's astonishment, the collapsed robe suddenly rose, supported by the thick black mist, and a figure emerged, rasping, "Gimme the Philosopher's Stone." The figure gazed into a shadow within the darkness. "Give me the Philosopher's Stone." The pale face's voice deepened. A surge of black mist erupted, extinguishing the flames. Harry was caught at the edge, feeling a powerful thud in his head as if struck by a giant hammer, and with a loud crash, he was thrown against the wall, grimacing in pain. The violet-eyed bat finally descended, landing amidst the tempest, transforming into a young man with fiery red hair, his long locks and black robe billowing fiercely in the wind. A strikingly unfamiliar face. Harry rubbed the back of his head in discomfort, scrutinizing the red-haired youth. "I can sense your weakness." Mecca Anders fixed his gaze upon him. He could sense that the body across from him was on the verge of collapse, a potent magic emanating clearly, unable to be contained. Simultaneously, he felt the terrifying power of the other's magic, which could erupt in an instant and send a person flying. And so what? The pallid-faced figure remained unfazed, instead chuckling. It's merely a matter of dealing with a lurking rat. With a flick of his wrist, the wand on the ground soared into his grasp, and he raised it, declaring, "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall spare your life." Mecca shook his head. "I cannot give it to you. I have my uses." The enigmatic figure paused, seemingly taken aback by such a response, narrowing his eyes on the paper-white visage. How intriguing, he mused with a smile. A sinister glimmer flashed momentarily, and the ever-prepared Mecca transformed into a bat, leaping into the air at an alarming speed. Even so, a dreadful beam of light grazed his form, striking the wall with a force that corroded it instantly, a thick black mist rising ominously, imbued with a chilling aura of death. Was this the killing curse? Cold sweat threatened to trickle down Mecca's brow. This was the moment he felt closest to death, his temples throbbing violently. This is merely a warning, the mysterious figure stated, as a cascade of white sand fell from his visage. His body could not endure for long, the magic leaking out, its totality likely severely diminished. Mecca quickly deduced that the other's body was self-destructing on a countdown, with each spell cast only hastening this demise. Another beam of light tore through the darkness like a lightning bolt, and Mecca pushed himself to the limit, his speed reaching its pinnacle as he flapped his wings, narrowly avoiding the malevolent radiance. Behind him, a massive pillar was pierced, black mist swirling, the corrosive marks rapidly expanding. What a formidable spell. It seemed the other's physical state was gravely compromised. Mecca noticed that with each turn, the figure shed more white sand from his face, his form gradually transforming into grains of sand. Thus he dared not make broad or swift movements. In the distance, behind a colossal pillar, Harry was also sweating profusely, witnessing a heavy, monumental column, so vast that it would take two to embrace it, now riddled with a gaping hole. What if it fell upon a person? Harry's imagination spiraled, and soon his back was dampened. He sensed a dreadful aura in the air, enveloping him in a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. The expansive chamber was dimly lit, with only sparse shafts of daylight filtering through. Yet within, flashes of light intermittently tore through the darkness, shadows racing above, narrowly evading the deadly beams of light. Who exactly was this red-haired youth? Harry pondered, yet the answer eluded him. His gaze followed the bat-like form, increasingly astonished by the exaggerated speed. If he didn't maintain a constant watch, he would lose sight of the figure in a heartbeat. But even when he focused intently, he occasionally found himself lagging behind. Only when the dreadful light illuminated the surroundings could he once again catch a glimpse of the other's silhouette. The other party appeared to have cast a transformation spell akin to that of Professor McGonagall, though it seemed the cat form she assumed was somewhat inferior. Of course, it was also possible that he had never witnessed the full extent of Professor McGonagall's feline prowess. What is this? Harry was momentarily taken aback. He had just realized he had lost sight of the bat, when suddenly, the air erupted with radiant brilliance. In the dark corners of the room, Mecca moved swiftly, casting spells as a flock of birds soared above, their cacophony nearly piercing the eardrums, countless white birds diving down, their beaks glinting with sharp luminescence, resembling a torrential downpour of white amidst the night. In the center of the darkness, a pale visage was illuminated by the light of the heavens. He raised his wand, his form emanating a dark glow, akin to an impenetrable shield that effortlessly obstructed the oncoming birds. One by one, the birds crashed against that black luminescence, bursting into a mist of crimson, feathers raining down from the sky. Your magical energy must be waning, Mecca remarked, his wand glowing once more as he unleashed another summoning spell, further depleting his opponent's power. The exchange of offense and defense continued to shift, with venomous light and fierce flames tearing through the darkness, shadows fleeing in haste, while flocks of birds exploded mid-air, releasing vivid sprays of blood mist. Before long, the mysterious figure's pale face betrayed a frown. He assessed his opponent as a wizard with a profound command of spells. Yet he was astonished at the seemingly boundless magical energy exhibited by this wizard. The magic within him was rapidly depleting, and he was significantly affected by this drain, wary of casting overly grand spells, as such exertions could recoil upon his body, and excessive fluctuations in magical energy could lead to his own destruction. Thus, each incantation was executed with his formidable control, being meticulous about the output of his magic. Furthermore, the magic within him was depleting at a rate far exceeding that of an average adult wizard, and yet his opponent displayed no signs of fatigue, remaining vibrant and resolute, with no hint of weakening in his magical aura. From his perspective, he surmised that the magical capacity of this wizard could rival that of a typical magical creature, many of which possessed a prodigious reservoir of magical energy. Given this realization, the mysterious figure focused intently on the red-haired youth chanting spells, discerning the limits of his speed. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the mysterious figure vanished from his position, a vast cloud of black mist rising, showering down a cascade of white sand, accompanied by an uncontrollable surge of magical energy. In the next moment, he materialized before the red-haired youth, wand aimed at his face. The youth froze in shock, seemingly unprepared for such a turn of events. The mysterious figure declared, Avada Kedavra. A terrifying, venomous curse shot forth, the eerie green light illuminating the red-haired youth's face, as the chill of death swept over him, like a tempest ruffling his flowing red locks. The crimson-haired youth's pupils reflected a pale, terrifying visage, and at such a close distance, he could already foresee the dire consequences awaiting him. Yet, he remained eerily composed, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the mysterious figure intent on his demise. It is over, the enigmatic figure declared with a smile. Suddenly, that smile faltered, as vast silver patterns of mystery surfaced on the youth's visage, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant silver light, and his fiery red hair surged upwards. He seemed to hear the blood within the figure across from him boiling, erupting with the sound of a rushing river. Chapter 80. Then come, kill me. I shall not disappoint you. The crimson-haired youth replied with a grin. A bat, ensconced in silver patterns and possessing purple eyes, leaped from his position like a streak of silver lightning, accelerating to a speed nearly 50% swifter than before. The mysterious figure gazed at it, his body shedding white grains like flowing sand, the toxic light emanating a terrifying aura, as that silver figure struck a colossal pillar with tremendous force. Boom! A violent, eerie green light erupted with unprecedented vigor as the immense stone column shattered and collapsed, debris flying, dust swirling, and a dense black mist pervading the air, truly horrifying. Even a portion of the heavy ceiling caved in, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar that nearly induced a ringing in one's ears. Such abundant power. Mecca Anders felt the transformation in his body while suspended in midair. Within his form, his blood surged, silver runes manifesting, extending into intricate silver patterns that emitted a radiant glow, almost spilling forth. In a scarcely perceptible corner, wisps of light coiled, layer upon layer, coalescing into a brilliant sphere, accompanied by a bubbling sound, the flow of magical energy plentiful enough to threaten to burst the luminous orb. Mecca sensed the escalating strength within his body. The surge of magical energy enhancing the incantations of Animagus, which benefited from this surge, experiencing a 50% amplification, thereby significantly increasing his speed. This, in turn, caused the mysterious figure to misjudge his own velocity, leading to a missed lethal opportunity that allowed Mecca to evade. Moreover, the duelist's unusual calm in the face of impending death enabled him to perform the Animagus spell with remarkable steadiness, a fact the mysterious figure likely did not anticipate, that someone could maintain such composure with the scythe of death poised at their throat. Interesting. Is this the bloodline of a vampire? The mysterious figure mused, observing the silver figure in the air. I have never encountered such an intriguing vampire. But how long can you endure? As the silver figure landed gracefully, Mecca's eyes shimmered with silver patterns as he retorted, How long can your frail form last? He observed the mysterious figure's robe sagging once more, the flesh transforming into white grains that fell in droves, particularly after unleashing a spell of extraordinary speed and greater lethality, causing the robe to collapse significantly. He realized that the opponent could not sustain this for long. Another outburst like the previous one would likely bring them to the brink of annihilation. I believe you will succumb before I do. The enigmatic figure's pallid visage broke into a smile, though his features appeared grotesquely disfigured, evoking a sense of dread. He fixed his gaze upon Mecca's face, suddenly brandishing his wand, unleashing a golden flame that darted forth like an arrow, incinerating the air and causing the temperature in the room to soar dramatically. The conflict reignited. In the distance, behind a massive stone pillar, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that both individuals possessed hidden cards, adept at navigating sudden crises and transformations. The fearsome, mysterious figure was not alone in this, as the red-haired young wizard across from him exhibited the same. Yet, it was precisely this display of composure and unparalleled combat prowess that rendered him strikingly conspicuous, difficult for any observer to overlook. Who was this red-haired youth? The mysterious figure labeled him a vampire, which piqued Harry's curiosity. Having immersed himself in the study of magic for nearly a year, he had heard whispers of significant events and dazzling personalities within the magical realm. The red-haired youth's remarkable demeanor suggested that he should not remain obscure. His flaming hair and towering stature made him unforgettable after just a single glance. Yet, even with such vivid impressions, Harry could not recall any notable figure that might be associated with this red-haired young man? Could it be that the visage he presented was merely a facade? This thought struck Harry for the first time. Suddenly, he was startled as a pale face turned toward him, its gaze chilling, and he became aware of the words spoken. "You seem to value the safety of the Chosen One," the mysterious figure remarked, his eyes cold as he raised his wand. The implication was clear. Harry was perceived as a threat. The wand shimmered ominously, as if ready to shatter Harry's form and plunge him into oblivion. The red-haired youth paused, then smiled. "Do you think it possible that someone might cherish his safety more than I do? Perhaps Albus Dumbledore?" "Oh," the mysterious figure faltered momentarily. The red-haired youth narrowed his eyes. "I am curious whether that erudite individual, lauded as the greatest white wizard of the past century and your former mentor, would neglect to safeguard someone you hold dear. You seem to know me well." The mysterious figure scrutinized the red-haired youth. "Not intimately, just a whisper of familiarity." The red-haired youth replied with a smile. "This is a gamble. Should you win, you slay the Chosen One. Yet I shall still attempt to escape with the Philosopher's Stone. Should you lose, you will be left to contend with Dumbledore. Few remain who understand the relationship between myself and Dumbledore." The mysterious figure's pallid face bore a serpent-like gaze, assessing the red-haired youth. "So who exactly are you? Are you an acquaintance from my past?" The red-haired youth smiled. "I shall not divulge that." The mysterious figure's expression changed, and in the next instant, a tremendous inferno erupted from his being, flames bursting from his eyes. His voice resonated amidst the blaze. "In that case, may you perish alongside this wretched form of mine." "No," Harry gasped, hastily attempting to evade. Bang! A terrifying blaze ascended to the heavens, its aftermath rippling through the air, scattering fiery embers across the sky. The force of this aftermath was so potent that it rendered Harry unconscious, his body collapsing behind a stone pillar. A silver figure darted into the air like lightning, seeking to escape the inferno. "Go," the mysterious figure intoned, his form ablaze, flesh and bone transforming into kindling, giving rise to a monstrous, fiery serpent that writhed amidst the flames. Boom! The flames swelled and erupted. The colossal fire serpent reared back, seemingly roaring, its body engulfed in flames, radiating an unbearable heat that melted even the stone pillars, turning them into molten red lava. "Go, incinerate that fleeing rat." The mysterious figure laughed maniacally, his form utterly consumed, disintegrating into a heap of charred remains, leaving not a shred of his cloak behind. Only a swirling black mist lingered, rising from the ashes, within which a fearsome visage faintly emerged, fixated on the escaping silver figure. "Oh no!" Mecca's eyes reflected the terrifying blaze, and he immediately realized there was no escape. He descended from the air to the ground with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of eerie, rapid streaks. Yet the monstrous fire serpent relentlessly pursued him, intent on complete annihilation. The inferno's speed was overwhelming. The entire room ignited, the scorching haze and oppressive heat suffocating him, severely hampering his velocity. Faced with this life-or-death situation, memories of a duelist surged within him. In that moment, Ryan's essence seemed to merge with his own. He spread his arms wide, adopting a demeanor both calm and fervent, and shouted, "Then come. Kill me." Amidst the flames, the black mist-shrouded visage paused momentarily. In an instant, the terrifying serpent opened its gaping maw, the roaring flames piercing the air with a dreadful shriek, engulfing the entire figure of the red-haired youth in the inferno.